Yilan, are you going to buy me the limited Diaochan skin or not? If you don't, we're breaking up. Yilan, the rent is already 5 days late. They'll give you one more day. If you don't pay by tomorrow, don't blame me for being ruthless. Son, your father fell on the stairs and is in the hospital. Do you have any spare money? Not much, just 500. In the dim, cramped rental room, Yilan lay on a messy bed staring at the crucial messages on his phone. The weight of it all was suffocating, leaving him speechless. After a moment, he transferred his last 100 yuan to his mother. Then he turned off his phone, tossed it aside, and stared blankly at the dark ceiling. Life was just so damn unfair. He had just graduated high school and faced constant rejection in his job hunt. He barely scraped by as a game booster and partner player. His gaming skills were mediocre. He earned a pittance from grinding. His life was barely manageable, a harsh but survivable existence. But fate was a cruel trickster. Just when you think things are okay, 1,000 troubles latch onto you. A life goes on. Can't just lie here forever. Let's check the job platform. Yilan picked up his phone and opened the freelancing app to look for orders. Boost account from King's Peak 1,500 to 2,400. All heroes, all skins. Android server. 1 week deadline. Reward 100,000 yuan. Deposit 100,000 yuan. Yilan saw this message pop up in the public chat room. It was an open order, meaning anyone could take it. His heart pounded wildly in his chest, as if it might burst. Wow, 100,000. I can't even earn that in a year. If I can land this job, it'll be set for the year. Yilan licked his dry lips, a glint of greed flashing in his eye, but he knew his limits. A King's Peak rank of 2,400 in the middle of the season was practically the top rank in the game. His personal best was only 2,000 points achieved after a long, hard grind. Though the difference was just 400 points, it felt like two different worlds. Someone who can reach 2,000 points can be called a genius. But 2,400 points, that is a legendary genius. It's the realm where genius is merely the threshold of meeting them. Yilan was tempted, but he knew his own limits. Failing to finish in time would mean not only returning the deposit, but paying a 30 penalty. That's why the listing had been up for a day without being taken. Even top streamers and pro players couldn't guarantee reaching the top rank in a single week. Just as Yilan was about to give up, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Finding the strongest jungle overlord system for the host. Strongest jungle overlord system bound successfully. Granting God-level awareness, God-level hand speed, God-level reaction time, and mastery over all jungle heroes. In the next second, a massive torrent of information flooded his mind. Yilan felt dizzy, nearly fainting. But after a short while, he had absorbed everything. With the system, reaching the top rank is a done deal. Yilan savored the newfound knowledge in his mind, a flash of pure joy in his eyes. The 2,000-point peak was his limit before, now it seemed trivial. For the Yilan of now, it was as easy as Zhang Fei eating bean sprouts, a piece of cake. He could feel the tangible change in his own body. From a certain perspective, he was now even stronger than a pro player. Yilan accepted the job without hesitation. The client quickly sent the account and password, plus the 100,000 yuan deposit. Staring at the balance in his WeChat wallet, Yilan's grin stretched from ear to ear. This money could free him from worry for a while. But a man can't just focus on the present. To make his future comfortable, he had to reach the Peak King's position. Before, Yilan only dared to dream of being the Peak King in his sleep. But now with the system, everything had changed. Yilan got out of bed, sat before his computer, and typed a bold declaration into his stream title. Reaching Peak King in 1 week, or he'll quit streaming for good. After streaming for over a month, Yilan had a dozen loyal fans. As soon as the stream started, a few people entered the room. They were all shocked by the stream title. Igor, are you playing for keeps? Quitting streaming is a huge deal. Iga, did you eat some magic mushrooms at lunch? You're hallucinating. I think Iga has a screw loose. No one says things like that in broad daylight. Streamer, let's be realistic. I've been watching you for almost a month. You can barely handle 1,800-point games. The top rank is out of the question. These were all of Yilan's veteran fans, and that's exactly why they knew his skill level. With so many Honor of Kings players, those who reached the top rank were few and far between. Yilan wasn't angry. A self-assured smile played on his lips. Brothers, don't panic. We'll see the results in a week. A viewer chimed in. If you actually do it, he'll spend my whole month's allowance on a super rocket. He'll use my secret stash to gift you a cash machine. Then he'll send 10 bags of fish feed. I'm not spending a cent more. While chatting with the comments, Yilan logged into the client's account. The owner was likely a girl. The nickname Fluffy Little Cake had a cute and sweet vibe. When viewers in the stream saw this username, they immediately went wild. Wait, isn't this the rich girl Lin Xiao's account? Lin Shuiyao, an internet celebrity as famous as Picateo. How to describe her financial status? Let's put it this way, for the entire past year, her champion, Yao, had held the #1 spot nationally. Being #1 with Yao doesn't prove your skill, but it certainly proves you're wealthy. Yilan had also heard of Lin Xiao's name. He immediately opened the Heroes tab in her profile. When he saw the national badge beneath the Yao hero, he couldn't help but gasp. No wonder she dared to pay 100 to get a top rank. It was a rich girl's account. That much money was probably nothing to her. But for an ordinary person like Yilan, it was a year's salary. If I could win over this rich girl, I'd be set for life, wouldn't I? Yilan's mind wandered to the luxurious life he could lead if he won the rich girl over. But fantasies only lift your spirits, they solve nothing. The urgent task at hand was to boost this account to the top rank. But Yilan did not rush to enter the peak match interface. Before that, he had to adjust the settings to his most familiar configuration. Every expert has some small habits, and Yilan was no exception. After adjusting, he entered the peak match interface. The current score of this account was 1574, which was just average in the eyes of ordinary people. In Yilan's eyes, it was the same. Even without activating this system, he could effortlessly dominate at this rank. But with the system, it would only be easier. With this in mind, Yilan clicked the match button. The peak matches in the mid-season were buzzing with activity, and in just a moment, he found a suitable opponent. Entering the game, a voice, as if a slipper was stuck in the throat, came from the phone. National champion Xishe Linger requests to play. Yilan pinched his forehead and smiled wryly. That voice was indeed uniquely recognizable. Linger was a rare high-score female streamer in the King of Glory community. Besides her title as national champion, Xishe, the most distinctive feature of her stream was her voice. The sound of a slipper stuck in the throat like a steel needle scraping across glass, extremely harsh. But judging from Linger's fans and streaming popularity, this kind of voice seemed to have quite an audience. Anyway, Yilan couldn't stand it. Sister Linger, I'm your fan. I have 3 houses in Modu, can I marry you? The second floor player was clearly part. At the same time, in Linger's live stream on Tiger Shark platform, she curled her lips and said with disdain, "Don't brag. You don't even have the VIP 8 badge. Go take a shower and go to bed." Huh. The second floor player feigned surprise. "We just met, and you want me to sleep? That's too fast." Linger's live room burst into laughter, and the viewers were amused. "Linger, this guy is taking advantage of you. Don't let it slide. Hit him back. If you can't handle it, bring Tian Tianka over. She's good at roasting people." Indeed, who doesn't know the famous name Sujiku? Watching the provoking comments, Linger rolled her eyes for them to figure out on their own. Although the second floor player's words were indeed a bit frivolous, it also showed that her fame was growing. Fame, and she could only endure it. Amid laughter and conversation, some annoying supports were sent to the ban list. "Give me Xishe in the national champion Xishe, and I guarantee victory." The fourth floor player Linger requested a pick help. The first floor player decisively helped. After all, Linger's Xishe was the national champion Xishe. In a 1500-point peak match, it had strong dominance. Yilan on the third floor was not in a hurry to pick a hero. Having successfully activated the system, he now mastered all jungle heroes at the national champion level. He planned to consider after seeing the enemy lineup. With such a deep hero pool, he was that confident. After Xishe Linger was picked, the enemy mid laner immediately chose Shun Mingxi the Bomb Cat. The mid lane priority was lost. Just as Yilan thought the enemy would pick and invade jungle lineup, the second floor enemy chose Luna. Yilan was stunned. When he first saw Shun Mingxi, he even thought the enemy would pick and invade jungle lineup. After all the fuss, it turned out they picked to protect their own jungle. But that was fine. This way there were too many heroes for Yilan to choose from. He did not pick the meta powerhouses Jing or Lan, but decisively locked in Bei Xuanzi. Bei Xuanzi might struggle in high-rank matches, but in a 1500-point match to the current Yilan, it was like fishing in a pond. And Bei Xuanzi was the top choice for smurf matches. But as soon as he picked it, the viewers watching Yilan's stream started spamming question marks. "Dude, are you sure you know how to play this hero?" "Exactly, I've been watching your stream for almost a month. When have you ever played Bei Xuanzi?" "I strongly suspect you're doing this on purpose just to troll Linger." It couldn't be blamed for their excitement. After all, Yilan had never played Bei Xuanzi during his streams. Suddenly pulling out a Bei Xuanzi was bound to shock people. "Hey, I'm the national champion Jungle King. Is there any hero I can't play?" Yilan's tone was very arrogant. "Come on, you only brag in front of us. Do you dare to say that in front of Han Bei Mu or Wei Liang?" "Exactly, national champion Jungle Kings all start at 100 segments. You're only 80 segments, how dare you compare? Did the streamer get carried away last night? Today's tone is way too arrogant." The viewers noticed Yilan's unusual behavior. Yilan ignored them. In the past, he was submissive for a living. But now that the system had awakened, how could he continue to be humble? Admittedly, the account Lin Shuyao had a lot of skins. Bei Xuanzi had all skins. Yilan browsed for a while and finally chose White Tiger's Will. This skin was undoubtedly the coolest one for Bei Xuanzi. Both the effects and the feel of the skin were perfect. Amid laughter and conversation, both lineups were finalized. Blue team top Ma Chao jungle, Yilan's Bei Xuanzi mid Lingers, Xishe bot Luban No. 7 support Luban Master. Red team top Quang Tai jungle Luna, mid Shinmingxi bot Sun Shangxiang support Zhuangzhou. Entering the loading screen, Linger saw the green proficiency badge on Bei Xuanzi and couldn't help but ask the sole question. "Xuanzi, are you a spy sent by the enemy? I'm using my main hero, and you pick a green proficiency hero. Are you looking down on me?" Linger was a bit angry. After all, she was using her signature hero, Xishe. Yet she was looked down upon by a teammate. Can you talk less? You're giving me a headache. I'm a booster. This is my boss account. She never played Xuanzi, so green proficiency is normal, isn't it? Yilan rubbed his temples, looking hopeless. This voice was truly addictive. Linger puffed out her cheeks, clearly angered by Yilan's words. Her fans in the live stream immediately launched a verbal attack on Yilan. What a hick. Linger's voice is so beautiful. Exactly, I don't like it, but I love it. I want to be Sister Linger's dog. I didn't like Linger's voice at first either, but the more I listened, the more addictive it became. Finally, I fell in love, and now I say it's awesome. Watching the comments in the live room, Linger's mood turned from gloomy to sunny. She responded, ignorant, yeah, you're right. After entering the game, Yilan immediately turned off the team voice chat. The world returned to peace, only game sound effects could be heard. Welcome to King of Glory. The enemy is arriving in 5 seconds. All troops charge. After the fountain barrier disappeared, the 5 heroes rushed out toward their respective positions. Yilan sent a signal requesting a gathering on Luna's red buff area. If I won't help you invade the jungle. Not unless you apologize. Linger recalled Yilan's humiliating words and was seething with resentment, asking for my help yet acting so arrogant. Impossible. Sister Linger, this Xian Su seems to have muted his mic and headphones. He can't hear you. Teammate Ma Chao reminded her. Linger was equally stubborn, immediately typing via voice-to text. Jungler, apologize to me. If you apologize, I'll help you invade the jungle. Xian Su used his first skill to vault over the dragon pit wall, hiding in the bush above the red buff. Seeing Linger's message, a sneer curled at the corner of Yilan's lips. He replied promptly, come or don't, I don't care. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to say such things. But now with the system, he feared nothing. Of course, Yilan wasn't being reckless. The enemy mid laner and support lacked crowd control to lock him down. Even if they reacted and defended their red buff zone, his life wouldn't be in danger. Seeing Yilan's reply, Linger grew even angrier. Fine. When the enemy jungler, mid laner, and support surround you later, don't you dare beg me for help. Linger's face flushed with fury as she decided to ignore Yilan. Lose, or when she didn't care. After all, a 1,500-point peak match meant little to her. She could regain those points in a couple of games. That was her mindset, but her teammates didn't share it. They were ordinary players without extraordinary talent. Every point was precious to them. Luban Master immediately decided to help the mid laner clear the wave, then assist the jungler. Soon the minion waves clashed. The large jungle monster emerged from the ground. Xian Su used his first skill, Divine Hook Scythe, lashing the red buff fiercely. He attacked the red buff while kiting it, dragging it into the nearby bush. Meanwhile, the enemy Shun Mingxi had already cleared the mid lane minions. He was leading Zhuang Zhou toward the red zone. Luban Master quickly warned, jungler, run. The enemy mid and support are coming for you. But Yilan acted as if he hadn't heard, his scythe relentlessly striking the red buff. Why is he so stubborn? Luban Master rushed over to help. But Linger didn't want him to go, blocking him. Why bother with him? Let him die if he brought it on himself. Luban Master ignored Linger, his gaze fixed as he hurried toward the enemy red zone. Seeing that even this random teammate dismissed her, Linger grew even more furious. You two can die together then. She muttered angrily, then controlled, she sure to head toward the development lane. Meanwhile, at the enemy red zone, Shun Mingxi emerged from the river and noticed the red buff was missing from the pit. Someone had invaded. Luna, the enemy Xian Su is stealing your red buff. With the jungle protection mechanism, his clear speed won't be fast. Try to defend it if you can, at least whittle down. Luna learned of the stolen red buff, but she was far away in the blue zone and couldn't reach in time. She could only hope Shin Mingxi could drive him away. Don't worry, you'll toss a few bombs and make him run like his tail's on fire. Shin Mingxi promised confidently. Since the red buff and Xian Su weren't in the pit, they had to be hiding in the nearby bush. With that thought, Shin Mingxi tapped his first skill icon. His stored cat bombs were hurled into the bush. Inside the bush, Yilan saw Shin Mingxi's action and couldn't hide the smirk on his lips. Finally, he took the bait. Xian Su used his first skill to dash sideways. Though the dash was short, it was just enough to dodge Shin Mingxi's bombs. All of Shin Mingxi's cat bombs landed on the red buff. Yilan took reduced damage from the jungle protection mechanism while attacking the red buff. But Shin Mingxi didn't. The red buff's health plummeted. Zhuang Zhou, following Shin Mingxi, was stunned. Bro, are you a spy sent by the enemy? With Shun Mingxi's assist, Xian Su landed 2 basic attacks and used smite. The red buff turned into a crimson glow, surging into Xian Cs body. 2 of you dare to come for me. How reckless. Finally, Xian Su swung his scythe, tracing a blue arc of lightning. With the speed boost from his second skill, Yilan bypassed Zhuang Zhou. He hurled his scythe, hitting Shun Mingxi directly. A basic attack followed, applying the red buff's slow effect. Shun Mingxi quickly activated his second skill, normal operation, trying to create distance. But Yilan, empowered by the system, had refined mechanics and reactions. The moment Shin Mingxi dashed forward, Yilan used his first skill to dash ahead. Control nullification. Shin Mingxi froze in place, failing to charge forward. By then, Luban Master had arrived. Before Shin Mingxi could flash away, Luban Master performed a crow flying over and landed on his head. Shin Mingxi was knocked airborne. Yilan seized the chance to lash him repeatedly. As the knockback ended, he immediately activated his second skill. He flung Shin Mingxi further away with a back throw. Once the control wore off, Shin Mingxi frantically used flash, but the red buff's slow effect clung to him. He couldn't escape Yilan's grasp. He fled. Yilan pursued. There was no escape. A second later, Shin Mingxi was back in Bei Li Xian's attack range. Each side strike against him crackled with thunderous force. Shin Mingxi's health plummeted. Seeing this, Zhuang Zhou fled the scene in haste. Shin Mingxi was beyond safe. If he stayed, he'd be the next to die. Sometimes you have to be decisive in abandoning a teammate. First blood. Shin Mingxi fell as expected. Yilan claimed the first blood. Duo bro, seriously? I told you to not only did you fail to defend it, but you also handed over the kill. Luna was furious enough to spit blood. Losing one red buff wouldn't normally bother her. After all, losing a buff was common for Luna. But her teammate had just pulled a buy one get one free deal. Xian's early game momentum skyrocketed. Sorry, my bad. I got outplayed by the enemy Xiansu. Shin Mingxi promptly admitted his mistake. He had been too hasty. He hadn't considered that his skills would help Xiansu clear the jungle. It's useless to talk now. Roam more, and let me take the mid-lane minions. Against their lineup, I can perform well. Faced with Luna's suggestion, Shin Mingxi dared not complain. Besides, the enemy team had no instant targeted abilities. If Luna played well, she could indeed shine. Meanwhile, Linger gritted her silver teeth in frustration after Yilan secured first blood. What's wrong with that, Shin Mingxi? It's just defending the jungle. How do you lose a 2v2? So bad he should just quit and raise pigs. Chasing Shin Mingxi, Bei Li Xuanza happened to arrive at the mid lane. As fate would have it, the minion waves converged there. How could an 18-year-old resist such a temptation? Yilan could no longer hold back. Bei Li Xuanza swung his hooked blade, striking the minions. Meanwhile, Linger, after supporting the bottom lane, was hurrying toward the mid lane. Yet she noticed Bei Li Xuanza's icon lingering in the mid lane. Sensing something amiss, she quickly dragged the camera view. Damn it, Xuanza, you beast. Leave my minions alone. Let me handle them. Linger's voice was sweet and delicate, stirring Ma chaos hard in the side lane. Dude, how could you eat Linger's mid lane minions? Linger said, Ma Chao, you're so kind. At least wait for me to share them. Linger was taken aback. Well, neither. Sorry, I just couldn't resist. Having devoured the entire mid lane minion wave, Yilan finally began to, but don't take it to heart. In the jungle core, you're the utility mage. It's only natural for me to take the farm. Linger knew full well that a utility mage should sacrifice for the team. But starting from the second wave, the more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She typed through voice-to-do text, at least wait until I hit level 4 before taking my farm. If you do this, you'll fall behind Shin Mingxi in levels and experience. Linger was on the verge of tears. She had a decent reputation in the King of Glory community, and many players knew her. Among them were top-tier junglers like Bei Mu and Wei Liang. Yet none of them would dare to devour her minion wave as early as the second one like Yilan did. But just as she finished speaking, she saw a Luna with a blue buff appear in the enemy mid lane tower. Without a word, she unleashed a crescent strike on the minion wave. In a few swift moves, she cleared the entire wave. Beside Luna stood a Zhuang Zhou equipped with a support item. As for Shin Mingxi, she was likely still respawning at the fountain. Seeing this, Yilan added, looks like you have a slight advantage over Shin Mingxi now. Lingers, she sure frozen. Shin Mingxi had been killed once and forced to use flash. Plus, neither of them had gotten the second mid lane wave. Indeed, Linger had the upper hand. But something felt off. Were all jungle cores this ruthless these days? Not even sparing the second wave. How was a mid lane player supposed to enjoy the game? If you keep eating my farm like this, I might as well equip a support item and follow you around, Linger said with a hint of anger. She had played mid lane for years. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? Yilan pondered for a moment, then chuckled. That's not a bad idea. A mid-jungle duo can gank more effectively. Linger was so furious, she nearly spat blood. Couldn't he tell it was sarcasm? Screw you, she cursed, a rare outburst. Her husband fans, in the live stream, immediately erupted. Investigate. Find out who this Xuanzo is. How dare he talk to Linger like that? Does he have a death wish? But Yilan's next words left the viewers dumbfounded. If you want to eat a lemon, go ahead. It's not like I can order. Linger, confused, sent a string of question marks. Yilan replied earnestly, doesn't screw you mean eating a lemon? Linger nearly choked again. Such an obvious meaning could be twisted like this. Dude, you're unstoppable. Yilan just smiled and said nothing. As a seasoned internet surfer, he knew exactly what those 4 letters meant. But as long as you didn't dwell on it, the words held. Linger, on the other hand, was frantic, on the verge of a breakdown. Yilan stopped his teasing, and after taking the mid lane farm, plunged into the red buff area. He cleared the red buff first, then took down the 3 little creeps. Finally, he swept through the blue buff jungle. Bei Li Xuanza reached level 5. He crafted the Pursuer's Edge and Swift Boots. In the early game, Xuanza's damage was decent, and the attack speed boots perfectly synergized with his second skill's enhanced basic attacks. Of course, the main point was that attack speed boots aided in kiting. Among all jungle core assassins, Bei Li Xuanza had the squishiest frame. Much like Gongsun Li, he often fell to random area effect damage. To play Bailey Xuanzi well, one had to master timing and kiting. The 60 movement speed from attack speed boots was twice that of basic boots. Combined with the second skill's speed boost and the first skill's dash, he could ensure no one touched him in the early game. After clearing the red buff, Yilan headed straight for the top lane. His Ma Chao was somewhat average and the enemy Galio was a lane bully. Ma Chao was being suppressed. Given that Galio was overextending, it was inexcusable not to help. But before he could reach the top lane, enemy hero icons appeared one after another in the side lane. Luna and Shenmingxi. With Ma Chao and Galio already there, it was a full house. Yilan knew full well that the three enemies weren't heading top for a friendly chat. Sure enough, Galio initiated. With full energy, he used Flash to charge into the tower, knocking up Ma Chao, while activating his ultimate to tank damage. With Galio soaking up hits, Luna and Shenmingxi unleashed their full damage on Ma Chao. Ma Chao didn't even get to use his sprint or ultimate before dying under the trio's assault. Luna claimed the kill. Damn it. When I play marksman, 4 people dive me. When I play top laner, 3 people dive me. So it's not about the position. I'm just born to be dived. Ma Chao vented his frustration at his phone. This death was too humiliating. If he had been solo killed by Galio in a 1v1, he wouldn't complain, he'd even admire the skill. But being tower dived by 3 opponents triggered a surge of resentment. Why did the enemy have so many teammates? Where were his allies? Yilan knew exactly what Ma Chao meant, and said calmly, "Don't worry, your daddy's here. Late, but inevitable." Ma Chao replied, "LOL. Be careful with those 3. Galio has the lowest HP, no flash, no ultimate. Kill him and run." Ma Chao didn't expect Yilan to take down all 3. Just killing Galio would be enough. After all, Galio only got an assist from the dive. If Yilan could eliminate him, the lane would still be winnable. Galio had already burned his flash. In the next wave, Ma Chao would have his sprint and ultimate. But Yilan thought otherwise. Since he was already here, why not wipe out all 3? Wouldn't it be a wasted trip? Ma Chao was unaware of Yilan's inner thoughts. Bailey Xianxie spun his sickle into a circular arc of thunderous lightning on his right side, rapidly closing in on the wounded Quang Tai. Quang Tai had no skills left. His second skill, third skill, and flash were all on cooldown. He attempted to use his first skill to strike Xianxie and regain some health. But Yilan had already seen through his plan. With a swift backstep, he effortlessly dodged Quang Tai's first skill. Simultaneously, he whipped out his sickle and struck Quang Tai. Granting Quang Tai no chance to resist, he tossed him into the tower with a back throw. Pulling him close with his ultimate, a single basic attack finished him off. Alright, Xuancha, clear the minion wave and leave. This exchange isn't a loss. Ma Chao was overjoyed. Not only had Xianxie killed Quang Tai, but he also earned an assist. In the end, Ma Chao had only lost a few minions worth of experience. Yilan remained silent, but his Bailey Xianxie spoke volumes. After slaying Quang Tai, Bailey Xianxie gained a 30 movement speed boost. Simultaneously swinging his sickle with lightning speed, he rapidly closed in on Shenmingxi. During the fierce kill on Quang Tai, Shenmingxi had exhausted most of his skills, leaving only his second skill. Bailey Xuancha's sickle swung once more. At this moment, the oppressive pressure of that sickle far surpassed Zhong Kuei's. At least being hooked by Zhong Kuei didn't guarantee death, but being snared by this Bailey Xianxie meant certain doom. With this thought, Shenmingxi silently placed his finger on the icon of his second skill. He was prepared. As long as Yilan threw his hook, he would dodge it with his mobility skill. Xianxie threw his hook, but its direction wasn't towards Shenmingxi. It was aimed at Luna. Yet in the moment Xianxie launched his hook, a panicked Shenmingxi, without overthinking, still used his mobility skill. Luna never expected Bailey Xianxie to pull off such a feint. Though he appeared to pursue Shenmingxi, his true target had always been her. Realizing this now was already too late. Without minions, Luna was essentially devoid of mobility skills. The moment the hook struck Luna, Bailey Xianxie transformed into a bolt of lightning. Using his ultimate flash sickle slash, he teleported behind Luna. Then with his first skill adjusting his position, he used his second skill's back throw to fling Luna to a spot near Shenmingxi. A single basic attack inflicted the red buff slow effect on both enemies. Bailey Xianxie had taken 2 kills, a mid lane minion wave, 3 buffs, and 3 small jungle camps. His equipment completely outclassed both opponents. Coupled with the fact that they had expended most of their skills to tower dive and kill Ma Chao, Yilan effortlessly eliminated them both. Triple kill. A resounding and electrifying female voice echoed across the King's Canyon, causing Linger to raise an eyebrow in surprise. A flicker of panic crossed her eyes. He got a triple kill. Linger was at a loss, unsure how to react to this outcome. At the start, when Yilan wanted to invade the enemy jungle, she had refrained from helping. She had wanted to see Yilan make a fool of himself, then offer timely aid to satisfy her own vanity. But Yilan seemed not to need her help at all, achieving a triple kill all on his own. Linger was naturally displeased. This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. No, I have to find a way to get Bailey Xianxie killed a few times. Linger stood at the river entrance, lost in thought. Time ticked by second after second. She completely failed to notice that Shun Mingxi and Luna had already returned to their lanes. Initially seeing Shi Shi standing motionless, Shun Mingxi and Luna were suspicious. They wondered if it was a trap. But after a few cat bombs landed without any response from Shi Shi, they mistakenly assumed she was AFK. Luna immediately executed a non-stop combo 1-3-2-A-3-A3 draining Shi Shi's health bar. Shi Shi, why are you standing there like a statue? The enemies are right in your face, and you're still frozen. Yilan angrily reopened his microphone and shouted at Linger. He thought to himself this shouldn't be happening. Linger was after all a major streamer, surely she wouldn't just give up and throw the game just because he said a few words. Yilan deemed this possibility very slim. After all, to make a living as a streamer, one's mental fortitude had to far exceed that of ordinary people. In other words, a fragile heart could never sustain a streaming career. Once you embark on this path, you are destined to face slander from others. Even a small unknown streamer like Yilan often had a few people entering his stream to badmouth him. Their gist was to persuade Yilan to quit streaming, claiming that working in a factory was better. These people only showed up around noon and early evening to hurl insults. Likely they were just factory workers venting their frustrations during their breaks. Yilan naturally paid them no mind. Working in a factory was something one could do anytime. But the window for being a gaming streamer was only a few years. It was like youth. If not cherished, it would slip away in an instant, leaving only regrets. Sorry, I was just daydreaming and didn't pay attention. Realizing her mistake, Linger looked at her grayed-out screen and quickly apologized. She wasn't the type to be unreasonable. She would admit her faults. You have to focus when playing games. If you can't even concentrate on gaming, what can you do well? As punishment, you'll let me take this minion wave. Yilan's voice came lazily through the phone, and then Linger saw Bailey Xianxie messing with the minion wave. If you want the minions, just say so. No need to beat around the bush. Linger said indignantly. Yilan smirked slightly. Hey, anyway, you can't get this minion wave. You wouldn't leave it for the tower, would you? Linger remained silent, clearly unwilling to answer Yilan's question. She knew Yilan was right, but an inexplicable discomfort gnawed at her heart. She even entertained the thought of letting the tower have the minions rather than giving them to that dog Xianxie. Meanwhile, good news came from the top lane. Ma Chao had been solo killed by the enemy Quang Tai. Bro, explain to me properly. How did he solo kill you without flash? Yilan's voice was filled with confusion. Quang Tai was indeed a lane bully in the top lane, with his high damage, shield mobility, and lifesteal mechanic. But Ma Chao, as a light-armored warrior, was known for his agility. Without Quang Tai's flash, Yilan racked his brain trying to understand. How could Ma Chao, with his sprint and ultimate, be solo killed? The player controlling Ma Chao blushed with shame. Sorry bro, I was too aggressive and got caught by the enemy. The guilt in his tone was palpable. It wasn't just an apology, it bordered on confession. Hearing this, Yilan sighed, already guessing what had happened. How can you get aggressive when playing a high-skill hero like that? As punishment, you'll let me take the top lane minion wave. Ma Chao replied. 6. So this was your real goal all along. Yilan was also frustrated. The pressure of farming the jungle was already immense, and now he had 2 extra minion waves to deal with. Truly a mountain of pressure. Yilan displayed the caliber of a top-tier jungler. With 2 lanes of minions and both jungle areas, his economy was growing rapidly. However, the enemy team was not idle either. Aware that Yilan was under minion wave pressure, they quickly staggered their ganking rhythm. When Yilan went to defend the side lane minions, the opponents formed a foreman squad to gank the bottom lane. Zhuangzhou completely countered Luban Master, showing no fear even when diving towers. In the mid lane, Linger's earlier death due to a moment of distraction caused her to fall behind in both economy and experience. In an unknown situation, she was directly brought to low health by Shun Mingxi, to the point where she had no choice but to recall to base. In a short span, the kill score between the 2 sides was tied. Damn, all my 1500-point teammates are a bunch of monsters. Why is this fight so tough? Yilan sighed, wondering if he should step up his game. During the time his teammates were being caught, he certainly wasn't idle. His own jungle, both lanes of minions counter. Not only did his economy not fall behind, but it far exceeded that of the enemy Luna. By the 7-minute mark, Yilan's build was already full with 6 items. Meanwhile, the best developed Luna on the opposing side only had 4 items, including boots. Yilan led by a full 2 items. My build is complete. There's no point in continuing to farm. Let's end this boring round early. Yilan sighed. This match was indeed dull, because all he did was either eat minion waves or farm jungle camps. A pure farming hero. And as he farmed, he ended up with a full 6-item build. Who could he complain to? Others dove towers with trepidation, and the gold from a single kill was only slightly more than a minion wave. But the risks involved were entirely different. Yilan's development was so strong that others would keep their distance upon seeing him rarely taking the initiative to engage. So for him, eating minion waves was virtually risk-free. Counter-jungling was the same. But tower diving involved too many uncertainties. Even though Zhuangzhou completely countered their Shi Shi and Luban Master, there were still occasions where he got swapped by the tower. Such things were unavoidable. Once Yilan stepped into the fray, the situation immediately turned into a one-sided affair. The damage from a 6-item by Li Xiansu was simply overwhelming. Moreover, since the enemy team had no tanks, Bei Li Xiansu sliced through them, like chopping vegetables, effortlessly breaking through the 5-man formation. He then proceeded to destroy 2 high ground towers. The scales of victory began to tip slowly in Yi Lan's favor. At this moment, Linger's heart was filled with mixed emotions. From start to finish, Yi Lan had never asked for anyone's help. He disappeared for a while. Then when he re-entered everyone's view, he was unstoppable. Linger bit her lip in silence, a hint of disappointment in her heart. Was this really such an easy win? Linger didn't even know what she had contributed to this match. She inexplicably found herself at the enemy's base. When the crystal exploded with a sound, she still hadn't processed what had happened. But the viewers in the stream were not so calm. On the post-match screen, Bei Li Xian's ID was revealed. Isn't this the ID of the #1 Yao player in the country? She knows how to jungle. I don't care who the #1 Yao is. If he dares to curse our Linger, they'll curse him to death. You're an idiot. Would the #1 Yao player use Bei Li Xiansu? This is clearly a pro player sponsored by a rich sugar mommy. Exactly anyone with half a brain can figure it out. Which rich woman doesn't have pro players under her wing? He's truly being kept earning at least 100,000 a month. The comments grew increasingly heated, but in the end they turned into envy. 100,000 a month. Who wouldn't envy that? The skill of a pro player was beyond doubt. Many professional players couldn't even compare. As for why they didn't choose the path of professional competition, the reason was simple: they craved wealth and freedom, unwilling to be bound by money and rules. Moreover, even pro players weren't guaranteed a spot on a professional stage. Officialdom systems contracts. These were all foreign concepts to gaming-obsessed youths. And streaming income was too unstable and relatively less free. After weighing multiple factors, being sponsored by a rich woman was the best choice. Every day they just played games with the rich woman and provided emotional value, and their earnings soared. Even in their spare time, they could travel with the rich woman and enjoy the country's beautiful landscapes. The most crucial point was that they didn't have to spend a dime. Over on the other side, the comments section was much quieter. Ultimately, it was because the stream's audience was too small. Folks, where are the flowers, the applause, the screams? After securing the win, Yi Lan tried to show off, but after all, those watching his stream were all acquaintances. A match at 1,500 points in peak mode was hardly exciting. It was like going to a KTV and ordering a group of hostesses only to find they were all unattractive. It just didn't get you going. Bro, can you stop bragging about a 1,500 point match? What's the difference between you and smuffing? At least you're a 2,000 point peak player. Relying on bullying noobs to satisfy yourself, I despise you. Bullying noobs to blow off steam is fine. On such a hot day, you can't expect a streamer who can't even afford air conditioning to hide under the covers studying knowledge, can you? That comment was definitely the most provocative. Over a dozen people in the stream spammed more than 100 haha messages. The ever-good-natured Yi Lan joined in the banter. Still better than you guys who can't even find a website. As he spoke, not a single bullet appeared in the stream. Damn, did I really get censored? Streamer, you owe me. Good thing mine is still here. Who uses websites these days? I just use apps. Paid apps are safe, but expensive. Free ones are unsafe, but free. In this world, it's hard to have both. Yi Lan grinned, revealing a row of neat, shiny teeth. He had a girlfriend. The opening line of this book was sent by his girlfriend Zheng Shuling. But that didn't matter anymore. In Yi Lan's memory, Zheng Shuling always demanded gifts from him by threatening. For example, today was an anniversary, tomorrow a holiday. The day after, she was in a good mood. Send me a skin. They had met and started their relationship in high school. After high school, they went their separate ways. Yi Lan had already bought various streaming equipment and rented a house away from his parents, planning to become a game streamer. Zheng Shuling, meanwhile, continued her studies at an ordinary university. In fact, Yi Lan knew that from the moment the college entrance exams ended, they were already strangers. He knew Zheng Shuling's character. She kept the relationship going simply because he had a few national champion badges which she could boast about. But he also knew that Zheng Shuling wasn't a faithful girl. On the surface, she maintained the relationship, chatting on the phone every day. But privately, she might have already put several green hats on Yi Lan. Yi Lan knew all this. He had kept the relationship going simply because his streaming income was too low and the pressure too high. When a man can't hold on, he always wants a woman to confide in. But now everything was different. I've awakened the system. Do I still need to confide in anyone? Yi Lan switched to WeChat, typed a simple OK, and then blocked and deleted Zheng Shuling. Their relationship was purely transactional from the start, yet she failed to recognize her place. All she wanted was to make Yi Lan spend money on her. But without offering anything in return, how could she expect such fortune? Women like that are nothing but trouble, easily corrupting one's luck. After dealing with Zheng Shuling, Yi Lan prepared to continue climbing the ranks. Just then a friend request arrived. As a booster, Yi Lan couldn't casually add friends. It was a rule. But when he saw the requester's ID was Linger, his resolve wavered. It wasn't that he had any special feelings for Linger. They were both on the Huxia platform, and she could bring him some popularity. Moreover, he had just upset her. Thinking this over, Yi Lan made up his mind. Without hesitation, he pressed the reject button, but modified the usual rejection message. Husha Platform Room 12138. If you're a simp, come to my stream and flame me. Seeing this rejection, Linger was so furious she nearly twisted her lips. Giving out his own info, how arrogant was that? The words fell like a boulder into a lake stirring ripples. Linger's fans couldn't stand it and immediately flooded into Yi Lan's stream. Linger herself joined them. In the blink of an eye, Yi Lan's viewer count soared from 12 to 1200, and it was still growing. Yi Lan watched the stream data, grinning silently. That trick worked like a charm. Once inside, the fans wasted no time hurling insults at Yi Lan. They vented their anger defending their goddess. Why did you curse me out? Linger typed and sent. Her high-level, minter comments were colored and eye-catching. Yi Lan spread his hands helplessly. I didn't curse you. I just stated my honest opinion. It's the same feeling you had when you saw my green bean proficiency and thought I'd drag you down. Hearing the latter part, Linger silently deleted everything she had typed in the input box. Perhaps she had indeed mocked Yi Lan first. Realizing her own fault only made Linger more stubborn. Biting her lower lip, she angrily typed, Then why did you take my minions? Because I can carry the game after taking them. Yi Lan replied, lazily leaning back in his chair. So you're saying I can't carry if I take them? Linger was a bit indignant. After all, she was a national level, she's sure a regular 2,000-point peak player. In a 1,500-point match, what gave him the right to say she couldn't perform? The enemy support is Zhuangzhou. Do you think you can carry? A mocking smile curled on Yi Lan's lips. He didn't take mid-lane minions to get back at Linger or target her. Based on both team compositions, giving him the mid-lane minions was the best decision, and the only one. Linger, indeed, with Zhuangzhou on the enemy side, she sure had very little room to maneuver. Her damage relied on landing crowd control. But with Zhuangzhou present, she sure was inevitably constrained. Think back to the last match. You should realize the mid-lane minions had to go to me. You're a utility mage anyway. With Zhuangzhou against you, you couldn't even fulfill that role. The duo lane with Lu Ban and his father kept getting dove under tower, dealing almost no damage. The top laner Ma Chao was mediocre at best, getting solo killed by Kite. In the whole match, who else could have carried you to victory? Yi Lan's voice was calm, but brimming with conviction. He truly reasoned with both sense and emotion. After his explanation, the number of viewers cursing him in the stream dwindled. A few sporadic insults remained, but they lacked any real bite. Aware of her mistake, Linger didn't apologize verbally. Instead, she sent a money gun as a peace offering. Each money gun cost 300 yuan, and after a 50-50 split, Yi Lan would pocket 150. Yi Lan accepted it with a grin, expressing his thanks, and offered a few kind words to assure Linger not to take it to heart. After all, they both made a living on the Husha platform, and more friends meant more paths to success. Yi Lan understood well that with Linger's tsundere personality, even if she knew she was wrong, she would never apologize outright. The gift was her way of apologizing, and his gratitude for the gift signified his acceptance of her apology. Yi Lan mused that it was pretty satisfying, earning an extra 150 yuan out of nowhere. Barbecue and beer tonight. Why do you have Lin Xiao's account? Are you really that good at the game? Linger voiced her confusion. It's obvious. Yi Lan displayed the screenshot of his last match's 16-0 rating. Linger pouted, saying that a 1,500-point match proved nothing. She wasn't mocking him, but she felt his popularity was too low. He didn't seem like a top-tier booster streamer. If he was a top-tier player sponsored by Lin Xiao, streaming would be an unnecessary hassle. These questions gnawed at Linger, demanding answers. To be honest, Lin Xiao posted a job on a platform. Reach peak rank 1 in a week, and I took it. He had no grudge against Linger, and there was nothing to hide. Besides, by tomorrow at most, this matter would blow up on Douyin's trending list. It wasn't something shameful, of being secretive would be pointless. Linger was stunned. She never imagined Yi Lan could be so audacious. Reaching peak rank 1 in a week. How could you take such a job? Are you out of your mind? All the top streamers and pro players are fighting for the peak rank 1 spot right now. Do you think you're better than them? Linger meant, while hoping to make him back down and not waste his time stubbornly. But Yi Lan didn't appreciate it. After thinking seriously, he nodded. I should be a little better than them. A helpless smile appeared on Linger's face. The comments in Yi Lan's stream had nearly died down, but after that statement, they exploded again. Dude, can you not blow smoke? Wei Liang, Bei Mu, Nuan Yang, Xiao Pang. All of them are national-level top junglers. If you had even half their skill, your stream wouldn't be dead. Someone actually claims to be better than pro players. The internet era is truly amazing, never short of braggarts. I think compared to reaching peak rank 1 in a week, being better than pro players is nothing. The stream was flooded with insults aimed at Yi Lan, dense and overwhelming. Yet he paid them no mind. Time would prove everything. Before, he wouldn't have dared to say such things. But now that he had awakened the system, what was there to fear? Considering the heavy task ahead, Yi Lan immediately started his second peak match. As the matchmaking time stretched on, the number of viewers in the livestream room only increased. Most were curious onlookers, eager to see if Yi Lan truly had the confidence to back up his words. Inevitably, there were verbal taunts. Yi Lan couldn't be bothered to retort. He had only eaten a bowl of instant noodles for lunch. At 18, his body burned through energy quickly. All he wanted now was to reach 1,800 points quickly, then head out for some barbecue or hot pot. Money fuels the weary, but food gives hope to the hungry. Linger hadn't left the stream either. Yi Lan's earlier words had been an eye-opening lesson for her. Those insights into the game were things she had never considered. Yet theory remained theory. Linger still couldn't believe Yi Lan could claim the top spot on the leaderboard. Over so many seasons of Honor of Kings, the number of players who had reached the pinnacle was limited. Surveys, however, suggested those accounts once shared a single name. Han Han is number one. Truth be told, Han Han's trick of spending a mere 10 yuan to top the leaderboard was something most couldn't replicate. First, you lacked his connections. Second, you definitely didn't have his audacity. A match at 1,500 points didn't take long to find. Just as Yi Lan was lost in fanciful thoughts, the game was matched. He accepted the match. As the Bampic screen appeared, a familiar voice rang out. Linger raised an eyebrow. Bro, it's me, Han Han. Give me the jungle roll. I guarantee to carry, but not to win. Yi Lan frowned, thinking to himself, have I stumbled into a nest of streamers? First Linger, then Han Han. Back when he played on his own account, had never run into so many streamers. Besides, wasn't Han Han already at 1,800 points? A 1,600-point matchmaking with an 1,800-point player was plausible, but barely. Clearly this was a boosting match. Han Han's voice ignited the teammates' enthusiasm. Whoa, is that really Han II's voice? Or is it a voice changer? I just checked Brother Han's stream. It's really him. Brother Han, play the tiger and carry us. With Brother Han here, this game is in the bag. I'm already lying down. The three teammates showered Han Han with flattery, leaving him utterly delighted. Linger, watching from her screen, couldn't help but smirk. She even wanted to type to Yi Lan, see this. This is the fame of a top-tier jungler. But she ultimately restrained herself from such rudeness. Listening to the teammates' sycophancy, Yi Lan frowned slightly. He had no reason to give up the jungle role. Han Han's jungle skills were decent, but as he himself said, he guaranteed to carry, not to win. That outcome wasn't what Yi Lan wanted. His primary objective now was to win. Nothing else mattered. Noticing that the only silent teammate had 3 jungle mains, Han Han cleared his throat. Bro, don't hesitate. Give me the jungle role. You can just play a support like Zhang Fei or Niu Mo and coast through this round. Seeing Yi Lan still silent, the other teammates, eager to climb, chimed in. Bro, just let Han Han jungle. Haven't you heard the tale of S18? Han Han smirked, straightening his posture and puffing out his chest. Having others boost his ego on his behalf felt incredibly satisfying. Then Yi Lan's mischievous voice cut through the team chat. Gu sure. A marksman main playing jungle. That's a guaranteed loss, isn't it? An eerie silence fell over the streams of Linger, Yi Lan, and Han Han. The once lively team voice chat fell dead quiet. After a 3-second pause, the player in the second slot typed an explanation. It's story, not Gu sure. You misunderstood. The tale of S18. This meme, beloved by both detractors and fans, had spread far and wide in the Honor of Kings community, reaching nearly everyone. Then do you know who dominated the top 3 spots on the S18 leaderboard? Han Han asked, fuming. Yi Lan replied, no, but I know the final number 1 was Pocket. Han Han was livid, nearly spitting blood as his teeth ground together furiously. This guy definitely knows who Han Han is. He's doing this on purpose. Linger couldn't help but laugh. In theory, she should side with Han Han. But Yi Lan's responses were so amusing that she couldn't suppress her smile. Alright, just tell me, are you giving up the position or not? Han Han finally gave up, resigned. He was in the 5th slot, while Yi Lan was 1st. In other words, if Yi Lan refused, there was no way Han Han could get the jungle role. You only guarantee to carry, not to win. Of course I won't give it up. If you guaranteed both carrying and winning, I'd hand you the jungle role without a second thought. After hearing Yi Lan's words, a mocking smile curled on Han Han's lips. Bro, my account is at 1,800 points. Not too high, not too low. Even a pro player wouldn't dare claim a guaranteed win. The game is like a coin toss. There are only wins and losses. No one can promise victory. Even Zhang Laosan, the self-proclaimed ultimate Jiaochan, sometimes capsizes in diamond-ranked matches. Yi Lan's smile remained unwavering. I dare to say you'll carry and win. So I'm jungling. With that as the first pick, he locked in Luna. This move stunned all 4 teammates, including Han Han. Even Linger stared at her screen in disbelief. Bro, let's talk this out. No need to spite the team. Exactly, well, give you the jungle role, just don't first pick Luna. Neither Dong Wang nor Zhang Liang are banned. Picking Luna first is practically suicide. It's over, it's over. Looks like we're losing points again. The teammates' voices dripped with despair, as if they had already resigned to throwing the match or surrendering at 6 minutes. I told you we'll carry and win. I don't know what you're all worried about. Yi Lan shrugged. It was just a first pick, Luna. Why did everyone act like the sky was falling? Fine. You said you'll carry and win. What if you don't? Han Han demanded angrily. If I don't come to the Tiger Shark platform room, number 12138, and flame me. Yi Lan saw no reason to pass up such a golden opportunity for traffic. Sure enough, Han Han's fans flooded into Yi Lan's stream. The live viewership shot up from 2,000 to 5,000. But just like Linger's fans, they came in swinging, cursing Yilan without a second thought. Yilan didn't mind. After all, only with enough traffic and popularity could he sign a contract with the Tiger Shark platform. Everyone hold your fire for now. I said I'll carry and win. If you really want to flame me, wait until I lose. This seemingly reasonable remark from Yilan was mistaken by netizens as arrogance. The enemy has picked Dong Wang and Zhang Liang. What makes you think you can win? With neither Dong Wang nor Zhang Liang banned, even national-level Luna players like Bei Mu and Wei Liang wouldn't dare to first pick Luna, yet you actually did. Reckless rookies always end up battered and bruised without exception. These comments severely dampened his mood, but Yilan merely glanced at them and ignored them. There was no point in arguing further. After all, the outcome would inevitably prove them wrong. After Yilan secured the jungle role, Han Han had to go to the development lane. After much deliberation, he chose Gongsun Li, a hero with immense lane dominance. A short while later, both teams' lineups were finalized. Blue team top lane, Bai Qi, jungle Yilan's Luna, mid lane, Zhou Yu development lane, Han Han's Gongsun Li support Su Lai. Red team top lane, Lu Bu, Yu jungle Pei Qinhu mid lane, Zhang Liang development lane, Sun Shangxiang support Dong Wang Tai. As the loading screen appeared, everyone noticed the green proficiency icon on Luna. Their barely calmed emotions immediately churned with turmoil. Bro, are you joking? A green proficiency, Luna, are you serious? We all picked our strongest heroes to protect your jungle, and this is how you repay us. I'm so done. I should have just gone with a dual jungle setup. Picking a green proficiency, Luna, are you determined to ruin our game? All four teammates, including Han Han, bombarded Yilan with complaints. Outrageous, absolutely outrageous. Apart from Yilan's green proficiency, every other player had at least a provincial top 50 rank. By comparison, it wasn't unreasonable to think Yilan was deliberately trying to upset them. It was like everyone else preparing for a national math competition only for a teammate to pull out a preschool number memorization book. Yilan pursed his lips, too lazy to respond. There were far too many people who judged by appearances. If he had to reply to every single one, wouldn't he be exhausted? His teammates' faces all bore expressions of giving up. They simply couldn't see any hope of victory. Setting aside the green proficiency Luna and ignoring the combination of Dong Wang and Zhang Liang. Just the fact that Dong Wang Tai had Smite as his summoner spell and the jungler was Pei Qinhu, a powerful aggressive carry, meant Luna's jungle was absolutely indefensible. Yet Yilan's eyes held no fear. Instead, a flash of exhilaration emerged. Only in such circumstances could he truly demonstrate his formidable strength. Only then could he conquer these netizens and conquer Han Han. Linger, watching the stream on her computer, couldn't help but pout. Humph, a bully who fears the strong. He yells at me, but says nothing to Han Han. Linger thought Yilan was intimidated by Han Han's skill. Both had mocked Yilan's green proficiency Luna, yet the outcomes were completely different. Linger had been reduced to tears while Han Han remained unscathed. Unaware of Yilan's thoughts, Linger naturally assumed he was picking on the weak. Soon the loading screen ended and everyone entered the game. Welcome to Honor of Kings. Enemy troops will arrive in 5 seconds. All troops advance. Yilan unhesitatingly directed Luna toward the red buff. Seeing this, Han Han couldn't help but comment, I suggest you buy a support item and leech mid lane gold. Pei Qinhu and Dong Wang Tai will definitely invade your jungle, and they'll likely invade both buffs at once. No matter which one you face, you can't defend it. If you don't get a single buff early game, you might as well surrender at 6 minutes. Han Han is expected of a player who reached top 10 on the leaderboard purely through game sense. Had accurately predicted the enemy's plan. And that was exactly what the enemy did. Pei Qinhu invaded Luna's blue buff zone, while Dong Wang Tai invaded Luna's red buff zone. Yilan didn't respond to Han Han's deduction because he thought the same. However, he didn't believe he would end up with 0 buffs. He quietly hid in the bush behind the red buff pit, waiting to see who would invade the red zone. If it was Pei Qinhu, he would immediately head to the blue zone. With Pei Qinhu's second ability combined with Smite, even with the jungle protection mechanism, his execution threshold was higher than Luna's. In other words, against Pei Qinhu, even Yilan with his system would struggle to steal the buff. In contrast, Dong Wang Tai lacked that capability. So when facing Dong Wang Tai, Yilan had a high chance of securing a buff. For Luna to get a single buff in the early game was already an advantageous start. He couldn't be too greedy. Just then, Dong Wang Tai's figure passed through the vision of Zhou Yu and Su Lai, who were occupying the right mid lane bush. He headed straight for Luna's red zone. Seeing this, Yilan breathed a sigh of relief. Things would be much simpler. He quickly stopped Su Lai, who was about to come help. Support, you don't need to come. After clearing the wave, head to the blue zone. And don't hesitate to use flash to push the monster out. Bai Qi in the top lane, come help too after clearing the wave. Don't fight Pei Qinhu, he didn't, just stall his jungle clear speed. As for Zhou Yu and Gongsun Li, come help me after clearing your waves. Dong Wang Tai has no flash. He's as good as dead. After hearing Yilan's plan, Han Han raised an eyebrow slightly. The layout was meticulous and thorough, flawless. Against an early game, Dong Wang Tai melee heroes were nothing more than mobile health packs. So that's why he sent the melee heroes away and had me and Zhou Yu with our long range help deal with Dong Tai. This kid is no simpleton. In truth, Elon hadn't thought that far ahead. He had called Zhou Yu and Gongsun Li simply because of their damage output. Unknown Yilan could indeed steal the red buff, but killing Dong Tai alone was wishful thinking. However, with the added damage from Gongsun Li and Zhou Yu, a kill was guaranteed. The enemy remained oblivious to Yilan's strategy, step by step walking into the trap. Lu Fan hid in the bush across from the red buff pit, not rushing out. If he revealed himself now, Dong Tai would abandon the red buff and immediately close into trade health. No sign of Luna in the red zone. After checking 2 bushes, Dong Tai concluded this and reported it to Pei Qinhu. Pei Qinhu, who also hadn't found Luna in the blue zone, frowned upon hearing this. Could the enemy Luna be taking a detour to invade my jungle? Such bold moves did happen. Many junglers, when they knew their own jungle was indefensible, would forcibly counter-jungle to compensate for lost gold. It was a last resort. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. But it's fine. Zhang Liang, check my jungle after clearing mid lane. Zhang Liang nodded in response, okay. As they spoke, the minion waves clashed, and the jungle monsters emerged from the ground. Believing Luna was absent, Pei Qinhu and Dong Tai immediately began attacking. They wanted to clear the monsters quickly and then return to defend their own jungle. Dong Tai circled around the red buff, his 3 orbs constantly draining its health. Yet his own health bar barely diminished. This was the terror of Dong Tai in the early game. With damage and sustain, going head-to-head against 2 melee heroes should not be difficult. Su Lai used his second skill to gather the minion wave, coordinating with Zhou Yes Blazing Arrow. The duo swiftly cleared the mid-lane minions. One went top, the other bottom. This maneuver left Zhang Liang still clearing his wave dumbfounded, but he reported truthfully, Zhou Yu is heading to the red zone, Su Lai is going to the blue zone. You two be careful. At the same time, Sun Shangxiang's voice echoed through the team voice chat. Gongsun Li is also heading to the red zone. He doesn't have Frenzy. With Frenzy at level 1, Sun Shangxiang stood no chance against Gongsun Li. Moreover, Han's Gongsun Li was skilled, quickly gaining lane priority. After clearing the wave, first Gongsun Li headed to the red zone to assist. With a marksman and a mage closing in and no flash available, Dong Tai could already foresee his fate. It seems I'm doomed. Pei Qinhu consoled with a chuckle, no big deal. The enemy Luna is missing 2 buffs from the start, she's already ruined. In an instant, Pei Qinhu's tone shifted from amusement to fury. They'll fucking kill you, Su Lai. Su Lai had used flash to enter the blue buff pit and unleashed his second skill, Irresistible Charge, knocking the monster out of its aggro range. When a monster leaves its aggro range, it rapidly regenerates health and stubbornly returns to its original position. Pei Qinhu was furious. He had just managed to reduce the blue buff's health by half. Thanks to Su Lai's interference, the blue buff's health shot back up to full. He had to start all over again. Pei Qinhu's player felt exasperated, thinking, you're just a tank support who can't stop me. Why play so dirty? Pei Qinhu immediately switched to human form, using ranged attacks to chip away at Su Lai's health. But then another furious shout came through the headset. Holy shit! That Luna has been hiding in the bush all along. Hearing this, Pei Qinhu's heart skipped a beat as he shifted his camera, only to see Luna already locked in combat with Dong Tai. A chill ran down his spine. Had all this been their plan? Dong, don't panic. Even if you die, it's fine. Can you steal that red buff? Pei Qinhu tried to calm Dong Tai. Do you think I'm you? My smite is 200 points lower than his. How the hell am I supposed to steal it? Dong Tai was in despair. The only thing he could do now was to lower Luna's health bar. By then, the mid laner and marksman had already arrived. Escape was impossible. His only hope was to contest the red buff with smite. Han's Gongsun Li used precise basic attacks to relentlessly pelt Dong Tai. Zhou Yu also used his 21 skill combo to spread flames across the ground, scorching the earth. Watching his health plummet, Dong Tai could only mutter one complaint. How could fire on the ground burn a god floating in the air? Amidst the foreman skirmish, the red buff's health grew lower and lower, soon reaching the threshold for Smite's kill. With godlike reflexes and speed, Yilan instantly pressed Smite. In a flash, the red buff transformed into a crimson glow, merging into Luna's body. Dong Tai's side still couldn't do it. Yilan's movements were too fast, even though Dong Tai's player had kept his right thumb hovering over the Smite icon. He couldn't react in time. Luna secured the red buff, leveling up to 2. She immediately cast Blazing Sword, a small shield enveloping her, tiny yet reassuring. Having failed to steal the buff, Dong Tai could only circle Luna, hoping to drain as much of her health as possible. But facing a 3-man assault, his meager sustain was far from sufficient. His health grew lower and lower. Han, since you helped me guard the jungle, I'll give you this kill. Hearing this, Han raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Was this for real? This was first blood. A whopping 225 gold, equivalent to a direct lead of an iron sword in lane. Then I won't be polite. Han couldn't suppress the smile on his face. He had originally planned to leave Dong Tai at low health and give the first blood to Luna. After all, Luna needed the farm and economy more than he did. But since Yilan insisted, how could he refuse? He accepted with a grin. Looks like this kid knows his limits. He realizes he wants shine this game, so he's deliberately feeding me the kill. Fine, I'll reluctantly carry him to victory. Han Han's inner monologue was rich. Linger, witnessing this, grew even angrier. Her puffed cheeks were bright. When playing with her, he was useless and demanded the mid-lane farm. But with Han Han, he became generous, even gifting him first blood. What a hypocrite. Is he gay? Linger frowned, venting to her stream viewers. The audience burst into, "Sis Linger, you might be onto something. Yeah, it's kinda over the top. When he plays with you, he doesn't know chivalry, but with Han Han, he's all gentlemanly. But hey, that's how I play with my bros too." The chat buzzed with comments, all tagging Yilan as gay. However, they had no clue about Yilan's true calculations. Thanks to Yilan's generosity, the kill naturally went to Gongsun Li. Due to Dong Wang Tai's desperate resistance, Luna was in poor shape, left with half health. Seeing his screen turn gray, Dong Wang Tai sighed. "I did my best. If not for the jungle protection mechanic, that red buff might have been mine." Tiger finished stealing the blue buff and get out. Luna is heading to the red zone. "What the hell? You've been at it for ages and the blue buff is still full health." Just a second ago, Dong Wang Tai was lamenting. But when he shifted his camera to Pei Qinhu, he was struck dumb, sitting up straighter in shock. The second mid-wave was about to meet, and the blue buff still had 2/3 health. No joke, in that amount of time, even a support like Yao could have finished clearing it. Let alone a strong jungle carry like Pei Qinhu. "Stop your fucking nagging. You think I don't want to kill it?" Pei Qinhu snapped back angrily. Hearing Pei Qinhu's tone, Dong Wang Tai, already in a sour mood, clicked his tongue and prepared to retort. But a hilarious scene unfolded before his eyes. In Luna's blue zone, the half-health Su Lai walked straight up to the blue buff. Then raising his pillar, he knocked the blue buff away. Before it could return, Bai Qi added crowd control, dragging it. Only Pei Qinhu remained standing there, bewildered in the wind. Despair, unwillingness, anger. Various emotions surged into Pei Qinhu's mind, and he wished he could charge forward and bite both of these troublemakers to death. But he couldn't do that. As a level 1 player under the restrictions of the jungle protection mechanism, he could never kill Bai Qi and Su Lai. Indeed, people often inexplicably compare themselves to others. When they see others suffering more than themselves, their mood can suddenly brighten. He even took on the role of an emotional mentor, comforting the other party. "Bro, if it really doesn't work, you should just give up. There's no need to fight over the blue buff." Pei Qinhu's operator was furious, but he knew very well that with Bai Qi and Su Lai lurking nearby, he alone could never kill the blue buff in front of them. "Damn it, had I known it would be like this, we should have both gone to the same jungle." Now it was obviously too late to regret. The counter jungle was originally meant to limit the enemy's development. However, under Yilan's meticulous planning, the Luna he controlled had already surpassed Pei Qinhu in both level and experience. Though he was angry, the situation was dire. Realizing this, Pei Qinhu transformed into tiger form, using his second skill to leap over the wall and escape Luna's blue area. Staying any longer would not only prevent him from taking the blue buff, but when Luna and Zhou arrived, his life would likely be in danger. Retreating was the best choice at the moment. After all, they had Dong Huang and Zhang Liang on their side, and they would definitely turn the situation around later. While Luna, your command is impressive. You managed to deal with such a brutal counter-jungle lineup. After successfully driving away Pei Qinhu, a teammate surprisingly complimented Yilan. If any other Luna had come, they would have at least lost a wave of jungle monsters. But how could Yilan handle it so effortlessly? This awareness and control of the game was truly admirable. Yilan wore a proud smile, saying, "I've said it before, package the carry, package the win." Han Han retorted, "I think my chances of carrying are even greater." Yilan smiled and said nothing. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The kill he gave to Han Han earlier would surely require repayment in the future. After successfully driving away Pei Qinhu, Yilan began to deal with the jungle monsters in the blue area. As for the river crab in the mid lane, he had to leave it for Pei Qinhu. After everyone praised Yilan, there were no further comments. After all, in games, awareness alone is not enough. One must also consider execution. Just like Han Han, whose awareness was top-notch, but sometimes his execution left much to be desired. It was as if he had suddenly been possessed, and his operator had been replaced by Dehua. Only when both awareness and execution are on point can one become a recognized master. Yilan quickly cleared the 3 waves of jungle monsters in the blue area and casually took a wave of the mid-lane minion wave, reaching level 4. I finally passed the crucial level 4. Yilan breathed a sigh of relief. Reaching level 4 as Luna was a qualitative change. As long as she could survive until then, she would be good to go. The opposing Pei Qinhu started red and is farming down. I'll go gank the offlane. He certainly won't sit idly by. With this in mind, Yilan controlled Luna to head towards the development lane. On my way, Yilan sent a signal to Han Han. The latter immediately understood. Gongsun Li's pressure in a solo lane is definitely among the best of all marksman heroes. Moreover, with the economic advantage of an additional kill, Sun Shangxiang was directly suppressed under the tower. However, before Yilan's Luna could arrive, Pei Qinhua was the first to reach the development lane. In tiger form, Pei Qinhua leaped from the river to Gongsun Li's front. After biting her once, he immediately switched to human form, twirling his nunchaku with ferocity, unleashing a barrage of attacks on Gongsun Li. Damn, the opposing Pei Qinhua is cornered. He started ganking before even farming the blue buff. Upon hearing Han Han's scream, Yilan shifted his view to the development lane. Under Pei Qinhua's feet was only a solitary red circle. Great. If I can kill Pei Qinhua this time, won't his blue buff be mine? With this thought, Yilan was filled with motivation and wished he could fly directly to the development lane. However, Luna's movement speed would not increase just because he was anxious. The skirmish in the development lane was intense, with Sun Shangxiang and the human form of Pei Qinhua both attacking Gongsun Li. Both of their outputs were quite high. Though Gongsun Li quickly used her third skill to create distance, being stuck by the red buff, she couldn't escape back to the tower in a short time. Seeing Gongsun Li's health rapidly depleting, Pei Qinhua immediately switched to tiger form. With the execution damage from his first skill, he secured Gongsun Li's kill. Damn, had I known, I wouldn't have pushed so deep. Han Han, a veteran of playing the tiger, was very aware of the tiger's jump. However, he never expected that the tiger would skip the blue buff and directly come to gank him in the development lane. This sudden move caught him off guard. Don't worry, Han Gu, I will help you take revenge. Yilan's voice came through the headset. Be careful, don't mess up your ultimate. I'm not a Giguzi jungler, how could I possibly mess up my ultimate? Han Han wished he could slap himself twice. You keep talking too much, you keep talking too much. However, he was still very curious about Yilan's Luna. Just the layout Yilan had just made surprised him quite a bit. If the execution was not an issue, it would prove that this person's strength was also top-notch. As Han Han pondered, Luna had already arrived at the development lane. With a standard 13 skill start, she hit the frontline minions and displaced past them. At the same time, she unleashed a strengthened basic attack, applying the passive again. New Moon Assault was released again. With 2 consecutive displacements, Luna quickly reached Pei Qinhua's side. Naturally, Pei Qinhua would not sit still, promptly leaping towards the rock wall. But Luna was faster. Before Pei Qinhua could leap forward, Fiery Sword Light interrupted his movement. Then came a smooth little combo. Han Han, watching from the heavens, looked at Yilan's execution in disbelief, stunned in place. Fast, accurate, fierce, steady. Originally, Luna had finished her combo and could only rely on basic attacks to stack the new moon mark. But Yilan did not do that. Using the moon marks on the minions, he actually released his ultimate 4 times in a row. Moreover, the most crucial point was that every single one of Luna's ultimates hit Pei Qinhua. Releasing the ultimate 4 times in a row wasn't particularly difficult. Han Han believed he could do it too. However, to hit Pei Qinhua with every single ultimate, the difficulty of execution would increase exponentially. A moment's negligence could hit some other minions with moonlight marks, thus reducing the number of ultimates released. How to describe it? It was akin to a double-speed Han Han. Fast and steady. After a few swift maneuvers, Pei Qinhua's health was already on the brink. With a strengthened basic attack, he successfully claimed the opponent's head. Sun Shangxiang was also startled by this scene, fleeing back to the tower without looking back. Han Han licked his dry lips, dumbfounded, and said, "This guy's Luna must at least be at the national server level. Brother Han, how does my Luna look?" After defeating Pei Qinhua, Yilan casually cleared the minion wave in the farming lane, a faint smile playing on his lips as he asked Han Han, "It's just average, I feel like I'm better." Han Han scoffed, curling his lips in disdain. It was still difficult to utter words that would undermine others' confidence. But the eyes of the viewers in his livestream were sharp. "Brother Han, you're just being stubborn. Your Luna moves like an old man crossing the street, nowhere near as smooth as theirs. Go away, go away. If you want to praise, then go praise it anyway. I won't accept it. The only thing that's hard here is your mouth." After eliminating Pei Qinhua and clearing the bottom lane minions, Yilan immediately rushed towards the opponent's blue area. Pei Qinhua's blue buff had yet to respawn, which was a freebie for Yilan. After consuming the blue buff, Yilan once again hid in the bushes of the farming lane. Sun Shangxiang never expected Luna to return. As Gongsun Li came online, Luna suddenly leaped out from the nearby bushes during their fierce exchange. After executing a combo that severely injured Sun Shangxiang, he did not bother to pursue further. He directly fed the kill to Han Han. The consecutive kills slightly altered Han Han's perception of Yilan. Under Yilan's leadership, the early game situation for the blue side was looking very good. However, the combination of Dong Huang and Zhang Liang on the opposite side was not to be underestimated. They roamed around constantly picking off kills, and the 2 skills with 4 seconds of control left everyone feeling desperate. Even Yilan did not dare to confront this combination heat-in. However, his avoidance of battle allowed the opponents to gain ground. The tiger, along with Dong Huang Tai and Zhang Liang, directly invaded Yilan's red area. Watching the 3 come over aggressively, Yilan showed no signs of fear in his eyes, instead wearing a slight, alright, I won't seek trouble with you, yet you come looking for me. That's just too much. However, this statement from Yilan sounded exceptionally funny to the vast audience online. The streamer really has a big mouth, actually looking down on Dong Huang and Zhang Liang. I hope when the two control him with their ultimates later, the streamer can still be as unruly as he is now. Today I'm seeing things for the first time as someone actually doesn't take the Dong Huang and Zhang Liang combination seriously. You look really cool right now, but when you're begging for mercy later, it'll be quite the sight. Yilan glanced at the barrage. Do you all think I can't handle those three? As his words fell, the screen was filled with Alright then, shall we make a bet? In the jungle 1v3. If I lose, I'll send one lucky viewer a 200 yuan red envelope. If I win, I'd appreciate it if you could all follow me. Most of the viewers watching the live stream were fans of Han Han. After entering Yilan's live stream, they had not followed. Yilan's intention was to convert these fans. The viewers in the live stream immediately responded, no problem. Linger watching the live stream scoffed, this guy really talks. The opponents are the most countering combination, Huang Liang. Even Bei Mu Wei Liang wouldn't dare to speak so bold. It's not that Linger underestimated Yilan's strength. It's just that the pressure brought by the Dong Huang Zhang Liang combination was simply too strong. There's a saying online, isn't there? You can be strong all you want, but Dong Huang and Zhang Liang, with 4 seconds of control combined with the tiger's damage, Luna's fragile frame simply cannot withstand it. Seeing his scheme succeed, Yilan decided to stop being low-key. Then let me show you how to play against the Dong Huang Zhang Liang combination with Luna. Yilan did not mute his microphone, and this statement was heard by Han Han. Damn, this guy is too full of himself. If he can 1v3 in the jungle and kill them all, I'll show off the poop in my toilet. A classic line of trickery. That said, Han Han, having cleared the farming lane, minions slowly began to make his way towards the jungle with Gong Sun Li. He naturally had his own little thoughts. If Luna could bait out the 2 control ultimates from the opponents, he should be able. At this moment, Luna quietly attacked the wild boar, patiently waiting for the enemies 3 to arrive. Soon the 3 opponents appeared in his vision. However, leading the charge was not Dong Huang Tai, but Zhang Liang. Normally, it would definitely be the tank Dong Huang Tai who would go first. But this time, to invade the jungle, he had chosen the summoner spell Smite instead of Flash, so he had to wait for Zhang Liang to control before he could follow up. Yilan smiled faintly, just as I thought. Zhang Liang, worried that Luna would escape back to the mid-lane tower using the mark from the wild boar, decisively used Flash to close the distance. At the same time, Luna moved. But it wasn't towards the tower. Instead, it was towards the red pit. Seeking death, Zhang Liang taunted before decisively unleashing his ultimate ability, words of power manipulation. Golden light like threads emanated from the book held by Zhang Liang, binding Luna in place, unable to. After witnessing this, everyone shut their eyes. They could even anticipate what would happen next. The tiger switched to its tiger form and pounced in, dealing damage to Luna. Then Dong Huang Tai seamlessly followed up, leaving Luna with no chance to resist. Han Han tugged at the corner of his mouth, his eyes revealing disdain. He thought Yilan had some exceptional skills. But this, no exaggeration, this was no different from feeding kill. Pei Qinhua acted just as the viewers expected, directly switching to tiger form and leaping over the wall. He unleashed a barrage of attacks on Luna. However, something unexpected happened. Because Zhang Liang activated his ultimate with Flash, Dong Huang Tai, who was trailing behind, was too far away. Moreover, before Luna was controlled, Yilan had used his ultimate to hide in the red pit. For Dong Huang Tai to control him, he had to first navigate around the surrounding rock walls. Even if he used Yellow Smite to speed up, he could not get around the rock walls in 2 seconds to reach Luna. As the control ended, Dong Huang Tai had just entered the opening of the red pit. He was still a short distance away from Luna. He hastily released his second skill, Yao Long Zhu Zhao, hoping to stun Luna again with the 3 spheres on him. But it was already too late. The control had ended and Luna landed a boosted basic attack on Pei Qinhua, and the red buff marking them with moonlight. At the same time, a new moon assault pierced through the rock wall and appeared before Zhang Liang. Han Han was taken aback. The situation seemed to be turning at this moment. Pei Qinhua and Dong Huang Tai were both in the pit. This meant that it was now a 1v1 between Luna and Zhang Liang. Moreover, Zhang Liang had given most of the minion gold to Pei Qinhua, meaning he stood no chance against the well-farmed Luna. Luna's health bar began to plummet. What the hell, Dong Wang? Why didn't you follow up with the control? Zhang Liang, pressed by Luna, fumbled, but still found time to question Dong Huang Tai. You were too hasty. How could I keep up without Flash? Dong Wang had his own excuse. If I hadn't used Flash, Luna would have gotten away long ago. Zhang Liang was furious. Anxiety gnawed at him. He felt this counter-jungle attempt would end disastrously. Because Yilan had already cleared Pei Qinhua's blue buff zone, Zhang Liang had given the mid-lane minion wave to the jungler earlier. Because of this, his equipment was severely lacking. Right now, he only had a pair of boots of swiftness and a few tomes. Not a single defensive item. In contrast, Luna's gear was far superior. Although he had consistently given kills to Han Han, the assists still brought in considerable gold. Coupled with his constant lane sharing and stealing half of the tiger's jungle, his economy remained the highest in the game. Under Yilan's assault, Zhang Liang's health plummeted rapidly. But he had already used his Flash earlier. Even if he wanted to flee now, he was powerless. Unsurprisingly, Zhang Liang's kill was secured by Yilan's Luna. At that moment, Dong Wang Tai circled around, now not far from Luna. But before Dong Wang could act, Luna used her 13 combo to return to the red buff pit, engaging Pei Qinhu in combat. FK, can this Luna stop flying around? So damn annoying. Dong Wang Tai cursed. But without Flash, he could only continue taking the long way. Yet, just as he entered the red buff pit's entrance, Luna used the moon mark on Pei Qinhu to fly out again. This repeated leaping back and forth seemed to taunt, "I'm out now, I'm back in. Come on, hit me, you idiot." Dong Wang Tai's blood pressure skyrocketed. The young man's face flushed crimson as if set ablaze. "Damn it, I shouldn't have listened to you and taken punish. If I had flashed, this Luna would be dead by now." Dong Wang Tai, enraged, shifted the blame onto Pei Qinhu. In the draft phase, it was because Pei Qinhu suggested taking punish to invade the jungle that he swapped Flash for punish. Not only did it not help, but it became a shackle limiting him. Damn, how was I supposed to know this Luna was so skilled? I can barely hold on. Pei Qinhu cursed bitterly. His economy was already behind Luna's. Plus, after Luna killed Zhang Liang, she leveled up, and the item Prophetic Time instantly restored a fifth of her health. A confident smile curled at the corner of Yilan's lips. Everything is going according to plan. The tiger tried to vault away, but Yilan gave him no chance. He immediately controlled Luna to chase after him. However, this gave Dong Wang an opportunity to land his ultimate. Dong Wang Tai didn't hesitate, leeching onto Luna and suppressing her. "Haha, you can't catch a wolf without risking the bait, right? Gotcha." Pei Qinhu smugly chuckled, switching to his humor. But before he could deal any damage, a redanned white umbrella painted with a crane pattern flew toward him. "Holy crap, run. Gongsun Li is here." But escaping was easier said than done. Pei Qinhu had just used his second skill and now had no mobility. Gongsun Li used her skill's movement speed boost to quickly close in on Pei Qinhu. He was soon within her attack range. Han Han activated Frenzy immediately, clearly not giving Pei Qinhu any chance for a comeback. Pei Qinhu's resistance was feeble and futile. Fed by Yilan, Han Han had high economy plus full health and Frenzy active. Pei Qinhu stood no chance. He was taken down in just a few hits. Only Dong Wang Tai remained. Naturally, Dong Wang was no match for the two, and he fell to Luna's Moonlit Sword. Because Han Han had arrived midway, this was technically a 2v3 in the jungle. But everyone knew that once Zhang Liang and Dong Wang failed to chain their crowd control, the outcome was already sealed. Whether Han Han came or not, the result wouldn't change. Everyone was in awe of Yilan's Luna mechanics. Facing the Dong Wang Zhang Liang combo, his calm demeanor and strategic planning sent chills down everyone's spine. Truly terrifying was the most fitting description. Brothers, isn't this play worth a subscription? Even if Han Han hadn't come, those two wouldn't have escaped my grasp. As Yilan finished speaking, the stream's audience immediately responded. "No exaggeration, bro. Your Luna is insane. Can you teach me? I have to smash that subscribe button." You are the only one brave enough to charge in when every Luna player fears the Dong Wang Zhang Liang combo. So it's not that Dong Wang Zhang Liang is too strong. It's just that we suck. The stream flooded with praise, and the number of followers kept rising. With his skill, Yilan successfully gained a loyal fanbase. As the stream's data grew, the platform's automatic promotion kicked in. More and more viewers entered the channel. The stream's prospects looked bright. While Yilan's team joked around, a deathly silence fell on the opposing side. Sun Shangxiang was the first to question, "What the hell happened to you three? Dong Wang Zhang Liang invade Luna's jungle, and you three get killed instead." You couldn't blame Sun Shangxiang for pressuring his teammates. The trio of Dong Wang Zhang Liang and Pei Qinhu went to invade Luna's jungle. Even if Gongsun Li showed up, they should have been the ones feeding kills. Yet all three were wiped out, a result Sun Shangxiang found hard to accept. Pei Qinhu and the others were like children being scolded by an elder, not daring to talk back, remaining silent. Sun Shangxiang sighed. "Let's change our strategy." Their lineup was originally chosen for aggressive jungle invasion, but so far it had yielded little, and even better, they had to adapt. "Let's pick off lone targets. Besides Luna and Gongsun Li, no one on their team can split push. Those two are also their biggest threats. If we kill them a few times, we can claw back the economy." After Season 22, Honor of Kings introduced a bounty system for kills. Every takedown, whether by the killer, an assistant, or even a bystander, granted a generous amount of gold. This mechanic increased the chances of a comeback for the losing side. The leading team could easily lose their advantage if they weren't careful. In other words, this system made every match full of uncertainty. "That's a good idea. Let's do it. Sun Shangxiang, you deal the most damage. Come with us to pick off targets." On the other side, Yilan, who had been sneaking glances at the minimap, noticed Zhang Liang, Dong Huang, and Sun Shangxiang disappearing from the mid lane. It was clear they were coming to gank him and Gongsun Li. Although Luna was a melee mage and more susceptible to entering her opponent's skill range, Yilan remained unfazed. Instead, a sinister smirk curled at the corner of his lips. He had let Han Han take 3 kills earlier, and now it was time to collect the interest. With a howl, Dong Wang Tai activated the wolf's rush, and the trio swiftly advanced to the development lane. Han Han's first instinct was to flee, but Yilan stopped him. Brother Han, don't be scared. There, Zhang Liang has already used his ultimate. Huh, really? Zhang Liang already used his ultimate. Of course it's true. I saw him cast it on Bai Qi in the mid lane with my own eyes. You definitely weren't watching the mini-map. Bai Qi was utterly bewildered, thinking, I don't recall being stunned by Zhang Liang's ultimate. Even if Zhang Liang used his ultimate, so what? Don't you see there's also a Dong Wang Tai here? Yilan scoffed dismissively. Dong Wang Tai didn't even bring flash. Can't you outplay him? You're playing Gongsun Li after all. Can you show some skill? Yilan's provocation was crude, but its effect was remarkably potent. Han Han immediately grew agitated. Who says I can't outplay him? I'm a national-level Gongsun Li. Don't look down. Yilan continued to taunt, then prove it to me. Did Zhang Liang really use his ultimate? Han Han asked with a trace of suspicion. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. Yilan's tone was resolute. Recalling how Yilan had given him kills, Han Han's trust in him gradually grew. Alright, I'll show you my true skill and demonstrate what a national-level Gongsun Li can do. With that thought, Gongsun Li suddenly halted. Then she cast her first skill, Moonfall, in the opposite direction of her escape. Simultaneously, with lightning speed, she activated Frenzy, preparing to showcase a 1v3. But the moment he activated Frenzy, he was frozen in place. All his skills were grayed out. What the hell? Isn't this what you said? That Zhang Liang used his ultimate. Now Gongsun Li was pinned down by Zhang Liang's ultimate, helplessly waiting for her demise. Realizing he had been deceived, Han Han roared in fury and confronted Yilan. After all the effort I put into feeding you kills, you finally took the bait. Yilan's laughter reached a near. So all those kills he had given to Han Han were meant to earn his trust. His only goal was this very moment. Neither Dong Wang Tai nor Zhang Liang on the enemy team were easy marks. They would only use their ultimates on Luna or Gongsun Li. With a 4-second crowd control duration, anyone except Su Lai, who had 2 lives, would surely die. Since Luna was a melee hero and easier to engage, Yilan had been scheming all along. And now was the moment to close the net. After Zhang Liang's ultimate locked down Gongsun Li, Sun Shangxiang unloaded her combo, reducing Gongsun Li to half health instantly. Seeing this, Yilan immediately directed Luna to charge at Dong Wang Tai. Without hesitation, Dong Wang Tai latched onto Luna. Hurry, hurry. I've got Luna locked down. Kill him quickly. But no one heeded him. Sun Shangxiang had just used all her skills on Gongsun Li, who was now at half health. She had no reason to switch targets to Luna. As for Zhang Liang, although he had locked down Gongsun Li, he had also indirectly restrained himself. While channeling his ultimate, using any other skill would interrupt it, allowing Gongsun Li to escape. The priority now was to secure 1 kill first. The other could be dealt with later. But this created an awkward situation. Although Dong Wang Tai had ulted Luna, no one was available to follow up with damage. This was also part of Yilan's plan. He had let Han Han draw the enemy's aggro while he forced out Dong Wang Tai's ultimate. The result was that Luna, though crowd-controlled, wouldn't take much damage. Perfect. Seeing Luna locked down by Dong Wang Tai, Han Han thought his situation might improve. But he found that neither opponent showed any intention of letting him go. They continued to barrage Gongsun Li with attacks. Damn it, Luna is also locked down over there. Why are you only hitting me? Han Han roared, but no one answered him. Moments later, he fell to Sun Shangxiang's guns. Meanwhile, on the other side, since Dong Wang Tai's ultimate duration was similar to Zhang Liang's, Luna had regained her mobility. Time to make a move. A single enhanced basic attack struck Dong Wang Tai, marking him with the moon's imprint. Then, using her moon strike for mobility, she swiftly closed in on Sun Shangxiang. Capture the ringleader to defeat the followers. Sun Shangxiang was the enemy's sole damage dealer. Once she was eliminated, the remaining 2 would be like fish on a chopping block at Yilan's mercy. Seeing Luna closing in, Sun Shangxiang quickly used flash to retreat to the second tower. But Yilan had no intention of letting Sun Shangxiang escape. Spotting a wave of minions under the tower, Luna's moonlight sword unleashed a crescent-shaped wave, marking every minion with the moon's imprint. Showtime. 2 dashes brought her right beside Sun Shangxiang. 1 basic attack closed the gap, followed by her second skill, Blazing Moonlight. Her ultimate moon strike was unleashed left and right, weaving through the fray. Luna was well developed, and Sun Shangxiang had no defensive items. In just a few blows, she was taken down. As for Dong Wang and Zhang Liang, who had no skills left, they couldn't escape Yilan's grasp. Triple kill. A triple kill. After the triple, only Pei Qinhu and Lu Bu remained on the enemy team. They stood no chance against Yilan's onslaught. The 4 pushed together and destroyed the enemy's crystal in 1 fell swoop. On the results screen, thanks to Yilan's scheme, Han Han missed out on the MVP. Damn, that was such a dirty move. I trusted you, and this is how you repay me. Han Han stormed into Yilan's stream, posting angrily. I didn't want to, but you were trying to steal the MVP from me. Yilan replied cheerfully and openly. You're such... Linger watched Han Han's flustered rage and couldn't help but laugh heartily. The gloom in her heart instantly lifted. Indeed, misery loves company. When someone worse off appears, your own troubles seem insignificant. Linger, did you put him up to tormenting me? Seeing Linger in the stream, Han Han immediately suspected she was the mastermind. Linger, I don't have that kind of free time. I was also a victim in the last game. This guy is such a jerk, but he's got some skills, I'll give him that. Han Han had to admit that Yilan's Luna was truly impressive even though he had been tricked by him. Against a lineup of Donghuang Zhang Liang and Pei Qinhu, he still managed to hold the jungle and gain an advantage. To be clear, defending the jungle against such a composition was already an uphill battle, let alone gaining an advantage. The most absurd part was that Yilan even managed to invade Pei Qinhu's jungle. Luna invading Pei Qinhu's jungle. A feat worthy of boasting for a lifetime. Bro, add me as a friend. When you sign on as a full streamer, I can help you out and push your stream. Adhering to the principle that more friends mean more paths, Han Han extended an olive branch to Yilan. Yilan naturally agreed with a smile, while inwardly marveling at the system's power. In the past, even if he had matched with Han Han, the latter wouldn't have given him a second glance. His strength was too insignificant to warrant Han Han's attention. But the strength displayed by the system forced Han Han to take him seriously. Now, by making a friend and offering a small favor, he could reap the benefits when Yilan's star rose. Linger quickly chimed in, I'll add you too. We can play together another day. The eagerness of Linger and Han Han left the livestream audience stunned. For years, it had always been viewers begging streamers for friend slots. A streamer proactively asking for a viewer's contact information was unheard of. But the online audience wasn't foolish. The gaming skills Yilan displayed would humble many professional players. What shocked them even more was what followed. Yilan played for hours straight, winning over 20 matches in a row without a single loss. His peak score soared to 1800. What did over 20 consecutive wins in peak mode mean? It was absolute dominance, a crushing blow from a higher level. Yet at peak score 1800, could he still dominate so thoroughly? Just how strong was Yilan's true skill? Damn, Yigo, are you cheating? How did you suddenly become so fierce? The earliest viewers of Yilan expressed disbelief. Previously, Yilan would struggle even at peak score 1800. Now he was obliterating opponents. At this win rate, he could hit peak score 2400 within a week. Holy crap, I only missed 2 days of streaming, and Yigo is about to dominate the peak rankings. New fans were astonished, and old fans found it hard to believe. Having climbed 200 to 300 points in a row, Yilan received a ban notification. He realized he had been playing for 4 or 5 hours. The results were good. His stream had a stable audience of over 5,000, and his follower count kept growing. At this rate, he would become a major streamer soon. Yilan looked up outside the window. It was pitch black. The sun had long since set, leaving only the high-rise buildings illuminated. Having only eaten instant noodles at noon, his stomach growled loudly. He hadn't noticed it while fully focused on. Now that he had relaxed, hunger and fatigue washed over him, leaving him exhausted, hungry, and sleepy. Folks, today's stream ends here. If you like the streamer, hit that follow button. I stream every afternoon. Follow me, never get lost. Go take. After saying his goodbyes, Yilan decisively shut off the stream, leaving behind a barrage of comments asking for. Today's stream earnings were excellent, totaling 800 yuan. After a 50-50 split, he took home over 400. With the 10th Sandiyuan deposit, Yilan felt like a nouveau riche. Today I'm going to splurge on barbecue and beer. In November, Jiangcheng was turning cool, so Yilan grabbed a jacket. He quickly went downstairs and headed to the food stalls near the snack street. He sat down and ordered a pile of meat. Of course, he didn't forget the oysters, a man's fuel station. Eating barbecue, drinking beer, and feeling the evening breeze. It was an indescribable pleasure. Happiness isn't defined, gets simply when you feel comfortable. After eating and drinking his fill, Yilan didn't rush back. Instead, he turned into a foot massage parlor. He couldn't help it, seeing the young ladies inside made him unable to move. A gambling father, a sickly mother, a young brother, and her broken life. After hearing a tear-jerking story, Yilan couldn't help but weep. Add more time he had to. Not for the women, but simply because he was tired and needed a massage to relax. In one night, all the gift earnings Yilan had made that day were spent. Yet he felt little guilt. Isn't earning money all about enjoying life? What had he just been doing? Exactly that, enjoying. Spend when necessary, save when needed. Only those who ride a bike to the bar truly live a carefree life. Arriving at his apartment building, Yilan knocked on the landlord's door. Soon an old man in his 60s with graying hair opened the door in a vest. You little brat, disturbing my sleep at this hour. You'd better have a good reason or he'll take back your room tonight. Yilan had been delaying the rent for days. If the old man had been ruthless, he would have been sleeping on a park bench by now. Though gruff, the old man was discerning. Knowing Yilan's struggles, he had deliberately held off. Don't worry, sir, I'm here to pay the rent. Oh, did you? You usually drag it out for 10 to 15 days. The old man gently fanned himself with a palm leaf fan, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Not rich, but enough for the rent. Yilan quickly transferred the rent via his phone. Hey, that's not right. The rent is 700. Why did you transfer 1,000? The extra 300 is thanks for your care lately. I might be moving to another place soon. Moving and claiming you're not rich. The old man chuckled, lightly tapping Yilan with his fan, his eyes full of approval. This was an old residential building, dirty and messy by default. The tenants were mostly middle-aged or elderly, though few young people lived here. Yilan was an exception. All right, sir, get some rest. They'll try to move out tomorrow. Take good care of yourself, kid. The old man called out to Yilan, who was heading upstairs. Yilan paused at the stairwell landing, looked down at the old man and smiled. Sir, I feel like you're a bit reluctant to see me. How about you rent me the place for free and I'll stay here forever? Get lost. Who would miss a nuisance who disturbs the peace at night? I'd be glad if you moved out tonight. Yilan smiled and quickly climbed the stairs. Without any lights in the stairwell, his figure soon vanished into the darkness. Returning home, he took a hot shower and tossed all his barbecue-scented clothes into the washing machine. Yilan then lay down on the bed, picking up his phone to browse rental listings. The house he currently lived in was actually quite comfortable. Its only flaw was the slow internet speed, which sometimes even dropped out entirely. Moreover, the transportation was inconvenient, making many places inaccessible. Now that he had earned some money, it was time to move to a better place. After all, when one makes money, they always seek a higher standard of living. As long as it wasn't financed by loans or overdrafts, it was fine. Yilan quickly found an apartment in the city center, a unit with a living room, 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, a bathroom, and a balcony. All household appliances were fully equipped, and most importantly, the internet was incredibly fast with no lag while gaming. However, it seemed to be a shared rental. A single room cost $1,700. Renting the entire unit would cost $4,000 a month. Yilan felt it was unnecessary. After all, his work and lifestyle revolved around staying at home. Occasionally, when in a bad mood, he would go out for a meal. If only there were smaller apartments in the city center, he would have bought one. After selecting the room, Yilan prepared to sleep. Having played games for so long today, he was genuinely tired. Plus, he had to move tomorrow, so he really needed to rest early. But just as he was about to turn off his phone, a call came in. Zheng Shuling. Hey, ex-girlfriend, aren't we broken up? Why are you calling me? Yilan's voice was very calm. Zheng Shuling's relationship with him was nothing more than mutual exploitation. Both knew it well, so the breakup didn't mean much. What's going on, Shuling? Did you two break up? Since you've broken up, let's forget it. This isn't good for you. The voice of another girl came from the other end of the line. Yilan narrowed his eyes slightly. There was a story here. No, he's joking. He loves to joke. Right, babe? Zheng Shuling laughed awkwardly, trying to smooth things over her tone, carrying a hint of pleading. A faint smile curled at the corner of Yilan's mouth. He thought, Zheng Shuling, look at you now. He decided to torment her thoroughly to completely vent the resentment in his heart. That's right, I'm just joking with her. What are you calling for, babe? Yilan almost gagged himself when he said the word babe. Still, he wanted to see what the girl on the other end wanted. He couldn't miss such a great chance to enjoy the drama. It's like this, babe. All 4 of us in the dorm are stuck in the Star Glory rank. You're a 2,000-point peak game expert, aren't you? We want you to carry us to king rank. Pretty please, big brother. Just help your little sisters rank up. The 3 girls on the other end all put on syrupy voices, which was admittedly quite catchy. But Yilan was a veteran. Over the years, relying on his pleasant voice, he had teased many female clients while working as a gaming companion. Besides, he had just had a foot massage, so his mind was as calm as still water. Even if the girls went all out, Yilan remained unmoved. However, after hearing all this, he understood why Zheng Shuling had called him. He figured that this group had been on a losing streak while ranking up, and then remembered that Zheng Shuling used to brag about having a boyfriend who was great at gaming. So they contacted him. Little did they know that Yilan had already initiated the breakup that afternoon. Zheng Shuling certainly didn't want to miss this chance to show off, so she hadn't told her roommates about it. This is the perfect chance to extort a hefty sum from her. Things played out just as Yilan had imagined. That afternoon, another girl's boyfriend had played games with the whole dorm. It wasn't that the guy was too bad, it was genuinely impossible to carry 4 terrible teammates. That feeling of a 1v9 was as hopeless as being a national football team goalkeeper. After playing all afternoon, not only did they fail to rank up, but they even lost a few stars. The guy was also scorned by the 4 girls. Then they remembered the boyfriend Zheng Shuling had bragged about. That was Yilan. So they contacted him. Yilan's eyes flickered and a sly grin curled on his lips. No problem. Do you have time tomorrow morning? If so, we'll play a couple of rounds with you. Thank you, big shot. You're so kind. Soon there were no other girls' voices on the line. Thank you. Thank me for what? For not making me lose face in front of them. Words of thanks won't cut it. Show me some real— How much money do you want? Xia Lingxue, well aware of Yilan's nature, got straight to the point without any beating around the bush. Not much, just 500. 500 is not much. Zheng Shuling was furious, grinding her teeth in it. Ranking up from Star Glory costs 20 per star. With 4 of you winning 1 round is 80. I'm charging you 500 as a friendly price. Yilan spoke with reason and evidence, completely unfazed and full of confidence. You win. Zheng Shuling gritted her teeth. Her monthly allowance was only 2,000, and Yilan had just swindled a quarter of it away. It was impossible not to feel the sting. I should have told them about the breakup and not try to show off. Zheng Shuling regretted it. She hadn't expected Yilan to agree so readily. If Yilan had said he was busy, she would have hung up and dragged things out until her roommates forgot. But Yilan had agreed without hesitation. This caught Zheng Shuling off guard. I feel like I've been played. Hanging up looking at the 500 Zheng Shuling had sent Yilan couldn't hide the smile on his lips. What a thrill another 500 earned. Yilan let out a breath of relief thinking he had finally gotten one over on her. He had simply exploited Zheng Shuling's extreme need to save face. Since she dared to call him, it meant she hadn't told her roommates about their breakup. At that moment, as long as Yilan agreed in front of the roommates, whatever he demanded Zheng Shuling would go to great lengths to fulfill. For the sake of so-called face, she had to lose some cash. In high spirits, Yilan turned off his phone, lay down, and fell into a deep sleep. Yilan had never felt so relaxed. Before, due to financial worries, he was under immense pressure and couldn't sleep well. Every night he would lie in bed consumed by anxiety. But now those concerns were completely gone. He slept deeply for a long time and soundly. When he woke up the next day, he felt refreshed and invigorated. He first packed everything he needed to take for the move. Besides his computer and clothes, there wasn't much else. Then he went to the bathroom, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and ordered takeout for breakfast. After doing all this, Yilan opened WeChat. Because of yesterday's events, Yilan and Zheng Shuling had added each other back as friends. But the dynamic had shifted. Now Yilan held all the cards. After composing a message, Yilan hit send. Awake. You want to play now? I have things to do later. The afternoon would be consumed by moving and decorating the new house, leaving little time. The evening was reserved for pushing to the top of the rankings, leaving even less. Thus, the brief window in the morning was the only free time Yilan had today. Final call my roommates. Don't embarrass me later, or he'll take back that 500 yuan. Zheng Shuling shot back fiercely, slapping his own face just to show off. What a painful feeling that was. Yilan chuckled in response. Don't worry, I'm a veteran companion player. I guarantee he'll deliver the emotional value. Yilan opened the game, logged out of his client's account, and switched to his own. Because he had been constantly taking orders for companion play, he hadn't played on his own account in a long time. He was currently over 1,800 points in the peak tournament. The minor national badge he once held had been taken, leaving him with only provincial badges. But provincial badges were enough. How much of the world could a group of girls who couldn't even reach king rank have seen? Soon Zheng Shuling came online, created a game room, and invited Yilan in. In the game room, Zheng Shuling's roommates were already waiting. Yilan was the last to enter. Hey there, beauties. Yilan turned on his microphone and greeted them cheerfully. But when the girls saw the stats on Yilan's profile, they couldn't help but frown. Their tone turned cold. Shuling, this is the boyfriend you were talking about. His skills aren't that great. He doesn't even have a single major national badge. Exactly 1,800 points in the peak tournament isn't that high, right? I heard that entering the peak tournament gives you 1,200 points. Yesterday, Cece's boyfriend had 1,500 points, and he couldn't carry us. Can your boyfriend handle it? Upon hearing these remarks, a cold smirk crept onto Yilan's face. Good grief, a bunch of people who had never even reached king rank were looking down on him, a peak tournament 1,800-point player. Those who had never even earned a village badge dared to mock the minor national badge. Truly, they were roommates worthy of Zheng Shuling, sharing her temperament. Zheng Shuling smiled, awkwardly wanting to explain that Yilan used to be a 2,000-point player in the peak tournament. But Yilan cut her off first. You've never played the peak tournament, so when you look at me, you're like a frog at the bottom of a well gazing at the moon in the sky. The day you're lucky enough to reach king and qualify for the peak tournament, you'll see me as a mayfly looking up at the heavens. These two lines were dripping with swagger and showed no mercy. They also successfully ignited the anger of the other three girls. Oh, look at you, so arrogant, just because you're at 1,800 points in the peak tournament. If you're really that good, why aren't you number one in the peak tournament? Why aren't you playing professionally? The smirk on Yilan's lips didn't fade. Don't worry, in a week the top spot in the peak tournament will be mine. Zheng Shuling's roommates sneered. What a braggart. Although they didn't know the difficulty of the peak tournament, they often watched highlight reels of popular streamers on Douyin. Unconsciously, they projected themselves into those scenes, thinking the peak tournament was no big deal, that they could do it too. Alright, let's just start the game. We'll see if you're a horse or a mule soon enough. Zheng Shuling forced an awkward smile and tried to smooth things over. But inwardly, she was growing dissatisfied with her roommates. After all, Yilan was her nominal boyfriend. And these people were belittling him like this, showing her no face at all. Yesterday, when Cece's boyfriend came, they were all fawning over him, praising him to the skies. But today, when it was her turn, this was how they acted. Ha, fickle women. What Zheng Shuling didn't know was that it was precisely because of the bad impression Cece's boyfriend had left on them yesterday that made them think Yilan, who was supposedly at a similar level, wasn't much either. But they had no idea that even without awakening his system, Yilan was far beyond what a mere 1,500-point peak tournament player could match. Yilan's skill level allowed him to reach 1,800 points effortlessly, but his signature heroes were Zhao Yun, Pan Gu, and Yang Jian. In 2,000-point peak tournament matches, victory was no longer in his control. Relying on teammates to climb ranks was the pain of every blue-collar jungler. But that was no longer necessary. With the Awaken system, Yilan could effortlessly carry his team, whether playing as a carry jungler or a blue-collar one. Absolute skill and technique could compensate for a hero's weaknesses. Zheng Shuling, as the intermediary between both sides, still carried some weight. Both sides made concessions and stopped arguing. The match began. 5-player matchmaking was very fast, and soon everyone entered the loading screen. However, choosing heroes became a problem. The girls all primarily played mid lane and support, and Zheng Shuling's roommates were no exception. Since Yilan was jungling, the support role was given to Zheng Shuling. The others allocated themselves. Yilan thought to himself, when smuffing he should pick the hero that snowballs the fastest, looks the coolest, and kills the most fiercely. Otherwise these dim-witted girls would really think he had no skill. With that in mind, Yilan decisively chose Bei Mu. Zheng Shuling was startled and immediately switched to WeChat to message him. Don't mess this up. If you throw the game, they'll look down on me. Who's throwing? Yilan replied coldly. Choosing Bei Mu isn't throwing. I've never seen you play this hero. Zheng Shuling and Yilan had been a couple for over a year. She had never seen him play Bei Mu. Occasionally in low-rank games, he only played simple carry junglers like Monkey or Nakaru. Now suddenly picking Bei Mu. Zheng Shuling seriously suspected that Yilan wanted to throw the game to get back at her roommates. But if Yilan threw, it would be her, who ended up embarrassed. The priority should be to crush the opponents with absolute strength so as to slap her roommates' faces hard. Yilan understood Zheng Shuling's concerns and typed to reassure her, "Don't worry, I've been practicing Bei Mu lately. He'll definitely put them in their place." At this moment, Zheng Shuling and Yilan unknowingly found themselves on the same side. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Soon both teams' lineups were locked in. Blue team Clash lane Jiaochan, jungler Yilan's Bei Mu, mid lane Xiao Qiao, gold lane Garo, support Yao. Red team Clash lane Ma Chao, jungler Monkey King, mid lane Angela, gold lane Ho E, support Kai Yan. After both lineups were confirmed, a few seconds of preparation passed. Then everyone entered the loading screen. Playing Bei Mu without the white tiger skin. This skin is ugly, the Xiao Qiao player sneered. Yilan's Bei Mu was using the basic default skin. He hadn't bought it, he got it for free from skin shard draws. Does a skin determine everything? Even if you were wearing the Swan's dream skin, you'd still look like a punching bag. These two lines from Yilan showed he had no intention of being polite. Originally, since Zheng Shuling had paid, he planned to be considerate of these girls' feelings. After all, professional ethics demanded it. But now, since they made him feel bad, there was no need to indulge them any longer. After hearing Yilan's words, Zheng Shuling covered her mouth to stifle her laughter, though her shoulders still trembled slightly. This Xiao Qiao player who owned the Swan's dream skin had the poorest gaming skills among the four. Every match ended with a score of 0-7 or 0-8. Yet she stubbornly believed it wasn't her skill issue, but rather the opponents envying her for buying expensive skins. Deliberately targeting her. Using the priciest skin to endure the harshest beatings. That's exactly the kind of person she was. Shuling, your boyfriend just insulted me, you have to stand up for me. The girl pleaded with Zheng Shuling, tears welling in her eyes. Zheng Shuling had long grown tired of her antics, and since Yilan was conveniently venting her frustration, why would she intervene? Zheng Shuling forced a stiff smile. That's just how he is, I can't control him. You'll have to get used to it. The girl angrily punched her blanket in frustration. What did she mean by get used to it? Could one really get accustomed to being scolded? Wouldn't that make her a masochist? Entering the game, Yilan guided Bei Mu toward their red buff. Bei Mu had many jungle routes, each corresponding to a different playstyle. Starting from the blue buff, offered faster clearing, enabling better economic snowballing and resource acquisition. Starting from the red buff, however, laid the foundation for early ganks. Yilan directed Bei Mu to the red area, clearly aiming to open the early game with a gank. When smuffing, you must never give the fish a moment to breathe. I demand absolute domination. The minion waves clashed, and the jungle monsters emerged from the ground. Yilan swiftly cleared the red buff, then maneuvered Bei Mu toward the development lane. The opposing marksman was Ho E, a stationary shooter. If Bei Mu could slow him early on combined with Jia Luo's damage, it would be a guaranteed kill. At level 1, Ho E's damage output was relatively high among marksmen. The opponent played skillfully, pushing the minion wave directly under Jia Luo's tower. He then turned toward the river, intending to take the river crab for extra gold. Ho E drew his bow and released a golden beam onto the river crab, just as he finished casting Sunset Glow and prepared to basic attack. From the left brush, a dark red hook lashed out, striking Ho E squarely. Without giving Ho E a chance to flash, Yilan instantly tossed him into the brush beside the Cloudwalker. A basic attack landed, applying the red buff's slow effect. Meanwhile, Jia Luo reacted in time, activating her first skill to step forward and attack. Under their combined assault, Ho E's struggles proved futile. Yilan secured the first blood. Wow, first blood within a minute of the game. Big bro is amazing. Jia Luo's player was deeply impressed. Yilan left a light-hearted remark. Don't fall for me, bro. Ha ha ha, Zheng Shuling, your boyfriend is so funny and witty. Jia Luo took the chance to flatter Zheng Shuling, who basked in the praise, her heart swelling with delight. This 500 yuan was well spent. After spending so much money, wasn't I just hoping for compliments like these? Yilan had his own plan. He intended to stir discord between Xiao Qiao and the other roommates. After ganking Ho Yi in the development lane, Bei Liang started clearing from the Cloud Walker toward the blue buff area. As for the river crab in the mid lane, time was too short. It had to be left for the Monkey King. After clearing the blue buff, Bei Liang smoothly reached level 4. He headed straight for the confrontation lane. Normally early game Ma Chao should lose to Jiao Chan. Perhaps Jiao Chan's player was too unskilled as Ma Chao had pushed her under the tower. Yilan had no choice but to assist. Ma Chao was gleefully pressuring the tower, oblivious to the approaching danger. By the time Bei Liang reached the confrontation lane, it was too late for Ma Chao to flee. Even with the double speed boost from his sprint and ultimate, Yilan's prediction skills were unmatched. Facing Ma Chaos' erratic zigzag movements, Yilan remained calm as still water. He predicted the landing point and decisively threw his hook. Hit then toss. A basic attack applied the red buff slow. As Ma Chao tried to escape the control range, Bei Liang followed up with his ultimate. A few basic attacks later, he successfully took Ma Chao down. The entire sequence was smooth and seamless, and Jiao Chan hadn't even done anything before Ma Chaos' corpse lay cold on the King's Canyon. Shuling your boyfriend's Bei Liang is so flashy. Imagine how cool it'd be if he had the white tiger skin. Hearing these compliments, Zheng Shuling was overjoyed. He didn't buy it before because he didn't know how to play Xiansu back then. I'm planning to get him one when the white tiger skin makes a comeback. Zheng Shuling's words explained why Yilan didn't have the white tiger skin, while also showcasing her affection for him. The unsuspecting roommates' eyes sparkled with admiration as if they were truly a loving couple. Amid their cheerful chatter, an irritable voice suddenly erupted through the team voice chat, interrupting everyone. Can you all stop chatting and focus on the game? The speaker was naturally Xiao Qiao's player. Hey Yingying, how did you die? Ren Yingying was Xiao Qiao's player's name. She gritted her teeth and snarled. You are the one who died. Your whole family died. The girl who asked the question looked aggrieved, tears welling in her eyes. That's not what I meant. I was asking how your Xiao Qiao died. Yingying was so furious she could barely breathe. After clearing the mid-lane minion wave, she planned to assist Jia Luo in the development lane. But just as she was about to arrive, Sun Wukong and Angela, who had been lying in ambush in the brush, struck together. Xiao Qiao had no mobility skills to begin with. On top of that, Angela was one of the 3 brush sisters. Xiao Qiao didn't even have time to use flash before she fell to Sun Wukong's cybernetic staff, and Angela's Yilan said nothing and directly controlled by Lixian to take over Xiao Qiao's mid-lane minion wave. Danger here. Retreat. Well played. Seeing all her minions eaten by Yilan, Yingying erupted in anger. Xiansu, what do you mean by that? Why are you taking my minions? You're dead. Why can't I take the minions? Yilan retorted coldly. He felt this woman was showing signs of having a pea-sized brain. When a player dies, the minion wave would inevitably be lost to the tower. Yilan covering the lane was standard practice. Why should you get my mid-lane minions? Yingying clenched her teeth and shouted angrily. Yilan replied, 6 LOL. My mid-lane minions. He was hearing this phrase for the first time. In a game, what's yours or mine? If everything were so strictly divided, then wouldn't jungle buffs be exclusive to the jungler? The notion of marksmen taking red buffs and mages taking blue buffs would be out of the question. Though Yilan didn't respond, he cleared the minion wave even faster. Ren Yingying, can you tone down your princess temper? My boyfriend is carrying you to a higher rank. What's the big deal if he takes your minions? Zheng Shuling's brows furrowed in displeasure as she glared at Ren Yingying. The tension between them was on the verge of explosion. The other roommates gently consoled her. Yingying, don't be mad. This Xiansu is really good. He'll definitely help us rank up. Since our goal is to rank up, we need to let these things slide. Exactly, if the game rules allowed it, I'd gladly give my own kills to Xiansu. These words, originally meant to comfort Ren Yingying, now sounded exceptionally grating to her ears. Fine, just because I have money you're all ganging up on me, right? No one had expected that their goodwill would be repaid with such ingratitude by Ren Yingying. Yingying, if you talk like that, it's just not fair. You lost all day before yesterday, crying like a pear blossom in the rain, so we called someone to help you rank up. Your boyfriend didn't manage to carry you, so now we've switched to Shuling's boyfriend. Not only are you unsatisfied, but you also claim we're isolating you. Tell us who exactly is isolating you. The little girl playing as Galio spoke with a trace of childishness in her voice. Yet every word carried immense force. Even Ren Yingying stood frozen for a moment, unable to find a retort. Shuling's boyfriend is spending his own time to help us rank up, so please know your place. He's not a paid booster. He's only helping us out of respect for Shuling. Please stop being so willful. After hearing this, Yilan silently applauded the Galio player in his heart. Encountering a girl who reasons with facts like this was rarer than finding money on the street. Yilan's decision to take the mid-lane minion wave was perfectly reasonable. Yet Ren Yingying insisted on blaming her own death on Yilan. Being burdened with such an unjust accusation naturally displeased him. It wasn't like I asked you to go help the bottom lane. You wandered around and got killed, and now you want me to take the fall. Ugly as sin, but dreaming big. The constant bickering annoyed Yilan, so he decided to play peacemaker. Alright, since you have a problem with me taking your minions, let's set a rule, shall we? Faced with the olive branch, Yilan offered. Ren Yingying seized the chance to back down. Tell me what condition it is. If it's too absurd, I won't agree. The rule is simple: as long as you're alive, I won't touch your minion wave. But if you die, don't blame me for taking it. Fine, no problem. Ren Yingying agreed decisively. She believed that with the lesson just learned, she would surely not die again. Alright, it's settled. Whoever breaks it is a liar. Yet within a minute, Ren Yingying in the mid lane was caught and killed by the Monkey King. Yilan headed straight to the mid lane to take the minion wave. You're dead, so I'm taking the minions. Doesn't that break the agreement? Ren Yingying lowered her head in shame, her voice dropping a few octaves. Go ahead, take them, I have no objections. Zheng Shuiling's expression was stern, but inwardly, she was overjoyed. It was the first time she had seen Ren Yingying so humbled. Ren Yingying, flaunting her family's wealth, always acted without considering others' opinions or feelings. Zheng Shuiling had long found her insufferable. But as roommates, and given Ren Yingying's family background, she had to swallow her grievances and complaints. Unexpectedly, Yilan had helped her vent her frustration thoroughly. What a relief. The 500 yuan suddenly felt like money well spent. After the misunderstanding with Ren Yingying was resolved, the team voice chat grew more cheerful, though it was all at Ren Yingying's expense. Ren Yingying, even if you're eager for me to take the mid lane minions, don't rush. My jungle is almost barren. Yingying, how are you? 08. Ren Yingying, I don't want this either. That stupid Monkey King keeps ganking me, and Yu Xiansu won't come help. Ren Yingying's voice was tearful, filled with grievance and bitterness as tears welled up in her eyes. Yilan tried his best not to laugh out loud. So those videos of female college students breaking down while gaming weren't just memes. There really were girls who would cry from being targeted. Alright, don't cry. They'll come help you gank them, okay? Yilan comforted her while maneuvering Xiansu toward. When Xiao Qiao appeared and just stepped out of the tower, the enemy Monkey King came sniffing around. But this time Ren Yingying wasn't alone. Bailey Xiansu, with Yao perched on his head, dashed out from the nearby bush. His hook landed on Angela behind the Monkey King. Angela quickly hurled a chaos fireball toward Yilan. But Yilan dodged it with his first skill. Helpless Angela had to activate her ultimate, hoping the shield and crowd control immunity would prevent Bailey Xiansu from tossing her or killing her instantly. Meanwhile, she tried to chip away at Bailey Xiansu's health. Once the Monkey King killed Xiao Qiao, they could double team and finish him off. Just as the scorching laser of her ultimate struck Bailey Xiansu's figure flickered. Yao's soul slowly descended from above, landing behind Angela. Bailey Xiansu's ultimate, Flash Sickle. While Angela's ultimate was active, the laser turned slowly, and she couldn't move. Like a little girl stuck in a washing machine, completely helpless. Bailey Xiansu had taken many mid-lane waves and secured kills in every gank, so his development was excellent. Teleporting behind Angela gave him the perfect attacking position. With a flick of his sickle, Angela's health bar plummeted in just a few hits. Angela used a desperate flash, but the kill went to Yilan. After dealing with Angela, Yilan immediately wanted to help Ren Yingying. But when he turned around, Xiao Qiao's corpse was already lying on the cold canyon floor. Ren Yingying, don't lie on the ground. You'll catch a cold. Yilan teased with a grin. Oh, you're so annoying. Hurry up and kill that Monkey King to avenge me. Otherwise, I won't let you take my mid-lane minions. Ren Yingying's lips unconsciously pouted, her pitiful expression as if she had suffered a great injustice. Her eyes were red-rimmed. Yilan found her tone adorable at that moment, completely devoid of her usual arrogance. It felt like coaxing a little girl. Alright, watch me crush him. The Monkey King, having killed Ren Yingying's, Xiao Qiao had no skills left and nowhere to run. Bailey Xiansu, boosted by the kill speed bonus, quickly closed in on the Monkey King. With 2 strikes, the Monkey King's health dropped by half. Then with a flick of his sickle, he used his ultimate to teleport behind him, tossing him into the tower with a backflip. After the crowd control ended, 2 more strikes easily took him down. Legendary. Unrivaled. Bailey Xiansu had now slain 7 in a row, achieving a godlike streak. Watching Yilan take the mid-lane minions again, Ren Yingying felt even more aggrieved. Are you deliberately not saving me just to take the minions? Yilan raised an eyebrow, thinking this girl is sharp. She caught on to my secret motive. But he couldn't admit it now. No way. I meant to hook the Monkey King, but he dodged with his skill, so I had to take out Angela first. Really? I swear it's true. Otherwise, Zheng Shuiling is a dog. Zheng Shuiling. What do you 2 betting have to do with me? Then say Chinese people don't lie to Chinese people. Yilan, fine, you win. Zheng Shuiling is a dog. This remark nearly sent the other 3 roommates rolling with laughter on their beds. Shuiling, your boyfriend, is hilarious. A total dark-humored witty boy. And his voice is so pleasant, he must be incredibly handsome. Zheng Shuiling said with pride. Of course, Yilan is 185 meters tall, has a six-pack, and is devilishly good-looking, but his personality is a bit cheeky. Sometimes he can drive you crazy, and other times he cracks you up. He's the kind of person you both love and hate. Her roommate Cece said enviously, "I'm so jealous. My guy is a total blockhead, like a vegetable with zero. Actually, I wouldn't mind having multiple girlfriends." Yilan's words once again sent everyone into peals of laughter. Back in the game, Ren Yingying had been caught and was now 0-9. Yilan laughed and comforted, "Xiao Xiao, don't build magic damage items, try something else." Ren Yingying felt Yilan was teasing her again and said resentfully, "What else would a mage build besides magic items? Infinity Edge and Static Shiv. That's not necessary. Change your build, sell your current items, and get Zonya's Hourglass Ninja Tabi and Guardian. But then I won't have any damage. You're getting one shot now, so you have 0 damage either. Haven't you heard the saying, only the living can deal damage?" Under Yilan's guidance, Ren Yingying felt as if a light bulb had gone off in her head. She nodded slightly. That makes sense. After muttering to herself, she decisively sold all her items and bought a Zonya's Hourglass, also known as. This item's active ability grants 1.5 seconds of invincibility, greatly increasing a mage's survivability. Since you've got the stasis, go ahead and act as bait up front. It'll protect you from behind. Damn, so that's your plan. Ren Yingying puffed out her cheeks in annoyance, and Yilan's image in her mind crumbled. She had naively thought Yilan was teaching her the build to counter Sun Wukong, but he just wanted to use her as bait. The enemy Sun Wukong is addicted to ganking you. If you don't be the bait, who will? Don't worry, I'm behind you, and you have the stasis. He can't kill you. Ren Yingying looked skeptical. Really? If you don't trust me, at least trust my full build, right? Yilan chuckled. Most of the team's kills were on him, plus had been farming minion waves in jungle camps. Just 6 minutes into the match, his item slots were full: Berserker's Greaves, Jungler's Blade, Bloodthirster Black, Cleaver, Infinity Edge, and Phantom Dancer. This build was a nightmare for squishy targets. High attack speed, massive damage, and strong sustain. Paired with Yilan's skill, it was simply unstoppable. Under Yilan's persuasion, Ren Yingying hadn't even cleared the minion wave when Sun Wukong appeared. He had been treating this Xiao Qiao as his personal ATM. Though this ATM wasn't worth much. Monkey landed a crit, and Xiao Qiao's health plummeted. But before he could strike again, Xiao Qiao turned into a tiny golden statue on the spot. At the same time, Bai Xiansu emerged from the fog of war behind Xiao Qiao, swinging his sickle. The Yao girl on his head struck first, releasing a green energy orb with her first ability, If Someone Comes. It hit Monkey squarely, triggering the shield from his first ability. Meanwhile, Xian's hook landed on him. Monkey's player reacted quickly, turning to attack Bai Xiansu. But Monkey had clearly picked the wrong target. His damage was decent, but Bai Xian's was even higher. Monkey's crit shattered Yao's shield, but he took 2 hits from Xiansu in return. His health bar hit rock bottom. Yet Monkey refused to back down, using his ultimate to plant his cybernetic staff in the ground, knocking up Bai Xiansu. Just then, Xiao Qiao, whose stasis had ended, rushed over. Seeing Monkey preoccupied, she went for a keyboard smash. She unleashed her 213 combo in Monkey's direction. Although Xiao Qiao only had stasis, remember that stasis is also a magic item. Combined with Monkey's low health, the burst instantly killed him. Wow, I killed Sun Wukong. I got the kill. Ren Yingying bounced on her bed, ecstatic. Nice. First kill, keep it up. Why does everything you say sound like... Ren Yingying frowned. No, I genuinely mean it. Yilan laughed it off. At the same time, he knew clearly that if the game dragged on, their team would lose. Apart from himself, the other girls were playing terribly. They'd probably only reach the star rank through sheer number of games. If the enemy team reached full build, their side would be doomed. Looks like I need to finish this quickly. With his build complete, Yilan stopped farming minions and jungle camps. His eyes were set only on kills and turrets. If there were enemies, he killed them. If there were turrets, he destroyed them. If both were present, he took them all. Yilan went all out, his assault as fierce as a mudslide, erasing both enemies and towers wherever he went. The opponents couldn't hold their ground. With Yao using her interference ability, Bai Xiansu charged straight in. Every slash struck the enemy player's vital points, and in no time, he wiped them out. He even finished with a pentakill fountain dive. Zheng Shuiling's roommates were stunned. They had never realized that winning a match could be so effortless. It felt like all they did was give up minions and kills, and they still won in a daze. Along with the ease came pure joy, the true essence of gaming. On the scoreboard, Yilan's Bai Xiansu was 2,403 EMVP with a rating of 16.0. He was like a nuclear bomb dropped into a pond of minnows. So no one doubts my gaming skills now, right? Yilan said in a half-joking tone. Remembering their earlier taunts before the game, the others blushed and lowered their heads in shame. Oh, we were young and ignorant back then. Oh, we offended you, big brother. Please don't be mad. Yilan couldn't help but shudder at the syrupy voice. What kind of girls' dorm was this? It was clearly a lair of spider spirits. No wonder guys were so curious about girls' dorms. It wasn't without reason. All right, for Zheng Shuling's sake, ill let bygones be bygones. Yilan was a professional game companion with strong ethics. Even though he and Zheng Shuling had fallen out, he could still speak against his conscience for the sake of money. He even took the chance to hype her up. Hearing this, the roommates immediately began praising Zheng Shuling. How beautiful she was, how good-tempered, how Yilan felt a twinge of disbelief. They were lying through their teeth. If that description fit, Zheng Shuling had eat his words. Zheng Shuling thoroughly enjoyed being flattered and adored. Listening to others fawn over her might not bring any tangible benefits, but the feeling itself was genuine. No wonder some people love to be buttered up. Who wouldn't be charmed by it? Time slipped away unnoticed amidst the laughter of the crowd. It wasn't until the doorbell rang that Yilan snapped back to reality. All right, I'm moving out, so that's it for today. The group bid Yilan a reluctant farewell. Under his guidance, that morning they had clinched over a dozen consecutive victories, with 2 of the 4 ascending to the rank of king. They had become addicted to the sheer pleasure of reaping rewards without lifting a finger. Clinging tightly to Zheng Shuling, their eyes brimmed with urgency and anticipation. Zheng Shuling relished the attention, but her relationship with Yilan had grown awkward. Having been swindled out of 500 yuan the night before she had learned her lesson, she refrained from making any firm promises, brushing him off with a vague, "when Yilan has time." Meanwhile, Yilan loaded his pre-packed backpack onto the moving truck. His belongings were sparse. The most valuable item was a computer, one he had used for years but couldn't afford to replace due to financial constraints. He would certainly upgrade it once he had money, but that time was not now. Yilan pulled a pack of blue building cigarettes from his pocket, offered one to the driver, and lit one for himself. He exhaled a plume of white smoke, feeling the fatigue within him dissipate, as if carried away by the haze. After a few quick drags, he reclined in the back seat and dozed off. He had woken up just after 8 that morning and spent the entire morning gaming with 4 girls, leaving him somewhat drained. After all, those 4 girls were each more inexperienced than the last. Had he let his guard down even a little, he wouldn't have managed over a dozen consecutive wins. This was precisely why he disliked taking on female clients as a gaming companion. It was exhausting. He had to win and provide emotional support, a grueling exercise in self-torture. Unless, of course, the female client was generous with tips. The small truck drove steadily, and Yilan slept soundly. The new and old apartments weren't far apart, but due to traffic it took an hour to arrive. Yilan paid the driver, grabbed his luggage, and entered the residential complex. He had already arranged everything with the sales agent online, so the rental process went smoothly without a hitch. Yilan was pleased with the room, spacious, bright, and clean. Compared to it, his previous place felt like a basement. "Sir, do you have any requirements for your roommate?" Yilan raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his expression. "We can specify requirements." The agent chuckled hurriedly. "You can certainly make requests, but finding someone to match them is another matter. Then a female under 20 with a good figure, a pleasant temperament, and attractive looks. Preferably one who can cook and do laundry, keeps clean, and has no bad habits." The agent froze, pondered for a moment, then put away his pen and notebook. Yilan asked curiously, "Aren't you going to write that down?" "Bro, I'm not a genie. That request is way too outrageous. I suggest you take a left hop on Metro Line 2 and ask around at Baotong Temple." Yilan burst into laughter. He had only been joking. He had no real demands for a roommate as long as they didn't interfere with each other's lives. Even if it turned out to be an otaku who looked like a door gremlin, lived on fried chicken and burgers, and spent all day in their room playing Genshin Impact. Yilan tossed his luggage into his room, then went downstairs to familiarize himself with the neighborhood and grab lunch. After a satisfying meal, he lay down for a nap and slept until just past 2 in the afternoon. He splashed cold water on his face to wake up, then began organizing and arranging the belongings he had brought. Yilan hadn't brought much, just some out-of-season clothes, his computer, and a few toiletries. By the time he had set up the computer, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. The previous day, Yilan's live stream had attracted considerable traffic, earning him a large following. Since he had agreed to stream in the afternoon, he couldn't afford to disappoint his viewers. His streaming career was still in its infancy, and first impressions were crucial. Yilan had no intention of leaving new fans with the impression that he was a procrastinator or unreliable. Moreover, if he skipped today's stream, his old fans would surely think he had let success go to his head. To be late and unreliable with just a hint of popularity. If he ever became a major streamer, would he become insufferably arrogant? He assembled the computer, launched the streaming software, and went live. "Why are you so late today? Didn't you say you'd stream right after noon?" Dozens of viewers flooded into the stream, and someone immediately demanded an explanation. Yilan opened the game while explaining, "I was moving today, which took some time. Starting now isn't too late, is it? Fine, I'll let it slide this time. Don't be late tomorrow. They'll probably be late again. I need time to adjust to the new place, so they'll definitely stay up late tonight. They'll stream whenever I wake up tomorrow." A viewer typed, "LOL, okay." Yilan logged out of his own account and switched to the wealthy Lin Xiao's account. As the peak game scores climbed higher, the points gained per win dwindled. He had gained nearly 300 points yesterday, but reaching that height again today was unlikely. Still, Yilan wasn't too disappointed. After all, it was only the second day. Reaching 2,000 points in the peak game shouldn't be a problem. Gaining 400 points over the next 5 days for someone with a system like him shouldn't be too hard. Achieving the top peak rank in 7 days was a tight squeeze. They'll see if I can extort a bit more later. The value of being the top peak player was certainly more than 100 yuan. If Yilan weren't short on cash, he would have at least doubled the price for this commission. He entered the game and clicked into the peak mode interface. He started matchmaking and quickly found a game. He entered the Bampic phase. Yilan immediately pre-selected Luna to indicate his role and intent. The other teammates, none of whom played the jungle role, ceded the position to him. He also promptly banned Dongwang Tai. This support hero was even more effective against Luna than Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang's ultimate could be interrupted, but Dongwang Tai's could not. Moreover, those hit by Dongwang Tai's ultimate were bound in a shared life state. If an irrational teammate recklessly attacked Dongwang Tai, it could become quite troublesome. Bro Yi, the enemy jungler, is Bei Mu. You'd better be careful. A bullet comment suddenly caught Yilan's attention. Really? The streamer is matched against Bei Mu. Bei Mu, the one known as the national server Luna Master. I just came from Bei Mu's stream. He's on a Smuff account, and yes, they're matched. Then the streamer is in trouble. No one in the entire King of Glory gaming community understands Luna better than Bei Mu. The viewers were largely pessimistic about Yilan's chances. After all, Bei Mu was the man who had reached the top of the peak rankings using Luna. His understanding and mastery of the hero far surpassed others. Otherwise, he wouldn't have earned the title Luna's Ceiling. But Yilan, empowered by the system, felt no inferiority. At the thought, a sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. He's won the title of Luna's Ceiling for too long. It's time for... Yilan's words were simply too arrogant. A title is not something bestowed by a senior. It is earned through... Why is Bei Mu widely recognized by netizens as the ceiling of Luna? It is because he reached the top of the peak rankings using Luna. No one had ever achieved such heights before. And Yilan, who has accomplished nothing, yet wants to claim his title. How could it be so easy? If the streamer can reach peak rank 1 with Luna, then the title of Ceiling Luna will naturally be yours. What's the point of a title given by others? It's only truly impressive if you take it yourself. How easy do you think it is to snatch the title of Luna from Bei Mu? Exactly. Wei Liang's Luna is already incredibly strong, yet he still hasn't managed to take the Ceiling Luna title. The audience in the live stream was not wrong. As Honor of Kings grew, more popular master players emerged one after another. Countless national-level Luna players have appeared, but only one is widely acknowledged as the Ceiling Luna. Bei Mu. It's the same as how the ceiling for Yuan Gu is recognized as Jiasao. What I set my sights on is destined to be mine. No one can change that. Yilan curled his lips, his tone dripping with arrogance. Streamer, you'd better get a national-level Luna first before talking big. Exactly. Right now, aside from your title, you have no achievements. But the streamer does have skill. He had a streak of over 10 wins yesterday. What's a streak of over 10 wins? If he can win streaks to peak rank 1, he'll call him dad. Facing the taunts from the chat, Yilan just smiled and said nothing. Letting his strength speak for itself was the best way to silence them. On the other side, in the Huxia platform, Bei Mu's livestream. Bei Mu had planned to climb the peak rankings with his main account that afternoon, but a 5-game losing streak left him frustrated. So he switched to a Smuff account to stomp some noobs and boost his confidence. When he saw the enemy first pick Luna, Bei Mu's expression flickered slightly. It was no exaggeration to say that aside from Bei Mu himself, very few dared to first pick Luna in peak rankings. Besides the fact that Luna's early game combat power was weak and she was easily countered, it was also a lack of confidence. If anyone else first picked Luna, they were bound to get flamed. Sure enough, Yilan's teammates immediately began to berate him. Bro, are you out of your mind? We gave you the jungle role, so why did you have to first pick Luna? Are you crazy? The teammates expressed their confusion. Although they had banned Dongwang Tai, there were still many heroes that countered Luna. For example, Zhang Liang, Zhong Kuei, Zhang Fei, Jin Chan, and Lao Fuzi. In short, first picking Luna was simply an unwise choice. Yilan patiently explained, the enemy jungler is Bei Mu. If I don't pick Luna, he'll take her. The 4 teammates were dumbfounded. Bro, who gave you the courage? You know the enemy is Bei Mu and you still dare to first pick Luna. He's the national #1, the ceiling of Luna. Isn't this like showing off your skills before an expert? Your Luna better have a national badge or he'll curse you out. The teammates were on the verge of collapse. If Yilan didn't display convincing strength, they would definitely choose a national badge. I don't have one. Yilan was honest. The only national badge on Lin Xiao's account was for Yao, but picking Yao at this moment was pointless. Damn it, then what the hell are you talking about? I'm giving up this match. One teammate prepared to throw. Don't rush. Though I don't have a national badge, this should prove my skill. Luna games played 17, a win rate 100, gold silver medals 170. Seeing the hero stats Yilan posted, all 4 teammates were stunned. Wow, a 100 win rate. That can't be real. And all gold medals. Even cheating couldn't achieve that. So you're a top tier booster. My apologies. I'll pick my strongest hero. The teammates each selected their best heroes. They mainly wanted to be carried by Yilan and maybe gain some extra hero score along the way. Peak ranking at 1800 points was an awkward level, neither high nor low. But players at this tier were particularly concerned about their hero scores. Because the points gained for wins and losses were uneven, they became overly cautious. If the team composition looked unfavorable, they would abandon their signature heroes and pick and used ones to lose the match. But when they encountered a pro player to carry them, they would unhesitatingly choose their signature heroes. Yilan understood this desire to squeeze out a few extra points. But was this really the right approach? If the outcome of the game was already decided during the draft phase, then what was the point of the actual match? In competitive gaming, shouldn't you fight until the very last moment? Yilan sighed. He could no longer find the joy he once had in gaming. Now for him the game was just work. Ever since the game became his job, he had noticed a significant decline in his passion. Before, aside from eating and sleeping, he wanted to spend every waking moment playing. But now playing for 3 or 4 hours left him exhausted. Yilan sighed again, unsure of when he had become this way. But people are strange like that. They change imperceptibly over time. When Bei Mu saw his signature hero taken by the enemy, his expression shifted subtly. All right, you take my Luna, do you? Then I'll have to teach you a lesson. Bei Mu wanted to show Yilan a thing or two, so he decisively picked Jing. With double smite, Jing could almost ignore the jungle protection mechanics. It was practically a natural counter-jungler. His teammates were also cooperative with the support, picking Wei Liang to further restrict Luna. Yilan's teammates were panicking. After all, the enemy was Bei Mu. With a Wei Liang added to the mix, even a top-tier booster couldn't guarantee a win. But after much deliberation, they still chose their signature heroes. The reason was simple: they wanted to fight with passion. The enemy was Bei Mu, a player who consistently competed at the 2400-point peak ranking. If they won this, they could brag about it to their friends forever. Someone asked, "Bro, what score did you get on this exam?" I replied, "Bro, did you know I beat Bei Mu? Let me tell you, Bei Mu is really strong." But soon both teams' lineups were finalized. Blue side top lane, Guan Yu jungle Yilan's Luna, mid lane Zhou Yu, bot lane, Marco Polo support Zhong Kuei. Red side top lane, Charlotte, jungle Bei Mu's Jing, mid lane, Yema, bot lane Ningya support Zhang Liang. The preparation phase ended, and everyone entered the loading screen. Welcome to the King of Glory. Enemy troops will arrive in 5 seconds. All-out attack. Upon entering the game, Yilan guided Luna toward their own blue buff area. However, she didn't rush into the brush by the blue buff pit. Instead, she hid in the grass near the second tower of the mid lane. "Luna, are you being overly cautious? With me here, there's no way they dare to invade our blue buff." The Zhong Kuei player activated his mic, his tone brimming with pride. After all, Zhong Kuei's hook could quickly pull jungle monsters out of their aggro range, severely limiting the opponent's jungler's clearing speed. Better safe than sorry. What if they do come to invade? Go check the left jungle. If Dongfang Jing goes to invade the red buff, try to delay him. Leave it to me. Faced with Yilan's command, Zhong Kuei harbored no resentment. He knew very well that if they wanted to win this match, they could only rely on Yilan's performance. After all, they were up against the formidable Bei Mu. On the other side, in Bei Mu's livestream, he was also facing a dilemma. Since the opposing support was Zhong Kuei, invading the jungle required careful consideration. He had even considered giving up on the invasion. But for the sake of entertainment, he said to the camera, "Guys, press 1 if you want to see me invade the jungle, press 2 if you don't." As his words fell, the screen was flooded with the number 1, while the number 2 was almost negligible. "Bro, Bei Mu, you're really patient. They took your Luna, and you still want to farm peacefully with them." Exactly, teach him a lesson. Let him know what happens when he plays Luna in front of you. Watching the passionate and excited comments in the livestream, Bei Mu could only smile helplessly. "To be honest, I really don't want to invade with the Zhong Kuei on the enemy team, but since you all insist, he'll risk it all to accompany you." With that, Bei Mu sent a request assistance signal towards Yilan's blue buff area. This left his teammates somewhat bewildered. The player using Zhang Liang was the first to speak on the mic, asking, "Bro, Bei Mu, are you serious? You want to invade, even with a Zhong Kuei on the other side?" This opened the floodgates, and the other teammates chimed in. "Exactly, if you go to invade Zhong Kuei, we'll just hook the monster out. You'll waste time and gain nothing. I say we just forget it. Let's farm our own jungle safely. Our team composition can easily beat theirs." I agree. As long as Zhang Liang can stun Luna later, well, win any team fight. But despite his teammates' dissuasion, Bei Mu remained unmoved. "No choice, I promised the viewers. I have to invade their jungle this round." Seeing this, Zhang Liang decided not to argue further and could only go along with it. But he still wanted to ask Bei Mu what his plan was for the invasion. "It's simple. When Zhong Kuei releases his hook, you just go and block it for the blue buff." "Then what about me? What's your flash for?" "Besides the enemy Zhong Kuei and Zhou, you have no early game damage. If you're lucky, you can escape without even using flash." After Bei Mu's detailed explanation, Zhang Liang quickly caught on. "Wow, no wonder you're the Luna ceiling. That brain of yours works fast." The other teammates also showed expressions of shock. Only then did they realize the vast gap between themselves and a true expert. Bei Mu's strategy for invading was indeed novel, and none of them had thought of it. Whenever anyone saw an enemy Zhong Kuei as support, they would instinctively choose to give up the invasion. But Bei Mu had already devised a countermeasure. The two of them marched towards the blue buff pit, their movements spotted by Luna hiding in the brush. Wow, truly worthy of Bei Mu. He dares to invade, even with Zhong Kuei here. Zhong Kuei noticed the movements of Dongfang Jing and Zhang Liang on the minimap and said with some surprise, "I told you it's better to be safe than sorry. Come back and defend the jungle." Yilan said calmly without much surprise, "All right, I'm coming. I want to see how he plans to defend this." Zhong Kuei didn't need to help Zhou Yu secure the wave and headed straight for the blue buff area. Looks like the enemy Luna started at the red buff, though she didn't come for the blue. On the other side, Zhang Liang entered the brush next to the blue buff and finding it empty reported, "It's even better if she didn't come. Saves me the trouble of having to contest the buff with smite." Due to the jungle protection mechanic, even with double smite, Dongfang Jing's damage wouldn't be that high. So Luna's absence was the best case scenario. Otherwise, he would have been worried about losing the smite battle. But what Bei Mu didn't know was that in a nearby bush Luna was watching him silently. Unaware of this, Bei Mu started the camp. Dongfang Jing struck the blue buff with his first skill. Zhang Liang wasn't idle, either using his second skill word of command dispersion to summon a formation and attack the blue buff. Under their combined damage, the blue buff's health dropped quickly. Yet Zhong Kuei hesitated to use his hook. He was waiting for Yilan's command. But the wait felt agonizing. Zhong Kuei couldn't help but ask, "Aren't we making a move yet? If we wait any longer, you'll have to contest the smite with Dongfang Jing." "That's exactly what I want to do," Yilan replied calmly. "Are you crazy? What chance do you have in a smite duel against Dongfang Jing?" Zhong Kuei found it hard to believe. "There is a way. Wait until Zhou Yu finishes clearing the mid-wave and comes over." In the mid lane, it was just Zhou Yu and Fiora. Fiora is a short-range assassin, mage whose wave clear is far slower than Zhou Yu's. Zhou Yu arrived quickly. "Spread your fire over there." Yilan's voice rang out again. Zhou Yu wondered if he had misheard and quickly asked, "Spread the fire? Are you serious?" "As serious as a heart attack. If I spread the fire, it will drain the blue buff's health. Then contesting the smite will become even harder. I may not have many talents, but I excel at finding a sliver of opportunity in the chaos." Seeing Yilan acting so cocky, Zhou Yu could only use his first skill to push the flames forward. The ring of fire gradually spread, soon reaching Dongfang Jing's feet. Bei Mu grinned. "Thanks for the helping hand, Zhou Yu. This will speed things up." The blue buff's health continued to drop, soon reaching 2,000 HP. Yilan and Bei Mu spoke simultaneously. "Zhong Kuei hook." Zhang Liang blocked the hook. Zhong Kuei and Zhang Liang acted almost instantly. Just as Zhong Kuei's hook was launched, Zhang Liang moved behind the blue buff, taking the hook meant for it. "Damn, now we have to pray that Luna can outsmite Dongfang Jing." Zhong Kuei sighed. He never expected Zhang Liang to dare to block the hook for the blue buff. Seeing the situation unfold exactly as he had planned, a smile unconsciously crept onto Bei Mu's face. But a moment later his smile froze. From the nearby brush, Luna emerged clad in a crimson robe. Bei Mu immediately focused his attention, his eyes locked onto the blue buff's health bar. 1,700. It was within the execution range. He hastily used his first skill, Blade of the East, to slice through the blue buff. But before Bei Mu could separate his main body from the shadow, the blue buff's health had already taken significant damage from Zhou Yu's fire and Zhang Liang's formation. It had dropped below 1,500 HP. Bei Mu scrambled to press smite, but it was too late. The blue buff collapsed and dissolved, transforming into a wisp of blue light that surged into Luna's body. A ring of blue energy also appeared beneath her feet. Damn, how could Luna be hiding in that bush? After the blue buff was stolen, Bei Mu could no longer hold back. His handling of this wave was almost flawless. The only thing he hadn't anticipated was that Luna would be lurking in the bush beneath the mid lane tower. What he least expected was that his smite would fail against Luna's. The current situation left no time for deep thought. Once Luna claimed the blue buff, the balance of offense and defense instantly shifted. Zhang Liang had flash, and combined with Zhong Kuei and Zhou Yu's low early game damage, there was no need to worry about him. Instead, Bei Mu had to figure out how to escape himself. After all, he had just used his first skill. Luna raised her moonlight sword, striking at Dongfang Jing blow after blow. Without his skills, Dongfang Jing was no threat to Yilan. However, Luna's early damage was limited, so she only inflicted minimal harm to Dongfang Jing. Meanwhile, Zhang Liang followed Bei Mu's plan, using flash to distance himself from Zhou Yu and Zhong Kuei. Zhong Kuei and Zhou Yu, aware of their own damage output, chose not to pursue. Zhou Yu said, "I've lost Zhang Liang, my damage isn't enough to chase." Yilan nodded, "It's fine. Our target was never Zhang Liang anyway." Zhong Kuei couldn't help but interject, "But it's hard to pin down Dongfang Jing too. His first skill is almost off cooldown." This invasion had already yielded significant gains. Not only had they forced the support's flash, but the blue buff was also secured by their jungler. The enemy jungler had wasted so much time that they could have let the two foes leave. Yet Luna's killing intent radiated an unyielding determination to slay Dongfang Jing. Everyone spoke up to advise Yilan. After all, excessive bloodlust was a flaw, and knowing when to stop was key to a steady victory. But Yilan dismissed their well-meaning advice. "Don't worry, Dongfang Jing won't escape. His mobility skill is almost ready. Unless you learn your ULT at level 2, you'll never catch him." Zhong Kuei and Zhou Yu were both skeptical of Luna. They agreed that chasing Dongfang Jing now was a waste of time. Better to farm a jungle camp instead. A playful smirk curled on Yelan's lips. Haven't you noticed that Guan Yu has already flanked over? At this, Zhou Yu and Zhong Kuei turned their attention to the minimap. They had completely missed that Guan Yu was already en route. With Guan Yu's crowd control and damage, perhaps they could actually kill Dongfang Jing. Meanwhile, the fleeing Bei Mu received this grim news. Charlotte said, "Bei Mu, be careful. Guan Yu has left the side lane and is heading your way." Bei Mu cursed in anger. "Damn it, why didn't you say that earlier?" It was too late for Dongfang Jing to escape now. In the near distance, as Guan Yu appeared in Dongfang Jing's field of view, he decisively activated Sprint. A chill ran down Bei Mu's spine. Disaster. Guan Yu's movement speed in his charge state was already high, and with Sprint active, he left Dongfang Jing far behind. Guan Yu effortlessly got ahead of Dongfang Jing. From his steed red hair, Guan Yu raised his green dragon crescent blade and struck, knocking Dongfang Jing back while dealing substantial damage. This blow sent Dongfang Jing straight back into Yelan's blue jungle. Bei Mu was now even farther from safety. Guan Yu, unwilling to give Bei Mu any chance, tapped his second skill, Green Dragon Crescent icon. With the dual acceleration from his skill and sprint, Guan Yu re-entered his charged state. A basic attack like a motorcycle drift pushed Dongfang Jing deeper into the jungle. Now Bei Mu had no hope of escape, unless Dongfang Jing's first skill could cover the distance of 3 flashes. Under the combined assault of Guan Yu and Luna, Dongfang Jing's health bar dwindled to a sliver. Yet faced with this low health, both attackers halted their attacks simultaneously. Yelan froze. "Buddy, you use sprint, it'll let you take the kill." Guan Yu turned and walked away. No, this kill is yours. We're counting on you to carry us this round." Guan Yu's player knew his own limits. Even if he got the kill, he wouldn't be able to make a significant impact. After all, there was still Zhang Liang on the enemy team. Zhang Liang was a counter to Guan Yu, especially with his ultimate and first skill, which could easily interrupt Guan. Coupled with his self-awareness, he knew he was no match for Bei Mu, so he wanted Yelan to take on the challenge. Guan Yu turned and left as if he had made a firm decision. Fearing that delays might lead to changes, Yelan unleashed a moonbeam shockwave to finish off Dongfang Jing. Guan Yu had used sprint to arrive, and Yelan had intended to give him the first blood. Since the other insisted on offering it to him, he graciously accepted. First blood. As the announcement echoed when Luna claimed the kill, Guan Yu grinned. "Good buddy, I've given you first blood. You've got to carry us this round." Yelan had anticipated this, but he said nothing, as relying on teammates to defeat Bei Mu was clearly unrealistic. Bei Mu's skill was nothing short of overwhelming. To win this match, Yelan had to rely on himself. After successfully killing Bei Mu, Yelan glanced at the chat. The screen was flooded with disbelief. After all, this was Bei Mu. No discussion of the realm's top junglers was complete without mentioning him. Yet now the highly favored Bei Mu had fallen to this unknown streamer. Even Yelan's longtime fans found it unbelievable. "I must have passed out last night. Ego actually killed Bei Mu. I'm definitely not awake yet. I just kicked my cousin and he's writhing in pain. This isn't a dream." Yigu is getting impressive, playing Luna right in front of Bei Mu and taking him down. Bei Mu probably can't sleep tonight. The chat was filled with exaggerated comments. But Bei Mu found this outcome hard to accept. He never imagined that his nearly perfect strategy had been seen through from the start. Still, Bei Mu couldn't blame himself entirely. Yelan's tactics were just too cunning. Who would hide in that bush? It truly caught Bei Mu off guard. "Bei Mu, this jungle invasion cost us dearly." Zhang Liang's words were like a bucket of cold water. They had lost a kill, a flash, and wasted farming time. It was a significant loss. "I can't help it. Oh, I really didn't expect Luna to hide in that direction. My fault." Bei Mu admitted his mistake. After all, he wasn't a god and couldn't foresee everything. "But it's okay. Oh, well, take it slow. Once you hit level 4, ganking will be easier." Bei Mu gently reassured his teammates. "Brother Bei Mu, how did you lose to Luna in the jungle duel?" The livestream chat erupted in doubt. If Dongfang Jing had secured the smite, the outcome would surely have been different. Bei Mu understood this truth well. But in life there are countless possibilities, yet never a single if. He pondered the reasons for his failure, but racked his brain without finding an answer. Why was his reaction slower than his opponent's? He had been fixated on the blue buff's health bar as well. Why did the blue buff go to me instead of Bei Mu? Because I'm handsome. On the other side, Yelan's stream was buzzing with the same topic. The turning point of this jungle invasion was Luna snatching the blue buff. If Dongfang Jing had secured the blue buff, he could have escaped with 2 casts of his first ability. Even Guan Yu on his motorcycle couldn't have caught him. Yelan sighed helplessly as the chat incessantly bombarded him with questions. "It's actually simple. My finger was always on the smite icon, with no superfluous actions." "What do you mean by no superfluous actions?" The audience was baffled. How to put it? Like Fist of the Tiger's pounce combined with smite, or Dongfang Jing's clone with smite. These combos do raise the execution threshold. But if your hands aren't fast enough, you're just setting the stage for others. A disgruntled fan retorted, "Streamer, are you saying BM's hands are slow?" Bei Mu is the national server's jungle king, the ceiling of Luna. How dare you say his hands are slow? You've been rambling. I think you just got lucky. Yilan sighed as he cleared the jungle with Luna. I never said BM's hands were slow, he just made some When we were fighting the blue buff, it wasn't just me and Dongfang Jing. Zhou Ye's fire and Zhang Liang's magic circle were also there. So his estimated execution line should have been 2000. When the blue buff dropped below 2000 HP, he should have readied his clone and smite. But due to muscle memory, Bei Mu set his execution line at 1800. By then it was too late to summon the clone. So the blue buff was destined to be mine. The audience felt a bit dazed after understanding. So there were so many intricacies to contesting smite. Their eyes had only been on BM's Jing and Yilan's Luna. They had completely overlooked the fire on the ground and Zhang Liang's magic circle. Yilan added, it's not that hard. The more chaotic the situation, the less you should follow the conventional path. Zhou Yu suddenly realized, so that's why you had me spread the fire there. Yilan nodded. Exactly. My goal was to muddy the waters. Whoever lost their cool first would lose. My only target was the blue buff, so my finger stayed on the smite icon. The moment the blue buff hit the execution threshold, I would press it instantly. But Bei Mu couldn't do that. His mind was still on the skill smite combo, and he miscalculated the damage. So he was doomed to lose the smite battle to me. Yilan's explanation was meticulous. Even viewers with average game skills could understand. It wasn't luck, it was truly skill. After clearing the remaining 2 small camps in the blue area, Yilan headed toward the mid-lane river crab. Due to his death during the level 1 invasion, Bei Mu couldn't contest the river crab. He had to concede it to Yilan. With Zhou Ye's lane priority, Yilan took the river crab effortlessly. He didn't even need to use smite. Looks like a chain reaction is starting. Zhong Kuei scout their red and blue areas. See which side Bei Mu starts farming after respawning. If you happen to catch him, you can try a hook to harass. Yilan directed Zhong Kuei while maneuvering Luna toward the red area. Zhong Kuei immediately headed to BM's jungle without complaint. After all, hooking the enemy's jungle monsters was his specialty. The angrier the enemy jungler got, the happier the Zhong Kuei player became. If he could tilt Bei Mu, that would be an achievement. Zhong Kuei arrived at BM's blue area and found the blue buff still standing unharmed in its pit. He immediately reported this to Yilan. Their blue buff is still up. Then Bei Mu must have started at red after respawning. In that case, join me for an Zhong Kuei, Zhou Yu. They both exclaimed, wait, what did you just say? Yilan repeated, invade with me. Why are you so surprised? The statement hit them like a thunderbolt. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yu said, Luna, invading Dongfang Jing's jungle. What are you scared? Yilan chuckled. Of course. That Jing is Bei Mu. So what? Didn't we just... If you judge people through tinted glasses, you'll never become a top player. Zhou Yu was spurred by Yilan's words. I too want to become a king of glory master. Alright, let's do it. How do we invade? Yilan was taking the red buff. No rush, let me hit level 4 first. Zhong Kuei stay in BM's blue area and harass him with hooks when he shows up. Zhong Kuei nodded. No problem. Before Luna could finish, the red buff Dongfang Jing arrived at the blue area. The red glow beneath Jing's feet confirmed he had come from the red area. When Zhong Kuei spotted Bei Mu spotted him too. Seeing Zhong Kuei swinging his hook, Bei Mu let out a resign. In the mid lane, neither Fushijai Inazuka nor Zhang Liang could outclear Zhou Yu alone. No one was there to block the hook for him. The outcome was already clear. Dongfang Jing struck the blue buff once. He didn't use any skills. When the blue buff's health dropped to half, Zhong Kuei's hook flew out. Whether Bei Mu tried to block it or not, the blue buff was fated to enter a reset state and regenerate health. The result no longer mattered. The blue buff was hooked away by Zhong Kuei. It entered a reset state, walking back toward its pit while regenerating health. Bei Mu sighed, thinking he should have banned Zhong Kuei. Such a disgusting hero. Meanwhile, Fushijai Inazuka and Zhang Liang noticed BM's plight. After clearing the minion wave, they rushed over. We're here to help. Bei Mu nodded. Be careful. I have a feeling they want more than just to harass. But Zhang Liang dismissed it. Brother Bei Mu, you're overthinking it. Would Luna really dare to invade Jing's jungle? Bei Mu said nothing, for he truly suspected as much. After all, he was at a disadvantage now. On the other side, Yilan killed the red buff and successfully reached level 4. He unlocked his ultimate moonlight dash. Immediately, he directed Luna toward Dongfang Jing's blue area. I've even invaded the tiger's jungle. Why would I fear Dongfang Jing? Yilan did not stride directly into BM's blue zone, and instead, he angled his vision and concealed himself within the riverbank's undergrowth. To step out now would make his intentions all too apparent. As long as he remained unseen, the opponent's guard would inevitably drop. Just as he anticipated, when Zhong Kuei cast his hook, once more Zhang Liang chose to intercept the blow. Zhong Kuei's chain ensnared Zhang Liang, dragging him from the blue pit into the river's channel. Zhang Liang remained unfazed, for their side boasted a trio of champions. The enemy fielded only Zhou Yu and Zhong Kuei, insufficient firepower. Even at half health, the odds of his demise were slim. Should misfortune strike, his comrades would avenge him. As these thoughts flickered through his mind from the riverbank's hidden grass, not far away, a crimson lunar shockwave surged toward Zhang Liang. Damn it, the enemy Luna is really invading the jungle. Yet this revelation proved too late. None had time to react. Luna transformed into a streak of rosy haze, her ultimate moonlight dash piercing through to Zhang Liang's side. A fortified basic attack descended, etching another moonlight mark upon his brow. Then she charged directly at Dongfang Jing, who was in the midst of slaying the blue buff. Trouble in her target. Bei Mu felt a pang of vexation. He had yet to reach level 4 and thus lacked his ultimate. Confronted by a level 4 Luna with her ultimate, even on his home turf, Bei Mu stood no chance. The incoming Luna landed a basic strike, instantly followed by her second skill, Blazing Sword Gleam. Another ultimate crashed into Jing. Yet under the jungle's protective mechanism, Luna's early damage remained, but Bei Mu knew deep down that persisting thus would only delay the inevitable. His mind raced, ultimately fixing upon the blue buff. He now pinned all his hopes on that blue buff. Should he claim it with his smite, he would ascend to level 4. At that moment, the tide would turn dramatically. Perhaps this very clash would allow him to reverse the earlier downer. With this thought, Biamis' gaze sharpened like a starving wolf locked onto its prey, poised to strike the instant the You want to settle this with smite again? Then he'll make you admit defeat willingly. Yilan's eyes also fixed upon the blue buff's health bar. Yet he did not cease his maneuvers. Instead, his actions grew swifter. In the blink of an eye, Bei Mu was astonished to find the blue buff's health plummeting to the execution threshold. But before he could press his smite, the blue buff shattered once more into fragments. A cerulean radiance seeped into Luna's form. Damn it, did I lose the smite duel again? Biamis' mood curdled like spoiled milk. Twice in a row he had been outsmarted in the smite contest, and both times marked critical turning points. Failing to secure the blue buff, Dongfang Jing naturally remained at level 3. A level 3 Jing, facing a level 4 Luna, could only endure the onslaught. After unleashing a combo on Luna, Jing had nothing left. In contrast, Luna, empowered by the blue buff and Yilan's supreme moon control artistry, seemed to have an unending ultimate. Before long, Biamis Jing fell once more beneath Luna's crimson skirt. On the other flank, Zhang Liang, lacking his flash, perished under the combined assault of Zhong Kuei and Zhou Yu. After slaying Zhang Liang, Zhong Kuei, still hungry for action, cast a hook on a whim. It perfectly predicted Koff's movement. Yilan immediately followed up with damage, while Zhou Yu swiftly laid down a path of flames. In the end, despite using her flash, Koff failed to escape. With Zhou Yu and Zhong Kuei yielding the kill, Yilan claimed it. After a single jungle invasion, Yilan secured 2 kills, catapulting the tempo into overdrive. Bro, are you a smurf? Beating Bei Mu like this, even pro players can't manage it. Zhou Yu praised from. Within 2 minutes, he had slain Bei Mu twice consecutively. This record was nothing short of staggering. Moreover, he had snatched the blue buff from Biamis' grasp both times. He had firmly stabilized the situation. If the first encounter was influenced by the jungle's protective mechanism during Biamis' invasion, the second was a testament to sheer skill. After all, the second skirmish occurred in Biamis' own jungle, where the protective mechanism favored Yilan. Accepting his teammates' praise with a smile, Yilan replied, "Indeed, I am a smurf. Amazing, I envy those with such skill." Yilan chuckled inwardly, thinking, "You'd envy my system even more." Without the system, his prowess would be on par with the rest. Yilan's side was already celebrating prematurely. On the other end, Biamis' team was shrouded in a silence so profound a pin drop could be heard. Bei Mu, their beacon of hope, had died twice in 2 minutes. For a jungle carry, this was nothing short of catastrophic. Bei Mu bit his lip, a flicker of weariness and helplessness passing through his eyes. He had queued on his smuff to unwind and stomp some noobs. Instead, he felt as if he had been stomped by a noob. Never had he imagined being outclassed so thoroughly. What made it more humiliating was that the opponent played Luna, while he wielded Dongfang Jing. Had the roles been reversed, the sting wouldn't have been as sharp. For Luna, losing to Jing was understandable. But now Luna was utterly dominating Jing, leaving Bei Mu without a single excuse. Unsurprisingly, a flood of trolls poured into the stream. How can the streamer be so bad? Getting wrecked by Luna as Jing. Go find a job at a factory. Exactly, with skills like this, how dare you stream? What a disgrace. Is this the so-called Luna god? Can you only play Luna? Biamis loyal fans wanted to retort, but found no words. After all, Biamis' performance was abysmal. Indeed, Biamis' record was far too poor. If the opposing jungler were not Luna, there wouldn't be so many haters or such a commotion. But the key point is the opponent is Luna. Among all jungler heroes, early game Luna is universally acknowledged as the weakest. Yet in this scenario, where is the slightest hint of her being a weak hero? Its absurdity is no less than Stephen Hawking dunking over LeBron James or Sher Taisheng dribbling past Messi. Bei Mu at this moment was also feeling somewhat deflated, unwilling to explain himself in the face of provocative remarks from haters. The immediate priority was to stabilize his mindset and then seek any opportunity for a comeback. On the other side, Yilan had garnered a large number of loyal fans. The streamer is too incredible, even Bei Mu is being beaten and fleeing in panic. When I first heard the streamer claim the title of Sealing Luna, I thought he was boasting, but now it seems he truly has the skill. He definitely has the skill. Luna versus Mirror, killing Mirror twice within 2 minutes, and the one controlling Mirror is Bei Mu. No one would believe this if you told them. Yilan's performance astonished everyone, leaving them utterly amazed. Bei Mu, what do we do now? Zhang Liang licked his lips, knowing that Bei Mu was in a foul mood and his words might only, but he truly felt at a loss. In the early game, their lineup should have been stronger. Yet their opponents had seized the advantage. Bei Mu, feeling dejected, didn't know how to console his teammates. Let's take it slow. The crystal hasn't exploded yet. There's still hope. Little did they know Yilan, eager to climb the ranks, wasn't about to give them any leeway. After successfully taking down Bei Mu, he led Zhong Kuei like a marauder toward other lanes. Zhong Kuei was a top-tier player ranked within the top 10 of his province, boasting impressive accuracy. Coupled with Yilan's exceptional damage output and skill, a hook from Zhong Kuei meant certain death. Under this relentless assault, Yilan's advantage grew. Bei Mu's team was pushed back steadily. The marksman on the development path Mo Yi had no mobility skills and had chosen Sprint as his summoner spell. He became the easiest target. Bei Mu bit his lower lip, his expression grim. The situation seemed almost... Yilan's team excelled in both wave clearing and rotation, far surpassing Bei Mu's lineup. With Bei Mu failing to establish an early rhythm, the longer the game dragged on, the harder it became. The chance of a comeback dwindled. I have to do something, or this game will be like boiling a frog in warm water. A guaranteed loss. Guys, let's find an opportunity to gank their Luna. If we drag it out, we're doomed. Bei Mu's proposal received a lukewarm response. Bro, that Luna's mechanics are really impressive. She's not easy to catch. If no one's willing, then let's just surrender. Dragging it out is pointless. The voice chat fell silent again. Bei Mu didn't rush them, giving everyone time to think. Zhang Liang was the first to speak up. If we don't take a risk, we're done for. Count me in for ganking Luna. Bei Mu smiled. Without you, we can't catch Luna. Anyone else? All right, count me in too. Better to die standing than live on your knees. I'd rather make a mistake than do nothing. Finally, all 5 agreed to focus on taking down Luna first. Consequences be damned. Even if they lost, it would be an honorable defeat, having vented their frustration. Bei Mu glanced at the minimap. Marco Polo and Zhou Yu were on the contest path. Zhong Kuei and Guan Yu were on the development path. Only Luna was in the middle lane clearing waves. Opportunity knocks but once. I think now's the perfect time to catch Luna. The team checked the minimap and saw exactly what Bei Mu described. They immediately stopped what they were doing and converged on the middle lane. They moved as if afraid Yilan would finish clearing the wave and retreat. Zhang Liang activated the wolf's pursuit and, wearing boots of swiftness, led the charge. He was the first to appear in Luna's vision. Holy cow, what's the grudge? They're using wolf's pursuit just to catch me. Yilan didn't hesitate, using his ultimate to dash backward. Bei Mu initially suspected a trap, but seeing Luna break her ultimate to create distance, his doubts vanished. Looks like our move caught him off guard. At this thought, a smile tugged at the corner of Bei Mu's mouth. Zhang Liang, don't let Luna escape. Our chance to turn this game around depends on him. Don't worry, Bei Mu. If he gets away today, I'll wash my hair standing on my head. Zhang Liang, judging the distance, was right, flashed forward and used his ultimate to immobilize Luna. Zhang Liang's ultimate provided a 2-second stun, and combined with his first skill, he could lock Luna down for 3 seconds. Though Zhang Liang was slightly out of sync with his teammates, 3 seconds was enough for them to arrive. Huowu rolled in swiftly, Mirror executed a 12-13 combo. Mo Yi activated his ultimate as Charlotte used her second skill and flashed to close in. Each unleashed their skills, and in the blink of an eye they rained down on Luna. Yilan's mouth twitched. Good grief, they're hellbent on killing me. Even though he was stunned by Zhang Liang's ultimate, he didn't resign himself to fate. As he opened the shop, viewers saw his equipment slots go empty. Whoa, that hand speed. My brain hasn't even registered, and he's already sold all his items. There it is, the bankrupt build. Luna was quite fed. After selling all his items, he still had 6,000 or 7,000 gold. Facing the 5-man assault, Yilan made a swift decision. He bought a guardian angel. As expected, during the 3-second stun, Luna didn't move and was taken down by the enemy. But with the guardian angel, he had a second life. Bei Mu snorted coldly. Even if you can swap items fast and buy a guardian angel, so what? We can kill you once and we'll kill you again. As a top-tier Luna player himself, Bei Mu knew Luna's skill cooldowns by heart. He was well aware that Luna's ultimate was still on cooldown. Even if he revived with the guardian angel, he wouldn't escape death. As a breeze swept over Luna's corpse, Luna rose again. The team immediately unleashed their skills to finish him off. But before the attacks landed, the half-health Luna transformed into a tiny golden statue. The attacks passed straight through the golden Luna. Bei Mu grew frantic. What's the point of dragging this out? Why not just let us kill you and get it over with? Bei Mu, something's off. What? The enemies seem to be converging on us. Alerted by his teammate, Bei Mu was shocked to see that the minimap showed no enemy heroes. Damn it, we've been tricked. What now? Run or fight? Zhang Liang heard the anger in Bei Mu's voice, but asked patiently. Someone had to take charge, and that someone was undoubtedly Bei Mu. Bei Mu steeled himself. Running means defeat anyway, so let's kill this Luna to vent our anger. All right, the other 4 agreed. But the moment Luna's invincibility ended, 2 flashes of red light streaked by, and Luna had already distanced himself by several body lengths. What the hell? Teleportation. The stream viewers were baffled. But on closer inspection, they could see that Luna had used his second skill and 2 dashes of his ultimate in that instant. Thanks to the delay from the Guardian Angel and invincibility, Luna's ultimate had come off cooldown. Regaining control, he immediately created distance from the crowd. A smirk curled on Yilan's lips. My mission is complete. He now had only the invincibility item. Though he had gold to buy more gear, it was unnecessary, because his teammates had already surrounded them. Bei Mu had exhausted all his skills in the attempt to kill Luna. Now surrounded and trapped, only death awaited them. Guan Yu, flanking from behind, activated his sprint, unleashing his ultimate to knock the entire group against the wall. Mark Polo immediately followed up with his 23 combo, unleashing a stun during his ultimate spin. Zhou Yu extended his flames forward, stunning the group with his ultimate. Zhong Kuei strode into the crowd and activated his ultimate. Under the seamless chain of control from the 4 heroes, Bei Mu and his team were battered with no chance to retaliate. Having wasted all their skills on Luna, they could only endure the beating. Although Yilan's teammates were not as developed as him, they still surpassed the enemy. With Bei Mu's team lacking skills, the smoke of battle quickly settled. All 5 of Bei Mu's team were slain, not a single survivor. Bei Mu's expression twisted in agony like constipation. He never imagined that all 5 of them chasing Luna would still let her escape. He had hoped to kill Luna to vent his frustration, even if it meant losing. But failing to take her down only fueled his rage. After this exchange, his despairing teammates voted to surrender. Bei Mu, unwilling to struggle further, decisively agreed. The vote passed unanimously. As the screen shifted and the red crystal exploded, the match's outcome was clear. On the results screen, Yilan's Luna claimed the MVP with a stellar 904 record, boasting a damage share of 40. While the streamer actually won, he beat Bei Mu, winning against Bei Mu's Dongfang Jing with Luna. This streamer can brag for a lifetime. I feel like I'm dreaming. Is this real? The audience in the live stream expressed disbelief. Bei Mu was a long-established, recognized top-tier Luna player. Yilan, however, was merely a small streamer who had gained some fame recently. The gap in their status was immense. On the other side, Bei Mu's Dao heart shattered completely. He rested his elbow on the desk, held his head in both hands, and remained silent, lost in thought. After a long while, he lifted his head, his face etched with exhaustion. Guys, how about we end today's stream here? Having streamed for barely an hour, Bei Mu wanted to log off, and his fans couldn't stand it. Bei Mu rushing off so soon. Could it be you've lost your cool? His mentality's definitely shaken. No one expected this outcome. Getting outplayed while smuffing. Anyone? Bei Mu, that Luna is also a streamer. Why not check out his channel? Bei Mu's eyes landed on the last comment. A streamer too? Alright, I'll take a look. After 6 consecutive losses in the afternoon, Bei Mu had no desire to continue. Visiting another streamer might pass the time. Prompted by viewers' comments, he quickly entered Yilan's stream. Not signed. Seeing no official tag on Yilan's account, Bei Mu felt a flicker of surprise. Though reluctant to admit it, based on that last match, Yilan's Luna skills were at a professional level. Someone like this shouldn't be unsigned. Moreover, the stream had 800 viewers, a popularity surpassing many mid-tier streamers. Welcome to the stream, Bei Mu. Your presence honors my humble channel. Yilan pulled out every fancy phrase had learned in high school. Back then had spent all his time gaming, not studying. Using those 2 words took all his brain power. Your timing on the smite is spot on. I lost both crucial smite battles to you. It's okay. I used to play tank junglers, so my damage wasn't as high as carry junglers. That made my smite timing steadier. Yilan didn't reveal anything about the system. After all, the fewer people who knew, the better. But he wasn't lying about playing tank junglers before. Old fans who had followed Yilan from the start knew he initially played tank junglers. I see, Bei Mu nodded. If that were the case, everything made sense. Players who often used tank junglers had steady hands and better Sorry, Bei Mu, for taking your points. No big deal. I'm on a smuff account. Losing doesn't bother me. Bei Mu put on a magnanimous front, but his fans didn't miss the chance to mock him. Bei Mu putting on an act again. I won't even mention how you were about to cry in your stream earlier. Exactly. Pretending to be generous now. Where was that earlier? The greatest pain is a shattered Dao heart hidden behind a forced smile. Yilan watched the chat and chuckled. It seemed the last match had deeply affected Bei Mu's psyche. But it made sense. Before the result, who could have imagined Luna beating Dongfang Jing? Sorry, Bei Mu. If I were assigned streamer ID, send you a gift to apologize. But I'm broke right now. Without a contract, I live off my fans' spare change. Bei Mu nodded. Had been through that phase and empathized with Yilan's situation. He gifted a spellbook to encourage Yilan. But your skill, popularity, and streaming style don't seem like someone inside. I ran into Linger and Han Han yesterday. They brought me a lot of viewers. I see. Bei Mu nodded and continued. Want me to mention you to my agent? Top streamers like Bei Mu had close ties with their agents. Many signed small streamers would wait ages for a reply, or get none at all. But not Bei Mu. At his level, it was no exaggeration to say the agent would set him as a priority contact. They were the company's cash cows. If Bei Mu spoke up, Yilan believed he could finalize the contract by tonight. But that wasn't what he wanted. Forget it. I prefer to be sought out. With BM's referral he could sign, but the terms might not be great. If the agent approached him first, Yilan could negotiate. After all, working was about making money, wasn't it? Bei Mu showed no surprise at Yilan's refusal. He could sense the ambition in him. All right, let's add each other. Let me know if you need help. No problem. When I need your help, I won't hold back. Preoccupied with climbing the ranks, Yilan exchanged a few casual words with Bei Mu before turning his focus back to the peak match. Bei Mu, unwilling to leave just yet, had his mentality shattered by Yilan's performance and decided to observe his techniques and thought process, hoping to learn a trick or two. He was indeed a top-tier Luna player, but over the years he had never let his guard down. Whenever a national-level Luna emerged, he would immediately study their playstyle. He believed that in a group of 3 there must be a teacher. Bei Mu never considered himself the greatest Luna. All he could do was keep learning, absorbing the strengths of others. Yet after watching Yilan's Luna play 3 consecutive matches, his pupils gradually constricted, his eyes widening in disbelief. Shock, bewilderment, and daze flooded his face. Bei Mu was utterly stunned by Yilan's performance. Both wielded Luna, but how could Yilan's Luna be so dazzling? His mechanics and strategies were nothing short of flawless. Bei Mu had to admit that in some aspects Yilan surpassed him. When did such an incredible Luna appear on the national leaderboard? I've never heard of him. After watching for a while, Bei Mu exited the live stream with a pounding heart. He felt that if he continued, his own Dao heart would shatter. No, I need to practice too, Bei Mu muttered as he logged into his main account, only to suffer 3 consecutive defeats, humbling him once more. Exhausted and disheartened, he chose to go offline and drown his sorrows in drink. On the other side, Yilan's performance was exceptional. With the system at his disposal, climbing ranks was as effortless as drinking water, effortlessly securing over a dozen consecutive victories. His astonishing speed and efficiency left the audience in awe. Counting yesterday's matches, Yilan had achieved over 20 consecutive wins, earning MVP in every single game, with ratings never falling below 15. In every aspect, Yilan projected an image of overwhelming strength. After another streak of over 10 wins, he was once again banned due to excessive online time. At this moment, his peak match score had reached 1998. Yilan was fairly satisfied with this result. With 5 days left until the handover of the account, reaching 2,400 points in the peak match seemed almost certain. In the days ahead, gaining 100 points per day would suffice. Yilan smiled as he glanced at the livestream data with a stable viewership of 5,000. Subscriptions and followers were steadily increasing, and he was now gaining some fame. Yilan's smile widened as everything seemed to be progressing in a positive direction. Alright guys, I'm logging off due to the ban. Tomorrow I'll probably start streaming in the afternoon, as usual, Yilan said, waving goodbye to his audience. Although he had no camera and the viewers couldn't see his wave, he still raised his hand instinctively. After ending the stream, he leaned back in his gaming chair, puffing smoke into the air. He stubbed out the cigarette, pulled open the curtains, and saw that the sky had turned pitch black. The city's neon lights ruthlessly drowned out the stars. The evening in Jiangxing carried a slight chill. Yilan wrapped himself in a jacket and headed out. At a street stall, he ordered a few skewers of barbecue and cold noodles, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. Eat and drink well, as long as you're willing to work hard. Meanwhile, in the Tiger Shark office building in Shanghai, it was 8 in the evening. Normally time to clock out, but the office hall was still bustling with activity. Employees clutched documents, performed data analysis, and finally handed the compiled files to the manager Zhou Ting. Zhou Ting, dressed in a black work suit, her curvaceous figure accentuated frown as she examined the files from her subordinates. She bit her lower lip, her feet clad in black stockings, dangling a pair of high heels back and forth as she studied them. With a sigh, she tossed the file onto her desk and rubbed her temples in exhaustion. Everyone scrambles to meet their quotas at the end of the month. Why didn't they work earlier? It's like wiping your nose after it's already run down your chin. Such a waste of my time. Zhou Ting glanced at her watch, let out a weary sigh, and accepted her fate. As the Tiger Shark manager, her primary duty was overseeing the signing of new streamers. The agents under her would select promising newcomers suitable for contracts and submit their information to Zhou Ting for approval. Agents were evaluated based on performance, needing to meet a fixed number of signings each month or face pay cuts and termination. At the beginning and middle of the month, these agents were lazy, sometimes going days without reporting to Zhou Ting. But as the month end approached, they panicked, dragging Zhou Ting into their overtime work. This person's streaming data looks promising, Zhou Ting remarked, her gaze falling on a file on the desk. She pushed aside the surrounding documents, revealing the one that caught her interest. Yilan, 18 years old, an Honor of Kings gaming streamer. A stable viewership of 5,000, occasionally peaking at 8,000. Such high popularity. Zhou Ting couldn't help but give a thumbs up, her black high heels swaying. A live stream with a stable 100 viewers was already eligible for a contract. Yet an unsigned streamer with 5,000 viewers was unheard of. Without a contract, the account had only minimal exposure. Yilan's data was astonishing, undoubtedly ranking among the top among new streamers. This one can be signed. Call him tomorrow to gauge his salary expectations. Zhou Ting decided, setting Yi Lan's information aside. Meanwhile, Yi Lan finished his meal and drinks, lit a cigarette, and staggered home. His alcohol tolerance wasn't low, but he had drunk a bit too much, making his steps unsteady. Upon opening the door, he noticed extra cardboard boxes in the living room, all placed near the other bedroom. Oh, a new roommate. A pair of small canvas flats were neatly arranged on the shoe rack, revealing the newcomer's gender. Yi Lan guessed it was a female roommate. Looks like I can't strip down when I use the bathroom anymore. They'll have to dress properly after showering. Living with a girl is a bit restrictive, he sighed. Yi Lan retreated to his room, and under the influence of alcohol fell into a deep sleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. He was awakened in the middle of the night by a full bladder. Damn, too much beer means too much pee, he muttered, barely able to open his eyes as he stumbled toward the bathroom. The moment he opened the bathroom door before he could turn on the light, a piercing scream shattered the silence. Yi Lan's drowsiness, intoxication, and urgency vanished instantly as he slammed the door shut. What the hell? Why didn't you turn on the light? He exclaimed, leaning against the glass door, fumbling to light a cigarette with trembling hands. Damn, that was a close call. Don't you know to knock before entering? A delicate female voice came from the bathroom. It must be the new roommate. Yi Lan, suppressing his urge to urinate, exhaled a smoke ring. How was I supposed to know someone was in there with the lights off? Besides, it's 3 in the morning. What decent person uses the bathroom at this hour? Yi Lan pouted, venting his dissatisfaction. Then why are you in the bathroom? The girl inside retorted without backing down, leaving Yi Lan speechless. Drank too much tonight, woke up needing to pee. Oh, same here pretty much. You drank too? Yi Lan raised an eyebrow. No, I think the hot pot ingredients weren't cooked through. My stomach hurts like hell in the middle of the night. Oh, I see. Yi Lan took a deep drag of his cigarette, indicating he understood. You didn't see anything just now, did you? My eyes were barely open from sleep, plus it was pitch black with no lights on. What could I possibly see? Good. The woman in the bathroom sighed with relief. She never imagined she'd encounter such an awkward situation right after moving into the shared apartment. To ease the awkwardness, the girl tried to chat with Yi Lan. What do you do for work? A game streamer. I'm a Chinese teacher at Jiangxing High School next door. A teacher, huh? Nice, a respectable job. The woman pouted, a look of melancholy on her face. Respectable. Lots of work, little pay, no room for advancement. And since I'm a trainee teacher, the school won't even provide me with staff housing. Sometimes I envy my sister. She's a manager at a listed company, earning tens of thousands a month. She bought her own apartment in the Magic City. Unlike me, stuck sharing an apartment in Jiangxing. Yi Lan took a drag of his cigarette without answering. Envying others and being envied were all too common. They fell silent for a moment. The girl spoke again to break it. What's your name? Yi Lan. Ning Kaikai. With no more topics, they lapsed into silence again. After a while, the bathroom door. I am done. You can go in now. Ning Kaikai lowered her head, her index fingers pressed together, speaking in a soft voice. By the moonlight filtering through the curtain, Yi Lan could see Ning Kaikai's appearance. She wore a white floral dress that fell to her calves. Her delicate face was the size of a palm, her skin fairer than snow. Her glossy black hair cascaded naturally to her waist, accented by a beige headband, making her look like a refined young lady from a scholarly family in the Republican era. But Yi Lan knew that female Chinese teachers were all fierce. He could confirm this based on his own Chinese teacher from his school days. Yi Lan initially wanted to say her poop stank and head go in later. But thinking again that would be rude, so he shook the half-smoked cigarette in his hand. They'll go in after I finish this cigarette. Ning Kaikai lifted her head slightly, her clear eyes peering through her thick lashes, taking in Yi Lan's features. Tall, quite handsome. That was Ning Kaikai's first impression. But watching him blow smoke rings, her fondness receded like a fast-ebbing tide. As a teacher, she naturally disapproved of boys who liked to smoke and drink. Besides, the just graduated Yi Lan still had an air of youthful immaturity, no different from a high schooler. I'm going to sleep. You get some rest too. Next time you use the bathroom, remember to turn on the light to avoid— Oh, okay. Ning Kaikai, blushing furiously, scurried back to her room and closed the door. Yi Lan found Ning Kaikai adorable, the corners of his mouth lifting involuntarily. Ning Kaikai, a graduate student, was 24, a full 6 years older than Yi Lan, but she had none of the airs of an adult. Her figure, under 1.6 meters, was as petite as a child's. Her personality was also very gentle. Yi Lan wondered if her students would bully her. Yi Lan finished the last of his cigarette in a few puffs, stubbed it out, went into the bathroom to relieve himself, and then returned to his warm bed. Time to sleep. When Yi Lan woke again, it was nearly noon. Ning Kaikai had already left for school, leaving him alone in the apartment. Yi Lan went to the bathroom to wash up and found the sink cluttered with Ning Kaikai's things. Besides her toothbrush and toothpaste, there were numerous bottles and jars of cosmetics. Some jars were covered in English, not a single word of which Yi Lan could understand. After washing up, his ordered delivery arrived. He ate while catching up on a show, feeling absolutely fantastic. Just then a call came in. The caller ID showed the Magic City. Yi Lan answered, ready to hang up immediately if it was spam or advertising. Hello, I'm a staff member from the Tiger Shark app in the Magic City. I'd like to discuss a contract with you. Do you have a moment? A standard broadcast voice came from the other end. Yilan raised an eyebrow slightly. Coming to talk about a contract so soon. The ecstasy on his face was undeniable. I have time now. Go ahead. Great. Based on our assessment, you qualify for our clever contract. Base salary of 5,000, a 5,050 split on gift revenue, plus advertising fees later. Hearing this, Yilan frowned, then relaxed a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Without a word, he hung up the phone. Then, as if nothing happened, he continued eating and watching TV. Soon the phone rang again. Yilan waited a few seconds before answering. Did you have a bad signal? Why did the call drop? No. Is there a problem with your phone? No. Did you accidentally press the end button? A sneer curled on Yilan's lips. Guess. Was it on purpose or by accident? The other end was silent. If this is the condition for signing, let's not waste each other's time. I won't agree. The customer service girl licked her lips. How about I upgrade you to a level contract? A base salary of 1,000 a month. But before she could finish, Yilan hung up again. The girl sighed, took off her headset, and looked at Zhou Ting standing behind her, shaking her head. Zhou Ting bit her plump lower lip with her canine tooth, exuding an unconscious, alluring charm. Her delicate brows were slightly furrowed, a hint of anger on her face. Zhou Ting never imagined that an 18-year-old fresh high school graduate could be so stubborn. He hung up on her twice, without any room for negotiation. They were official customer service representatives from the Tiger Shark platform. But he showed no respect at all. This guy's appetite is bigger than I thought. Give me his contact info. He'll handle this personally. Got it, Ting Jia. Zhou Ting did not call directly. Instead, she chose to send a friend request and message. Hello, I am Zhou Ting, the general manager of the Tiger Shark platform app, specifically in charge of the Honor of Kings live streaming sector. I am now contacting you directly. Yilan glanced at the verification message, thought for a moment, and still approved it. After all, in the game platform arena, Tiger Shark still stood as the unchallenged giant. For gamers, it was undoubtedly the best live streaming platform. But if they failed to offer terms that enticed Yilan, he wouldn't hesitate to become the head of a rooster at another platform rather than the tail of a phoenix at Tiger Shark. After the friend request was approved, Zhou Ting quickly sent a message. Hello, the customer service lady informed me that you rejected the level contract. May I ask if there are any concerns? Yilan bit his chopsticks, freeing a hand to type. No concerns, just that I find you insincere and lacking genuine intent. You've misunderstood us. Offering you a level contract already demonstrates our sincerity. Yilan snorted coldly upon hearing this. The first call had used a clever contract to test him. When I disagreed, it immediately turned into a level contract. Is that sincerity? Clearly they wanted to probe my limits and appetite. Since you want to test, I'll show you what it means to have an insatiable appetite. Seeing Yilan's silence, Zhou Ting continued typing. The level contract is the highest we estimated based on your popularity and gift revenue, so please don't overestimate yourself. Even on our Tiger Shark platform, game streamers who receive level contracts are few and far between. Recognize your own strength and position, choose the contract that suits you best, and you'll have a long-lasting career. Yilan's lips curled slightly into a faint, elusive smile. Was this a threat? If soft tactics failed, were they resorting to hard ones? How ridiculous. Having dropped out of school early, Yilan lacked the naivety and innocence of a student. Though his appearance might still seem youthful, his words and actions carried a hint of streetwise cunning. If that's how you speak, then I'm sorry, but I have to decline again. Zhou Ting remained unfazed, snorting coldly as she replied, Don't regret it. He'll return those exact words to you. After deleting Zhou Ting as a friend, Yilan lost his appetite for eating. He leaned back in his chair, deep in thought. To be honest, the base salary of 1,000 from a level contract was decent. Adding gifts and ads, it would amount to around 2,000 a month. For his past self, that was an astronomical figure, unimaginable. But now that he had awakened his system, such earnings clearly couldn't satisfy his appetite. It wasn't like Kong E.G. refusing to take off his scholar's robe. Rather, when you truly have strength, you simply look down on such trifles. If Tiger Shark doesn't work out, he'll have to go to Mozo or Douyu. However, in recent years, the decline of these two platforms had become increasingly evident. Their audience and traffic couldn't match Tiger Shark's. She said contract tiers are based on viewer traffic and gift revenue. So conversely, if my popularity and gifts increase, can I get a higher tier contract? Yilan stroked his chin, a strategy forming in his mind. He finished his takeout in a few bites, then found Lin Xiao's contact in his address book. Although payments for orders went through the platform, they had added each other as friends for convenience. Yilan thought for a moment and sent Lin Xiao a message. Sis, I've hit a snag on the climb. The reply came quickly. Can't climb any higher. No worries, you've already done so much. Even if you don't finish the task, I won't ask for the deposit back. Lin Xiao checked his match history daily and could see his effort and skill. Yilan felt a warmth in his heart. Such a generous and kind-hearted boss was rare. He needed to make good use of her. No, that's not it. I've just run into a small issue. Tell me about it. If I can solve it, I will. That's exactly what. Besides being a booster and companion player, I'm also a streamer. I'm inside right now, and I'm so broke I split a pack of instant noodles into 3 meals. So I was hoping you could post a video to help promote and drive traffic to me. Lin Xiao's Douyin account had over 10 million followers. Any video she posted easily garnered hundreds of thousands of views. Yilan wouldn't pass up a chance for free promotion and traffic. He just wondered how much popularity it would bring him. That's no big deal, but making a video is a hassle. How about you just quit streaming and he'll support you, 100 a month, as allowance. Yilan's emotions churned like a storm. In all his years, this was the first time someone had proposed to keep him. The excitement was even more intense than being confessed to by a girl. 100 a month, that's 2 million a year. After 3 to 5 years of being kept, Yilan could just go back to his hometown, live off the interest, and coast through life. So what do you think? Consider my proposal. Better not. I'm not cut out for living off someone else unless it's... Yilan wasn't sure if Lin Xiao was joking or serious. After much deliberation, he chose to decline. Too bad you missed a chance to be a kept man. No worries, once I become a top streamer, it'll give you a chance to live off me. I'm afraid you'll never see that day. Your offer would be mixed with concrete. Haha, Yilan laughed at his own joke. Offering to support Lin Xiao was a bit presumptuous, to say the least. One of her limited edition handbags could buy his entire life. Earlier, when Yilan had some free time, he looked up Lin Xiao. Her father was in export trade, commanding thousands of Tinta cargo ships with annual profits in the billions. A rich woman of that caliber. Even scraps from her table would be enough to sustain him for a lifetime. As Yilan sat there dazed, Lin Xiao sent a transfer of 200 RMB. Consider this 200 as a tip for me. He'll post the video later. Thank you, boss. Yilan sent a kowtowing emoji. With Lin Xiao's money, Yilan also hired a few high-traffic bloggers to edit clips of his matches against Bei Mu, Ling, Air, and Han Han. This would inevitably offend the fans of those three. But it didn't matter. He had already offended them. Besides being infamous was still fame. Yilan had initially attracted his first audience through conflicts with these people. After finishing everything, he looked at Zhou Ting's name in his blacklist, a triumphant smile curling on his lips. Let's see who regrets it first. On the other side, Zhou Ting stared at Yilan's document with displeasure, then crumpled it angrily and tossed it into the wastebasket. A brat fresh out of high school dares to speak to me like that. He's truly asking for trouble. Ever since she became the manager of the King module, she had heard nothing but flattery over the years. Few dared to defy her ideas and suggestions. But today she was rebuffed by someone 10 years her junior. It left a bitter taste in her mouth. However, despite her displeasure, Zhou Ting had no intention of banning Yilan's streaming account. For one, she was banning someone's account just because they couldn't agree on a salary. How was that any different from coercive trade? It would tarnish Tiger Shark platform's reputation. For another, not signing a contract meant they didn't have to pay Yilan a salary. Yet the popularity and traffic he brought were real and tangible. In other words, Yilan was working for them for free and they didn't have to pay him a cent. He'll still take my cut from the gifts, sign or not, I don't care. Thinking you can fight the whole company alone. What a delusion. Let's see who cracks first. The tug-of-war between Zhou Ting and Yilan officially began. Both sides would fight for their own interests. Meanwhile, after lunch and a brief rest, Yilan started his stream. His consecutive winning streak over the past few days had attracted a legion of loyal fans, all awed by his skill. Among the myriad streamers, none could match Yilan. He climbed from 1,500 to 2,000 points without a single loss. Reaching 2,000 points in the peak tournament meant he had crossed the threshold into mastery. The audience was curious whether Yilan could maintain his perfect record. If he did, he would be the first to storm the peak ranking undefeated. The value of such an achievement was beyond words. It would be unprecedented and unlikely to be surpassed. Brothers, thank you for sticking with me all this way. I might stop streaming on Tiger Shark platform in a few days. Yilan's tone was tinged with regret, and the gossip-loving viewers immediately sensed something amiss. What's up, streamer? Isn't Tiger Shark platform great? It's the biggest game streaming platform in the country. Yeah. You're so popular now, it's not like you can't make a living. Streamers say no more. Wherever you go will follow. Watching the concerned comments from his viewers, Yilan flashed a smug smile. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Yilan, I got a call from the platform today. They want to discuss a contract with me. Audience, a contract is great. You'll get a salary. Yilan, great my foot. They offered me a base salary of only 5,000. I'd be better off working in a factory. Audience, that's really too low. With your popularity, the base salary should be at least tens of thousands. Yilan quickly added, and she said, I don't know my place. Can you guys tolerate that? This remark infuriated the audience. It was one thing to pay so little. After all, capitalist exploitation of workers was all too common. But speaking like that was going too far. You exploit me, and then say I'm not working hard enough. How is that any different from killing the donkey after it finishes grinding? Every word Yilan spoke was true, though he omitted certain details. This was misleading yet factual. Even if Tiger Shark platform wanted to hold him accountable, they couldn't. It seems browsing Douyin really does teach you a thing or two. These talking points were of course picked up from the marketing accounts on Douyin. One-sided, misleading, yet factual. They'll keep streaming on Tiger Shark platform today. Once I've negotiated with other platforms, they'll move there. After stating his plan, Yilan pulled out his phone and launched the game. He logged into Lin Xiao's account again and began climbing the ranks. One crushing victory after another left the audience without any suspense. Yilan had achieved 40 consecutive wins, pushing his peak tournament score to 2,100. Just then Yilan noticed the viewership in his stream skyrocketing at an astonishing rate, as if undergoing a fission reaction. In a matter of moments, the number of concurrent viewers surged past 2,000. It kept climbing. 3,000, 4,000. Finally, it settled at 5,000. 50,000 people flooded into Yilan's stream, simultaneously spamming the chat. Yilan was momentarily dazed. This sudden surge in popularity left him bewildered. Just then his phone vibrated. It was a message from Lin Xiao. I posted a video like you said. My fans are all clamoring to support you. Don't embarrass me. Reading the message, Yilan swallowed hard, his mouth suddenly dry. A 5,000 viewer stream had instantly become 5,000. Was this Lin Xiao's pulling power? Terrifying. What stunned Yilan even more was that these people started sending gifts without a second thought. They sent whatever was most expensive. Yilan's computer had never witnessed such a spectacle. It promptly shut down, wisps of smoke curling from the case. Stop, guys, please stop. My computer will be toast at this rate. But the audience seemed deaf to Yilan's pleas as gift effects continued to rain down. In the end, Yilan's computer case burned out, and the stream went offline. Staring at the melted casing, Yilan let out a sigh. He truly hadn't expected Lin Xiao's fans to be this fanatical. In less than 5 minutes, they had gifted over 100,000 yuan worth of items, retiring the computer that had served him for years. What happened? My fans said you went offline. Lin Xiao came to confront Yilan, fuming. Yilan sighed, took a photo of the ruined computer case, and sent it to her. Your fans are way too enthusiastic. The temperature must have hit over 1,000 degrees. My computer couldn't take it and gave up. Lin Xiao replied with a string of ellipses. I'm sorry. I didn't know they'd be this crazy. How about I buy you a new computer? Yilan picked up his phone and replied, no need. I'll buy one myself. Your fans gifted me over 100,000 worth of stuff. I'm a rich man now. All right. If you ever need money, just tell me. Don't be shy. Yilan chuckled and replied, I've never been shy. Logically, he could still stream using his phone, even with the computer broken. But with the kind of traffic he had just seen, using a phone would only cause severe lag. The viewers would have a lousy experience, and Yilan wouldn't enjoy it either. The top priority was to buy a new computer with better specs to prevent a repeat of this situation. With that in mind, Yilan turned off the air conditioner, pushed open the door, and stepped out of the room. Meanwhile, at Tiger Shark platform, the buzz over Yilan's situation was in full swing. Zhou Ting, what's the meaning of this? A streamer with such high popularity, why isn't she signed? If we had slipped in a few ads during the live stream, we could have raked in tens of thousands more in commissions this month. Inside the general manager's office, Zhou Ting pressed her thin lips together, slightly lowering her head to gaze at her own toes. Before her stood a plump, middle-aged woman, her neat, short-cropped hair exuding an air of crisp efficiency. She seemed a bit older than Zhou Ting, with a few more wrinkles on her face, yet also possessing an added charm of a married woman. Sister Yun, let me explain. We discussed the signing matter with this person named Yilan around noon. But this man is simply too arrogant. He turned down even a level contract. The middle-aged woman, addressed as Sister Yun, named Tang Yun, was the general manager of Tiger Shark platform, holding a higher position than Zhou Ting. After hearing Zhou Ting's explanation, Tang Yun was immediately furious. Zhou Ting, you're not a child anymore. How can you still act on impulse? With 500 live viewers and over 100,000 in tips alone, if you were in his shoes, would you sign a level contract? And did you insult Yilan? Otherwise, why would he choose to go offline at the peak of his popularity? Do you realize our platform might lose over 100,000 because of this? Zhou Ting stood frozen in bewilderment, never imagining that Yilan, whom she had dismissed, possessed such immense potential. Sister Yun, I truly didn't insult him. I only told him to recognize his own strength and keep his place. Tang Yun pulled an airplane ticket from her drawer and pushed it across to Zhou Ting. It seems he has a very clear understanding of his own abilities. On the contrary, you seem rather unclear about his. The company has decided. You're to go to Jiangshan, catch the 3 p.m. flight this afternoon, and discuss the signing with Yilan face to face. You must secure Yilan's signature before any other company makes a move. Zhou Ting stared at the plane ticket in her hand, a flicker of disbelief in her eyes. Sister Yun, is it really necessary to go to such lengths for a Yilan? Going to such lengths? If I told you he climbed from 1,500 to 2,000 points in the peak tournament with a perfect win streak, would you still think it's excessive? Fine, I admit he's skilled, but our Tiger Shark platform doesn't lack talented streamers. Han, Wei Liang, Nuan Yang, Bei Mu. They're all high-popularity jungle kings. Their skills aren't necessarily inferior to Yilan's. Tang Yun shot Zhou Ting a cold glance. Do you think any of those four could reach 2,000 points in the peak tournament with a perfect win streak? Zhou Ting was left speechless by Tang Yun's words. Yet upon reflection, it was undeniably true. Achieving an MVP in every match with a perfect win streak to 2,000 points in the peak tournament was a feat not even professional players could replicate. And I should tell you, Bei Mu and Han Han have already crossed paths with Yilan. Both were awed by his gameplay. Yilan's potential is immense. We must keep him at all costs, or we'll only be strengthening our rivals. Hearing this, Zhou Ting knew the trip to Jiangxing was unavoidable. Still, the chance to visit her younger sister along the way seemed the only perk of this business trip. With that thought, Zhou Ting tucked the ticket into her pocket and said to Tang Yun, "All right, I'll go pack my things and head to Jiangxing this afternoon. Safe travels. Go early and return. Sis, safe travels on a plane is bad luck. You'd better take that back." Zhou Ting was visibly startled. Tang Yun retracted her blessing. It was just a business trip, no need for luggage. Zhou Ting slung her usual bag over her shoulder and headed out. Downstairs, she hailed a taxi to the airport. Meanwhile, Yilan had assembled a computer at the electronics market with staff delivering it to his home. On his way back, Yilan received a call from Zhou Ting. "Oh, losing your composure so soon." A cold smirk curled at the corner of Yilan's mouth. Answering the call, Yilan remained silent, deliberately ceding the initiative to Zhou Ting. "Hello, is this Mr. Yilan?" I'm Zhou Ting, head of the gaming division at Tiger Shark Live. They'll be coming this afternoon to discuss the signing in person, so I'd like to ask for your home address. Yilan's eyes sharpened, his tone icy and dripping with hostility. "Oh, not satisfied with a verbal warning, so you want to deliver one in person?" Zhou Ting quickly forced a conciliatory smile. No, I've been seriously reprimanded and educated by the manager. I'm coming this time to apologize and to discuss the signing terms with you." The stark contrast in tone and words between the two calls left Yilan with a clear understanding. Compensation is fine, but an apology is unnecessary. "Wait, I've got another call coming in." He'll hang up for now. "Hey, hold on, I'm about to board the plane." Before Zhou Ting could finish, Yilan unilaterally ended the call. Zhou Ting trembled with rage, her ample chest heaving slightly. "Bastard, you could at least tell me the address first." Fuming, Zhou Ting nearly smashed her phone, but restrained herself, remembering she had bought it with her own salary. After calming down, Zhou Ting began to analyze the situation. Could it be someone from another platform called, giving Yilan the confidence to hang up on me without a second thought? It seems things are getting serious. I need to come up with a killer contract on the plane, one that outshines all competitors. As it turned out, Zhou Ting was overthinking. The call was from the electronics market deliverman, stopped by the security guard requiring Yilan as the resident to vouch for them. After handling that matter, Yilan tried calling Zhou Ting back, but he couldn't get through. Then, recalling that Zhou Ting had mentioned coming for an in-person signing today, he realized she was on the plane with her phone in airplane mode. Yilan sent her the address via text message and left it at that. Back home, he eagerly tore open the computer. His old computer had been so slow that even playing League of Legends lagged. It was long overdue for a replacement. Today's turn of events was a blessing in disguise. Lin Xiao's fans had gifted him over 100,000 in tips. After a 50-50 split, Yilan would pocket more than 60,000. Plus Lin Xiao's personal tip of 20,000. Buying a computer was a breeze. He plugged it and powered it on transferred data from the old machine and downloaded all the software needed for streaming. With preparations complete, Yilan started his stream once more. This time, however, he turned on the camera. His old computer was so ancient that its camera had long broken, so he had never used one. Suddenly activating the camera caught the audience off guard. "Whoa, the streamer is this handsome. With those insane shiatsu skills, I always imagined you as a 200-pound fat guy." He could rely on his looks, but chooses talent instead. "I'm crying in the bathroom." Watching the barrage of comments praising his appearance, Yilan couldn't suppress the grin spreading across his face. "See, I told you I was the Jiangxing version of Daniel Wu. Now do you believe me?" Yilan was indeed one of those handsome guys among the male crowd. Standing tall at 185 meters, he was as straight as a green pine, with a head of jet black short hair that was clean and crisp, carrying a hint of casualness in its messiness. His inky eyes were deep and bright, his face sharply defined, and his thin lips slightly upturned, tracing a captivating arc. Without makeup, without styling, without filters. Just standing there with a simple smile, he was so handsome that words failed to describe it. In truth, Yilan had long considered streaming with his camera on. After all, he did think he was somewhat handsome. A bit of good looks plus exceptional gaming skills. Who knew if some wealthy woman might take a fancy to him one day? But he had since abandoned such thoughts. After all, he had already turned down the patronage of a rich woman. Now he only wanted to carve out a world of his own. Yilan adjusted his sitting posture and took out his phone. "Brothers, let's keep climbing the ranks, aiming to hit 2,200 points in peak competition tonight." The audience and fans were all taken aback. Yilan was currently at 2,100 points in peak competition. To reach 2,200 tonight, he would need nothing short of a perfect winning streak. "I used to doubt if he could become the peak rank 1 within a week, but now I dare not question it at all. Same here, he's almost on a perfect streak to peak rank 1. A brother, yes, skills are just too insane. Sigh, I envy him." If I had even half the streamer's skill, I wouldn't be single. My ex broke up with me because I sucked at gaming, and now I've climbed to the top 10,000 in peak competition, yet I still can't win her back. While Yilan chatted with the viewers in the bullet comments, the match was successfully queued. They entered the ban-pick interface. Both sides began banning heroes. Just then a highly recognizable voice came through the team voice chat, startling Yilan. Brothers, pick your main heroes, pick your main heroes. The second player, who had pre-selected Lu Bu, spoke with a hoarse magnetic voice, startling all 4 teammates, including Yilan. Damn that voice, aren't you Dahua? Why are you haunting me? I got screwed by you 3 times at 1,500 points, and now I've climbed to 2,000, yet I still match with you. Brother Hua's own account doesn't have 2,000 points in peak competition, he must be borrowing an account. Yilan initially thought it was Dahua too, and was about to search for confirmation. But the netizens had already given a definitive answer. Brother, you don't bother searching, that Lu Bu is Dahua. I just came from his stream. Brother Hua's own account lost all its credit score, so he borrowed one to play in high-rank matches. Haha, look at Brother Yes' expression, it's like he turned to stone. No helping it, no remakes in peak competition, meet Hua, and you accept your fate. Brother, you don't lose heart. Though you have Dahua on your side, the enemy team has Xiao Pang and Fly. Seeing the last bullet comment, Yilan felt like the sky was falling. On his side, a terror of the canyon, Yu on the opposing side, 2 professional players. Was this the unique matching mechanism of Honor of Kings? Formidable opponents, brain-dead teammates. Yilan's side, thinking this match was no different from a tribulation. The opposing team's voice chat was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Holy crap, we're matched against Pang Huang and Fly at the same time. Oh, looks like this win is in the bag. Guaranteed win, bro. Don't you trust the strength of Wolf Team's top laner and jungler? Solid. Give up the positions. I'm already lying down. In the Wolf Team training room, Xiao Pang and Fly exchanged smiles as they listened to their teammates' praise. After finishing their training today, since their peak competition scores were similar, they decided to queue together to see if they could match into the same game. Unexpectedly, they did match together. Yao Dao, Xiang Yu, and the others could only watch enviously. All 5 of them queued together, but only Fly and Xiao Pang ended up in the same match. Xiao Pang stretched his plump frame in his gaming chair. Fei Niu let these randoms witness the dominance of Wolf Team's top laner and jungler. Fly raised an eyebrow slightly, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Oh, no need to go easy. I want absolute crushing. Both were amused by their own dramatic flair. As professional players from the same team, the chance of matching together was already slim, let alone as teammates. Their teammates were thrilled by the words. Whether it was Xiao Pang or Fly, their dominance in the professional arena was extraordinary. Fly, the recipient of the Ma Chao FMVP skin, was hailed as the strongest top laner in the nation. Xiao Pang, a prodigy jungler, though his accolades might not match Nuan Yang's, was still one of the top-tier jungle kings in the country. Add to that the fact that these two were professional players from the same team, with formidable strength and seamless coordination. They could practically start celebrating early. The enemy top laner picked Lu Bu to Brother Fly. What do you want to play? A teammate asked. He'll go Ma Chao directly, all about confidence. Fly unhesitatingly selected his signature hero Ma Chao. As his iconic champion, he had immense confidence in his Ma Chao. Yilan's heart sank halfway at the sight. Although Lu Bu was Dihua's specialty hero compared to Fly's Ma Chao, it was like heaven and earth. The top lane will definitely be torn apart by Fly. It looks like winning this match depends on me alone. Yilan thought it over and ultimately chose Luna, a hero with a higher skill ceiling. On the other side, Xiao Pang didn't pick a dominant hero, but chose Hikari. It seemed he had given up on invading the jungle, allowing both sides to develop peacefully in the early game. The two sides traded picks, and the team compositions were finalized. Red team top lane Dihua's Lu Bu jungler, Yilan's Luna mid lane Ganjiang, Mo Xie farm lane, Huangzhong support Luban master. Blue team top lane Fly's Ma Chao jungler Xiao Pang's, Hikari mid lane Gao, Jianli farm lane Marco Polo support Sunbin. Both teams had excellent compositions. Yilan's side was all about engaging. Fly's team was no slouch either, but the only flaw was the lack of a front line. Whoever ran slowest was the tank. On the loading screen, the older Dahua began to ramble. Luban, listen, if you can hook all 5 of them this round, he'll drop a massive ULT and jump 7 or 8 times, getting a pinnacle in one go. Believe me? No. Luban master replied decisively. He really didn't believe Dahua could pull that off. Jump 7 or 8 times. It would be a miracle if he didn't miss his ULT. Dihua's performance had declined severely over the years. He was no longer the top lane tiger of the past. Besides, how easy was it to hook all 5? Even if he did hook all 5, as long as Sunbin activated his second skill before the crowd control hit, their damage output would be greatly reduced. To win this match, it all came down to which side performed better in team fights. Yilan flexed his wrists. Facing 2 top-tier professional players, he had to take it seriously. Moreover, his own team had a ticking time bomb. In a parallel world past midnight, all ranks could play peak competition. Welcome to Honor of Kings. Enemy troops are arriving in 5 seconds. All troops charge. As the loading screen ended, the stirring broadcast echoed through the room, igniting a surge of adrenaline. Yilan purchased a pair of grass boots, controlling Luna as she moved toward the blue buff area. Upon reaching the high ground, she sold the grass boots at the original price and exchanged them for a jungling blade. The mid laner and support each occupied a bush to prevent the enemy from invading the jungle. However, Yilan thought the probability of an invasion was minimal given that Xiao Pang was playing as Yukio. Although Yukio was formidable in the early game, his damage for jungle invasion was somewhat lacking, especially considering the impact of the jungle protection mechanism. Moreover, unlike Mirror or Pei Qinhu, Yukio lacked a high execution threshold. If Xiao Pang attempted to invade, Yilan was 100% confident she could secure the buff. The mid lane minions clashed, and jungle monsters emerged from the ground. Those occupying the bushes on either side of the mid lane still saw no sign of Yukio. It seemed Xiao Pang had no intention of invading. This gave Yilan a moment to breathe. She began controlling Bei Mu to attack the blue buff. In this match, she was on the red side, so her jungle route started with the blue buff moving upward to reach level 4, and then ganking Fly's Ma Chao. Just as she finished clearing the blue buff and was about to attack, the lizard Yukio's icon appeared on the development lane. Huang Zhong, be careful. The enemy Yukio is heading to the development lane. Yilan issued the warning as soon as she saw Yukio's icon, but it was already too late. A fierce skirmish had erupted in the development lane during the first wave of minions. But how could the early game weak Marco Polo stand a chance against Huang Zhong? Half-health Marco Polo was pinned under the tower, only daring to use his first skill to last-hit minions from a distance. This delay slowed Huang Zhong's wave-clearing speed. By the time he finished clearing the minions and was about to take the river crab, Xiao Pang's Yukio had arrived. Huang Zhong immediately considered using flash to escape, but Xiao Pang's mechanics were faster. Using the river crab, he executed 2 consecutive swallows return to close in on Huang Zhong. He unleashed the Iato blade, sending a sword aura to hit the escaping Huang Zhong. Xiao Pang's Yukio started with the red buff for a level 2 gank on the bottom lane, so the slash applied a slowing effect from the red buff. Seeing this, Marco Polo immediately followed up. After clearing the minion wave, he smoothly reached level 2. Using his second skill to dash forward, he closed in on Huang Zhong and fired bullets from his first skill gunshot toward him. Slowed and unable to dodge, Huang Zhong greedily absorbed Marco Polo's bullets like a hungry cat, his health plummeting sharply. Yukio caught up to Huang Zhong, stunning him with a II strike. Marco Polo continued attacking with basic attacks while moving closer to Huang Zhong. Once Huang Zhong's stun ended, Marco Polo immediately activated his summoner spell Stun to chain the control. The seamless combination of 2 crowd control abilities sealed Huang Zhong's fate. The kill was unsurprisingly claimed by Xiao Pang's Yukio. Damn it, how did this Yukio start with red buff for a level 2 gank on the bottom lane? I'm so frustrated. Huang Zhong grumbled in frustration. Without Yukio's interference, he could have continued suppressing Marco Polo, securing a lane advantage. Yilan sighed, but remained silent. She hadn't expected Xiao Pang eager to seize the tempo to start with red buff for a level 2 gank on the bottom lane. This move caught everyone off guard. What troubled Yilan even more was the battle lane. Dehua's first clash with Fly left him crippled and pinned under the tower. Within the first minute of the match, both the top and bottom lanes fell into disadvantage. It looks like he'll need to perform exceptionally well to lead Brother Hua to victory. Yilan continued farming the jungle, opting to forfeit the mid lane river crab at the 1-minute mark. Yukio's early game damage far surpassed Luna's. Even if she managed to secure the river crab with a smite battle, she would be left crippled by the enemy mid laner, jungler, and support. In the early game, a jungle core needed to maintain their health, otherwise being alive was no different from being dead. As Xiao Pang was taking the river crab, he noticed Luna's hesitation and couldn't help but praise. The enemy Luna is quite skilled, not even contesting the mid lane river crab. Fly chuckled. This is a peak match around 2,100 points. Did you think it was smuffing? It's almost the same. Playing at this rank feels like a dimension-reducing strike. I want comment on others, but the enemy Lu Bu is really bad. I've read all his moves, and he can't keep his cool. A little bait, and he blows his skills. In their first exchange, Fly's Ma Chao at the cost of 1/3 health, and his sprint easily forced out Lu Bu's flash and reduced his health to half. Sprint had a 30-second shorter cooldown than flash. Combined with Ma Chaos ranged attacks, he could continue to harass Lu Bu. The advantage was immense. This Lu Bu is Lu Dehua. How could he not be bad? Fly glanced at the comments on his live stream and couldn't hold back his laughter. Dehua? Really? When did he reach 2,100 peak points? Fly wasn't mocking Dehua, it was just that his skill level had indeed declined over the years. Even playing at 1,800 peak points left him sweating and relying on teammates to carry. How could he be at 2,100? Actually, that wasn't entirely accurate. He was equally struggling at 1,500 peak points. He borrowed an account. Brother Hua's own account had a 0-9 record, and he got reported for feeding, losing his honor points. So he borrowed one to mess around in high-rank matches. A helpful netizen patiently explained to Fly, "Oh no, the enemy Lu Bu is Brother Hua. I almost feel bad going all out. As Fly finished speaking, Ma Chao executed a perfect tower dive without taking damage. Exploiting Di Hua's desire to last hit the ranged minion, he used Ma Chaos enhanced basic attacks to weave through Lu Bu. Fortunately, De Hua had equipped tank runes, saving him from Fly's kill. However, his health was reduced to a sliver. Staying in the lane would mean certain death, so he chose to recall. At that moment, Yilan sent an on my way signal. But De Hua didn't interrupt his recall. Luna, don't come. I have no combat potential with this health. If you recall now, what's the difference from dying when the level 4 wave arrives? Yilan said. De Hua then realized it was already the third wave of minions clashing. The level 4 wave was the most critical point in the battle lane, as having an ultimate first meant seizing a fin. If De Hua chose to recall now, he would still be at a disadvantage in his next encounter with Ma Chao, unable to break free from the suppression. Hesitation gripped De Hua. Staying meant certain death, but retreating also felt like a loss. Brother Hua, don't hesitate. Even if you die, I can avenge you. Then I'll find a chance to help you turn the tables. Yilan's words were enticing, and De Hua weak-willed fell for it. Final gamble with you. But if you fail to avenge me, don't blame me for harsh words. Yilan simply reassured De Hua, and then utilizing the technique of hiding in the fog of war, stealthily concealed herself within the brush beside the Eaglehawk camp. De Hua also cancelled his recall, continuing to linger beneath the tower, creating an illusion for Fly that he intended to clear the minion wave. Under normal circumstances, Fly might have sensed the enemy jungler's arrival. Yet facing De Hua, he never considered such possibilities. It was as if his own awareness had been dragged down to Di Hua's level. Xiao Pang, look at Brother Hua, isn't he just too greedy? He wants to clear the minion wave with so little health left. Xiao Pang shifted the screen, moving the camera to the top lane. After glancing at the situation between Fly and De Hua, he nearly burst out laughing. If it were anyone else, I'd call it absurd. But since it's Brother Hua, all I can say is, just basic skills, nothing to see here. Fly nodded, acknowledging Xiao Pang's sentiment. If this had happened to any other summoner, it would be somewhat incomprehensible. But when it involved Lu De Hua, it was merely par for the course. After all, Brother Hua's plays were sometimes less than human. The title Canyon Head Chef wasn't earned for nothing. He'll just dive him. Move up a bit this wave, the enemy Luna should be in the top jungle too. With Lu Bu low on health and lacking both his ultimate and flash, it was the perfect opportunity for a tower dive. No problem, though I might arrive at the top lane a bit slower than Luna. Xiao Pang responded promptly. Having ganked the bottom lane earlier and taken the mid-river crab, his jungle clear speed was naturally behind Luna's. Should be fine. Luna's early game damage isn't high, I can just kite her. With that, Fly cleared the last minion and advanced toward the tower alongside the wave. He remained utterly oblivious to Luna lurking in the nearby brush. The moment the minion wave entered the tower, Fly's Ma Chao made the first move. He used his second skill, Sunset Lonely Spear, summoning a cold light spear to strike Lu Bu, then immediately activated his ultimate. 10,000 blades returned to sheath. The spear, like a white wolf, reels in and strikes out. As the line was uttered, the cold light spear on the ground flew back toward Ma Chao, as if guided, hitting Lu Bu in the process. Before the spear could re-enter his body, Ma Chao, who had already stored his passive, thrust forward, landing a solid hit on Lu Bu. Lu Bu's health was reduced to a sliver. However, De Hua didn't surrender without a fight. He quickly cast Lu Bu's second skill, Greedy Wolf's Grasp, which struck both Ma Chao and the two ranged minions, granting him a shield. Seeing this, a mocking smile curled at the corner of Fly's lips. A measly shield won't stop me. Brother Hua, stop struggling and just let me kill you. Ma Chao delivered another enhanced basic attack, leaving Lu Bu's shield on the verge of breaking. One more strike would snuff out Lu Bu's life. At that moment, panic seized De Hua. Luna, what are you doing? Get over here and help. Yilan remained silent, as Ma Chaos' position wasn't yet deep enough. Moreover, his health was still relatively high. If she charged out now, Ma Chao, with his ultimate still available, would simply turn and flee, and Yilan would have no way to secure the kill on Fly. This play required killing Fly to turn the tide, even if it meant sacrificing De Hua. Seeing that Luna showed no signs of moving, Di Hua's heart sank. This guy isn't a hater deliberately messing with me, is he? De Hua couldn't help but entertain the thought, as it wasn't the first time had encountered such a situation. Ma Chaos' enhanced basic attack came down once more, not only draining Lu Bu's health, but also pushing him into a deeper position. Now, a gleam flashed in Yilan's eyes as she tapped the basic attack button, landing a hit on the two ranged minions to close the distance with Ma Chao. Meanwhile, Fly's Ma Chao was turning back, attempting to escape the tower's attack range. Luna's sudden appearance loomed before him like an insurmountable barrier. Having exhausted all his skills on Lu Bu, everything was now on cooldown. Facing the unexpected Luna, he couldn't even retaliate. Fly immediately spun around and dashed toward the direction of Lu Bu's second tower. Since he was at the very center of the tower's range, any direction he fled was roughly the same distance. With Luna blocking his path forward, he opted to go backward. It made no difference. But before Ma Chao could complete his turn, Luna was faster, casting her second skill, Scorching Sword Radiance. She pulled him in. Her basic attack landed, applying the red buff's slow effect to Ma Chao. Simultaneously, she used her ultimate to strike Ma Chao while clearing the minions. Then another enhanced basic attack struck Ma Chaos Head, applying a moonlight mark. She followed up with another ultimate hit on Ma Chao. Throughout the crowd control, the tower never ceased its assault on Ma Chao. A bolt of energy slammed into Ma Chao, leaving his health bar nearly empty. Fly's calculation of damage and health was precise. Originally, after killing Lu Bu, he might have had a chance to escape. But Luna's sudden intervention shattered his plan. Having taken an extra tower shot, Fly knew he couldn't make it out alive. Resigned, he stood still and conceded the kill to Luna. Yilan naturally didn't hold back. In a few swift moves, she drained Ma Chaos' health bar and claimed the kill. Seeing that Luna had successfully taken down Ma Chao, Dehua's suspended heart finally relaxed. He immediately demanded, "Why didn't you come when I called? If you'd helped me the moment he entered the tower, I wouldn't have died." Yilan simply replied coolly, "The positioning wasn't right then. If I'd come, Ma Chao would have escaped. So what if he ran? Is a one-for-one trade really worth it? Isn't trading a low-tier horse for a high-tier one worth it?" Yilan raised an eyebrow in retort. In a match with an average peak rating of 2,100, Dehua's combat effectiveness was inferior even to a paramecium. Meanwhile, the enemy top laner was Fly, a player even professional competitors feared. Dehua should consider himself honored to have traded kills with him. Furthermore, this was the only possible outcome, a mutual kill. Even if Yilan had helped Dehua drive Fly away and allowed him to safely reach level 4, it would have been futile. A low-health Lu Bu had no choice but to recall. In the end, it would still fail to restrict Fly's growth. Thus, trading kills was the optimal result. And if Luna could claim Fly's head, it was even better. Dehua was left speechless, stunned by the logic. It made perfect sense. After all, Fly was the nationally recognized strongest top laner. And for Dehua to trade kills with him, how impressive would that sound? At this thought, a sheepish expression crept onto Dehua's face. "Alright, but let me make it clear. My deaths, don't report me when the match is over." Yilan was the first to give her word. "Don't worry, brother Hua. As long as we win this game, none of us will report you." The other teammates chimed in. Ganjiang Mos, "Yeah, that's right. As long as we win, I definitely won't report." Huangzhong, "I won't report either." Luban, "Master, if none of you are reporting, then I won't either." Hearing his teammates' assurances, Dehua felt a warmth kindle in his heart like a blazing fire. But Yilan immediately doused the flames with a bucket of cold water. "We definitely won't report you, but the enemy team, that's another story. Sai getting traded by that Luna is a bit annoying." Fly, who had been killed, let out a sigh, his tone tinged with helplessness. He had anticipated Luna's arrival, but not so soon. Luna had actually been lying in wait in the bush. It caught him off guard. But it's not too bad. Luna took this wave of minions, and you traded with Dehua, so the lane is still advantageous. Xiao Pang comforted him with a smile. Fly nodded. Comparatively, it was acceptable. The outcome of a mutual kill was not unbearable. As for this Luna, he'll try to ambush her. After clearing all the monsters in the blue jungle, Xiao Pang maneuvered Zhu Jingyun towards the river bush on the right side of the mid lane. This move might seem like a detour, but it was not. Both had cleared from the bottom jungle to the top. Therefore, Luna would likely not touch the Shadow Dominator above. Fearful of being caught by Zhu Jingyun, an early-game Luna would be severely punished if encountered. Since the upper Shadow Dominator was off limits, she could only detour to the lower Tyrant. Moreover, the enemy mid laner Ganjiang Mos had just ganked the farm lane and was returning to his lane. Xiao Pang, lying in ambush here, was sure to catch either Luna or Ganjiang Mos. Now let's see which lucky one comes first. Having secured first blood, Xiao Pang's Zhu Jingyun was well developed, having crafted Pursuer's Blade and Meteor. With a close-range initiation, he could instantly eliminate any of the two squishy mages. Xiao Pang, if you catch someone hiding here, they'll take your surname. Exactly, this spot is ridiculous. Luna is in the top area and Ganjiang will definitely come through the blue jungle. How can you possibly catch anyone? Is Fatty hiding in this bush to take a dump? Xiao Pang glanced at the comments, all questioning his play. He was instantly irritated and retorted angrily. "Watch the stream with some brain and don't try to boss me around. If you were better than me, you'd be the one streaming here, not me." Annoyed by the constant criticism, Xiao Pang fumed. A bunch of people who had never even reached top 100 in peak ranking were trying to teach a pro player how to play. Was this the so-called chat full of peak 3,000 players? If Huya linked game accounts and displayed ranks, these people would quiet down. Time slipped away as Xiao Pang bickered with the chat. Soon Luna entered his field of view. Luna moved stealthily, taking a detour from between the first and second towers of the mid lane, clearly trying to avoid revealing her position. Xiao Pang's lips curled into a smug smile. He no longer bothered to refute the haters' doubts. His expression said it all. See that? This is the gap between a pro player and amateurs. Just as Xiao Pang was showing off to the audience, Luna reached the river. She entered Zhu Jingyun's attack range. Xiao Pang acted immediately, pressing the basic attack. Zhu Jingyun unleashed a sword aura, hitting Luna. He then quickly followed up with his second skill, slashing sword, intending to stun her and execute the A2311 combo. But before slashing sword could land, Luna had already used her second skill, Blazing Sword Light. Although Luna was stunned by Zhu Jingyun, she also pulled him in. The controls cancelled out. However, Xiao Pang remained calm. Luna's control lasted only 0.5 seconds, while Zhu Jingyun's stun was 0.75 seconds. So Zhu Jingyun would break free first. But just as he thought this, 4 swords of different colors flew in from afar. It was Ganjiang Mo Xie's ultimate sword of coming. Even though Xiao Pang reacted, he was still controlled by Luna and couldn't do anything. All 4 swords pierced, the damage was immense. Zhu Jinjian's full health dropped by 1/3 in an instant. Damn it, unfair. He called for backup. Xiao Pang cursed as Zhu Jingyun broke free from the control. Without hesitation, he activated his ultimate Gentle Snow. The sword aura struck Luna, and Zhu Jinjian's health began to recover. 0.25 seconds later, Luna's control ended. Yilan immediately used Moonlight Dash to reposition behind Zhu Jingyun, preventing his health recovery. Seeing his ultimate wasn't healing him, Xiao Pang used 2 dashes from his first skill to retreat. Seeing this, Ganjiang Mo Xie said, "Forget it, forcing him back is enough. Don't chase." But Yilan ignored him, unwilling to let Xiao Pang escape. He used his first and third skills to chase directly. Early game Zhu Jingyun was somewhat like a one-trick pony. After using all skills, there was a long cooldown. Now was his weak moment. Yilan naturally wouldn't miss the chance to kill Zhu Jingyun. He applied the red buff slow effect with basic attacks, unleashing enhanced attacks, and used his ultimate to constantly drain Zhu Jinjian's health. Due to taking Ganjiang Mo Xie's full ultimate, Zhu Jingyun was at a health disadvantage. He had only 1/3 of his health left, while Luna had 2/3. Xiao Pang frowned. No good, he'll die at this rate. I need to stall until my second skill rotation is ready. Slowed by Luna's red buff, he could only take hits passively, unable to create distance. Just as despair set in, a voice rang out. "Fear not, fatty. I'm here to help." It was Xiao Pang's mid laner Gao Jianli. He had been ambushed by Ganjiang Mo Xie earlier, forced to recall with low health. Now he had arrived at the main battlefield ready to assist. Xiao Pang, clutching at straws, immediately said, "Great, come to my position and use your ultimate to drive Luna away. Once my skills are off cooldown, it'll be his death day." Gao Jianli naturally supported Xiao Pang's decision unconditionally. He flashed over the wall and instantly activated his ultimate sonic waves. Rave beat. Waves of sound emanated from Gao Jianli, and Luna's health began to drop. Seeing this, Ganjiang Mo Xie scolded in frustration. "I told you not to chase, and now we're screwed." Yilan remained calm. "It's just one more Gao Jianli. Can't we kill them both?" Ganjiang Mo Xie doubted his ears. "Dude, are you kidding? Gao Jianli is full health. You're half. Show me how you turn this around." Yilan's lips curled into a roguish smile as he spoke to the webcam. "Everyone don't blink, because the upcoming move will be spectacular." Luna landed an enhanced basic attack, marking both of them with moonlight sigils. She then flew toward the piggy family. Yilan and Little Fatty both started in the bottom jungle, and now the small monsters had just respawned. Trying to keep distance to drag out my ultimate. Nice thought, but too naive. Gao Jianli immediately followed. With his ultimate activated, he gained a speed boost and easily caught up. With Gao Jianli holding Luna back, Little Fatty could catch his breath. "Just hold on for 3 more seconds. Once my skills cool down, I can take her down." Little Fatty glanced at the cooldown of his second skill and spoke. After their first exchange, he realized that the Luna before him was quite skilled. To be safe, he had to wait for a crowd control skill. After all, Luna was far more mobile than the two of them. If she truly wanted to escape, he and Gao Jianli couldn't stop her. But Gao Jianli laughed heartily. "Fatty Emperor, you're overthinking it. I think I can take her down alone." With his ultimate active, Gao Jianli dealt massive damage, unleashing skills and basic attacks relentlessly at Luna. Luna wasn't at full health to begin with. Under Gao Jianli's assault, her health steadily dropped. Watching from afar, Ganjiang Mo, he couldn't help but shake his head in regret. Viewers in Yilan's livestream also fired off soul-searching questions. "Streamer getting beaten up isn't cool at all. I feel like the streamer is done for. He shouldn't have forced a fight with Fatty Emperor." Can't say that. Without Gao Jianli, Fatty Emperor might have been solo killed by the streamer. At this stage, Ganjiang Mo, you can't compare to Gao Jianli at all. Gao Jianli's damage is much more consistent. Ganjiang Mo Yi threw several skills, but the flying swords were all dodged by Little Fatty's movement. The gap between a professional player and a casual player was starkly evident. It was a dimension-reducing strike. Meanwhile, Yilan and Gao Jianli were still dueling in the pig pen. With his ultimate active, Gao Jianli's damage was formidable, reducing Luna's health to a quarter. Gao Jianli's ultimate ended, and a smile curled on Yilan's lips. "My turn to strike back." He cast his ultimate, while simultaneously landing a smite. He killed the big boar, and applied a smite slow effect to Gao Jianli. With the big boar slain, experience flow, level up. The purification crystal item activated. Luna's health and mana began to regenerate steadily. After 3 seconds, she was restored to half health. It was as if all of Gao Jianli's damage had been for nothing. Little Fatty was startled, and a colorful string of his native dialect slipped out. Holy shit, that purification crystal couldn't have come at a better time. Luna, who had been near death moments ago, was now back to half health. Crucially, Gao Jianli's skills were on cooldown. The balance of power shifted once more. After her ultimate dash ended, Luna aimed her first and third skills toward Yi Jing. The two were locked in close combat. Little Fatty tried to use his first skill to create distance from Luna, but Yi Lan was always a step ahead. He unleashed his second skill, Scorching Sword Gleam, pulling Yi Jing closer. Seeing this, Ganjiang Mo Yi immediately followed up with his third skill, Two Flying Swords, piercing through Yi Jing's body. Yi Jing's health was reduced to a sliver. Yet as a professional player, Little Fatty's face showed little panic even at death's door. Once the crowd control ended, Little Fatty struck first before Luna could chase with her ultimate. He used his first skill to create distance, then followed with a basic attack, and his second skill stunning her with a Iajutsu slash. He then immediately activated the second phase of his first skill, widening the gap with Luna again. After all this, a smug smile crept onto Little Fatty's face. Thinking you can kill me? Not so easy. Yi Jing had created enough safe distance from Luna, he was out of danger. But just then Luna suddenly teleported right in front of Yi Jing. Holy shit, how did she get here? Did she cancel her ult? No big deal. Without her ultimate, she can't kill me. When my ultimate cooldown ends, I'll turn the tables. Just as Little Fatty thought this, Luna, who hadn't even stabilized, flashed again. Her ultimate Moonlight Pursuit struck Yi Jing, easily taking him down. Little Fatty was dumbfounded. How could Luna cast her ultimate twice? Fatty Emperor, how did you die? Gao Jianli's voice reached Little Fatty's ears, and he immediately dragged the screen to shift his view. Gao Jianli was standing where Luna had been. It suddenly clicked for Little Fatty. Luna had used her enhanced basic attack to mark Gao Jianli with a Moonlight Sigil, then dashed through the wall with her ultimate to reach Yi Jing. Realizing this, Little Fatty felt a wave of exhaustion. He had calculated everything except his teammate's blunder. He had escaped only for his ally to become Luna's stepping stone, delivering him to his doom. What the hell? I was already gone, why did you come over? Little Fatty couldn't hold back anymore and started cursing. Gao Jianli was bewildered. Not having done anything wrong, he wasn't about to take the abuse from Little Fatty. Didn't you ask me to come help you? Little Fatty's face turned purple with rage. I really don't know if you came to help or screw me over. You turned into a stepping stone for Luna, you know that. How was I supposed to know you'd already escaped? You didn't tell me. Little Fatty didn't reply, trying to calm his nerves with deep breaths. On the other side, Yi Lan, having successfully killed Little Fatty, made a stylish exit. The live stream chat was flooded with 666. Their duel had been full of twists and turns. Their first clash began with Little Fatty ambushing Yi Lan, making all viewers nervous. But Yi Lan easily neutralized the attack, and with Ganjiang Mo, Yi turned the tables to severely wound Little Fatty. Just when everyone thought Yi Lan had it in the bag, the sudden appearance of Gao Jianli sent the audience's spirits, but Yi Lan's handling of the situation was textbook. He first created distance, then killed the Piggy family, using the Purification Crystal's passive to recover his state. Finally, he took down Little Fatty. The entire process was spectacular, with both summoners executing godlike plays. Their back and forth was like a clash of legendary martial artists. While taking down the head tyrant, Yi Lan raised an eyebrow and asked his viewers, so, didn't I tell you the next moves would be awesome? The audience played along, chiming in, truly awesome. Can't believe Yi Ge can even beat Little Fatty. That's freaking insane. Yi Ge, why not go pro? It pays. Exactly. With skills this good, why stay a small streamer when you could make a name in pro play? Watching the bullet comments, Yi Lan chuckled in response. Pro games have strict schedules. For someone like me who can't sleep at night and can't wake up during the day, streaming is the way to go. At least there's no penalty for starting a stream late. The final remark infuriated the audience and fans. Damn, no wonder, brother. Yes, streaming time has been getting later and later. It's because of this. Brother Yi is too arrogant. We need to teach him a lesson. Did you hear that? Big spenders on the leaderboard. Next time Brother Yi is late for his stream, just stop sending gifts and let him taste the cruelty of the world. No. I was just kidding. A flicker of panic crossed Yi Lan's face. How could he not panic? If the big supporters stopped spending, his streaming career would be ruined. But Yi Lan truly didn't want to go pro. His lazy personality made him dislike being controlled by others. This was also a major reason he chose not to continue his studies after high school. Teachers always said college was easy. Only 2 classes in a morning. Yet college students on Douyin had long debunked that myth. It was true that there were only 2 classes, but no one ever mentioned that those 2 classes lasted the entire morning. They had truly mastered the art of language. Amidst the banter, Yi Lan claimed the head tyrant. The whole team gained its buff, boosting damage and acquiring a small electric blade attack effect. This was a godsend for Ganjiang Mo Yi in the mid lane. His attacks already had long range, and with the head tyrant buff, he could deal even more damage. His lane pressure intensified. Gao Jianli was forced to wear a mask of agony. In the previous skirmish, he had used his flash and ultimate. Now facing Ganjiang Mo Yi, he could only passively take hits. Trying to farm minions meant eating 2 flying swords. Just as Yilan thought the situation would improve, Dehua in the side lane was once again tower dived and solo killed by Fly. Yilan's brain short-circuited when he checked the match info. Lu Bu had both flash and ultimate available, seemingly saving his skills for the next round. It was Dehua's old habit. Brother Hua, don't feed. Give me more time. Once I take off, he'll carry you to victory. I don't want to feed, but I really can't beat him. Fly is too strong. This time Dehua didn't make excuses. Losing to a pro player wasn't shameful. This was a headache for Yilan. Dehua landing against Fly was destined to be a losing battle. But as the saying goes, help the strong, not the weak. In the current situation, they had to abandon Dehua and first break through in other lanes. After clearing the blue jungle camp, Yilan set his sights on Gao Jianli in the mid lane. Without flash, Gao Jianli had no mobility, easy to gank. With that thought, Yilan immediately controlled Luna and headed toward the mid lane. He hid in the bush on the right side of the mid lane, perfectly concealing his vision. Just then, Yilan noticed Xiao Pang's Hanya Shingon walking out of the red jungle toward the mid lane minions. Xiao Pang knew that Yilan's team lacked the burst to kill from a bush, so he moved recklessly, heading straight for the minions. Yilan couldn't help but smirk. Sorry, Emperor Pang, but it looks like you'll have to die again. Just as Hanya Shingon used his skills on the minions, Luna suddenly struck from the bush. She initiated with her first and third skills, swiftly closing in on both enemies. Before Xiao Pang could react, Luna unleashed her second skill. Scorching Sword Radiance pulled both of them in. At the same time, Ganjiang Mo Yi activated his ultimate. 4 flying swords stabbed toward Luna's position. They hit both targets squarely. Gao Jianli, already at half health, was reduced to a sliver. Before he could activate his ultimate, Luna used her third skill to finish him off. Henya Shingon, having taken a full ultimate from Ganjiang Mo Yi, was also in bad shape. His health dropped by a third. He quickly activated his ultimate toward Luna to regain some health. But Yilan wouldn't give Xiao Pang a chance to recover. The moment Hanya Shingon raised his hand, Yilan used a pre-stack passive and an A3 combo to dash behind him. Hanya Shingon's ultimate struck only air, failing to heal him. Ganjiang took the opportunity to throw 2 more flying swords, hitting Hanya Shingon. Hanya Shingon's health dropped further. Yilan seized the moment, using Smite to slow him down and hacking away relentlessly. Ganjiang Mo Yi even used Flash to close and then kicked Hanya Shingon far away with his first skill, Loyalty's Grave. Now Hanya Shingon was increasingly distant from his tower. With no magic resistance items, he seemed helpless against the combined assault of 2 enemies. Predictably, he was killed with both takedowns going to Yilan. Double kill. 2 consecutive takedowns. The mid laner's skill with Ganjiang is impressive. They always follow up with damage right when I lock down the enemy. Luna's second skill's control lasts only 0.5 seconds. So it's very difficult to time the damage perfectly when Yilan controls the enemy. Yet Ganjiang Mo Yi consistently followed up, showing excellent coordination. The praised Ganjiang Mo Yi spoke with a hint of shyness. When I duo queue with a friend, I often play Ganjiang and Gue Guzi. It's the same principle. Luna isn't much different. Yilan nodded in agreement. After all, one famous jungle player's Luna was jokingly called Gue Guzi jungling by netizens. She'd break her ultimate, dive in, and pull 4 enemies. You tell me if that's not engaging. Yilan glanced at the side lane. Lu Bu was still pinned under tower by Ma Chao. But Fly was clearly having too much. In a normal game, after gaining an advantage in lane, Ma Chao would rotate to the mid lane for farm, quickly snowballing the economy. That's how you build an economic lead. But Fly didn't do that. He seemed to relish suppressing Dehua under tower. Seeing this, Yilan suggested, Ganjiang, when your ultimate is ready next wave, let's gank Fly together. Luna had 4 kills and great items, but facing Fly's Ma Chao, Yilan showed the utmost respect. 3 of them would gank. Ganjiang Mo Yi agreed, no problem. Go farm your jungle. By the time I clear this wave, my ultimate will be almost ready. The atmosphere between Yilan's mid and jungle was harmonious. The opposite side wasn't so peaceful. Xiao Pang had a bad temper, and dying twice in a row shattered his composure. Damn it, look at their mid laner, then look at you. Gao Jianli didn't hold back, throwing the same line back. Damn it, look at their jungler, then look at you. Sensing the tension, Fly stepped in as a mediator. Alright, stop arguing. So you've been killed a few times, just get them back. All their kills are on Luna alone. Can one person really turn the tide? The moment Ku Fly's words fell, Luna and Ganjiang Mo Yi appeared at the river path. Damn, I was too busy chatting with you guys and forgot to check the minimap. Fly reacted, swiftly activating his sprint after a quick complaint. At the same time, a large circle materialized beneath Ma Chaos' feet. It was the signature effect of Lu Bu's ultimate. Yilan utilized the minion wave, executing a 13A3 combo to drift sideways and close in on Ma Chao. Fly did not resign himself to fate. Ma Chao thrust forward with an enhanced basic attack, attempting to distance himself from Luna. But Luna was quicker. With a single basic attack, she closed the gap to Ma Chao. She unleashed her second skill, Scorching Sword Gleam. The fleeing Ma Chao was pulled back by Luna's skill. Just then Lu Bu's ultimate landed, sending him airborne. Ganjiang Mo Yi seized the opportunity, activating his ultimate and sending 4 flying swords hurtling toward Ma Chao. Swish. A crisp sound echoed as Ma Chaos' health plummeted by more than half. Although Ganjiang Mo Yi didn't claim the kill, he reaped numerous assists alongside Yulan. His economy and development were thriving. Flies Ma Chao, lacking magic resistance items, naturally couldn't withstand the damage from those 4 flying swords. Lu Bu landed and slashed horizontally, while Yulan seized the moment to unleash a frenzy of attacks. No matter how formidable Fly was facing the triple siege and near-flawless team coordination, he found himself utterly helpless. In the end, Ma Chaos' kill was claimed by Dahua. Dahua immediately donned an arrogant mask, pointing at the camera. A solo kill on Fly. Tell me, you bunch of nobodies, isn't that impressive? The viewers watching Dahua's stream didn't hold back. Impressive my ass. 3 against 1, and you call that a solo kill? Did Hua get his math from kindergarten? Exactly. Have you forgotten the time you were beaten so badly you fled with your tail between your legs in a onion? That's Hua for you. The tower's child, the godfather of the top lane, more like the begging father. Damn it, how did Hua end up stealing that kill? On the other side, Yilan felt as if the sky had fallen. With the kill, Hua became valuable again. Yilan couldn't afford to stay glued to the top lane. If Fly continued to solo kill Hua later, this gank would only end up benefiting Fly. Thinking this, Yilan felt utterly helpless. The only option is to destroy the top lane tower and free Hua, reducing the chances of Fly killing him. Action spoke louder than words. After clearing the top lane minion wave, Luna followed Lu Bu to the tower's base. Seeing this, Ganjiang Mo Yi planned to return to his mid lane. After all, if he wasn't in mid lane, the tower there would be under attack from Gao Jianli. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Yilan stopped him. Ganjiang, don't rush off. Give us vision down the path, then hide in the bush behind. Ganjiang immediately guessed Yilan's plan, carrying it out while asking, you think someone from the enemy team will come to defend this tower? Not sure, but with just Gao Jianli in mid, he can't take down the tower. I'm not worried about the tower itself. I care about that wave of minions. If someone comes, I'll let you have the kill, alright. Yilan rolled his eyes. Hee, that's what I was waiting for. Ganjiang Mo Yi hid in the bush behind the top lane. On the other side, Fly saw Luna and Lu Bu entering the tower and quickly called for Xiao Pang to defend it. Xiao Pang, help me guard the tower. Lu Bu doesn't have his ULT. It was only 3 minutes into the match, and losing a tower this early would be devastating. It would essentially give the enemy a free-roaming player. Xiao Pang, also a professional player, understood this perfectly. After clearing the blue buff in the top jungle, he immediately directed Zhu Jing to head toward the top lane. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, the tower stands. If I fall, the tower falls. Although there were 2 enemies in the top lane, Xiao Pang felt confident he could hold the line. After all, Zhu Jing's skills and basic attacks dealt area damage, allowing him to clear minion waves quickly. Even if the 2 enemies tried to engage him, he could rely on his ultimate's healing and the tower's damage to turn the tables. With that thought, Xiao Pang brought Zhu Jing to the top lane. But by then, the tower was already on the verge of collapse. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Pang used his first skill, Swallow's Return, hitting both Lu Bu and Luna, then immediately followed up with an A23 combo, attacking both heroes and minions. Xiao Pang's plan was sound: clear the minions quickly so the tower would shift its target to the enemy heroes, forcing them to retreat. But before Zhu Jing could finish off the minion wave, Yilan had already shaken off the crowd control. He immediately unleashed Scorching Sword Gleam. At the same time, Ganjiang Mo Yi, hiding in the bush, activated his ultimate. The 4 flying swords struck again. Seeing this, Xiao Pang nearly jumped out of his gaming chair. Damn, I've been tricked. Ganjiang Mo Yi never left. If it were just Lu Bu and Luna, Xiao Pang wouldn't have been afraid. Neither had burst damage, and Zhu Jing's skill cooldowns were very short. Facing heroes without burst, he could handle them easily. But with Ganjiang Mo Yi in the mix, the situation was entirely different. Ganjiang Mo Yi's burst damage was among the best of all mages. The 4 flying swords pierced Zhu Jing's body again, dropping his health to half. After using his second skill, Luna flew forward, exiting the tower's range, while turning to unleash her first skill, a Moonlight Shockwave, which struck Zhu Jing. Luna's crowd control ended at that moment. Xiao Pang had no time to overthink. He could only use the second part of his first skill to finish off the low-health minions. With the minion wave cleared, Lu Bu, still under the tower, became the tower's target. Dahua immediately wanted to retreat, but Yilan stopped him. Hua, don't rush. Tank the tower for a bit. He'll tell you when to leave. Dahua didn't argue and stood by the tower. Just don't let me die tanking it. Don't worry, Zhu Jing will fall before you do. As he spoke, Luna returned to the tower. A basic attack hit the tower, closing the distance to Zhu Jing. At the same time, Ganjiang Mo Yi blocked Zhu Jing's escape route from behind. Trapped from both sides, Xiao Pang felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Danger ahead, peril behind, and a fool beside him. It's over. I'm done for again. Xiao Pang still entertained the thought of trading himself for Lu Bu. But Dahua, following Yilan's advice, had stacked a ton of armor items. Zhu Jing's basic attacks landed on him like mere scratches. Unsurprisingly, Zhu Jing met his end under the triple assault. The kill was claimed by Ganjiang Mo Yi. Lu Bu escaped from under the tower with a sliver of health, narrowly avoiding death. Awesome, Luna. You played those 2 pros like puppets. Dehua was utterly in awe of Yi Lan's skill and game sense. After all, the enemy duo were championship-winning top laner and jungler known for their flawless coordination and top-tier mechanics. Yet Yi Lan had torn apart their bond repeatedly, taking down Fly and Xiao Pang. Yi Lan raised his right hand, pressing his thumb and index finger together. Just a couple of little pros, easy to handle. After successfully eliminating Xiao Pang, Gan Jiang and Mo Yi did not linger and proceeded toward the mid lane. Luna and Lubu, both with precarious health, chose to recall to base. This wave was a matter of using the life of the Orange Right King to defend the tower on the solo lane. But was this outcome worthwhile? Fly believed it was not. Within less than 2 minutes, Xiao Pang had been slain 3 times in succession. For the Orange Right King, this opening was essentially ruined. The Orange Right King's economy now was only slightly higher than that of the support Sun Bin. Had it not been for the first blood bounty obtained at the start, his economy might have been even lower than Sun Bin's. As for Fly's Ma Chao, although his record stood at 22, which might seem passable, you must understand that his lane opponent was Dehua. Who was Dehua? He was the terror of the canyon, while Fly was considered among the top solo lane players, even among professional competitors. Not having crushed Dehua to a 0-7 or 0-8 record was essentially a disastrous start. At this moment, their team voice chat was eerily silent. Fly then realized that his teammates had all muted their microphones. In losing situations, this often affects players' mentality. Thus, everyone chose to close their mics to calm down. Seeing this, Fly and Xiao Pang also opted to mute their microphones. After all, the two were sitting face to face. While maneuvering Ma Chao to travel, Fly raised his eyes to ask Xiao Pang, "What do you think of this Luna's skill level?" "Very strong, even suspicious of cheating." Xiao Pang honestly expressed his thoughts. "Cheating?" Fly raised an eyebrow. He had not noticed this himself. Luna's movements were swift and precise, clearly indicating a skilled player. However, none of her maneuvers were so outrageous as to be deemed cheating without sufficient evidence. Yet Xiao Pang nodded. "Exactly. When I first went to ambush him in the river bush, my combo was A2. The most unbelievable part of Luna's play was here. The moment I attacked him with A, he immediately used his second skill, even faster than me. He must have used a cheat to know my position in advance, otherwise how could he be faster?" After listening to Xiao Pang, Fly fell into deep thought. If that were the case, the suspicion of Luna cheating was very high. However, the two did not know that Yi Lan was not cheating. Moreover, he did not even know Xiao Pang was lying in ambush in the bush initially. What he relied on was merely the god-level reaction granted by the system. The moment the Orange Right King's slashing strike hit Luna, Yi Lan reacted instantly, using his second skill to negate the damage and control. This was the absolute advantage brought by god-level reaction. Even when ambushed, he could respond immediately. Returning to the game, the situation was firmly under Yi Lan's control. Even with opponents like Fly and Xiao Pang, the hope of turning the tide was slim. Nevertheless, the two did not resign themselves to fate. As professional players, they possessed an unyielding professional spirit. As long as the crystal had not exploded, there was still a chance. The two once again opened their microphones, directing their teammates in coordinated defense. Facing the defensive layout of two professional players, even Yi Lan found it somewhat troublesome. Thus, the situation stagnated. Yi Lan's side could not push the minion waves forward, naturally unable to destroy towers. Several attempts to pick off isolated enemies were also detected by Fly, who promptly called his teammates back. The match was thus dragged to the 10-minute mark. Both the Lord and the Tyrant respawned simultaneously. Yi Lan made a decisive call. "Let's take the Lord and use the Lord's vanguard to push through the enemy." The enemy's defense was too perfect. They had to rely on the Lord's vanguard to apply pressure. Naturally, his teammates had no objections. They were already at an advantage with a lead in economy, and taking the Tyrant would yield little benefit. Their side did not lack damage. The main issue was the inability to push the minion waves forward. The Lord could effectively solve this problem. Not only did it clear one lane of minions, but the Vanguard Dragon was also very tanky, making it difficult for the disadvantaged side to clear waves. As Luna and her teammates' icons disappeared from the mini-map one by one, Fly and Xiao Pang immediately sensed something. After a moment of thought, Xiao Pang said, "Let's take the Tyrant Dragon." His teammates expressed confusion. "Aren't we going to contest the Lord?" "Exactly. If they take the Lord, we'll definitely lose." Seeing the doubt from everyone, Xiao Pang calmly explained, "In our disadvantaged state, contesting the dragon is too risky, though our damage is several tiers behind theirs. In truth, at this stage, it's essentially a matter of one team fight, deciding everything. If we can secure the Tyrant, we'll have a better chance in the team fight." After hearing Xiao Pang's analysis, the others found it reasonable. Competing for the Lord would also come down to one team fight. Moreover, their side lacked engaged tools and had a far inferior team composition. The probability of successfully taking the Lord was very low. In comparison, taking the Tyrant first to boost the team's damage before being forced into a fight was much more logical. Under Xiao Pang's command, the team headed toward the Tyrant's location. Both sides killed the Lord and Tyrant almost simultaneously. Yi Lan immediately released the Shadow Force on the top lane, then led his army to pressure the high ground. Xiao Pang and his team quickly recalled to defend. After returning to base, they immediately went to the top lane to prepare for Yilan's assault. However, they were greeted only by a single Shadow Vanguard. As his teammates wondered, Fly glanced at the minimap. Damn, all the enemies are in the bottom lane. It turned out that releasing the Shadow Force on the top lane was merely a decoy. Yilan's true intention was to feint east and strike west. Using the Shadow Vanguard to occupy one enemy, he then attacked another lane, creating a numbers advantage. However, this tactic was only suitable for the side with a significant advantage, as the Shadow Force provided damage reduction. It was not recommended for even or disadvantaged situations. While operating, Yilan explained to the audience, "Oh no, this is genuinely educational." Fly too found himself stretched thin by Yilan's feint. The Shadow Vanguard had more health than an average hero and was extremely troublesome. If left unchecked, the mid lane high ground tower would certainly be destroyed by it. Someone had to be sent to deal with the Shadow Vanguard. Fly volunteered, "They'll handle the Shadow Vanguard. The rest of you just clear the minion waves and avoid fighting at all costs." With that, Ma Chao attacked the Shadow Vanguard. The other four knew this was not the time for hesitation and immediately headed to the bottom lane. But it was already too late. Huang Zhong quickly destroyed the high ground tower and activated his ultimate, bombarding the arriving defenders. Huang Zhong's development was decent, and coupled with Fly's team being all squishy, each shell caused them immense suffering. More critically, their side consisted entirely of short-range heroes. Clearing minions meant enduring Huang Zhong's cannon fire. Damn, this is too much. We have to take this fight, or we won't even be able to clear the minions. Ma Bolo cursed, then adjusted his view to look at Huang Zhong in the distance. Gao Jinli, follow me. Let's take out their Huang Zhong first. Sunbin, activate your second skill. With that, Sunbin immediately used his second skill, providing protection for their advance. Ma Bolo used his second and third skills to spin toward Huang Zhong's position. At the same time, Gao Jinli used his ultimate and flash, charging without hesitation at Huang Zhong's location. With Sunbin's second ability boosting their speed, they reached Huang Zhong, who stood as immovable as a mountain in the blink of an eye. Marco Polo instantly activated his stun and Frost Shock, clearly determined to slay Huang Zhong. Under the two consecutive stuns, Huang Zhong couldn't even activate Lu Bandmaster's tether before being overwhelmed by damage and killed. Yet his face showed no disappointment or anger, instead it was relaxed. "Brother Luna, it's all up to you." Yilan replied with a smile, "Rest assured, brother." It turned out that all of this was a stationary marksman like Huang Zhong was prone to being ambushed by the enemy team. Yilan intended to exploit this weakness. The four enemies had already charged forward and Sunbin's second ability had just ended. Yilan hesitated no longer. He executed his 13 combo, flying directly into the crowd. Simultaneously, Lu Bu activated his ultimate on the spot. Xiao Pang, being a professional player, quickly reacted and roared a warning to his teammates, "Not good, retreat." But it was too late. Luna's second ability ensnared all four enemies. Seeing this, Lu Bandmaster followed up with his 13 combo to control them, then activated his ultimate. Lu Bu's ultimate landed, and in his enchanted state, he swept his halberd horizontally, causing a symbol of imminent danger to appear above everyone's heads. Lu Bandmaster's ultimate contracted, pulling all four enemies together. Sword come. 4 flying swords pierced through the 4 enemies, causing an instant explosion. Quadra kill. Ganjiang Moi achieved a quadra kill. At that moment, Fly, who had just cleared the Vanguard minions, arrived late. Seeing this scene, he felt as if the sky had fallen. However, though the game might be lost, he was determined not to give up the pentakill. With this thought, Fly activated his sprint and ultimate, running in the direction opposite to his own base. Seeing this, Ganjiang Moi grew anxious and immediately gave chase. While chasing, he shouted, "Pentakill! My pentakill!" If not for the fact that messaging the enemy team was prohibited in ranked matches, Ganjiang Moi would have typed a string of secret codes. Seeing this, Luna just smiled helplessly. With Ganjiang Moi's movement speed, catching up to Ma Chao was a fool's errand. The right move now was to destroy the enemy's base. Dehua shared the same thought, especially since it wasn't his quadra kill. In the end, Xiao Pang's base exploded and the match concluded. Ganjiang Moi regretted not getting the pentakill, but it was indeed unrealistic for him to catch up to Ma Chao, who had activated his ultimate and sprint. Ma Chao had already reached the first tower in the blink of an eye, while Ganjiang Moi hadn't even left the high ground. The match ended, and although Ganjiang Moi secured a quadra kill, he was killed twice by Fly during the game. Thus, the MVP was awarded to Yilan, who had a record of 608. As the match ended, Yilan's livestream chat erupted. "Holy crap, am I dreaming? Brother Yi actually beat Fly and Xiao Pang. Brother Yi's final move was a masterpiece. His timing was perfect. Someone should record it and send it to Han Han for him to study repeatedly. I hereby dub the streamer the strongest Giguzi jungler." Seeing the amazed barrage from his viewers, Yilan simply waved his hand dismissively. Just basic mechanics, nothing special. On the other side, Xiao Pang and Fly turned off their streams and sat dejectedly in their gaming chairs. Throughout the match, Yilan had weighed on them like a boulder, making it hard to breathe. "Hey, isn't that Luna the account of that wealthy woman online?" Yao Dao, seeing their dejection, glanced curiously at Fly's phone and was surprised to recognize the Luna's ID. Huh. Fly and Xiao Pang immediately perked up, both looking at Yao Dao. You know that Luna? I wouldn't say no exactly, but I've seen her on Douyin. Her name is Lin Shuiyao, a young and beautiful wealthy woman. As if worried Fly and Xiao Pang wouldn't believe him, Yao Dao immediately pulled out his phone and opened the Douyin app. He found Lin Xiao's account in his following list. In the videos, Lin Shuiyao looked like a princess frequenting various high-end venues, even flanked by bodyguards dressed like those in movies. Initially, some doubted it was a script or staged until she showed the deed to a 500 square meter villa. During the new year, she distributed red envelopes worth tens of thousands of yuan in her fan group. After that, no one questioned the authenticity of Lin Xiao's wealth. Fly watched the videos on Yao Dao's phone, his brow furrowed tightly. A girl with nails longer than my fingers can play Luna. Fly couldn't help but complain. He thought that even with extraordinary talent, it would be impossible to reach over 2,000 points in ranked matches with such impractical nails. Yao Dao rolled his eyes at Fly and put his phone away. Rich women all hire top-tier substitute players. The one you faced was probably a pro player she hired. Hearing this, Fly and Xiao Pang exchanged glances. The term, top-tier substitute, was not unfamiliar to them, as they themselves had been such players in the past. But wasn't this substitute skill a bit too strong? Fly and Xiao Pang's combined strength was definitely greater than the sum of its parts. Yet even so, they hadn't gained any advantage and were instead completely suppressed by Luna. This outcome was unacceptable not only to them, but also to the viewers. Moreover, their teammate Dehua was a notorious weak link in the canyon. Luna was essentially carrying a heavy burden. If a stronger top laner like Fu Lai or Li Ming had been there, the victory would have been even easier. If it's a top-tier substitute, we can basically rule out cheating. Fly turned to Xiao Pang, who stared at the post-match screen and nodded silently. Carrying the entire team single-handedly. Is this what a top-tier jungle core looks like? Xiao Pang's gaze grew distant, as if seeing a reflection of his former self. Fly bit his finger, joined his eyes, also growing distant. Since becoming a professional player, he hadn't felt such a complete sense of defeat in a long time. Whether against professional players or high-ranked solo queue experts, Fly had always believed he could easily suppress them, or at least hold his own. But he had been utterly outclassed by this Luna. Fly had achieved so much that he felt he had reached a point where no. Yet Yilan had abruptly appeared on the path ahead of Fly. Let's save this match replay for later study. With this thought, Fly recorded and saved the entire match. Normally, professional players don't pay much attention to ordinary games. They spend most of their time training or studying opponents. However, Fly felt that if this Luna became a professional player, he would be their greatest rival. He should prepare in advance. Yilan, on the other hand, had no such concerns. To him, both Fly and Xiao Pang were mere stumbling blocks on his path to ranking up. All he needed to do was kick them aside. Just as Yilan was about to continue his assault on the peak rankings, a dazzling, colorful effect appeared in the live stream room. Dehua had arrived. Brother Hua, impressive. Your skills are as sharp as ever. Even Fly couldn't handle your Lu Bu. Yilan wore a smile, spewing flattery with utter insincerity. Dehua, after all, was a veteran in the industry. As a newcomer, Yilan knew he had to put up a proper front. A torrent of flattery left Dehua feeling immensely pleased. One couldn't really blame ancient emperors for enjoying their courtiers' sycophancy. Who wouldn't be swayed by it? Even knowing the words were false, people still loved to hear them. Delighted, Dehua directly gifted Yilan a magic book. Brother, your Luna is quite impressive. You've even bested Fly and Xiao Pang. Ever thought about going pro? If you join Wolf Team, Xiao Pang's starting spot would definitely be yours. Facing Dehua's jesting remarks, Yilan just gave a faint smile. But in his heart, he knew that if he truly went pro, he'd be the undisputed starter for any team. Of course, he didn't rule out those disgusting teams that would bench you using contract loopholes. A pro player's life isn't for me. Isn't streaming good enough? I work when I'm in the mood and take leave when I'm not. Free and easy, how comfortable. Dehua deeply agreed, as he too thoroughly enjoyed his current job. Though he was on the verge of rage quit every day and his phone and desk had been critically injured countless times, he had to admit, it was truly liberating. It was enviable. Keep it up, kid. I think you have a great future ahead. Yilan grinned, flashing his bright white teeth. I think so too. Nonsense, he had awakened his system. It would be shameful to have no achievements, even with a cheat. After a few more casual words with Dehua, they exchanged contact info for future communication. Dehua left Yilan's stream. Yilan continued his climb. A few more hours passed, and he successfully reached 2,200 points on the peak leaderboard. He was getting closer to the top spot at 2,417 points. Yilan flexed his wrists and rubbed his sore neck. At this rate, I think I can hit rank 1 tomorrow. In the past, such words would have drawn accusations of overconfidence in the chat. But now no one stepped up to mainly because his performance over these past few days had been simply too astonishing. For so many consecutive days, not only had he not lost, but he hadn't even had a single negative KDA game. It was all MVPs and gold medals for jungling. If Lin Xiao's account had played Luna more often, he could probably have snagged a national title too. Yilan checked the time. It was past 6 in the evening. Banned from queuing, he stood up from his chair and stretched his t-shirt riding up slightly to reveal the clear outline of his abs. This sight shocked the viewers. Holy crap, we're all gaming students, how come the streamer has abs while I'm a born Ma Chao main? Handsome, great at the game, and has an 8-pack. Streamer, wanna be my online boyfriend. He'll gift you a magic book every month. A magic book is nothing. He'll gift a tiger shark now. One every month, just go online with me. Yilan rolled his eyes at the increasingly absurd comments. These abs are from starvation, not training. What are you all so envious of? Send more gifts, guys. The kid can't afford to eat and has been starving for days. But Yilan's sob story clearly didn't win the netizens' sympathy. So they're starvation abs. To keep the streamer in shape, I guess I can't send any more gifts. Damn, you're such a jerk. Yilan cursed as he ended the stream and took out his phone to order takeout. Just then the doorbell rang. Dingling dingling. Could it be Ning Kai Kai back? Yilan left the bedroom and went to the front door in the living room. He opened it. As the door swung open, a faint, refreshing fragrance wafted over. What greeted Yilan's eyes was a beautiful woman, though not Ning Kai Kai. She was dressed in a black business suit, her shoulder-length hair casually falling. Her fair, delicate face was like a piece of uncut jade, and the gold-rimmed glasses she wore added a touch of maturity and allure. Yilan stood frozen, his brow slightly furrowed. After a mental storm, he concluded that this was the first time he had ever seen this woman. Hello, who are you looking for? Since he was in a shared apartment, Yilan guessed she might be a colleague or friend of Ning Kai Kai. The woman stepped back half a pace, double-checked the room number, then parted her red lips. Hello, are you Mr. Yilan? Yilan didn't answer, his frown deepening. How did she know his name? And that voice? It was so familiar, as if he had just heard it recently. Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him, and he asked with a frown. Are you Zhou Ting? Zhou Ting gave a professional smile. Yes, I'm Zhou Ting, who called you this afternoon. I'm here representing the Honor of Kings section of the Tiger Shark game streaming platform to discuss signing matters with you. Oh, come in. Yilan stepped aside, feigning indifference, and lit a cigarette for himself. An offline signing was essentially a bargaining process. Presence was key. It must be said Yilan's extraordinary sense of ease did put a fair bit of pressure on Zhou Ting. After all, Yilan had just turned 18. In other words, he was green around the gills. Zhou Ting had worked in HR, and during interviews those new graduates were all timid and stuttered when speaking to her. But Yilan didn't seem to have much of an emotional reaction to her arrival. Nervous, excited, thrilled. It was completely unreadable, as if an irrelevant person had just dropped by. Could another platform have already contacted him? Why else would he look so confident? That's how people were. Once a situation slipped out of their control, they would first imagine the worst. As she entered, Zhou Ting glanced at the women's sneakers on the shoe rack and probed, Mr. Yilan, are you living with your girlfriend at such a young age? Yilan, who was walking ahead, turned around, exhaled a puff of smoke, and stared coldly at Zhou Ting. His aura completely overwhelmed hers. Zhou Ting felt extremely uncomfortable under his gaze. Are you here to discuss the signing? Zhou Ting, puzzled by his question, nodded. Then stop asking irrelevant questions and wasting time. If I did have a girlfriend, would you double my salary? Zhou Ting was so choked up, she almost spat blood. Where was the slightest hint of a fresh graduate? The roguish aura radiating from Yilan was like that of a hooligan who had never been to school. In the living room, Yilan and Zhou Ting sat on the sofa, separated by a glass coffee table. Yilan crossed his legs, puffing smoke with a disdainful expression. Zhou Ting sat rigidly, her posture straight, as bamboo hands resting on her knees, clenching her fists repeatedly to ease the tension within. She occasionally lifted her head to steal a glance at Yilan. But whenever their eyes met, she would quickly lower her gaze. She resembled a student who had erred, awaiting the judgment of a teacher. Perhaps Zhou Ting herself did not realize that she, a veteran who had navigated the treacherous waters of Tiger Shark Company for nearly a decade, was being psychologically dominated by a mere high school graduate. Stop being so tense. Let's talk business. Yilan stubbed out his half-smoked cigarette into the ashtray and lounged lazily on the sofa. He smiled, his gaze tender as he looked at Zhou Ting. Damn it, that smug expression again. Just how much did the other If the company hadn't insisted I sign Yilan, I would never have come to a place like this. Nor would I endure such. Zhou Ting vented her grievances against Yilan inwardly, finding some relief from her pent-up emotions. She twisted her graceful waist and retrieved a bound contract from her briefcase. After you rejected my level contract last time, our upper management held a meeting because of you. I was reprimanded by my superiors, and I deeply realized my mistake. I hereby offer you my sincere apology. As she spoke, Zhou Ting suddenly bent her straight upper body forward in a bow, her chin touching her knees, exuding utmost sincerity. However, she did not hold her collar, and as she leaned forward, her neckline dipped, revealing a glimpse of spring. Was it? Yilan, a man of propriety, quickly covered his mouth and turned his head toward the balcony. Oh, what a brilliant moon. Oh, what a radiant sun. After about 10 seconds, Zhou Ting slowly straightened up. Then she opened the contract in her hand, revealing the salary clause. Curious about the terms Zhou Ting would offer, Yilan couldn't help but lean in. To his astonishment, the salary line was blank. Not a single number was written. Base salary yuan month. Yilan frowned in confusion. What does this mean? The golden rays of dusk streamed through the balcony, casting a gilded glow on Zhou Ting's face. She smiled and two adorable dimples appeared on her cheeks, adding a touch of sweetness and playfulness. She turned the contract around and took a ballpoint pen from her breast pocket. Simple. Whatever base salary you want, fill it in yourself. Anticipating competition from other platforms for Yilan, Zhou Ting had stopped at a print shop on the way and reprinted the contract. The workload and some benefits were copied from its level contract, but the salary field was left blank. The purpose was precisely for this moment. Zhou Ting's aura surged like towering waves, extinguishing Yilan's arrogance. Is this the confidence of a top domestic live streaming platform? Yilan's heart pounded violently, as if trying to break free from his chest. Hearing such a fierce heartbeat, Zhou Ting couldn't help but curl her lips. Kid, you think I can't handle you? Though this move was somewhat audacious, Tiger Shark Live was not bluffing. As the most popular game live streaming platform in the country, as long as Yilan didn't ask for something outrageous, he could indeed fill in any number. Moreover, Yilan was no mere pretty face. Yilan's gaming skills were exceptional, and combined with his striking appearance with proper marketing, he could undoubtedly become the esports idol in the eyes of young women nationwide. Then traffic would surge and money would pour in. In this era, even being a game streamer wasn't just about game. Other factors were also required, such as streaming charisma, voice quality, and appearance. Yilan possessed all of these, a perfect all-rounder. Perhaps Tiger Shark would not only avoid loss, but even reap huge profits. At this thought, Zhou Ting looked up at the handsome young man before her, her eyes rippling like autumn breeze over still water. So handsome. Though his features were as youthful as a fresh-faced idol, his demeanor rivaled that of a middle-aged man. This stark contrast stirred even Zhou Ting, a woman over 30 who had decided to seal her heart. She had dated a few male college students before. Their looks and physiques were acceptable, but their personalities were too immature, completely incompatible. However, as an economically independent woman, Zhou Ting would never agree to date a middle-aged man older than herself. Yet Yilan evoked a different feeling within her. Yilan, sitting on the opposite sofa, was still immersed in the shock of Zhou Ting's words. Fill it in yourself. Those 3 words were an immense temptation for Yilan at this moment. He tried his best to stay calm, twirling the pen in his hand gently. Aren't you afraid? I'll write 9999, 999, 9999 here. Zhou Ting smiled. You're a smart person. You won't do that. You talk as if you know me well, Yilan scoffed. However, he indeed did not intend to do so. Though Zhou Ting said, fill it in yourself, she had a limit in mind. If the number he wrote exceeded her expectation, the deal would fall through. Then Yilan would not only lose this valuable opportunity, but might even offend Tiger Shark platform. Yilan scratched his head with the pen cap. I need to write a number that won't put me at a disadvantage, yet falls within her psychological limit. After a moment's contemplation, Yilan earnestly wrote down a string of numbers. 300,000. 300,000. This was a figure he believed both sides could accept. It seems you have a very clear understanding of yourself. Seeing the number Yilan had written, Zhou Ting nodded. Her internal expectation was also around 300,000, with a maximum of 400,000. Of course, I've always believed that self-knowledge is a virtue. Yilan casually clicked the pen cap back into place, his expression remarkably calm, as if a job with a 300 base salary meant nothing to him. Since you've come all this way to sign the contract with me, how about I treat you to dinner? No need, I have plans for the evening. I won't disturb you. Saying this, Zhou Ting carefully stored the contract back in her briefcase. Seeing this, Yilan did not insist. He accompanied her to the door and watched her descend the stairs. Yilan slammed the door shut with a bang and then danced joyfully in the living room. A base salary of 300,000. With the income from gifts and ads, earning 5 million a year is no longer a dream. After the revelry, Yilan lay exhausted on the tiled floor, gasping for breath, his eyes brimming with excitement. He had already planned buy a car in 6 months, a house in a year, and then move his parents and younger sister in with him. Thinking of his parents, Yilan picked up his phone and transferred 10,000 yuan to them. Thanks to Lin Shuiyao and his audience's generosity, he now had tens of thousands in savings. With a signed contract and a job secured, he no longer needed to be as frugal as before. Mom, didn't Dad break his leg before? Use this money to buy him some nutritious food. Yilan sent the message and received a prompt reply. Son, where did you get so much money? You're not the robbery suspect on the news, are you? Please don't do anything foolish. Yilan felt speechless, wondering if his mother really saw him as a fugitive. True, he had been quite mischievous as a child. Besides studying, he excelled at perming his hair, dyeing it, smoking, drinking, and fighting. But despite all that, he was still a law-abiding citizen. Mom, I earned this through hard work. Your son's career is going smoothly now. In a few years, he'll buy a house and a car, and you'll be a grandmother. Then you'd better bring her home for me to meet first. I need to vet her. All right, just keep the money and buy something good to eat. Maybe you'll even have a great-grandchild soon. Even through the screen, Yilan could imagine his mother's beaming face. With money and a job, it would be a shame not to treat himself to a good dinner tonight. But eating alone seems a bit boring. Maybe I should invite someone. With that thought, Yilan sent a message to Ning Kai Kai. He didn't have many friends in Jiangcheng. His roommate Ning Kaikai barely counted as half. Since they shared the same roof, it was a good chance to get closer. Are you off work? I'd like to treat you to dinner tonight. A reply came quickly. I might not have time tonight. What's up? My sister came to Jiangcheng, and I'm having dinner with her tonight. Oh, then don't eat hot pot tonight. Yilan gave a kindly reminder. Seeing this message, a blush crept across Ning Kaikai's fair face. She bit her lip and replied indignantly, I will never eat hot pot again in my life. Yilan burst into laughter. Next time I'll take you for hot pot. Don't worry, I'm a master at cooking meat. I guarantee you won't get an upset stomach. Really? Of course. Next time I'll take you, and you'll see. Ending the chat with Ning Caicai, Yilan went downstairs to buy some braised dishes, barbecue, and crawfish along with 2 cases of beer. He prepared to drink until he was thoroughly drunk that night. Meanwhile, at the gate of Jiangcheng Junior High School, Ning Kaikai stood in a fluffy floral dress, her fair and smooth calves exposed with thick lashes and rosy lips breathtakingly beautiful. Passing students wore expressions of disbelief. The contrast with teacher Ning in class was astonishing. In class, Ning Kaikai was as stern as the legendary exterminator to her students. Nodding off even once meant copying ancient poems 50 times. But now teacher Ning seemed almost sweet and innocent. An illusion, it must be an illusion. Surely it was little sister him over here. By the roadside, Zhou Ting got out of a taxi and spotted Ning Kaikai waiting at the school. She waved and called her over. Hearing the voice, Ning Kaikai bounced over, and the 2 beauties embraced. Wow, you've gotten even prettier since I last saw you. Zhou Ting pinched Ning Kaikai's cheek affectionately, then kissed her, leaving a faint lipstick mark. Sis, you're over 30 and still don't have a boyfriend. Why do you keep tormenting your little sister? Ning Kaikai pretended to wipe off the lipstick mark in disgust. Can you not be like mom and dad, nagging about marriage every time we meet? I won't hang out with you anymore if you keep this up. Zhou Ting frowned in displeasure. At her age, marriage pressure was the most annoying thing. Are you really going to stay single forever? Ning Kaikai, hearing this, a roguishly handsome guy immediately popped into Zhou Ting's mind. Legs crossed, cigarette dangling from his lips. Exactly her type. You dare to pressure me. If you don't find a boyfriend soon, my present is your future. Ning Kaikai laughed and hugged Zhou Ting's arm. As long as you're not married, you'll always be my shield. Zhou Ting got into the car and shot her a sidelong glare. You only know how to act cute with me. If you used that on a guy, you'd be married by now. Ning Kaikai just smiled. The taxi driver turned around and asked, where the ladies? Zhou Ting looked at Ning Kaikai. How about hot pot? I haven't had it in ages. Hearing this, the smile froze on Ning Kaikai's face. Sis, let's have stir fry. I'm craving the dishes at Wang family villa. Ning Kaikai buried her face in Zhou Ting's ample chest, like a kitten, her clear eyes glistening with tears evoking pity. All right, stir fry it is. Driver, please take us to Wang family villa. Meanwhile, Yilan arranged all the food and drinks on the table and picked a show to watch while he ate. Just as he was about to dig in, a phone rang abruptly. Seeing the name Su Jiqiang on the caller ID, Yilan paused. Su Jiqiang was Yilan's childhood friend and confidant, an excellent student who always ranked top of the class. With his college entrance exam scores, he could have easily gotten into a provincial key university. But Su Jiqiang was foolish enough to chase after a girl, and after the exams followed her to a technical school. Yilan had tried to reason with him, but he wouldn't listen, insisting this is love. Now calling it was probably because that love had soured. He answered, and the voice on the other end was heavy. I'm in a bad mood. I want to drink with you. Don't ask why. I don't want to talk about it. Are you kidding me, man? You're in another province. How can you drink with me? I'm already in Jiangcheng, just got off the plane. Send me your address, and he'll come find you. Damn, you've got a nose like a dog. I just bought a ton of food, and you show up. Su Jiqiang. Yilan couldn't help but complain, but he was his brother after all. Since he had traveled so far, he had to host him properly. All right, I've sent you the address. Come soon. He'll go buy more food and drinks. Half an hour later, a knock echoed through the living room door. Yilan hurried to open it. Su Jiqiang leaned dejectedly against the wall stubble, shadowing his plump cheeks, a half-smoked cigarette pinched between the fingers of his right hand. Yilan had never seen Su Jiqiang in such a disheveled state. In the past, Su Jiqiang abstained from both alcohol and tobacco, no matter how much Yilan tried to persuade him. But now, he seemed even more addicted to smoking than Yilan. Heartbroken. Damn, how did you know? Su Jiqiang flinched, nearly flicking the cigarette, but from his fingers. No shit with you looking like this, I'd be a lousy brother if I couldn't guess. Su Jiqiang continued smoking with a mournful expression, occasionally choking on the smoke. A clear novice. He hadn't planned to bring it up, but Yilan was sharp enough to see through him at first glance. All right, come in. I've got barbecue and beer all ready for you. Seeing Su Jiqiang's reluctance to talk, Yilan didn't press further, stepping aside to let him in. Taking in the spacious, bright living room and the table laden with food, Su Jiqiang felt a surreal pang. He turned to Yilan. Last month, when you borrowed money from me, you said you were so broke you'd eat the roadside grass. Living in a place like this, eating like a king. No wonder you're broke. Since starting college, Su Jiqiang had been funneling half his living expenses to bail out Yilan. A working man borrowing from a student never sat right. But given their bond forged over nearly 2 decades, Su Jiqiang always lent without hesitation. Yet here the guy was living the high life. Infuriating. Yilan scratched his head awkwardly. My streaming's been picking up lately, so I upgraded the place. And am not renting alone, I've got a roommate. Su Jiqiang extended an open palm, his gaze frigid. Fine. Let's eat first, they'll pay you back after. I skipped dinner waiting for you. Yilan had reheated the barbecue in the air fryer earlier. They dug into skewers and ice-cold beer, the sheer bliss undeniable. Su Jiqiang, unaccustomed to drinking, had a low tolerance. After a few beers, his eyes welled up as he poured out his heart. Yilan, I don't get it. Why are girls so shallow? They have to find a guy who's good at games. Yilan took a bite of meat, his tone calm. Huang Yuding's new boyfriend is a gaming prodigy. Huang Yuding, the woman Su Jiqiang loved deeply. He gripped the bottle tightly, veins bulging on his hand, and nodded in utter dejection. I'm the one who loves her most. For her I gave up my acceptance letter to a top provincial university and followed her to a vocational school out of province just to be close. When we started school we talked about everything, never apart. I thought Cupid had blessed us, that our love was destined to, but lately she's been so cold. I send her a dozen messages and she replies with just one line, or one even. Yilan sipped his beer, thinking how even in drunkenness Su Jiqiang remained so poetic. Su Jiqiang wiped his tears and let out a heavy sigh. Last Friday I couldn't take it anymore. I sneaked into her classroom and saw her laughing and playing games with a guy acting way too familiar. I asked Huang Yuding what she saw in him. She said he's a national server jungle king who can carry her to the top ranks while I only drag her down. But the old Huang Yuding wasn't like this. Even when I lost her game she still smiled and chatted with me. Yilan burst into laughter, slapping his thigh uncontrollably. Su Jiqiang glared with red-rimmed eyes. Jiqiang, what can I say? You think the old Huang Yuding actually enjoyed playing with you? Su Jiqiang gritted his teeth. What do you mean? Think back. Every time you invited her to play, what did she always asked if you and Zheng Shuling were around. Suddenly a realization struck Su Jiqiang, and his head. You mean? Yilan nodded calmly. Exactly. She didn't want to play with you. She wanted to play with me. I can carry her up the ranks, but I won't do it alone. So you became her tool. Oh, she's been using you all along. Su Jiqiang roared. If you knew, why didn't you tell me? Yilan pointed a finger at him. Bullshit. I warned you ages ago, but you didn't listen. You said I was delusional, thinking every girl had a crush on me. Su Jiqiang hung his head in defeat, tears falling like broken pearls. But why? Is being good at games really that attractive to girls? Yilan thought for a moment. Honor of Kings is the hottest mobile game right now. Being skilled at it does draw, but it's just a talent, like some girls liking guys who play basketball well. It's just that Huang Yuding happens to prefer guys who excel at games. Su Jiqiang grew frantic, thumping his chest. But I have talents too. I ace my studies. I've won 3 scholarships in 2 months. Why can't Huang Yuding like me? Yilan curled his lip in disdain. Bro, not to rain on your parade, but flaunting your grades at a vocational school is like casting pearls before swine. If Huang Yuding liked smart guys, you'd have been together in high school. Why wait for college? After hearing Yilan's consolation, Su Jiqiang downed the rest of his beer in one gulp. Why did it feel worse? Like someone was rubbing salt into his wounds. How about you teach me to play? If I become a national server jungle king, can I win Huang Yuding back? Yilan nearly spat out his drink. Even now Su Jiqiang was still hung up on Huang Yuding. Was this love struck? No, it was brain dead. Yilan clapped Su Jiqiang on the shoulder heavily, speaking with earnestness. Bro, take my advice. You've got no talent for games. Besides, games have a shelf life. That guy's relationship with Huang Yuding won't last. The essence of life is the mundane. Use your time now to climb the academic ladder. From vocational to bachelor's to master's to PhD to the stars. Land a great job and rub it in Huang Yuding's face. Seeing the spark in Su Jiqiang's eyes, Yilan thought his advice had struck a chord. Just as he raised his beer for another sip, Su Jiqiang suddenly exclaimed with excitement. Right? I'll work hard now, build myself up, get a good job. When this game dies out, I'll go after Huang Yuding again, and she'll definitely be with me. Yilan sprayed his beer all over Su Jiqiang's face in fury. Damn it. Heaven rewards the diligent, simps die in vain. Su Jiqiang had an extremely low tolerance for alcohol. After just a few bottles of beer, he was snoring thunderously, lying unconscious on the floor. Yilan had no choice but to hoist him onto his back and lay him down on his own bed. He then came out alone to clean up the mess. After all, this was a shared apartment, and the living room was a common area. Yilan had to consider Ning Kaikai's feelings. By the time he had cleared away all the leftover food and debris from the table, it was already midnight. Yilan leaned on the balcony and lit a cigarette for himself. Puff. The cold moonlight intertwined with the white smoke, bringing an incomparable sense of peace. There was nothing he could do about Su Jiqiang's situation. Just as he had said, Su Jiqiang had no talent for gaming. At least that was his opinion. Back in their school days, Yilan had already displayed remarkable gaming prowess. Whether it was PC games or mobile games, he had dabbled in them all and achieved impressive results. During that time, he had repeatedly invited Su Jiqiang to join him. But Su Jiqiang was nothing short of a bookworm. He always declined with the excuse, "I need to help you with your homework." And indeed, most of Yilan's assignments were completed by Su Jiqiang. For this reason, Su Jiqiang had even practiced 2 different handwriting styles, terrified that the teacher might discover the ruse. The only games Su Jiqiang ever played aside from Tetris as a child were Honor of Kings. He played Honor of Kings just to find common ground with Huang Yuding. But the outcome was exactly the same as every other love-struck fool. In the end, he was left with nothing. Yilan knew full well that if it were after graduation and entering the workforce, Su Jiqiang would definitely have an edge over others. But love is so irrational. You always meet the person you think is right at the wrong time. Puff. With another exhale of smoke, the ember burned to its end. Yilan stubbed out the cigarette but tossed it into the ashtray and prepared to rough it on the sofa for the night. There was no help for it. Su Jiqiang had taken over his bed. If he wanted to sleep on a bed, his only option would be to go to Ning Kaikai's room. Even the mere thought of that felt perverse. The next morning, dawn light spread everywhere. Yilan, who had forgotten to draw the curtains, was directly jolted awake by the sunlight streaming in from the balcony. He shielded his eyes with his arm, a trace of irritation flickering across his face. Damn, seems like too much sunlight isn't such a good thing either. He now actually missed that previous rental room, which had no natural light at all, and was like a basement. Since he was awake, there was no reason to go back to sleep. Yilan got up, quickly washed up, and then splashed his face with cold water to sober himself up. He changed his clothes, put on his shoes, and went downstairs to buy breakfast. He had a high tolerance for alcohol, even after downing 7 or 8 bottles the night before his mind remained clear. But Su Jiqiang didn't have that ability. Not being much of a drinker, he had also consumed 7 or 8 bottles last night due to his low spirits. He would definitely feel terrible when he woke up. Yilan planned to use this time to buy a hangover cure soup. When he returned with the soup, he found Ning Kaikai standing at the door, groggily rubbing her head. Sensing something was wrong, Yilan quickened his pace over to her, only to be met with a wave of alcohol fumes. At first he thought it was the smell from himself, but upon closer inspection he realized. The scent was somewhat fragrant and mellow, not at all pungent. It was the unique aroma of high-end red wine. "What were you up to last night, drinking so much?" Seeing Ning Kaikai swaying unsteadily, unable even to fit the key into the lock, Yilan feared she might stumble and fall down the nearby stairs. Naturally, he reached out and wrapped his arm around her shoulder. Ning Kaikai's delicate body trembled, her already rosy face growing even more alluringly flushed, like a ripe apple, pitifully endearing. She tilted her head up slightly, her long eyelashes fluttering gently, and her eyes rippling like autumn waters, gazed at Yilan's sharp, chiseled profile. A half-smoked cigarette dangled from Yilan's lips, its ember flickering, ash drifting down naturally. He still had that ruffian look about him. Yet at this moment it brought Ning Kaikai an immense sense of security. Yilan snatched the keys from Ning Kaikai's hand and easily slid them into the lock. Turning the key, the door swung open. He supported her all the way until she was half reclining on the sofa. "How did you end up drinking so much?" Yilan frowned slightly, took the hangover cure soup from his shopping bag, and steadily held it out in front of Ning Kaikai. He thought to himself, "Sorry, buddy, I'll borrow your hangover soup for now and buy you another one later." Ning Kaikai pressed her tempting red lips to the bowl's rim, sipping it down in small, slurping mouthfuls. After downing half the bowl, a wave of warmth surged through her, and her expression improved. Her eyes grew a bit. "It's all my sister's fault for tricking me into drinking cocktails. At first I thought it was nothing, tasting like juice, but then I passed out." Yilan crouched nearby, giving an awkward smile. The after effect of cocktails was tough even for a seasoned drinker like him to handle, let alone a girl like Ning Kaikai. "Your sister was confident enough to let you come back alone. What can I do? She's such a busybody. She came to Jiang City to see me because of work, and now that the work's done, she naturally has to go back." Ning Kaikai lay flat on the sofa, her fair and smooth arm resting on her forehead, staring blankly at the ceiling. "Oh, by the way, I need to tell you something. My childhood friend is here and might stay for a few days." Ning Kaikai turned her head, her silky hair cascading to the floor. "A guy? Of course. If it were a girl, she wouldn't be called a childhood friend. She'd be a sweetheart." Yilan smiled, gathered up Ning Kaikai's hair, and gently placed it on the sofa. Her thick eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, and the corners of her mouth curved into a sweet smile. "So shouldn't you be giving me some benefit? Didn't I already say? I'll treat you to hot pot another day. I'm afraid you'll harbor ill intentions and purposely not cook it properly for me. Then you'll have to prepare to be a diarrhea warrior." "You, that's disgusting." Ning Kaikai wrinkled her nose, putting on a deliberately disgusted expression, and lightly tapped Yilan's shoulder. "Drink the rest of the hangover soup, and it'll help you to your room to rest." "I'm okay." Ning Kaikai obediently finished the soup and straightened up. Yilan gently supported her and slowly walked to the door of the other bedroom, Ning Kaikai's private chamber. He reached out and pushed it open softly, and a faint, pleasant fragrance wafted out from the room. So fragrant. Yilan lowered his head and took another subtle sniff of Ning Kaikai. It was exactly the same scent emanating from her. The entire room was decorated in shades of pink, from the walls to the bedsheets, from the curtains to the desk and cabinets. everywhere exuding a gentle and sweet atmosphere. The decor style was exactly like those young girls' princess rooms on the internet. Yilan felt so awkward, he wished he could dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of the floor with his toes on the spot. A grown woman, how could she still have such a pink and tender girlish heart? Yilan placed the dazed Ning Kai Kai onto the bed, and his gaze fell upon the SpongeBob plush toy beside the pillow. The corners of his mouth curled up uncontrollably. It seemed she was still a baby who needed to hug a plush toy to At 11 in the morning, Su Jiqiang struggled to open his eyes, mumbling for water. Yilan, who was playing on his own account, heard the call. He quickly grabbed a cup and went to the living room to pour some water. Thanks, Su Jiqiang said, squinting as he prepared to take the cup with both hands. Unexpectedly, Yilan unhesitatingly poured all the water on his Su Jiqiang's face. With a splash, Su Jiqiang was instantly drenched like a drowned rat. What the hell are you doing? Wiping the water off his face, Su Jiqiang's eyes flashed with confusion and anger. I thought you wanted me to wake you up with water. Don't play innocent, you did that on purpose. Alright, since you're awake, don't go back to sleep. I bought you hangover soup. Drink it, and we'll go for lunch. Yilan went out to bring in the hangover soup and filled a cup of water. Then he picked up his phone and continued ranking up. After playing so much peak mode, Yilan found ranked matches incredibly easy. Both opponents and teammates seemed clumsy in their operations. As for game sense, it was practically non-existent. Yilan could predict their every move. He dominated matches at the Glory 50-star level effortlessly. Within moments, he had achieved a legendary kill streak. Wait, when did you learn to play Bailey Xiansu? And you're this good? Su Jiqiang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Yilan's impressive 1702 record. Don't make a big deal out of it. Your dad's always been amazing, Yilan retorted with a dismissive glare. Didn't you used to play brainless heroes like Nakaruru and Sun Wukong? See, that's the gap between us. I can pick up any hero quickly, but you've been playing for so long and still only know how to use your little Luban. And you're not even good at it, often with negative KDA. Every word from Yilan pierced Su Jiqiang's heart like a steel needle. Bro, please stop. I'm really breaking down here. Su Jiqiang clutched his chest in agony, begging pitifully. Yilan smirked contemptuously, his gaze returning to the game. It was a one-sided carry match, easily securing victory. On the results screen, seeing the Glory King 52-star match, Su Jiqiang's jaw dropped again. No way, a glory match. And you dominated. Su Jiqiang remembered clearly. Yilan's limit used to be just Glory King. Had his skills improved so much since becoming a streamer? Yilan's lips curled into a grin. No exaggeration, if you could learn even a tenth of my game skill, Huang Yuding would be all over you, believe me. In the past, Su Jiqiang would have defended Huang Yuding. But now he could only smile bitterly. When did his relationship with Huang Yuding turn sour? Come to think of it, it seemed to be after Yilan became a streamer. After Yilan started streaming, gaming became his job. He always played on his boss accounts and rarely played with. Naturally, he could no longer carry Huang Yuding in ranked matches. For Huang Yuding, Su Jiqiang the tool had lost his purpose. So she unceremoniously kicked him to the curb. Thinking of this, Su Jiqiang looked weary and dejected. So, I was always just a tool. Huang Yuding never liked me, she liked you. Can't help it. Who told you to hang out with someone as outstanding as me? You shameless bastard, you haven't changed a bit. Alright, put the bedding out on the balcony to air, and he'll take you to eat. Su Jiqiang suddenly felt his stomach growl. Yilan had prepared plenty of food yesterday, but barbecue wasn't filling and beer bloated the stomach, so Su Jiqiang picked up the quilt and mattress and headed to the open balcony. He aired the bedding not because the weather was nice, but because Yilan had poured water on it earlier. Without airing, it wouldn't be comfortable to sleep on at night. After finishing, Su Jiqiang followed Yilan downstairs. Under Yilan's lead, they arrived at a small restaurant. They ordered 3 dishes: hot and sour shredded potatoes, stir-fried pork with green peppers, and tomato scrambled eggs. In China, these 3 dishes are safe bets at any restaurant. If they turned out bad, it meant the whole place was garbage. While waiting for the food, Yilan received a message from Zhou Ting. After signing the contract yesterday, Yilan had removed her from his blacklist. With the contract signed, they were now superior and subordinate. Keeping a superior in the blacklist was a bit rude. Zhou Ting, honestly, your base salary is a bit high. Yilan, what are you thinking of backing out? Zhou Ting, not at all, but since you're getting such a high salary, you naturally need to do something for the platform. Yilan, don't think you can fool me. I work and get paid. It's only fair. Don't expect me to be grateful. Zhou Ting, don't misunderstand. It's a win-win situation. You're on the rise in popularity. We've discussed giving you a special promotion, so don't mess it up. Reading Zhou Ting's message, Yilan fell into thought. It was indeed a win-win. He could use the platform's traffic to gain more exposure and popularity, while the platform could use him as a cash cow. Since it was mutually beneficial, there was no reason to refuse. After all, who would turn down money? How are you planning to promote me? I can't clown around for attention. We're planning to have you participate in Gaiying's National Server Solo Challenge first. Gaiying's Solo Challenge was popular on Douyin, and Yilan had seen it. How to describe it? Gang, who had 25 national server titles, challenged various national server players, for example soloing Bei Mu with Luna, soloing Pocket with Sun Xiangxiang. The challenge had high viewership. If Yilan participated and won, he could gain massive exposure. But I don't have a national server title yet, Yilan pointed out the biggest issue. To join Gang's solo challenge, at least a large national badge was required. However, his own account only had a small national badge. As for Lin Xiao's account, was he supposed to solo Gang as Yao? How was that any different from a gimmick? That's not a problem. Hurry up and reach number 1 in peak mode, and no, Yilan agreed with that. A national badge was nothing compared to being peak number 1. By the way, there's one more thing. Zhou Ting suddenly sent another long message. You should build up your Douyin account. Post highlight reels or tutorial videos. Don't waste the short video platform. If you need an editor, just tell me, and I'll arrange one internally. Yilan picked up his phone, glanced at Su Jiqiang, who was wolfing down food, and typed back, no need, I have my own editor. This is the critical point for this book. Dear readers who enjoy it, please tap to follow, leave a good review, or send. Thank you, my patrons. Putting down his phone, Yilan squinted, a lecherous grin spreading across his face as he stared at the other person. Jiqiang, if I remember correctly, your major in university was film and television post-production, right? Su Jiqiang looked up upon hearing this. Catching sight of Yilan's expression, he was thoroughly startled, his hands trembling as they held the bowl. So what if it is? I'm telling you, even if Huang Yuding refuses to be my girlfriend, I won't be with you. Where the hell did your mind go? I was asking if you know how to edit videos. That's my forte. At least in my school, not many are better than me. Su Jiqiang puffed out his chest with immense pride. Yilan didn't doubt the truth of those words. In the 2 months since the semester started, Su Jiqiang had won the school scholarship 3 times, which was enough proof of his strong academic ability. In that case, you can be my personal video editor. Huh? Su Jiqiang blinked in confusion. We've both seen how popular games are on short video platforms. It's an opportunity. My live stream is on the rise right now. You edit videos for me, and when we make money, we'll split it. This was Yilan's plan. If he had Zhou Ting arrange an editor for him, he'd have to share the video revenue with someone so it was better to let his own brother earn this money. But with your skills and popularity, even if I edited it into a masterpiece, nobody would watch it. Unless you add something spicy. What do you think of those videos from that island nation? Su Jiqiang had studied the popular game videos on the short video platform. Without exception, they were all from popular streamers or pro players like Bei Mu, Han Wawishan, Yuanga, Nuan Yang, Xiao Pang, and Fly. As for the videos of obscure little streamers, they were basically ignored. Even if they got a little traffic, it was just scraps left by others, not enough to make any real money. Seeing that Su Jiqiang actually looked down on him, Yilan's anger flared. What do you mean, man? I'm pretty popular right now, you know. Making millions by the minute. If you're so rich, then pay me back the 3,000 you owe me. Su Jiqiang rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath. Fine, have it your way. Yilan picked up his phone impatiently and transferred 3,000 yuan to Su Jiqiang. This money should have been paid back long ago, but Yilan really didn't have any cash on him before. That's why he kept putting it up. Seeing the 3,000 yuan arrive in his account, Su Jiqiang was overjoyed. It wasn't just because he'd successfully gotten his money back, but because it seemed Yilan had really made a go of his streaming career. As his best friend and close buddy, he was genuinely happy for him. Alright, let's finish eating. Once I start streaming later, you'll see just how popular your dad really is. As high as 3 or 4 floors. As high as 30 floors. TCH, keep on bragging. Su Jiqiang gave a contemptuous laugh, not believing a word of it. He thought Yilan was just blowing smoke. After all, getting famous these days wasn't that easy. Yilan couldn't be bothered to argue and started wolfing down his food. Just then his phone rang again. Yilan thought it was Zhou Ting with something else to say, but when he picked it up, he saw it was a message from Ning Kai. Have you gone out to eat? Yeah, at the stir-fry place downstairs with my childhood friend. Could you bring me a bowl of shredded pork noodles when you come back? What's wrong? Still feeling unwell? Yilan asked with concern. My head feels as heavy as lead and my limbs are so weak I don't want to move. Then I'll bring some when I finish eating. Do you want it spicy? Extra spicy. Okay. After chatting with Ning Tsai, Su Jiqiang was almost done eating. Yilan paid the bill and walked into the noodle shop next door. Su Jiqiang followed, looking puzzled. What's up, Yi? Didn't you get enough to eat? No, my roommate asked me to bring her some noodles. Oh, I see. I often bring food for my roommates too. They affectionately call me Godfather. Yilan's face lit up with excitement. They call you Godfather, and you're my adopted son. Doesn't that mean I have a few adopted grandsons? Get lost. I've never seen anyone take advantage like this. Su Jiqiang shot Yilan a glare, a flicker of displeasure passing over his face. Boss, give me a bowl of shredded pork noodles and add a tea egg to go. Yilan turned to the noodle chef and placed, no problem, that'll be 15 yuan. Alright, I've scanned it. After paying, Yilan leaned against the doorframe of the shop and lit a cigarette. Halfway through his smoke, he heard the boss call his name. The noodles were ready. Yilan took the plastic container, then added some chili oil and chopped green onions. As for cilantro, Yilan didn't touch it, mainly because he wasn't sure if Ning Kai was allergic to it. He used to think people who disliked cilantro were just picky eaters until scientists found it was related to genetics. It was a bit hard to swallow. After sealing the takeout box, Yilan picked up the bag and headed toward the apartment complex. Back in the living room, he gently knocked on Ning Kaikai's door. Ning Caicai, I brought your extra spicy shredded pork noodles. Hearing this, Su Jiqiang raised an eyebrow. That name. A girl. Holy crap. The bastard was living with a girl. Su Jiqiang stood at a distance, occasionally rising on his tiptoes, trying to find an angle to catch a glimpse of Ning Kaikai's face. He looked like a total creep. With a creak, the door opened. Ning Kaikai stepped out. She wore a pink pajama set, her long hair cascading like a waterfall down to her waist. Her features were delicate and refined, her fair skin showing no trace of makeup, as naturally beautiful as a lotus emerging from the water. Su Jiqiang was completely stunned. How could there be such a beautiful girl in the world? Compared to a beauty of Ning Kaikai's caliber, his crush Huang Yuding instantly paled in comparison. Ning Kaikai took the bag with both hands, her gaze falling on the shredded pork noodles inside. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly. Why isn't there any cilantro? Noodles without cilantro have no soul. How was I supposed to know you like cilantro? You didn't tell me. Yilan threw up his hands, indicating it had nothing to do with him. Ning Kaikai pouted in grievance, her rosy lips as vivid as a cherry. All right, I'll add cilantro next time. Eat it quickly before it gets soggy. Yilan gently ruffled Ning Kaikai's small head, her soft hair slipping through his fingers. It's definitely Su Jiqiang stood there frozen like a statue. Dude, have you no consideration for my feelings? Damn it, I just got— Wait. No, we were never even together. Even more painful. Ning Kaikai murmured a few complaints, then took the lunchbox back to her room. Suddenly, Yilan, standing at the doorway, seemed to recall something. He knocked sharply on Ning Kaikai's door. What? The door opened again, and Ning Kaikai leaned against the frame, poking out half her body, eyeing Yilan warily. Yilan extended his open right hand. You haven't paid me for the food yet. Upon hearing this, Ning Kaikai's cheeks flushed crimson. She hastily pushed Yilan out and shut the door once more. They'll transfer it to you in a bit. Hearing the assurance, Yilan turned toward his own room with a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Bro, are you being fair to Zheng Shuling? As he passed, Su Jiqiang the latter inquired like a curious child. Given Zheng Shuling's temper, if she found out you're cohabiting with a girl, wouldn't she raise hell? We broke up a long time ago. Why? Yilan glanced at Su Jiqiang, a cold smile tugging at his lips, and continued walking toward the bedroom door without stopping. Jiqiang, do you know why I agreed to be with Zheng Shuling in high school? Wasn't it because you liked her? Su Jiqiang blinked, a flicker of bewilderment in his eyes. Actually, I never liked Zheng Shuling. To be honest, part of the reason I agreed to be with her was because of you. Su Jiqiang frowned. What the hell does that have to do with me? It's because of Huang Yuding. I saw she had feelings for me, and to spare your feelings I had no choice but to settle for Zheng Shuling. But Zheng Shuling is a bit like Huang Yuding. She was also after my gaming skills. So when I broke up with her, Yilan's words struck like a thunderbolt. If there were special effects, it would be a lightning bolt striking the already petrified Su Jiqiang on the head, then slowly splitting apart. He never imagined that for his sake, Yilan had silently sacrificed so much, even going so far as to sacrifice his own charm. At that moment, he felt like weeping bitterly and kneeling on the ground, uttering, Jiqiang has wandered half his life, only regretting not meeting a wise master. If you do not abandon me, Jiqiang wishes to honor you as my adoptive father. Yilan pushed open the bedroom door and glanced at the alarm clock on the computer desk. It was 1126. There was only half an hour left until the peak tournament started at 1200. Today was his first live stream after signing the contract, and he absolutely couldn't be late. Time was tight, and Yilan first checked the streaming equipment, confirmed everything was fine, then examined the microphone speakers. Finally, he picked out dozens of popular songs to play as background music at appropriate times. Although Yilan was a technical streamer, he occasionally needed to add some flair, otherwise it would be too boring for the audience. After finishing all this, the time had come to 1150. There were only 10 minutes left until the stream started. Yilan pointed to a corner and said, Jiqiang, sit over here. This spot not only kept him out of the camera's view, but also allowed him to see all the data from Yilan's live stream. Su Jiqiang obediently complied. He was somewhat socially anxious. He didn't want to appear in the stream, even if there were only a dozen or so viewers. After all, on the internet, there were far too many instances of people attacking others' appearances. Suddenly, Yilan seemed to think of something, quickly grabbing his phone to send a message to Lin Shuiyao. Sis, today's my debut stream after signing. Can you help me pull in some more viewers? He composed the message and sent it. After waiting a while, there was no response. Yilan sighed, but then reconsidered and felt relieved. After all, Lin Shuiyao was a wealthy heiress. How could she always be checking his messages? Looks like I'll have to mention these things in advance from now on. In fact, Yilan had wanted to tell Lin Shuiyao about this last night, but the sudden arrival of Su Jiqiang had interrupted him, causing the delay. Thinking of this, Yilan, frustrated, kicked Su Jiqiang. Su Jiqiang, having been kicked for no reason, was utterly bewildered. Dude, you better have a good reason. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just then Yilan's phone vibrated. It was Lin Shuiyao replying. When are you streaming? They'll call some people to support you. Yilan was overjoyed and typed back, right now. What? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Where am I supposed to find people for you now? Even though the text was cold, Yilan could feel Lin Xiao's exasperation. It was indeed a bit sudden. Yilan's approach was all about sincerity and honesty. Lin Xiao was beyond words. They'll post a video on Douyin and see how many people I can draw to you. Thanks for the support, boss. Damn, I'm speechless. Wouldn't it be better for you to just let me keep you? Why do you have to mess with your lousy streaming? Lin Xiao replied in a fit of pique, which made Yilan chuckle. A monthly salary of 300 had already put him ahead of 99 of workers. But in the eyes of a wealthy woman like Lin Xiao, it still seemed insignificant. To Yilan, being kept offered no future prospects. Lin Xiao was only in her early 20s. He couldn't possibly wait for her to die and inherit her wealth like in movies or novels. What if when she got older she kicked him out and found someone else? Moreover, Yilan had attracted Lin Xiao solely through his gaming skills. Once she lost interest in Honor of Kings, he would become useless to her. Where would Yilan go then? It seemed being kept by a wealthy woman wasn't a permanent solution. Bro, it's 12 o'clock. You should start streaming. With Su Jiqiang's reminder, Yilan snapped back to reality. He glanced at the small alarm clock on the desk. It was indeed noon. Okay, starting the stream. Yilan had already adjusted the streaming equipment. He just needed to press a single button. By now he had accumulated a decent following, and as soon as he started, hundreds of viewers flooded in. Bro, ye starting so early today. Nice, bro, ye actually isn't late today. Looks like yesterday's prodding worked. So bro, ye, what's your score now? Almost number 1 in the peak. During the brief moment of logging in, Yilan interacted with the chat. I'm at 2,248 points now. If nothing unexpected happens, they'll hit number 1 in the peak today. Upon hearing this, Su Jiqiang stared at Yilan like the meme of G-Bond with a tilted head and wide eyes. Duomo, bro, what are you saying? Did I hear that right? You're going to be number 1 in the peak. And why are there so many people in the stream? In just a short while, the number of live viewers had exceeded 1,000. This undoubtedly gave Su Jiqiang quite a shock. Su Jiqiang watched the live stream data increase rapidly, his mouth widening in disbelief and his gaze gradually becoming vacant. He never expected that Yilan's live stream would reach such heights. He initially thought that having 300 to 500 viewers in Yilan's stream would be the limit. Yet he could hardly believe it. Yilan's stream boasted a staggering 3,000 to 5,000 viewers. Moreover, this was just the beginning. As things stabilized, the number of viewers would undoubtedly rise even higher. Dude, you only mentioned getting the live stream started, but you never said it would be this big. A live stream with tens of thousands of viewers at the same time. Regardless of the platform, this would place it among the top tier. Undoubtedly, Yilan had now become a minor internet celebrity. Yilan glanced at the dazed Su Jiqiang, thinking to herself, just you wait, I'll mesmerize you. Did you dare to doubt my popularity? You're quite obedient now. With the homepage recommendations from the platform along with Lin Xiao's video driving traffic, plus the fans Yilan had accumulated over the past few days, the number of viewers soared past 10,000 in under 5 minutes. Seeing that the audience had almost arrived, Yilan wasted no time. She clicked the match button and began her peak match. She initially thought it would be a balanced contest, but the outcome left the viewers in shock. Yilan effortlessly achieved 5 consecutive victories. With each match, she dominated and claimed the MVP title, leaving the new viewers utterly astonished. Dude, is this even fair? Are you seriously bullying noobs here? Damn, the streamer's skills are just too exaggerated. Winning so easily in a high-ranked match. If you hadn't told me this was a peak match at 2,200 points, I would have thought the opponents were all bots. Damn, so impressive. No wonder you can say you'll reach the top of the peak in a week. The streamer playing a peak match at 2,200 points is like bullying noobs. I break a sweat playing at 1,500 points. How can the gap between people be this vast? Yilan looked at the barrage of comments in the live stream, a smug smile appearing at the corner of her mouth as she casually kicked Su Jiqiang. Then she turned off the live microphone. How's it going, little brother? Now you know how popular your father is, right? After being kicked twice by Yilan the dazed, Su Jiqiang finally snapped back to reality. Oh my bro, no, my adoptive father. How about you support me? A glimmer of greed flashed in Su Jiqiang's eyes as he nearly wanted to kneel and recognize her as his father. Just now, while Yilan was streaming, he had been squatting beside her watching. The gift effects in the live stream had almost blinded his 24K pure golden eyes. Damn, earning nearly 5,000 in just 1 hour while still pretending to be broke and borrowing money from me. I'm up at 8 in the morning. Can we now consider that thing I mentioned? Yilan squinted as she asked. Editing your videos and posting them online. Yeah. Yilan nodded. You've seen it too. My current traffic is quite significant, and with the platform's support it will only grow larger and my popularity will continue to rise. When that happens, we can split the video earnings evenly. What do you think? Su Jiqiang stroked his chin in contemplation, and Yilan didn't rush him. After a while, Su Jiqiang, who had come to a realization, nodded. He spoke in a voice only they could hear. All right, once I return to school tomorrow, I'll take full responsibility for your videos from now on. Yilan smiled with satisfaction and patted his shoulder. That's right. You and I teaming up will allow us to grow stronger and create brilliant achievements together. Making money buying houses and dating beautiful girls. That's what it means to be a real man. Su Jiqiang felt a fire ignite in his chest, dispelling the gloom of his recent heartbreak. All right, I'm going to make a fortune and marry a girl as beautiful as your roommate. Su Jiqiang declared his ambitious. This trip was not in vain. Previously, the most beautiful girls in his mind aside from Teacher Tsang were Huang Yuding. But upon seeing Ning Tsaitsai, that beauty filter shattered instantly. It turned out that there really are girls who can be so beautiful that they leave one speechless. Seeing Su Jiqiang come to such a realization, Yilan felt that her efforts had not been in vain. That's right. Once you make big money, even a girl like Huang Yuding would be too low for you to accept. Well, I would, Su Jiqiang said earnestly. Damn it, you truly can't change a dog's habit of eating shit. You'll only ever achieve this much in your life. Yilan cursed. However, the issue of finding an editor had been resolved, which relieved her significantly. Thankfully, she had found Su Jiqiang something to do. She clearly understood her childhood friend's character. When he had something to do, he was completely focused, unaffected by anything else. But once he was idle, he would start fantasizing about sweet romances and turn into a simp. Why do people feel? Simply put, it's because they are idle. If you're busy, you'll only feel that 1 bowl of rice isn't enough, 2 bowls don't fill you up, and 3 bowls leave you just satisfied. After resolving this matter, Yilan returned to the game. Following her 5 consecutive victories, her peak match score had already surpassed 2,300 points. Yilan entered the peak leaderboard and glanced at the current top score, 2,395 points. The gap between them was now less than 100 points. If she put in some effort, she could likely pull ahead today. With this thought, Yilan no longer hesitated, decisively clicking the match button to continue climbing the ranks. The match was successfully matched. The live stream displayed the Bampic interface. After a few minutes, both sides completed their hero bans. The opponent quickly picked Dongfang Jing first. Seeing this, Yilan was taken aback. While Jing is indeed a strong hero, it's rare for anyone to pick him first as a jungle core. If Yilan's side all picked semi-tank heroes, then Jing would essentially be rendered useless. It would take considerable effort to take down a marksman later on. Just as Yilan was pondering who had the courage to pick Dongfang Jing, the viewers in the live stream provided the answer. She now had a considerable amount of popularity, with her audience and fans infiltrating every corner of the Tiger Shark platform. Streamer the Dongfang Jing on the opposing team is Nuan Yang. No way is that true. The number 1 Dongfang Jing in the country, Nuan Yang, who won the FMVP skin. Yes. That's the Nuan Yang you're thinking of. I just came from his live stream. Nuan Yang's jungle skills are among the best, even among professional players. Looks like the streamer is in danger now. Oh no. The streamer's long winning streak is likely to be ended by Nuan Yang. Everyone couldn't help but feel anxious for Yilan, mainly because Nuan Yang's strength was simply too formidable. Anyone who possesses the FMVP skin is recognized by the game officials for their skills. Yilan frowned slightly, clearly not underestimating Nuan Yang's abilities. However, she was not afraid. After all, she was able to defeat Fly and Xiao Pang with Dehua. How could she fear a Nuan Yang? Nonetheless, she still needed to say some formalities. Since it's Nuan Yang, let's show him some respect. Yilan finally locked in Pei Qinhu, ready to go head-to-head. Let's go all out. Huh. This Pei Qinhu skin is so ugly, let's change it. Yilan stared at the icy lemon tea outfit on his phone screen, his brow furrowed like a twisted pretzel. He honestly hadn't expected Lin Xiao's account to have such a skin. Truly a wealthy woman. He had to admit the gameplay feel of this ugly skin was actually quite good. Among all of Pei Qinhu's skins, its feel was undoubtedly the best. But it didn't matter. He found using this skin just too off-putting. Lin Xiao's account basically had every skin, including the Celestial Wolf Hunter and Bruce Lee. However, after looking for a while, Yilan chose the Street Cyclone. Though it was just a basic skin, its feel was indeed quite good. It was just that the special effects were truly lackluster. Meanwhile, over on Tiger Shark platform in the Warm Sun livestream, Warm Sun, who was chatting with the comments, paused slightly when he saw the opponent pick Pei Qinhu. While playing a jungle core 2, trying to clash Heaton with me. A faint disdainful smile curled on Warm Sun's lips. It wasn't arrogance on his part. His strength simply spoke for itself. Not to mention his status as a professional player, he was also using his signature hero, Dongfang Jing. If he wasn't cocky with that, he'd be far too mild-mannered. Just then, some of Yilan's fans entered Warm Sun's live stream and started spamming. Warm Sun, that enemy jungler is strong, you better be careful. Hearing this, Warm Sun frowned slightly. Who's the enemy jungler? Bei Mu, Wei Liang, Xiao Pang, Hua Hai. A string of names flashed through his mind, streamers and pros alike. But it seemed someone was missing. Bro, Warm Sun, the Pei Qinhu god is Han Han. How could you forget that name? Seeing this comment, a flicker of disdain crossed Warm Sun's face. Han Han doesn't count. This statement became the last straw for Han Han's fans. I've been a Han Han fan for 10 years. Do you know how many cold stares I've endured? As the captain of Han Han's encouragement group, my long bent back has finally broken. Wait, do we Han fans have no face at all? Warm Sun's live stream was filled with lamentations. Everyone claimed to be Han Han's true fan. But how could Han Han have so many true fans? They were all members of the disparagement group. Unable to bear the comment section's collapse, Warm Sun quickly changed the subject. Alright, just tell me who this Pei Hu is, so I can plan a counter. Seeing this, the viewers stopped teasing him. Since you've asked so sincerely, I'll tell you magnanimously. That Pei Hu is Yilan. Warm Sun, seeing the long preamble, thought Pei Hu was, but when he saw the name, a look of confusion flashed in his eyes, clear and naive. Who is Yilan? Warm Sun asked earnestly. He was 100% sure it was the first time had heard that name. Actually, it wasn't surprising Warm Sun hadn't heard of Yilan. After all, Yilan had just signed a contract, and his name wouldn't come up in Tiger Shark's internal streamer group. As for his short video platform, only the videos where he matched with Linger Han Han and Bei Mu had any views. And those were all from haters. Seeing that Warm Sun wasn't joking, the audience patiently explained. Yilan is also a streamer on Tiger Shark, very strong. His Luna has won over 30 consecutive high-rank matches with MVP every time. A sneer appeared on Warm Sun's face. Over 30 consecutive wins in high-rank matches with MVP every time. Buddy, why not say he has a 100 win rate? The viewer immediately replied, yes, exactly, from 1500 peak points up to now, he has a 100 win. Hearing this, Warm Sun's scholarly face twisted into disdain. Buddy, you sure can spin a tale. If he's that good, why isn't he playing professionally? From 1500 peak points to 2300 with a perfect record. If he wasn't cheating, he'd definitely be on every pro team's radar. With that win rate, he'd basically secure a starting spot on any team. Seeing Warm Sun completely dismiss their words, the viewers wisely shut up. Words were useless. Let the clash prove the truth. While Warm Sun chatted with the audience, both teams' lineups, after the preparation phase ended, the loading screen appeared. Blue side top lane, Hua Mulan jungle, Yilan's Pei Hu mid, Jin Chan, bot D Renjia support Zhang Fei. Red side top lane, Bai Qi jungle, Warm Sun's Dongfang Jing mid, Shangwan Weiner, bot UG support Sun Bin. The loading screen soon ended. The barrier vanished, and everyone dashed to their positions. But Hua Mulan was surprised to see Pei Hu. She casually pinged a question mark. Yilan turned on his mic. Relax bro, I'm not here to mess with you. Hearing this, Hua Mulan felt relieved. She could gain an advantage against Bai Qi in lane, but getting trolled by her own jungler would be truly frustrating. The two reached the outer tower, and Pei Hu headed toward the jungle. Switching to tiger form, he used the wall to leap into the bush beside the left cliff in the river. Bai Qi had chosen heal as his summoner spell to ensure survival, so Yilan wasn't worried about being detected. If Bai Qi had taken smite, he couldn't have hidden there. But Hua Mulan was still puzzled by Yilan's move and asked, what are you hiding there for? To invade. Bro, you're invading against Dongfang Jing. Hua Mulan was stunned. Defending their own jungle Dongfang Jing with double smite was nearly invincible. Plus, the enemy Dongfang Jing was Warm Sun. Hua Mulan couldn't see any way to steal the red buff from. I can't do it alone. Mid, clear your wave and come over quick. Oh, okay. The utility mage Jin Chan replied immediately. Mulan, clear your wave and come too. See if we can kill Dongfang Jing. Fine. Mulan agreed. Their team composition was strong in the early game. Maybe they could really give Warm Sun a shock. Time ticked by, but Yilan in the bush wasn't anxious. He knew the enemy was also searching for his position. Su Jiqiang beside him turned over, a worried look on his face. Bro, can you beat Warm Sun? Huang Yuding's idol was Warm Sun, so to find common ground, Su Jiqiang had studied reports about him. The conclusion was that he was very strong. Among pro players, few junglers could match him. Thinking this, Su Jiqiang grew concerned for Yilan. But Yilan just grinned and said, just watch your daddy here will crush him easily. Su Jiqiang turned his head away in silence, treating Yilan's actions as mere pretense. Meanwhile, Nuan Yang began to strategize. Choosing to start red buff, he worried that Pei Hu might invade the jungle, so he instructed Sun Bin to secure the position in the middle left bush. Although Sun Bin followed the instructions, he remained somewhat perplexed. Nuan Yang, are you being overly sensitive? The opposing team shouldn't be foolish enough to invade the Eastern Mirror's jungle, right? Pei Hu, despite having a kill mechanism, was still at a disadvantage against the double punishment of the Eastern Mirror. After all, he would also be affected by the jungle protection mechanism. All damage would be reduced by 10. In facing the double punishment of the Eastern Mirror, he had no advantage whatsoever. In response to Sun Bin's question, Nuan Yang simply replied, being cautious is never a bad thing. As a professional player, he preferred to be cautious, and even more cautious. After all, in professional matches, it's not just about skill. It was also about which side made fewer mistakes. Generally speaking, the team that makes fewer mistakes tends to be the winner. While the two were chatting, Sun Bin had already arrived at the left side of the mid-lane river bush. From this position, he could see the dragon pit and a small portion of vision in the opposing blue area. Sun Bin scouted around, but did not find Pei Qianhao's figure. He then voiced his speculation, the opposing tiger probably isn't preparing to invade the jungle. Nuan Yang nodded, this was the best scenario. If everyone played normally, he would have an advantage over Pei Qianhao. At the same time, Nuan Yang reminded the bot lane. UG should avoid trading with D Renjia at level 1. Be cautious of Pei Qin House level 2 gank from red. I'll be careful, Sun Bin replied. After completing the early game deployment, the minion waves converged and the jungle monsters began to spawn. In the first wave of awareness exchanges from both sides, Wei Liang gained the upper hand. His hiding position was indeed crafty, rarely noticed by others. Even professional player Nuan Yang did not react in time. Upon seeing Bai Qi appear in the lane, Wei Liang prepared to invade Nuan Yang's red area. Controlling Pei Qinho to move out of the bush, he carefully navigated past the jungle monster's position, entering Nuan Yang's red area. At that moment, Nuan Yang was attacking the red buff. After just using a set of skills on the red buff, he saw Pei Qinho approaching from above. Damn, the opposing Pei Qinho has come to my jungle. How is that possible? I didn't see Pei Qinho when I was scouting the vision. He must have guessed that we would occupy the left river bush and hid in the lane's river bush. As a professional player, Nuan Yang quickly saw through Wei Liang's opening strategy. But what good was that now? It sounded more like a hindsight critique. Currently, he still needed to find a way to counter Pei Qinho's attack. Among all junglers, Pei Qinho, who had dual forms, was strong right from level 1. Even with the jungle protection mechanism weakening him, Pei Qinho's combat power remained formidable. Before Nuan Yang could come up with a countermeasure, Pei Qinho was already upon him. Activating his second skill, Qi Guard, in human form, he immediately switched to tiger form. Then, using the wall to leap over, he lunged directly at the eastern mirror. He raised his tiger claws and struck the eastern mirror twice. Both strikes were enhanced basic attacks, causing the eastern mirror's health to drop significantly. Moreover, the shield dealt damage to surrounding enemies, further reducing the mirror's health. Now that the tiger had a shield, engaging him would certainly be disadvantageous. Nuan Yang decisively chose to retreat, hoping to strike back once Pei Qinho focused on the red buff. With the dual punishment mechanism, he certainly had the upper hand in a punishment contest. However, what Nuan Yang did not expect was that Pei Qinho had no intention of attacking the red buff at all. He directly switched to human form and began to deal damage to the eastern mirror. In human form, Pei Qinho resembled a marksman with a very long attack range. Even though the eastern mirror had retreated to the bush by the pig pen, she still could not escape Pei Qinho's attack range. Damn, this guy's gone crazy. Instead of attacking the jungle monsters, he's chasing me. If this continues, the monsters will break free from aggro. Nuan Yang cursed. It wasn't a bad idea to attack first to regain health, but letting the jungle monsters break free from aggro was truly infuriating. A complete waste of time. However, Wei Liang was no fool, staying at the extreme position of the red buff's aggro. He began to turn and attack the red buff. This counter-invasion was very successful, as the mirror directly lost 1/3 of her health. If she attempted to come up and steal, it would be tantamount to courting death. Of course, Nuan Yang realized this and began calling his teammates for help. Brothers, hurry and help me guard the jungle. I can't hold on any longer. Our mid and support are Shangwan Weiner and Sun Bin. Their wave-clearing speed is comparable to Zhang Fei and Jin Shan. The four of them almost headed toward the red area at the same time. At that moment, the red buff had already dropped below 3,000 health under Wei Liang's assault. Nuan Yang was itching to act. As soon as it dropped lower, it would reach the killing line for the mirror. Shangwan Weiner arrived and threw her skills towards Pei Qinho. However, Zhang Fei acted first, placing a shield on Pei Qinho. As the two skills collided, an explosion occurred, and the shields on Pei Qinho and Zhang Fei shattered under the damage. Both there, and the red buff's health decreased. Sun Bin threw a time bomb at Pei Qinho, but Wei Liang easily dodged it. However, Zhang Fei managed to catch it with his movement. Seeing the red buff's health rapidly declining, now below 2,000, Nuan Yang felt the timing was right. He controlled the eastern mirror to step out of the bush, preparing to contest the red buff. But just then he heard this. While he was puzzled about who used flash, a golden circle appeared beneath the eastern mirror's feet, surrounded by 9 golden pillars forming a circle. Damn, this idiot Jin Shan actually trapped me with his flash. How am I supposed to steal the buff now? Nuan Yang let out a desperate shout. He never expected that for a single buff the opponent would be so ruthless. The sudden flash caught him completely off. An enemy hero trapped by Jin Shan's skill not only moved slowly, but could only act within the circle. Even using skills wouldn't allow escape. This made the distance between the red buff and the eastern mirror seemingly close, yet impossibly far. Casual players would never act so decisively. This was all due to Wei Liang's instigation. Nuan Yang immediately changed his strategy. Let's focus on Jin Shan first. He can't escape without flash. So we won't go for the red buff? Shangwan Weiner asked. Bai Qi replied, Hua Mulan has invaded the jungle. The team voice chat was too noisy for anyone to hear. Nuan Yang retorted, in this situation, I can't possibly outplay Pei Qinho. Sun Bin suggested. Then let's take down Jin Shan. He's practically delivered himself to us with flash. Due to the nature of Jin Shan's skill, he was positioned too far forward, even standing right next to Sun Bin and Shangwan Weiner. If it weren't for the different colors of their health bars, everyone might have thought the three were on the same team. Under Nuan Yang's direction, Sun Bin and Shangwan Weiner immediately shifted their focus. At this moment, Jin Chan had no skills left and was completely at their mercy. He could only take hits while retreating. Meanwhile, the red buff's health had reached the killing line. Yilan switched to tiger form, biting while pouncing, and the punishment fell. The red buff transformed into a streak of red light, entering Pei Qinhao's body. The tiger grasped the cliff and pounced towards the eastern mirror, who was ensnared by the spell. Pei Qinhu lunged at Dongfang Jing with a tiger-like pounce. With his first skill enhanced, he bit down with a basic attack. At the start, Dongfang Jing still had 2/3 of his health remaining. But after enduring a series of skills from Jin Chan, Dongfang Jing's health dropped to half. Now with Pei Qinhu, who carried the red buff, closing in, escape was the only option to avoid certain death. Realizing this, Nuan Yang chose not to linger and decisively fled. Just then, Jin Chan's golden hoop spell ended. Without hesitation, Nuan Yang executed a swift A11 combo, dashing toward the second tower. The combo was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, Dongfang Jing had already reached the center of the second tower. Protected by the tower, Yilan naturally dared not act recklessly. Moreover, Nuan Yang still had 1/3 of his health, making a tower dive impractical. It was better to target the enemy mid laner and support instead. Pei Qinhu immediately switched to human form, activated his second skill, Shield, and fired a chi blast at Sun Bin and Shangwan Weiner. Zhang Fei quickly moved to aid the low-health Jin Chan, granting him a shield with his second skill. Sun Bin glanced at Jin Chan and Zhang Fei ahead. Then he looked back at Pei Qinhu behind him. Despair settled in. Weiner, it seems, were surrounded. Shangwan Weiner noticed this too, and with a helpless sigh, she glanced at Nuan Yang, who had retreated to the second tower. That's how level 1 jungle skirmishes go. Whoever secures the red buff gains absolute dominance. No choice, Nuan Yang got harassed by Jin Chan. Flash out, I doubt he'll make it. In this predicament, Sun Bin's fate was sealed. At level 1 with the Disrupt Summoner spell under Pei Qinhu's red buff slow, there was no chance of survival. But Shangwan Weiner was different. Her summoner spell was Flash, and she was near the jungle wall. A single flash over the wall could bring her under the tower's protection. However, Weiner ignored Sun Bin's suggestion and instead unleashed a fierce assault on the low-health Jin Chan, her brush practically smoking from the rapid strikes. Let's kill Jin Chan first before retreating, or this team fight will be a total loss. Hearing this, Sun Bin agreed and joined in basic attacking Jin Chan. Jin Chan, a fragile mage whose passive had already been triggered, saw his health plummet visibly under their combined. Just as Shangwan Weiner and Sun Bin thought they could secure the kill, a shuriken flew from the nearby brush, hitting the foremost Shangwan Weiner. Before anyone could react, Hua Mulan charged in with an eerie stance, unleashing a lightning-fast 1A1 combo. Shangwan Weiner was silenced, making a flash escape impossible. At the same time, Pei Qinhu, now in tiger form, pounced and bit into her. Shangwan Weiner's frail frame couldn't withstand such an onslaught. Her health drained rapidly. Seeing her health low enough, Yilan tapped the first skill icon. The bite's execute effect easily claimed first blood. Seeing everyone focused on Weiner, Sun Bin tried. Jin Chan moved to chase, but Yilan stopped him. Let Sun Bin go. We'll clear the mid wave first. Jin Chan was puzzled, but followed Yilan toward mid lane. Why? My skills are off cooldown. You switch to human form to slow him. I cast golden hoop, and Sun Bin is doomed. Jin Chan clearly couldn't stomach letting a sure kill slip away, his tone tinged with complaint. Yilan replied, what use is killing a support? Even if you shut him down 0-10, it won't decide the game. A kill is a kill. Hood turned down gold. Not all kills are equal. Killing Weiner was far more valuable than killing Sun Bin. Jin Chan pouted. Obviously, one's a mid laner, the other a support. But we already killed the mid laner. Finishing the support is just a bonus, isn't it? That was Jin Chan's real. With the mid laner dead, why pass up Sun Bin? Wouldn't an extra kill increase the odds of winning? Puzzled Jin Chan, Pei Qinhu and Zhang Fei arrived at mid lane. Jin Chan grouped the minions with his second skill, and Pei Qinhu cleared them quickly with a chi blast and basic attacks. Then Yilan pinged the blue buff area in Nuan Yang's jungle. An attack marker. Jin Chan's mind lit up. I get it. You let Sun Bin go to keep invading the jungle. Yilan nodded in agreement. Exactly. Killing Sun Bin would waste enough time for Nuan Yang to clear the blue, but by skipping his kill and invading directly, we arrive just in time. Yilan's explanation stunned not only his teammates. Even the stream viewers were amazed. When Yilan first told his team to let Sun Bin go, the chat flooded with holier than thou comments. But was Yilan acting out of sympathy? No. He simply made a better choice even without kill gold. A jungler's kill is far more valuable than a support's, especially in the early game against a jungle core. Like killing Dongfang Jing once was worth more than killing Sun Bin 3 times. Realizing this, Jin Chan smiled and headed toward Nuan Yang's blue buff area. On the way, he seemed to think of something and asked, but without smite, can you steal the blue buff? Yilan patiently explained, I'm not planning to steal the blue buff. My target is just the kill. As for the buff, we'll take it if we can. Jin Chan then realized how foolish his. What did it matter if he had no smite? Dongfang Jing was already low on health from the level 1 skirmish. This invasion was all about securing the kill. As they reached the river, the blue buff pit came into view. It was empty. The blue buff was already gone. Could Nuan Yang have already cleared the blue buff? Let's check the shadow wolves, or lizards, Jin Chan speculated. But Yilan firmly dismissed the idea. No, Dongfang Jing's jungle clear speed isn't that fast. With the system's boost, Yilan had mastered every jungler hero, including Dongfang Jing. Even if Nuan Yang was recognized as the top Jing player, he couldn't surpass the system. Zhang Fei, give me your shield. Got it. Zhang Fei jumped in place, granting a shield to Pei Qinhu in tiger form. Shielded, the tiger used his second skill to leap over the wall. He landed in the brush beside the blue pit, revealing the low-health Dongfang Jing and the blue buff. Yilan smirked with satisfaction. Got you. Wow, it's really in the grass. You're amazing, buddy. Jin Chan looked at the icon of Dongfang Jing on the minimap, utterly in awe of Yilan's consciousness, unable to help but shower him with praise. The warm sunlight in the grass was quite startled by this scene. He never expected Yilan to arrive so quickly. During the first-level team fight in the red zone, Dongfang Jing had retreated with half health. Worried that the tiger would come to counter jungle after getting the red buff, Warm Sun hurried to the blue zone to farm the blue buff. To speed up the jungle clearing, he even used his smite early. But Warm Sun never anticipated that the tiger could arrive so swiftly. In surprise, he glanced at his teammates' icons and noticed that the injured Sun Bin was still alive. In an instant, it all clicked for him. This guy actually gave up a low-health kill to counter jungle. What a clear line of thought. Even Warm Sun, a professional player, felt a hint of fear at this moment. If he were Pei Qinhu, he might only realize this during a post-game review. In the match, he would definitely have seized the low-health Sun Bin without hesitation. However, the opponent didn't behave that way. Instead, he let the low-health Sun Bin go and directly came to the blue zone to catch him. Such a clear strategy was on par with any professional player. This left Warm Sun utterly astonished. Who exactly is this Yilan? How can he be so powerful? A hint of confusion and admiration flashed in Warm Sun's eyes. But now was not the time to dwell on this matter. At this moment, Dongfang Jing's health was below half and was being pressured by the red-buffed Pei Qinhu. The situation was extremely dire. With 2 empowered basic attacks, Pei Qinhu brought Dongfang Jing's health down once more. Seeing this, Warm Sun decisively abandoned the low-health blue buff. He fled into the distance. Watching Dongfang Jing's panicked escape, Yilan's lips curled upward, revealing a mocking expression. I let you escape by chance just now, how can you escape again this time? Pei Qinhu transformed into human form, unleashing wave after wave of energy attacks towards Dongfang Jing. In human form, Pei Qinhu became a range damage dealer. Even though Warm Sun quickly created distance, he couldn't escape Pei Qinhu's attack range. With the slow effect from the red buff, it was only a matter of time before Dongfang Jing fell. Yilan didn't want to get too entangled here, so after a series of basic attacks, he waited for his ultimate to come off cooldown. He activated the shield with his second skill in human form. Then he immediately switched to tiger form, leaping forward using the wall as cover. With 2 empowered basic attacks combined with the execution effect of his first skill, he secured the kill. Afterwards, Pei Qinhu elegantly turned around, collected Warm Sun's blue buff, and then retreated from the enemy jungle, heading towards his own jungle. On the way, Yilan glanced at the bullet screen. At this moment, the entire live stream room erupted with excitement. Oh my god, the streamer actually defeated Warm Sun. How is that possible? Warm Sun lost his kill, red buff and blue buff. The streamer totally crushed it. With such jungle strategy, I could never learn this in my lifetime. It's simply against the heavens. Countless viewers were astonished and began to cheer excitedly. After all, the opponent was Warm Sun, a professional player, the king of the national jungle, the pinnacle of Dongfang Jing. Yet such a highly honored powerhouse was defeated by Yilan, and he lost so miserably. Both the mid laner and jungler fell, with the jungler starting with 0 buffs. It was truly a catastrophic beginning. Su Jiqiang swallowed hard, his wide-open eyes filled with shock. Yilan really did it. Just as he said, I can easily bully him. It was indeed a bloodbath. Even though Su Jiqiang didn't often play this game, he understood the importance of jungle monsters to the jungler. Among them, the buff monsters are even more crucial for the jungler. The powerful buffs, along with more gold and experience, allowed jungler heroes to dominate early on. But Warm Sun had not a single buff. They were all in Yilan's hands. This opening was already over for Jing. Even Su Jiqiang, who didn't play games often, realized this fact. Naturally, Warm Sun, as a professional player, couldn't be an exception. Some matches may seem to last until the moment the crystal explodes, but in reality, the base began to smoke just 1 minute into the game. In fact, Warm Sun's response to the counter jungle was already quite adequate. Unfortunately, he encountered Yilan, a man with an incredibly meticulous approach. Warm Sun, what should we do next? Looking at Dongfang Jing, who had 0 buffs and had already died once the teammate was filled with despair, Warm Sun gave a bitter smile. This match is my fault. Let's throw in 6 minutes. He didn't shift the blame, but took the initiative to admit his mistake. Shangguan Weiner died while guarding the jungle, which naturally had to do with the jungler. To everyone's surprise, the teammates did not blame Warm Sun. They were all players who had been mixing in the top-tier peak matches for years, having been both opponents and teammates with Warm Sun before. They were well aware of Warm Sun's formidable strength. They had been bullied by him and had also been carried by him. Yet such a strong professional player was utterly overpowered by the opponent. If it wasn't for Warm Sun deliberately going easy, then there could only be one possibility. The opponent was too strong. How powerful must one be to suppress a professional player? As everyone marveled, the game continued. Yilan controlled Pei Qinhu back to his own jungle, quickly clearing the jungle monsters in the red zone, then headed directly towards the development lane. Now his momentum had taken off. The next thing to do was to convert his personal advantage into a team advantage. Simply put, it was about using his advantage to catch enemies and push towers, helping the rich to help the poor. After arriving at the development lane with Jin Shan, he saw the enemy support positioned forward and pounced directly in tiger form. With 2 kills under his belt, his equipment was developing very well. Not only did he have the Blade of the Ruined King, but he also built the attack speed boots. His attack speed was incredibly fast. Moreover, with Pei Qinhu's unique hero mechanics, even without physical damage items, he didn't lack in damage output. Sun Bin, standing too far forward, was stuck by the red buff, and Jin Shan immediately followed up with crowd control skills. Although Sun Bin activated his second skill at the first opportunity, he simply couldn't withstand the damage output from Pei Qinhu and Di Renjia. He was directly taken down by the two. The kill went to Di Renjia. The support fell. Faced with the 4 enemies, Yu Ji fled under the defensive tower, seeking protection from the tower. Seeing this, Yilan turned and walked towards his own blue zone. Yu Ji's second skill could block physical damage combined with the damage reduction mechanism of the defensive tower. The risk of diving the tower was too high. They were currently at an advantage and didn't need to rush. They could proceed step by step. Being too hasty could lead to mistakes and loss of advantage. As Yilan showed himself in the lower jungle, he worried that Warm Sun would counter jungle and immediately headed towards his own blue zone. After clearing the mid lane minions, he headed to the blue area, where the blue buff stood quietly in its designated pit. Yilan glanced around, but saw no sign of Dongfang Jing. It was clear that Nuan Yang had no intention of invading the jungle. Thinking carefully, if Yilan were Nuan Yang, he wouldn't risk invading either. After all, at this moment, Dongfang Jing couldn't even stand up to Pei Qinhui, let alone Zhang Fei, who could slap him around. Nuan Yang had lost not only the red and blue buffs, but also the jungle creeps at the start. Coupled with one death, Dongfang Jing's development was severely lagging. His economy ranked at the bottom, even lower than Sun Bin's. At this point, invading the jungle would be utterly reckless. If discovered, it would essentially be a free kill. As a professional player, Nuan Yang's mentality in dealing with disadvantageous situations was far stronger than his teammates. In a losing game, the desire to find an opening and close the economic gap is not wrong, but many factors must be considered. The most significant factor was the team's damage output. In a disadvantageous position, many fights that seemed winnable were actually not. No matter how well you initiate, say Bai Qi catching 5 in his ult, your teammate's damage might not be enough to secure kills. So in a losing game, don't rush, stabilize early development first, and once your gear improves, look for a breakthrough. Both junglers remained very calm, but Yilan had the edge in game sense. Since Nuan Yang didn't invade, he could only be in the bottom jungle area. Because Nuan Yang's top jungle had no creeps left. The red buff and jungle creeps had been cleared during the first wave of invasion. For Nuan Yang to farm, he had to go to the bottom jungle, where the blue area still had at least 2 camps. After analyzing the opponent's movements, Yilan directed Pei Qinhui toward the clash lane. Ganking the clash lane would face at most a Bai Qi and perhaps a Shangwan Wainer. Shangwan Wainer, having been killed at level 1, hadn't yet reached level 4. A level 4-less Shangwan Wainer had no combat power. Thus the clash lane Bai Qi was essentially isolated. With the red buff slow and Hua Mulan's damage, they could surely secure the kill. Since Bai Qi couldn't win lane against Hua Mulan, he was pinned under the tower. After clearing the blue area, Pei Qinhui emerged from the clash lane's outer tower position. Arriving at the clash lane ahead of the minions, he crouched in the enemy brush. If Bai Qi dared to leave the tower, this wave would be his end. Soon the clash lane minions met. Yilan underestimated Bai Qi's cowardice. He refused to leave the tower. Seeing this, he had to change tactics. Mulan pushed the wave and dive him. Hua Mulan, already eager, replied with excitement, "Got it." Hua Mulan executed a smooth combo of 2,311 to clear the minions quickly. Yilan also moved Pei Qinhui out of the brush and toward the tower. Bai Qi immediately called for help. "Help me, the enemy jungler is coming for me." But his teammates were already struggling and couldn't spare the effort. Nuan Yang, while leeching minion XP, replied, "Bro, good luck." Bai Qi with a grim face looked back, but saw no teammate in sight. On this path, he was destined to be alone. Yet Bai Qi didn't lose hope. After all, he was Bai Qi. His ult's taunt combined with his second skill's chain control could keep enemies under the tower for a long time. With the tower's damage, he might trade one kill. If he could trade one, it wouldn't be a loss. Bai Qi set this as the minion wave entered the tower. Pei Qinhui in human form poked from a distance. His items were quick shotgun, pursuer's edge, and swift boots. All attack speed items, no damage items. It seemed low on damage, but that wasn't the case. Yilan had taken 10 jungle camps, granting pursuer's edge an extra 30 attack damage. That totaled 55 attack damage, equivalent to a meteor. Considering it was only 2.5 minutes into the game, a meteor alone might not be impressive, but combined with attack speed boots and quick shotgun, it became formidable. The damage might not be high, but the attack speed was fast. It gave the feeling of I may be scraping, but I scrape fast. Coupled with the red buff slow, Bai Qi was tormented. With only armor and resistance boots, he couldn't withstand Pei Qinhui's damage. Ultimately, he gave up on clearing the wave, standing at a distance to let the tower whittle down the minions. He couldn't eat the minions, only soak some gold and XP. Seeing this, Yilan decisively chose to dive with Hua Mulan. The moment they entered the tower's range, Bai Qi, like a madman, lunged at them, using his ultimate arrogant taunt. Hua Mulan didn't even react before Bai Qi was in her face. In light blade form, Hua Mulan lacked crowd control immunity and was taunted. Their attacks landed on Bai Qi. Upon taking damage, the tower immediately switched targets. Possibly due to Pei Qinhui having the red buff, the tower locked onto him. After landing, Bai Qi cast his second skill behind them. 3 sickles emerged from the ground. Meanwhile, utilizing the full passive from his ultimate, he walked deeper under the tower while charging his first skill. This was Bai Qi's typical tower combo. However, Yilan remained unflustered. The underground hook mechanism activated, pulling both enemies toward Bai Qi, who then swung his sickle, recovering a sliver of health. Once the crowd control ended, Pei Qinhui immediately activated his second skill, shield. He retreated while dealing ranged damage. Meanwhile, Hua Mulan used 2 dashes of her first skill to apply a silence, then swiftly switched to heavy blade form. Under their combined assault, Bai Qi's health plummeted. But Pei Qinhui, tanking the tower, was also losing health fast. With only a third of his health remaining, Pei Qinhui chose to retreat. Bro, I can't take it anymore, I'm out. With Pei Qinhui's departure, Hua Mulan was left alone under the tower, becoming the tower's new target. At that moment, Hua Mulan landed a charged first skill, leaving Bai Qi with a sliver of health. Just as she thought she'd secure the kill, Bai Qi's health bar surged back up by several segments. Damn, I forgot he took heal, cursed Hua Mulan's player over voice chat. This clearly disrupted their plan. After Bai Qi used heal, his health spiked. But Hua Mulan didn't give up. She used her heavy blade second skill to knock him back, then switched to light blade form with her ultimate. With 2 dashes of her first skill, she rolled out of the tower while throwing a shuriken backward, hitting Bai Qi and applying a silence. This fluid combo maximized Hua Mulan's damage. Yet Bai Qi still clung to a sliver of health. However, neither Hua Mulan nor Pei Qinhui could. Their current health meant certain death if they entered the tower. Looks like this kill is mine. Yilan sighed with feigned disappointment, then activated Pei Qinhui's ultimate. Switching from tiger form to human form, he activated his second skill, shield, and stepped into the tower. Bai Qi immediately retreated in the opposite direction. Unexpectedly, Pei Qinhui launched a chi blast that hit the tower. The splash damage cleared Bai Qi's last sliver of health. A kill through the tower, executed. Yilan's perfect rhythm brought the score to 4-0, and this was barely 3 minutes into the game. After successfully eliminating Bai Qi, Yilan and Hua Mulan found a safe place to return to the city. They replenished supplies in the city, restoring their health to full. Pei Qinhui once again headed toward the confrontation lane. In fact, Bai Qi is not particularly tanky in the early game. He is not like heroes such as Zhu Beiji, Cheng Yaojin, or Lian Pa, who are inherently tanky, even without equipment. Bai Qi, on the other hand, does not have a much higher durability than a typical warrior in the early stages. He is a tank that requires development in the mid to late game. Yilan's goal was to completely shut down Bai Qi, preventing him from reaching his potential. A Bai Qi without resources would have less durability in the late game than a super minion. Pei Qinhui utilized his tiger form leap to arrive early in the bush of the confrontation lane. Upon seeing this, netizens flooded the comments. Yiga really leaves no room for survival, he's coming to gank again. Bai Qi has really met his match with Yiga, I bet he'll be haunted by tigers in his dreams tonight. Is it a white tiger? Nobody, this rough path can also be driven on. Yilan glanced at the comments and couldn't help but chuckle. These comments were indeed a bit outrageous. I work hard to play abstractly, yet it's no match for these talent-based players. It's hard to imagine how these gifted players think, producing such witty comments effortlessly. By the time Bai Qi came back online, Yilan explained why he continued to target him. Simply put, Bai Qi is a mid to late game hero that relies heavily on development. If they target Bai Qi in the early stages, they can delay his power spike. This would render the opposing team's mid to late game team fights significantly weaker. At that point, victory would be within easy reach. During the explanation, Bai Qi wielding his scythe appeared. As Bai Qi came online, Hua Mulan followed closely behind. At this moment, Bai Qi was completely unaware that Pei Qinhui was hiding in the bush nearby. Bai Qi charged towards the minion wave, preparing to finish off the low-health frontline minions with his first skill. But just then a burst of yellow energy shot out from the nearby bush. Pei Qinhui. At this moment the red buff on Pei Qinhui had not yet expired. A basic attack hit successfully, slowing down Bai Qi. Hua Mulan immediately followed up with her output, executing a combo of 21-13A1A21A. Hua Mulan's damage was already high, and with all skills hitting and dealing full damage, Bai Qi's health bar dropped dramatically. Moreover, with Pei Qinhui constantly attacking, despair filled Bai Qi's heart. During the last wave when he was tower dived, he had already used all his skills. Now they hadn't even come off cooldown. Faced with another onslaught from the two, he couldn't even attempt to escape. Seconds later, Bai Qi lay on the cold ground of the canyon. Yilan, in a show of humility, allowed Hua Mulan to take the kill. Sometimes it's necessary to let some kills go. This is the way to move toward victory more securely. Like those games on Douyin where the score starts at 70, only to be turned around by the opposing team in the end. A significant reason for this is that all the kills were concentrated on one person. Unless it's a fish-free situation, Yilan usually distributes some kills to teammates to balance development when he is sure he can secure the kill. Even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, and eggs shouldn't be put in one basket. Huh. After being killed, Bai Qi dejectedly lit a cigarette, and white smoke rose lazily. Continuous deaths meant that the confrontation lane had officially collapsed. At this moment, it was time to seek help from the jungler. Nuan Yang, can you come help? Just then, Bai Qi suddenly noticed that after Pei Qinhui and Hua Mulan cleared the minion wave in the confrontation lane, they headed straight into Nuan Yang's red zone. He glanced at the mini-map. The red buff was about to respawn. Their goal was clear, and their strategy was coherent, like a well-executed combo. They had taken no detours at all. Nuan Yang heard someone calling his name and replied in confusion, "Did someone?" "Bai Qi, that was me." "Nuan Yang, what do you want?" "Bai Qi, nothing, I just felt a bit sorry for you." Nuan Yang looked confused. Just as he was puzzled, Pei Qinhui and Hua Mulan appeared on the screen. Nuan Yang immediately understood what Bai Qi's words meant. "I think I feel a bit sorry for myself too," Nuan Yang said with a frown, silently maneuvering Dongfang Jing out of the red zone. Is there still law? Is there still justice? Is this bandit behavior really unchecked? Nuan Yang was on the verge of breaking down, facing the two's bandit-like invasion he had no means of countering. Pei Qinhui was 3 levels ahead of him, and economically, he was nearly 2,000 ahead. If he unleashed a full combo, he would probably only break Pei Qinhui's shield. However, the opposing team could genuinely take Nuan Yang's life with a full combo, leaving him with no choice but to avoid battle. But Nuan Yang's retreat only resulted in Yilan taking more ground. With Hua Mulan's help, Yilan secured the red buff. He then went to the mid lane to clear the minion wave before invading Nuan Yang's blue zone with Jin Shan. Faced with such brazen behavior, even if Nuan Yang were made of mud, he would have some anger. Damn, this is too much. Weiner, let's fight to the death. Weiner also didn't want to stay passive any longer and immediately headed towards the blue zone. But seeing the two approaching incessantly, Yilan ignored them as if he hadn't seen. Damn it, don't underestimate the bond between us. The reverse edge begins, and it can seize the moment best. As Suguo Weiner recited her lines, her figure began to flicker. However, it wasn't long before she was ensnared in a tight bind by Jin Shan. Pei Qinhui's 2 basic attacks quickly made Suguo Weiner obedient. Nuan Yang's Dongfang Jing charged towards Pei Qinhui with her skills. Just as he was about to use Flying Thunder God to initiate an attack, Pei Qinhui in human form activated his shield. Then Jin Shan followed up with his ultimate, sharing the damage reduction from his passive Golden Silk Robe with Pei Qinhui. Dongfang Jing was already unequipped, and her damage output was concerning. With Pei Qinhui having an additional damage reduction buff, Dongfang Jing's attacks merely tickled him. She couldn't even break his shield. On the contrary, Pei Qinhui's attack damage was quite exaggerated. After a few energy waves, Dongfang Jing's health bar dropped at a visible speed. Seeing the situation was dire, Nuan Yang attempted to break the formation and escape. But Yilan gave him no chance. As Dongfang Jing attempted to escape, using her ultimate, Pei Qinhui immediately switched to tiger form. With a tiger leap over the wall, he pursued her. In just a few moments, he took down the fragile Dongfang Jing. Suguo Weiner silently retreated, having witnessed Nuan Yang's tragic demise. Damn, that was too brutal. Securing the buff and demanding kills, it's simply bandit behavior. After slaying Nuan Yang and claiming the blue buff, Yilan strode toward the development path. At this moment, he was truly in a state where he could slay gods and men alike, unstoppable. Zhang Fei activated his ultimate to charge into the tower and absorb damage, while the tiger, leveraging his overwhelming economic advantage, effortlessly secured a double kill. They then pushed down the outer tower of the development path. Freeing the marksman Di Renjia, he began rotating with Zhang Fei across the map. Just 5 minutes into the game, all 3 lanes and the jungle had been battered beyond recognition, as if subjected to inhuman torment. At this moment, everyone on Nuan Yang's side had lost the will to continue. Earlier, Nuan Yang had jokingly suggested surrendering at 6 minutes. It was meant to ease his teammates' nerves. If the situation improved, they would surely keep fighting. But now it seemed the situation had crumbled from shattered pieces into a heap of ruins. Continuing the fight seemed pointless. After another minute passed, the game reached the 6-minute mark. Nuan Yang was the first to speak. "Guys, how about we surrender?" With that, he initiated the surrender vote. Unexpectedly, all 5 votes were cast in favor almost simultaneously. It seemed his teammates shared the same thought as Nuan Yang. Continuing would only delay the inevitable, a sheer torment. Yilan's screen shifted to the enemy's base. The explosion sent ripples across the battlefield, bringing the match to a close. Yilan picked up a pair of sunglasses from the desk and put them on as the background music shifted to an exhilarating track. "Brothers, what can a pro player like Nuan Yang do? Against me, it's a piece of cake." With sunglasses on one foot propped on the gaming chair cushion, he swayed his head and repeatedly flipped his right hand. Yilan was utterly smug, yet the audience felt no discomfort, only immense admiration. The streamer is incredible, crushing Nuan Yang's Dao heart in 6 minutes. Truly unmatched. I just came from Nuan Yang's stream. His face was dark after this match, as if he's starting to doubt life itself. I'd doubt life too. Nuan Yang is among the top pro players and getting utterly crushed in a pub game. Who can handle that? What shattered Nuan Yang's Dao heart wasn't just being beaten, but being the weak link himself. The netizens chattered, endlessly recounting Nuan Yang's plight. Yilan took off his sunglasses and sat back. Just then a golden flash appeared beside the stream interface. Tiger Shark Nuan Yang entered the stream. Yilan, still wearing a playful grin, greeted him with a slightly respectful tone. "Nuan Yang, your tiger is incredible." Yilan, just average 3rd best in the world. "Nuan Yang ever thought about going pro?" "Brother Nuan Yang, aren't you afraid? I'll join Beijing WB and take your starting spot." Yilan joked with a mischievous smile. But this remark set the stream ablaze. Damn, the streamer is way too arrogant. Nuan Yang has made huge contributions to Beijing WB. A newcomer thinking they can just replace him. Exactly, and Nuan Yang's popularity in the team is sky high. The club won't be foolish enough to swap him out unless absolutely necessary. Su Jiqiang turned his head, looking at the confident Yilan, feeling that something was off about him after these days together. Upon reflection, it seemed this confident aura had grown even stronger. In the past, Yilan was so confident that when the teacher asked, "What's 1 + 1?" and called on him, he would stand up without hesitation and answer 3. With absolute certainty. Last month, during his streams, slump Yilan's confidence was nearly drained. But these past few days it had returned, as if he had been reborn, becoming even more self-assured. To outsiders, it even bordered on arrogance. Yet Su Jiqiang didn't question Yilan, as the match's outcome was truly astonishing. Crushing a team with a pro player in 6 minutes. The stream effect was explosive. "Brother Yi, aren't you afraid of offending Nuan Yang by talking like that?" Su Jiqiang lightly tapped Yilan's calf, a trace of worry on his face. He feared his good brother might face repercussions. After all, Nuan Yang had a massive fan base. If they heard someone speak about their idol like that, Yilan would surely face online backlash. Facing his friend's concern, Yilan flashed a contemptuous smile. Who cares? As long as it's traffic, whether black fans or white fans, will take it all. Su Jiqiang's face darkened. This was the benefit of confidence, such a sunny disposition. He rarely changed his thoughts or emotions because of others. After a long pause, Nuan Yang replied, "If you can lead the team to victory, I'll take the bench." This single sentence sent both streams into a frenzy. Which pro player doesn't want to stand on a glorious stage? Which pro player is willing to sit on the cold bench? Which pro player doesn't dream of fame and adoration? Yet Nuan Yang had said, "As long as you can lead the team to win, I'll gladly be a substitute." This showed how much Beijing WB meant to him, surpassing even himself. As if fearing Yilan's disbelief, Nuan Yang continued him serious. "I've achieved almost everything there is to achieve. My life is complete. If you can take the team to new heights, I'll willingly be a substitute." Yilan stared blankly at Nuan Yang's message, and even he was moved. But soon he slipped back into his usual playful demeanor. "Brother Nuan Yang, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I won't consider going pro anytime soon." Nuan Yang pressed. "Why? Your skills are exceptional. You could skip the youth training and go straight to starting on." And after that match, Nuan Yang had great respect for Yilan's abilities. Later, he took a moment to check Yilan's record and was left speechless. His peak matches were almost all victories. What surprised Nuan Yang even more was that Yilan wasn't a one-trick with Pei Qinhu. Judging by his record, he seemed to be a Luna specialist. Yet with a seemingly casually picked hero, he had effortlessly crushed him, and so brutally. So Nuan Yang estimated that Yilan's true strength was even greater. "Brother Nuan Yang, I know what you're saying, but I still choose streaming. Only by building my reputation can I negotiate with clubs for better contracts and earn more money." Nuan Yang was left speechless. What a down-to-earth set of values. Yet everyone has their own ambitions, and forcing them is futile. After realizing that Yilan had no intention of becoming a professional player, Nuan Yang chose not to press further. "I've sent you my contact info in the backend. Add me as a friend. If you ever come to Beijing, I can host you." Yilan, not wanting to disappoint Nuan Yang, smiled and nodded. "All right, for that, I'll definitely make a trip to Beijing." Su Jiqiang rolled his eyes nearby, knowing that Yilan would only do something like making dumplings just for the vinegar. After settling matters, Nuan Yang didn't linger. He swiftly left the livestream room. Yilan continued climbing the ranks. In the subsequent matches, there were no particularly famous streamers or professional players. The path to higher ranks was smooth as effortless as drinking water. However, as the peak points grew higher, each victory awarded fewer points. Thus, even though he was less than 200 points away from the top, it still consumed a considerable amount of Yilan's time. It wasn't until around 6 in the evening that Yilan, exhausted, put down his phone and lay back in his gaming chair. The image of the enemy's crystal exploding appeared on the phone screen, followed immediately by the words, "Victory." No way, no way, no way, the streamer actually hit number 1 on the peak leaderboard. That's freaking incredible. And with a perfect win record in just 5 days, it feels like a dream. Definitely not a dream. I just hit my brother, and he's still rolling on the floor in pain. The audience in the livestream room watched with bated breath, eagerly awaiting this historic moment. 5 days from 1,500 peak points to 2,400. Averaging nearly 200 points per day with a perfect win record and MVP in every match. Such an unprecedented achievement easily stirred the emotions of the viewers. Even Su Jiqiang beside him trembled with excitement. They all unconsciously projected themselves into as if they themselves were that exceptionally skilled esports youth. After lying down for over 10 seconds, Yilan opened his eyes again, which felt sore and dry. He sat up straight and tapped the phone screen a couple of times. The screen flickered, switching to the match summary. Once again, it was the familiar MVP Gold Mage with a score of 16-0. The audience and fans were already accustomed to these stats. If Yilan ever failed to achieve them, that would be the real surprise. After all, over these past few days, these accomplishments had clung to Yilan like wholesale goods. He merely glanced at them and continued tapping the phone screen. His peak points reached 2,408, successfully claiming the top spot. Few persistence pays off. Oh, I've finally finished this order for the number 1 peak ranking. Yilan collapsed into his chair, writhing like a worm. These past few days, he had been rising earlier than the roosters and sleeping later than the dogs, utterly exhausted. Fortunately, his hard work had paid off. He had successfully brought Lin Xiao's account to 2,400. Now he could close the order and claim the reward. 100,000 yuan, here I come. His salary wouldn't be paid until next month, so for him, now 100 RMB was still a significant sum. Though Yilan looked weary, the upward curve of his lips betrayed his joy. Guys, today's stream ends here. Tomorrow I have to participate in Guying's national server duel tournament. Ooh, I might only stream in the evening. As his words faded, the barrage began to discuss. Come to think of it, does the streamer have any national standard heroes? Doesn't seem like it. Ooh, I haven't seen any. Oh, even without national standards, being number 1 on the peak leaderboard is proof enough of skill. True, being peak number 1 is way stronger than a national server title. Guying, the king of national server solo players, had a profound understanding of the game that allowed him to quickly master any role and perform at a high level. This was evident from his national standard titles for 25 heroes. And Yilan, a rising star who hit peak number 1 in 5 days, showcased his formidable strength. The two together would undoubtedly create a brilliant spark. This had the audience and netizens eagerly anticipating. Yilan closed the live stream and checked the back-end data. Since today was his debut stream under contract, the promotion slot was on the platform's homepage. That is the largest promotional spot. Today, a total of 500 people had viewed his stream, with 3,500 following him, and the peak concurrent viewers reached 2,300. The popularity exceeded 10 million. For a newcomer, this was a meteoric rise. Now Yilan had the capability to compete with top-tier streamers. Su Jiqiang stared at the back-end data, his pupils contracting, speechless with shock. This feeling was too surreal. It was like a kid you grew up making mud pies with suddenly turning into a superstar. What kind of joke was this? The gift revenue reached 1,400 yuan, higher than his father's monthly salary. Yilan rubbed his chin, thinking that if he got an ad, he could earn around 300 to 400 a day. It was no exaggeration to say it was a daily fortune. But now wasn't the time for daydreaming. Yilan picked up his phone and took a screenshot of the peak leaderboard. He exited the game, opened WeChat, and sent Lin Xiao a message. Boss, your account has successfully reached 2,400 peak points and is currently number 1. You can close the order now. He attached a screenshot of the peak ranking. Soon he received a reply. Why you rank up so fast? It's only been a few days, and you've already pushed it to number 1. Lin Xiao had initially posted the order just for fun, never expecting anyone to take it. Even when Yilan accepted, she didn't think much of it. She believed hitting peak number 1 within a week was a pipe dream. But she never imagined Yilan would actually do it, and he finished 2 days earlier than the agreed 7 days. This guy was nothing short of a ruthless ranking machine. Alright, please log in and check. If everything's fine, kindly settle the remaining payment. I've already checked. Send me your bank card number. WeChat transfer has limits. Okay. Yilan then typed his bank card number into the chat box and sent it. Half a minute later, Yilan's phone received a text message. Your savings account ending in 2485 received a transfer of 2,000 yuan on October 25th at 6:4521 p.m. Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Yilan was taken aback, then returned to the chat with Lin Shuyao. Why is it 200,000? Can I just tip you more if I feel like it? Proud. JPG. Sure, may you always smile and be smooth talker. They'll tip you again when I'm in a good mood. Watching Lin Xiao's capricious heiress-like words, Yilan couldn't help but sigh at how nice it was to be rich. You little rascal, your dad's made some money. Want to grab some barbecue? Yilan kicked the dazed Su Jiqiang. Snapping back to reality, Su Jiqiang nodded eagerly. Sure, of course. It's getting a bit chilly these nights. Put on a jacket and well head out. Okay, Su Jiqiang said as he went to Yilan's wardrobe to find a jacket. He hadn't even brought a suitcase when he arrived, just a few pairs of socks and underwear stuffed in his pockets. Naturally, he had to borrow Yilan's jacket. But the two had been brothers since childhood, sharing everything, and Yilan didn't mind. Leaving the bedroom, Yilan walked to the living room and gently knocked on Ning Kaikai's door. It took a while before the door finally opened. Ning Kaikai wore a pink pajama set adorned with cute strawberries, her exposed skin glowing as white as snow under the lamplight. Her hair was tousled naturally, and she lazily rubbed her sleepy eyes with her left index finger, swaying unsteadily like a Roly-Poly toy. What do you want? Is it morning yet? Ning Kaikai's voice was incredibly soft and tender, like a kitten's gentle purr upon waking, filled with drowsiness. Yilan glanced through the balcony at the towering, brightly lit buildings. It's dark out. Then why call me? I'm heading out for barbecue with my buddy. Are you hungry? Want me to bring you something? Not hungry, just really sleepy. Alright, I'll go back to sleep then. Ning Kaikai yawned, turned back into the room, and closed the door. Yilan turned around to see Su Jiqiang standing at a distance, probably trying not to intrude. Let's go. Barbecue or hot pot? It's your treat, so anything's fine. Alright, follow me. Yilan locked the door and lit a cigarette on the way downstairs. Su Jiqiang sidled up, squinting. So how far have you gone with that girl? Yilan blew a smoke ring and looked at him with confusion. Su Jiqiang thought Yilan was playing dumb and elbowed him in annoyance. Are we brothers or not? Keeping secrets like this, that's not cool. I don't get what you mean. Don't play dumb. You two live together and you're so caring. Are you telling me you're not? Cough, cough, cough. Yilan choked on Su Jiqiang's words. He honestly hadn't expected his friend's imagination to run so wild. We're not dating. We're just roommates. Su Jiqiang looked skeptical. Then why are you so nice to her? Because she reminds me a bit of Wei Liang. Your sister? Su Jiqiang raised an eyebrow. Anyone else might have thought he was cursing, but only Yilan knew what Su Jiqiang meant. Wei Liang was his biological sister's name. Just mentioning her brought a sweet smile to his face. Su Jiqiang wisely shut up, knowing that otherwise the Sisgon would rattle off over 100 of his sister's virtues. And the worst part was every single one was true. Su Jiqiang had visited Yilan's home and met his sister. She was beautiful, had a great figure, excelled academically, was virtuous and capable, spoke with a gentle tone, and her peach blossom eyes were stunning when she smiled. Su Jiqiang had often wondered how could there be such a perfect girl in this world. And what was Yilan's answer? Because she's my sister. Only Yilan could say something so shamelessly without a second thought. The two arrived at the ground floor of the complex, and Yilan found a street-side food stall. He ordered both hot pot and barbecue. Su Jiqiang kept saying, "Stop ordering, you're spending too much," but his grin stretched nearly ear to ear. Yilan didn't mind the expense. Compared to today's earnings, this hot pot and barbecue were trivial. Besides, with a brother, there was no need to overthink. If you treat a girl to street food, she might look down on you for lacking class and taste. But treat your brother to barbecue from a stall, and he'll call you his godfather. Soon the dishes arrived. Yilan took a bite of greens and asked, "Tomorrow's the last day of the weekend. Time for you to head back, right?" "Yeah, my tickets for tomorrow afternoon. They'll have to leave right after I wake up from my nap. When you get back, stop being a simp. Just focus on editing videos for me. Once we make some real money, I'll take you for a couple of foot massages, and you'll see a whole new world." Su Jiqiang's face flushed noticeably, even though he hadn't touched a drop of alcohol. "You said it. If you don't take me later, don't blame me for turning on you." Su Jiqiang raised his glass. "Have I ever lied to you?" They clinked glasses and downed the beer in one gulp. Autumn had arrived, and the night was as dark as ink. A sudden chill wind swept through, making pedestrians on the street shiver violently. After eating and drinking their fill, they chatted for a while longer. It wasn't until nearly 9 o'clock that they finally headed back to the complex, arms draped over each other's shoulders. Back in the room, Su Jiqiang, who had a low tolerance for alcohol, crashed onto the bed again. Yilan, as usual, went to the balcony and lit a cigarette. Smoking, admiring the moon, feeling the cool breeze, and listening to music, Yilan's heart felt an unparalleled peace, as if this was what life was truly about. Just as Yilan was lost in the moment, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw Ning Kaikai looking at him with a dazed expression. "What's wrong?" Knowing Ning Kaikai disliked the smell of smoke, Yilan took a couple more puffs and then stubbed out the cigarette. "I'm hungry," Ning Kaikai said in a pitiful tone. "No big deal. Just order takeout, right?" It was only a little past 9, so there must still be delivery drivers working. "I don't want takeout. You cook me some noodles." Yilan stood frozen in shock. Dude, are you speaking Chinese? Such a provocative phrase just slipped out. No, that's not good, right? Yilan felt his throat go dry and cleared it twice. I just woke up and I'm totally weak. There's noodles in the fridge and eggs and veggies. Please just cook me a bowl of noodles. Ning Kai said in a coaxing tone. The hangover was truly awful. She had slept for nearly a dozen hours today, but still felt dizzy and weak in the limbs. It was only because she had no energy that she asked Yilan. Otherwise, cooking a simple bowl of noodles was something she could do herself. Hearing this, Yilan's face darkened. So she meant actual noodles. I thought it was something else. Ah, the depth of Chinese language. I called you to eat earlier, and you said you weren't hungry. I'm hungry now. Wait here, I'll cook you some noodles. Yilan affectionately ruffled Ning Kai's hair. Ning Kai nodded obediently. Soon a steaming bowl of egg noodles was placed before Ning Kai by Yilan. The soup was a warm, translucent yellow, and the golden fried egg crisp on both sides lay atop the noodles, releasing an enticing aroma that stirred the appetite. Ning Kai was truly famished. She picked up her chopsticks, stirred the noodles, blew on them gently, and then slurped them into her mouth. Slow down, be careful, it's hot. Yilan couldn't help but find her impatient demeanor amusing. He sat across from her, crossed his legs, and deftly lit a cigarette. Ning Kai took another sip of the soup. As the warm liquid went down her throat, every pore in her body felt cozy and warm. She said with a look of satisfaction, "Who would have guessed you could cook noodles?" Yilan's face darkened. Boiling noodles is something any normal person can do, isn't it? There was indeed little skill involved. Only one thing to remember. When the water boils, add the noodles. Then keep stirring with chopsticks to prevent them from sticking together. All right, take your time eating. I'm going to sleep. After finishing another cigarette, Nuan Yang stood up and walked toward the bedroom. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he stopped and turned around to say to Ning Kai, "Oh, and remember to clean up the dishes after you eat." Ning Kai's face instantly fell into a bitter expression. "I have to wash the dishes. What else? It's not like I can cook and wash up too." Ning Kai pouted aggrievedly, her red lips as tempting as glistening cherries. "Being cute won't work. I'm off to sleep." Yilan was not swayed. He waved his hand and walked into the bedroom without looking back. Ning Kai watched his heartless retreating figure and lightly slapped the table. "You insensitive jerk. No wonder you don't have a girlfriend." The next day at noon, the sun hung high. The weather in Jiang City was truly erratic. At midday, it was so hot one wished to wear only a short-sleeved shirt, but by evening it turned bitterly cold with a chilling wind that made one want to bundle up in a down jacket. When Yilan woke up, Su Jiqiang had already left for the train station on his own. Yilan dressed himself. Well, after a few days of guidance, Su Jiqiang should have completely given up on Huang Yuding and stopped being her doormat. That way he would have more time to edit videos for him. In 2020, Douyin reigned supreme in the short video platform arena, standing as the undisputed leader. It was brimming with all sorts of opportunities. Although Yilan couldn't live stream on Douyin, he could still build a short video account on the platform. Even without selling products, streaming, or advertising, he could earn tens of thousands a month just from video revenue. However, the income from short videos paled in comparison to his live streaming earnings. Creating a short video account was merely a way to get more people to know him. This would help drive traffic. Surely some people would come to his live streams on the Huya platform. After getting dressed, Yilan picked up his phone and sent a message to Zhou Ting. "I've already reached number 1 on the leaderboard. You can contact Guiying tonight." It was about the national server solo tournament hosted by Guiying. On the Huya platform, this event enjoyed considerable popularity, with each stream drawing tens of millions of viewers. Now that Yilan had achieved the top spot, if he could also win Guiying's national server solo tournament, his reputation as a skilled streamer would be solidified. More importantly, Guiying had over 10 million followers across all platforms. Competing against him was a sure-win deal for a new streamer like Yilan. Regardless of the outcome, he would gain a massive wave of traffic from Guiying. This was why many new streamers relied on established ones for a boost early on. Relying solely on one's own talent and platform recommendations was still too difficult. A guide was necessary. However, Guiying was hardly a guide for Yilan. At best, he was a tool. Zhou Ting replied shortly after. "All right, I'll arrange it. He'll let you know the exact time." "Okay. Don't stream this afternoon. I'll keep the suspense for tonight. After finishing their work discussion, Yilan put his phone back in his pocket, stretched, and prepared to wash up and go out to find something to eat. However, when he pushed open the bedroom door with a cigarette in his mouth, the sight before him left him stunned. Ning Kai, wearing a maid apron, was busy in the kitchen. On the dining table were 2 dishes and a soup, sweet and sour pork blanche choy sum, and corn and pork rib soup. The aroma filled the entire living room, and the colors and plating of the dishes were appetizing. "You're awake. Hurry up and wash up, we can eat soon," Ning Kai said sweetly, a smile on her face when she saw Yilan. Her cheeks were rosy and radiant, soft and pink like a peach. It seemed she had rested well and fully recovered from her hangover. Yilan pointed at the dishes on the table and asked, "Did you make all this yourself?" "What surprised by my cooking?" Ning Kai put her hands on her hips, her smug expression practically begging for praise. "Surprised, yes. But you couldn't even cook meat properly when eating hot pot, and now you can cook. Unbelievable. Ning Kaikai's face instantly darkened. She brandished the spatula in her right hand, threatening him. If you can't say something nice, then shut up. Yilan chuckled and went into the bathroom to wash up. By the time he came out, the rice in the rice cooker was just done. Ning Kaikai brought over a bowl of rice. Yilan reached out with both hands to take it, but she pulled the bowl back. Did you wash your hands after using the bathroom? She asked coldly. Yes, I did. You're as nagging as my mom. Yilan grumbled as he took the bowl. He picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork and put it in his mouth. Crispy on the outside, tender inside, with a perfect sweet and sour balance. Delicious. He then tried the blanched choy sum, refreshing with just the right amount of saltiness. Delicious. So how is it? Is my cooking good? Ning Kaikai blinked her eyes full of anticipation as she waited for his answer. It's good, but why did you suddenly decide to cook? You'll find out soon enough. Ning Kaikai squinted, putting on a mysterious air. Seeing that she wouldn't say, Yilan didn't press further. After all, eating the food was a win in itself. After the meal, Yilan skillfully took a cigarette from the pack. Just as he was about to light it, Ning Kaikai snatched it away. Wash the dishes first. Yilan was taken aback for a moment, then realization dawned, and he said with some uncertainty, I'm not holding a grudge because I made you wash dishes last night, are you? Did you cook this meal just to get back at me? Bingo. Seeing Ning Kaikai's triumphant look, Yilan silently began clearing the table. He thought to himself, this girl must be out of her mind. Going through all that trouble just to pull a stunt that hurt both of them. What was she thinking? After lunch, Yilan's afternoon was free. To build up hype for the evening competition, he couldn't stream during this time. After washing and putting away the dishes, Yilan sat on the sofa and lit a cigarette. Ning Kaikai couldn't help but frown. Do you really have to smoke that? Yilan rolled his eyes. What do you know? A smoke after a meal makes one feel like an immortal. Ning Kaikai rolled her eyes back at him. She turned around, walked to the shoe cabinet, put away her slippers, and changed into her usual flat canvas shoes. Then she took off her maid apron, revealing an off-white dress underneath. A small section of her fair, smooth calf was exposed, and a gauzy bow adorned her ankle, likely part of her socks. She looked pure sweet, like a spotless white lotus. Dressing up so nicely, are you going on a blind date? What are you afraid he'll run off with someone else? Ning Kaikai covered her mouth with a light laugh. Yilan shot her a glare and said nothing. You have no sense of romance at all. So boring. Ning Kaikai stomped her foot in annoyance. The seasons are changing and the temperature difference between day and night is huge. I thought I'd go out and buy some autumn clothes. Hearing this, Yilan stood up from the sofa. Let's go together then. I have nothing to do this afternoon anyway, and I need to buy some seasonal clothes too. Yilan didn't have many clothes, just 3 or 4 sets at most. As a gaming student who stayed home all day, he rarely needed to go out, so there was no need to buy more. Cold. Turn on the AC. Hot. Turn on the AC. Neither hot nor cold. Still turn on the AC. In his rented apartment, Yilan basically lived in a t-shirt and shorts. He had even streamed wearing just his underwear. If it weren't for the camera, now giving him a bit of an idol complex, he would have loved to go back to his old streaming style. Faced with Yilan's suggestion to go together, Ning Kaikai nodded without refusing. Alright, let's head out then. Higo Plaza is a bit far from here. It'll take at least half an hour by subway. Yilan took a couple of quick, deep drags, and when the tobacco was nearly burned out, he stubbed it out and threw it into the ashtray. Then he went over to Ning Kaikai to change his shoes. Catching the smell of smoke on Yilan, Ning Kaikai's brows furrowed slightly as she kept waving her hand to fan the odor away. Your smoking habit is way too heavy. Nonsense. I don't have a habit. You smoke half a pack a day and you call that no habit. I just smoke every day, but that doesn't mean I'm addicted. Right, and the angler who goes fishing every day isn't hooked on it, is he? As they bickered, Yilan finished putting on his shoes, and the two closed the door and walked downstairs side by side. Outside, the sunlight was so bright it was blinding. It's so scorching. The weather in Jiangsheng is so weird, scorching hot when it's hot, freezing cold when it's cold, and there's absolutely no transition period. Yilan nodded in strong agreement. Jiangsheng was indeed a city with bizarre weather. Yesterday, it might have been over 30 degrees hot enough to kill, and today it could drop to just over 10, freezing you to death. In Jiangsheng, catching a cold during the season change was as common as eating. The two braved the blazing sun to the subway station, and after a half-hour ride, they arrived at Higo Plaza. Higo Plaza was a massive commercial complex very famous in Jiangsheng. It had countless shops, restaurants, and entertainment facilities, meeting all needs for shopping, dining, and fun. They walked into the clothing section. Ning Kaikai's eyes sparkled like stars at the dazzling array of beautiful clothes. Yilan's expression, however, was as pained as if he were constipated, because he saw 4 big characters and no smoking. When the craving hit, seeing those 4 words felt worse than losing a loved one. But Yilan wasn't the type to be rude. Since there was a clear no-smoking sign, he wouldn't blatantly defy it. Suppressing the urge to smoke, Yilan's gaze fell on the clothes. He just wanted to buy his stuff quickly and get outside for a smoke. But Ning Kaikai was in high spirits. She tapped Yilan on the shoulder. Yilan, look at that light blue dress. It's so pretty. Come with me to try it on. Yilan turned around with a dark expression. Sis, we're here to buy off-season clothes. The next season is winter, not summer. Why are you trying on dresses? Oh, trying doesn't cost anything. And so Yilan was half-dragged, half-pulled by Ning Kaikai into a women's. Yilan sat in the waiting area like a lost soul, staring blankly as Ning Kaikai tried on one dress. Those dresses that looked lifeless on the mannequins instantly became radiant and stunning once Ning Kaikai wore them. Ning Kaikai had a figure like a clothes hanger. No matter what she wore, it looked fantastic. Indeed, sometimes it had nothing to do with style. If you're good-looking, you look good in anything. Half an hour later, Ning Kaikai came back, carrying 5 shopping bags. Tears of regret streamed down her face. Yilan pursed his lips, his face expressionless, just silently watching her. Sorry. I got carried away and bought them all. That's right, all 5 bags were filled with dresses. Yilan had expected Ning Kaikai to buy something, but not this much. And the dresses here weren't cheap. He had roughly glanced at the prices earlier. The cheapest was over 200. Ning Kaikai bought 5 in one go, costing at least 1,000 in total. Why are you apologizing to me for spending your own money? Yilan found it a bit baffling. I don't have any money left for seasonal clothes. Lend me some. Ning Kaikai spread her slender fair fingers, her pitiful expression both delicate and endearing. I'm afraid if I lend you money, you'll just go buy more dresses. Ning Kaikai thought Yilan was refusing her, and she wrinkled her nose in silence. But a shimmer had already appeared in her eyes. What are you standing there for? Let's go buy clothes. He'll pay, but remember to pay me back when you get your salary next month. Hearing this, Ning Kaikai's face lit up with joy as she quickly caught up with light steps. After holding back for half an hour, Yilan had only one thought in his mind. Buy the clothes quickly. I want to smoke. Shopping with a woman was pure torture. Thankfully, after running out of money, Ning Kaikai stopped browsing and began seriously picking out seasonal clothes. She bought 2 sweaters. Yilan bought a black trench coat. Then they walked out of the mall, and Yilan, like a man suffering from withdrawal, quickly lit a cigarette. Oh, that's the stuff. He felt reborn. At the same time, Zhou Ting sent him a message. The time for the solo match against Gugu is set. It's at 8 tonight. Don't be late. Having bought their clothes, Ning Tsaitsai, having made a rare trip out, clearly didn't want to head back so early. She pulled Yilan into an arcade. They played some arcade games for a while. Of course, Yilan, being a homebody, wasn't interested in the games at the arcade. So for the most part, Ning Kaikai played by herself. As for Yilan, he sat in the smoking area by the entrance, his gaze fixed on the young women dancing passionately on the. They were all dressed in white camisoles, revealing their fair chests with mini skirts and sexy fishnet stockings that made every passing guy want to steal a glance. Yilan felt no particular desire, merely watching with an appreciative eye. After another 2 hours had passed like this, Yilan and Ning Kaikai finally began their journey back. They took the subway and arrived home at 5 in the afternoon. There were still 3 hours until the scheduled match with Guing. There was plenty of time. Yilan thought about taking a nap to face the match in peak condition that evening. He walked towards his bedroom. Ning Tsaitsai, who was washing vegetables, asked, "Aren't you going to eat? Tired, going to sleep for a bit?" As Yilan spoke, a lit cigarette appeared between his lips. Ning Kaikai was speechless. "Then heat up the food for yourself later." Yilan nodded. "Remember to wash the dishes after you eat." "Okay." Returning to his bedroom, Yilan set an alarm and then burrowed into his blankets. When he woke up again, it was already 7 in the evening. There was only 1 hour left until the national server solo match against Guing. Yilan didn't linger in bed. He got up, went to the bathroom, and splashed cold water on his face. Feeling refreshed, he went to the kitchen and used the microwave to heat up the leftovers. The evening meal consisted of steamed prawns, braised eggplant, and stir-fried pork with garlic sprouts. Everything tasted quite good, especially the garlic sprouts, which became soft and tender after reheating. A perfect accompaniment to rice. While eating, Yilan picked up his phone to scroll through short videos. After a few clips of dancing girls, Gu Ying's somewhat effeminate face appeared on the screen. "Dear viewers, at 8 o'clock tonight, the National Server Solo Tournament I'm hosting on the Tiger Shark platform will feature the strongest player ever, Yilan." Some of you might not have heard this name, so let me briefly introduce him. He is currently ranked number 1 on the peak leaderboard. He reached that spot in just 5 days, making him undeniably the strongest mercenary. Although he doesn't have a national badge, as Luna has even impressed Bei Mu. At 8 o'clock tonight, he'll be having a Luna solo match with him on the Tiger Shark platform to see if he can claim the 10th Sanyuan prize I've prepared. The video ended there. In less than a minute, it had conveyed everything to the fans. 8 o'clock at night, the solo match, the Tiger Shark platform, the opponent, Yilan, the number 1 peak rank, and the 10th Sanyuan prize. The video was posted at 3 in the afternoon. In just 4 hours, it had already garnered over 300,000 likes. Such high viewership in such a short time. Guing couldn't have achieved this alone. Someone must be promoting it behind the scenes. Most likely the Tiger Shark platform was pulling the strings. A Luna duel with Guing. Interesting. Guing, who held 25 national badges, had won for Luna. The most famous Luna moment, the moonlit infinite chase after Neza, was a creation of Gu Ying's. Clearly Gu Ying's Luna was no ordinary skill. However, Yilan wasn't afraid. After all, even Bei Mu, the pinnacle of Luna players, had fallen to him. What waves could Guing possibly make? After watching a few more videos, Yilan finished his dinner. Once done, he began washing the dishes. Honestly, he didn't mind doing the dishes that much. Because back home, he was the one who washed the dishes and his sister did the cooking. It had long become a habit for him. Besides, if someone cooked for him for free, what's the big deal about washing a few dishes? After cleaning all the dishes and chopsticks, Yilan returned to his bedroom, picked up his phone, and sent a message to Su Jiqiang. There's an event at 8 tonight. Make sure to watch the stream and edit the video. Damn, so work starts now. Exactly. You'd better edit it tonight or well miss the opportunity. But I'm so tired today, I don't want to work. Stop complaining and hurry up. Under Yilan's constant urging, Su Jiqiang reluctantly turned on his computer to start recording Yilan. With everything prepared, Yilan checked the time. 7:40. There were still 20 minutes until the agreed. It was time to start the stream. After all, it would take a while for viewers to join the broadcast. Yilan turned on his computer, adjusted the streaming software and equipment, and went live. Now he was no longer the unknown streamer he once was. Just moments after starting the stream, hundreds of people entered. Bro Yi Guing posted a video saying you're going to solo him with Luna. Is that true? You didn't watch the stream yesterday, did you? Bro Yi mentioned it yesterday. Exactly. You think Bro Yi didn't stream this afternoon for no reason. It's because he's playing the national server solo match against Guing. I went out shopping with my girlfriend yesterday afternoon and missed the stream. Does Bro Yi think he can beat Guing? Yilan, having finished setting up his equipment, sat in his gaming chair and glanced at the barrage. A proud arc curled at the corner of his mouth as he said arrogantly, "When have you ever seen me lose?" That one sentence showcased his invincible aura and unwavering belief in victory. Yet no one spoke up to refute him. After all, Yilan was the one who had won nearly 100 consecutive matches in peak tournaments. How could he possibly fall here? Yeah, your question is as pointless as fart. When has Bro Yi ever lost? Bro Yi is the strongest, no arguments accepted. Bro Yi is invincible, he's my idol. I want to have his babies. For him, I'd even go to Thailand for a sex change. Seeing the last barrage, Yilan's face darkened. That's absolutely unnecessary. On the other side, Guing also started his stream. As a veteran streamer with a well-established reputation, the number of viewers in his channel skyrocketed the moment he went live. In the blink of an eye, there were thousands of people in the stream. Guing, do you think you can beat Yilan tonight? Curious now. At some point, it had become a habit to ask the contestants if they were confident before a match. Do my best and leave the rest to fate. After all, he's the number one on the peak leaderboard. On paper, I'm definitely outmatched. Gu Ying's answer was much more reserved than Yilan's. But he also employed a bit of cunning. By deliberately mentioning on paper, he wanted to tell the audience that in a real fight the outcome was still uncertain. The audience clearly picked up on this. Before the match had even started, a tense atmosphere began to permeate both. Time slipped away amidst the dialogue between the two and the audience. Soon the appointed hour arrived. Guing issued a co-stream invitation to Yilan's livestream. Yilan gladly accepted, and their images appeared on the same stream, divided by a line. Guing's female fans erupted in excitement. Wow, that guy on the other side is so handsome, 100 times more than Guing. I always thought Guing was the best looking among game streamers, but today I realized I was wrong. Even though I'm a fan of Guing's looks, I can't lie to myself now. Guing's female fans cheered jubilantly. Yilan's appearance left them utterly astounded. They were all gaming-addicted girls naturally drawn to men who excelled at games and were handsome. Guing's looks were relatively outstanding in the gaming circle, earning him the title national husband. Yet compared to Yilan's striking face, he seemed utterly lackluster. At that moment, Guing noticed his viewer count plummeting. Simultaneously, Yilan's audience surged dramatically. The decrease on one side perfectly mirrored the increase on the other, a clear inverse relationship. Witnessing this, Guing's face turned ashen. Before the match even began, his popularity was being siphoned away. It was hard for him to accept. They had once vowed to follow him forever, yet now they switched allegiances faster than anyone. Shallow women. Yilan, watching his own viewer count climb, felt a slight shock. From the IDs, he could tell most were female. As a MOBA game, Honor of Kings naturally had far more male than female players. Likewise, most game stream viewers. Yilan had gained some female fans in recent days, but not nearly this many. There was only one possibility: these women were originally Guing's fans, now drawn to Yilan. At this thought, Yilan couldn't suppress a grin. It seemed his handsome face still had its uses. In this era of entertainment, above all, people once asked, "What's the use of good looks? Can you make a living with your face?" Well, now you actually could. Just then, Yilan noticed Linger, Han Han Dehua, Bei Mu, Nuan Yang, and others entering his stream one after another. Since they were co-streaming, Guing could see them too. What the? Why are you all crashing my stream instead of streaming yourselves? Yilan was taken aback, wondering if they were really this idle. Especially Nuan Yang, a professional player. Staying up late, not training or sleeping, but watching streams. Where was his professionalism? Linger, I've already hit my streaming hours, so I'm here to watch this epic showdown. Bei Mu, I came to learn. Han Han, same here. Dehua, I'm out of credit points again, so I'm dropping by to rack up time. Nuan Yang, just finished training, watching a bit before I shower and sleep. None of their reasons overlapped. Yet with their entry, Yilan's stream popularity soared even higher. The live viewership broke 5,000. In contrast, Guiying's stream, with a mere 5,000, seemed pitifully small. Guiying was already furious about losing his female fans, and now all these people were funneling traffic to Yilan. It was like pouring oil on the fire. Fine. Since so many believe in you, will crush you completely and humiliate you before them. Jealousy sprouted rapidly like spring bamboo in Guiying's heart. Ahem. Guiying deliberately coughed to interrupt Yilan's chat with the others. Let's talk about the solo map. Yilan nodded, sure. Which maps? Dihua's mech path. Dahua was bewildered, feeling Yilan referred to the mech path as Dihua's mech path, because Dahua often used it to recover his credit points, earning it the nickname from netizens. For a 1v1, the mech path was an excellent map. It provided ample minions experience and gold. For a Luna solo, the mech path was undoubtedly the best choice. In the King's Canyon map, both might take retribution, clear minions, and then head into their own jungles. Farming the jungle would make the match far less entertaining. It wouldn't be fair to the audience. Guiying quickly set up a room and prepared to invite Yilan. But then he realized they hadn't added each other as friends, so he asked, "What's your in-game ID?" "Yi Shanfeng." "You're not using the account that's number 1 on the leaderboard." "That account belongs to my boss, who I returned it after helping her reach the top." Guiying understood. "I've sent a friend request, accepted." Okay. They became friends, and Guiying immediately invited Yilan to the game room. "You know the solo rules, right?" Yilan nodded casually. "Yes, first to 2 kills, or destroying the opponent's turret wins. And it's a best-of-3 series," Guiying added. After explaining, he clicked the start button. They entered the hero selection screen. Since they'd agreed to solo as Luna, both picked her immediately. But they didn't confirm yet. In a solo match with identical heroes, runes and summoner spells were crucial. Both had a 1-minute stream delay, so there was no risk of cheating. After a long thought, Guiying chose Execution for higher burst damage. Execution compensated for Luna's early game damage weakness, making it easier to secure kills. On the other hand, Yilan, after some consideration, chose Flash. The moment he locked it in, netizens began questioning him. "Seriously? Flash on Luna? Isn't that redundant?" "Exactly. With good moon control, Luna's ultimate has multiple dashes, there's no need to chase. I really think Flash is useless, even stun would be better." Even Nuan Yang and the others watching Yilan's stream were puzzled. Flash was the most common summoner spell in Honor of Kings. But heroes who took it were either immobile or needed it to combo their skills. Such heroes were generally clunky. Luna, however, was inherently agile, so Flash offered almost no benefit. It gave the impression of starting the match at a disadvantage. Even top-tier national server junglers like Nuan Yang and Bei Mu were baffled by Yilan's strategy. Bringing Flash on Luna was akin to wearing armor in a bath, utterly redundant. After preparations, the two entered the loading screen. Guiying finally saw Yilan's summoner spell. Spotting the seemingly useless Flash on his opponent, a smirk curled on Guiying's lips, as if he had already secured victory. A dozen seconds later, they entered the game. Yilan bought Boots of Speed, while Guiying purchased the Arcane Tome to maximize damage output. With the movement speed boost from his boots, Yilan's Luna reached the left bush, first lying in ambush. Soon Guiying's Luna appeared in his vision, stepping into the range of Yilan's first skill. Yet Yilan held back, waiting to see Guiying's next move. If Guiying checked the bush, Yilan would use a skill to harass. But Guiying turned away, heading toward the right bush, and Guiying unintentionally avoided Yilan's harassment. Still, Yilan wasn't discouraged. With the enemy in plain sight and himself hidden, many opportunities remained. Moments later, the minion waves clashed. Guiying's Luna struck, first a moonlight shockwave hitting the minions. But as he landed his first basic attack on the melee minion, another moonlight shockwave shot out from the nearby bush. It struck the minions and grazed Guiying as well. The latter's face instantly darkened. In just the first exchange, he had already fallen behind. His skill only hit the minions, while Yilan's damaged both the minions and the enemy champion. Clearly, he was at a disadvantage. After his skill hit Guiying, Yilan's Luna stepped out of the bush and closed in with a basic attack. Guiying's expression shifted from gloom to glee. Huh, just a jungler streamer with 0 landing, trading blows while tanking minion damage. What a fool. Guiying chuckled, a mocking smirk on his lips. He decisively kite and counterattacked. Early minion damage was no joke, as evidenced by how Fuma couldn't. Trading while under minion fire was far from wise. Guiying assumed Yilan, being a jungler, was ignorant of such landing nuances. Thus his thinking was naive. Seeing a health advantage, he rushed in for a combo. Guiying felt victory within grasp once more. But that feeling didn't last. As they exchanged blows, Guiying noticed something off. In terms of health, he had indeed recovered from his earlier deficit, and even gained an edge over Yilan. Yet the minion's health was dwindling fast, making Guiying sense trouble. It mirrored the first exchange exactly. Yilan was chipping away at both his health and the minions. What about Guiying? He only targeted Yilan's health. Thus Yilan would reach level 2 first. Once that happened, Guiying's current health lead would mean nothing. At this thought, Guiying's heart raced with alarm. Yilan had baited him into trading under minion fire, all to let his guard down and mask his true intent. From Yilan's perspective, Gu Ying's Luna had stopped attacking and was retreating toward the tower. Think you can escape now? Too late. A slight smile touched Yilan's lips. With an empowered basic attack, he cleared the minions and Luna reached level 2. A basic attack closed the gap, then Scorching Sword stun locked Gu Ying in place. More attacks drained Gu Ying's health. The latter had no courage to fight back. Yilan's Luna bore a shield, retaliating now would be futile. Gu Ying could only flee, but Luna's basic attack mechanic made chasing effortless. The Moonlight Sword slashed relentlessly at Gu Ying. By the time his Luna reached the tower, half his health was gone. In contrast, Yilan still had 2/3 health. The advantage was clear. As Gu Ying's Luna retreated under the tower, Yilan didn't linger. He turned toward the river crab. The first exchange ended with Yilan's decisive victory. Gu Ying's face was ashen dark enough to drip. He never imagined Yilan, a jungler, possessed such sharp landing instincts. I underestimated him. I need to take this seriously. Gu Ying blamed his earlier arrogance for the outcome. He quickly psyched himself up, steadying his mindset. Soon the minion wave entered the tower. He began clearing slowly. Meanwhile, since Gu Ying was busy, Yilan secured the river crab. From that moment, a gap began to form. After taking the tower's health pack, the second minion wave clashed. Yilan didn't bother freezing the lane. He cleared quickly, reached level 4, and crafted the Catalyst of Ian's. His state surged, soon restoring to full health and mana. At level 4, Yilan's Luna performed 2 basic attacks in the air before advancing toward Gu Ying under the tower. Gu Ying eyed him warily. Having used the health pack and recovery, Gu Ying's health was at 2/3. At this level, Yilan couldn't kill him. But Yilan wasn't about to let him off easy. As the minion wave entered the tower, the melee minion was hit first, reduced to low health. Just as Gu Ying stepped up for the last hit, Yilan struck. Standing outside the tower's range, Luna raised her right hand, sending a moonlight shockwave at Gu Ying. She then used her ultimate to fly to his side. Upon landing, she unleashed an empowered basic attack, marking Gu Ying with a moonlight mark again. Before the tower could react, she ulted back out. This fluid sequence happened in the blink of an eye. Even Gu Ying himself couldn't react. He only saw a flash of Yilan's Luna. Seemed as if she hadn't moved at all. His astonishing hand speed drew screams from the viewers. Holy crap, yes, hand speed is insane. If the enemy's health bar hadn't dropped by 2 segments, I'd think not. That speed. He's been single for at least 20 years. Learned the no-damage tower dive combo on Luna. Yes, girlfriend is in for a treat. Bro, are you seriously driving the conversation there? After Yilan entered the tower and expended a wave of Gu Ying's shadows, there was no further development. Gu Ying smoothly devoured the minion wave, advanced to level 4, and recovered some health thanks to the level-up crystal. However, compared to Yilan's full health, it was still slightly inferior. Yet the difference was not substantial. Moreover, Gu Ying's summoner spell was execute, which could completely disregard this minor health gap. Brother Gu Ying, don't be afraid, go fight him. At that moment, Gu Ying's fans began cheering him on. A warm current flowed through Gu Ying's heart, filling him with warmth. A loss may turn out to be a gain. Compared to those fickle fans who flocked to Yilan's stream, the ones remaining in his own live stream were far more precious. This was a perfect opportunity to weed out the fake fans. Those with wavering loyalties could abandon Gu Ying without a second thought today. Someday in the future, they could just as easily discard Yilan. At this thought, Gu Ying's mood brightened considerably, and his restless anxiety began to settle. No rush, no rush. Now that we're both at level 4, it's all about testing each other's skills. Hearing this, the fans' eyes sparkled with anticipation. A duel between skill-based heroes was the most thrilling. Everything happened in an instant, like a solo battle between Yuan Gu from Huahua Mountain. Victory and defeat were decided in a flash. Many viewers had no clue what transpired, only grasping the intricate details of such a master-level clash through slow-motion replays. It felt like a martial arts duel between experts, as if they had exchanged hundreds of moves in the blink of an eye. Yet Yuan Gu's fragility and immense damage often obscured the process of the exchange. In contrast, Luna offered a far more spectacular viewing experience. Her burst damage was not overwhelming, making her a sustained output jungle core hero. Thus, a Luna solo duel demanded greater attention to detail and adaptability from both players. It was destined to be a breathtaking showdown. Soon another wave of minions converged. This time, Gu Ying did not cower beneath the tower. He stepped out from its protection, ready to engage Yilan in a test of skill. The tower seemed to nod in approval. My child has grown and no longer needs my shelter. Yilan's face lit up with excitement as he saw Gu Ying leave the defense tower. Good, this was what made a solo duel interesting. If Gu Ying kept hiding under the tower, not only would the audience grow, but even Yilan would find the match utterly dull. Although the solo rules stated that destroying the opponent's tower counted as a win, both players and spectators preferred to decide the outcome through kills. After all, combat was the finest way to showcase fighting prowess. As Gu Ying drew closer, Yilan's Luna made the first move. Leveraging the moonlight mark on a melee minion, she lunged toward Gu Ying. Gu Ying countered swiftly, striking the airborne Yi Lan with a moonlight shockwave, while activating his ultimate, and the two passed through each other. This exchange naturally favored Gu Ying thanks to the extra damage from his first skill. Yet Yi Lan was unfazed, and after halting he immediately turned and unleashed his first skill toward Gu Ying. The moonlight shockwave swept through the minions, affixing moonlight marks on their heads while steadily closing in on Gu Ying. In his focused state, Gu Ying reacted with remarkable speed. Using the displacement from his first basic attack and precise targeting, he dashed to the side of a minion, narrowly evading the strike. The audience in Gu Ying's livestream applauded enthusiastically. Wow, brother Gu Ying, that move was so fine, finer than enoki mushrooms. He'll never master dodging skills with basic attacks in my lifetime. I feel the opponent is in trouble. A focused Gu Ying is terrifying. Yi Lan was thoroughly impressed by Gu Ying's play, even nodding in approval. Good, only then are you worthy to be my opponent. With that, Luna once again used the marks on the minions to fly toward Gu Ying. Not to be outdone, Gu Ying timed the pause in Yi Lan's movement, perfectly unleashing his second skill, Scorching Sword Radiance, to lock him down. Simultaneously, he began weaving through with his ultimate, executing a 2A3A3 combo. Yi Lan's health plummeted to half. Gu Ying now held a health advantage. The livestream audience cheered. In their eyes, Gu Ying had not only turned the tide, but had seized the upper hand. However, from the perspective of top-tier junglers like Bei Mu and Nuan Yang, the situation was far from simple. Gu Ying had indeed gained an advantage, but he seemed a bit too hasty. Under Luna's second skill, an ultimate, not a single minion remained. In other words, Gu Ying's Luna had lost all her stepping stones. To take down Yi Lan from this point, he could not afford even a single mistake. Just then, Nuan Yang and Bei Mu noticed a sudden shift in the tone of Yi Lan's livestream chat. The barrage was entirely about Han Han. Han Han, see this. This is real Luna. Yours is no different from Gue Guzi. Han Han must be dumbfounded. Why can these two Lunas fly, and why can they use their ultimates? So many. Card-slashing lawn short-legged tiger. My name is Lu Wei. Remember it. Reading glasses. Ult-busting Luna. Talked about from S18 till I'm sick. Even Ling Air joined in, personally tagging Han Han. Han Han, don't look, it's all bad reviews. Han Han feigned sorrow, typing with tear-filled eyes. When Yi Lan is free, I must ask him to teach me Luna. In truth, Han Han's Luna was not terrible, but compared to other Luna streamers, he had the highest rate of blunders, often inexplicably losing his ultimate. Dying at the 10-minute mark was routine. Moreover, his Luna always flew sluggishly, giving viewers the feeling that they could do the same, which naturally invited mockery from netizens. The interlude ended. The in-game match continued. After Gu Ying's Luna used her second skill, Yi Lan's enhanced basic attack landed, and he flew toward the minion wave with his ultimate. After stopping, he used the moonlight marks on those minions to fly back again. Both his departure and return. This was the advantage of having minions. Moon control. By leveraging the mechanics of Luna's ultimate and surrounding enemy units, one could use the ultimate as many times as possible. This allowed for more damage output. Under Yi Lan's masterful moon control, Gu Ying's health bar steadily dwindled. By the time all minions were eliminated, the health bars of both sides had leveled again. However, at this moment, Gu Ying still held a slight edge in winning odds. After all, he still had Execute at his disposal. With that thought, Gu Ying hesitated no more and decisively unleashed his first skill, Crescent Moon Slash. Yi Lan feigned a positioning error, calmly absorbing the skill. Opportunity. A voice echoed in Gu Ying's mind, and his right thumb immediately landed on Luna's ultimate icon. He swiped and unleashed it. Gu Ying's Luna transformed into a streak of light, hurtling toward Yi Lan. If this ultimate hit combined with Execute's damage, it would finish Yi Lan off. Just as Gu Ying thought victory was within his grasp, Yi Lan's Luna suddenly flickered and appeared in another position. Flash. Yi Lan used Flash to evade Gu Ying's fatal strike, simultaneously unleashing his first and third skills, striking Gu Ying. A 13A3 combo drained Gu Ying's health bar completely. First blood. Yi Lan claimed the first kill. As Gu Ying's Luna's health bar was drained, she slowly collapsed onto the cold floor. Gu Ying's face was etched with frustration and regret. Damn, I forgot his summoner spell was Flash. I shouldn't have rushed in. Gu Ying tugged at his hair in annoyance. It wasn't that he lacked composure. He simply couldn't resist. In the final wave after his first skill hit, Yi Lan's health bar was just too tempting. If his ultimate had landed followed by a second ultimate and execution, he could have definitely taken Yi Lan down. That was why Gu Ying activated his ultimate and lunged forward. But Yi Lan outplayed him with Flash. In their first duel, Yi Lan secured the first blood and gained match point. The winner was determined by 2 kills. If Yi Lan killed Gu Ying once more, the first solo match would end. Currently, Yi Lan held a decisive gold lead. There was no doubt about it. Besides the first blood, he also had the gold from several river creeps. It would be tough for Gu Ying to turn the tables and secure a kill. The only option was to stall for time. In the corridor of Mo, family minions provided more experience and gold than in the King's Canyon. If he could delay a bit longer, both would eventually reach 6 items. Then the true battle would begin. With this plan in mind, Gu Ying respawned and steered Luna toward the minion wave. After killing Guy, Yilan immediately recalled. Both arrived at the lane at nearly the same time. But Yilan didn't see Guy on the lane. He was a bit puzzled. Huh, where's Guy? Did he tilt after being solo killed? Curious, Yilan quickly cleared the enemy minion wave and headed toward the river creep. As the minion wave entered the tower, Guy hiding under the tower came into Yilan's view. Seriously, man, you're back to being a tower hugger again. Yilan's exasperated expression made the stream viewers laugh. It's because Brother Yi is too strong. Not safe outside the tower. Exactly. Hood hug the tower if they could win. Can't fight back. Brother Yi, just dive and kill him. Even if you trade, you win. Yilan saw the last comment, and his mind opened up. Great idea. In Guy's national server solo tournament, the first to get 2 kills wins. With 1 kill already, Yilan held match point. If he dived and traded, the kill count would be 2-1. That would still be his victory. Realizing this, Yilan stopped worrying about Guy hugging the tower. He quickly cleared the river creep and walked toward the tower. Seeing Yilan approach, Guy didn't hesitate to use his ultimate. Using the moonlight mark on the minion, he flew toward Yilan. He probably wanted to copy Yilan's move, fly in and out for a stylish risk-free poke. But Guy didn't realize this trick only worked if the opponent's reaction speed and mechanics were inferior. Otherwise, it was suicide. With the system's enhancement, Yilan's reactions and mechanics were top tier. The moment Guy flew in, Yilan reacted instantly. As Guy landed before his basic attack could connect, Yilan struck first. He used his second skill, Scorching Sword Radiance, interrupting Guy's attack and applying a moonlight mark. Before the crowd control ended, Yilan's Luna used her ultimate to reposition, immediately escaping Guy's attack range. Damn, this guy's reactions are insane. Guy's plan failed, and he cursed under his breath. He had no choice but to turn back and continue clearing minions. After clearing the wave, Guy remained cowering under the tower, determined to outlast Yilan. His one-sided avoidance made the match boring. Some viewers in Guy's stream spammed messages trying to provoke him into fighting. But Guy just glanced at them. Go out and fight. Easy to say. What's the difference between going out now and suicide? These idiots just love to shout. If I lose this solo, I have to pay 10,000 yuan. It's not your money, so you don't care, right? Guy mentally cursed these viewers and their ancestors. As he muttered, the minion waves met again. But this time Yilan didn't clear them. He just stood aside and watched. This made the already dull match even more tedious. Come on, Brother Yi. Don't just stand there. Clear the wave and hit the tower. Damn, I thought this would be an epic battle, but it's a total letdown. This match is boring as hell. One guy hides under the tower, the other stands around. What's the point of this solo match? The comments were full of complaints. Most viewers had come from Guy's videos. A national server Luna player versus the #1 peak rank player. They expected a clash of titans like Mars hitting Earth. But what did they get? The previous exchange had already sparked. Then came this. It felt like serving a plate of excrement after an appetizer. The flame of anticipation was doused with cold water. Yilan glanced at the comments and knew this couldn't go on. He said, "Don't worry, guys. They'll show you something soon." His promise calmed the viewers down, though a few still left the stream. Guy grew anxious seeing Yilan not clearing minions. The melee minion's health was dropping fast. His position was too far back to get experience or gold. After some thought, he decided to risk going out for the minions. But as soon as he stepped out of the tower's attack range, a flash of moonlight appeared from the nearby bush. Yilan's Luna executed a 13A3 combo on Guy, also clearing the minions. The combo was so fast that Guy couldn't react before his health dropped. Still, he thought it wasn't a bad trade. Since Yilan had cleared the wave, he could just hide under the tower again and farm. But what Guy didn't expect was that Yilan followed the minions into the tower. Just as Guy was puzzled, his own minions entered the tower. Oh no, he thought, but it was too late. Yilan's Luna struck under the tower. His mechanics peaked at that moment. Using the minions, his flawless moon control left Guy dazzled. From Guy's perspective, Yilan's Luna was lightning fast. Yet despite the speed, everything was perfectly precise. Guy was utterly stunned. Every single ultimate of Luna's hit him. Guy's health bar plummeted. Only when it hit 0 did Luna leave the tower. Luna waved her sleeve, leaving not a single cloud behind. She only took 1 kill and a minion wave. As Guing was defeated, Yilan's live stream erupted into a frenzy. Thousands of netizens flooded the chat with questions, all asking what just happened. It all happened so fast that many couldn't even process it. Man, what was that? I just took a sip of water and Guing got taken out. I have no clue either. I just blinked. Holy crap, that hand speed was insane. For a split second, I thought I saw an afterimage of Brother Yi. If he used that hand speed in a rhythm game. Man, I can't even imagine. Not just the netizens, even Bei Mu and Nuan Yang were utterly stunned. It was too fast. Even they, both jungle masters, couldn't keep up with Yilan's moves, let alone ordinary people. Han Han was already shouting divine technique in the comments. Yet compared to their astonishment, Yilan's face betrayed little surprise. It seemed as effortless for him as eating or drinking. After defeating Guing once more, Yilan's score reached 20. In other words, he had won this solo match. GG. After typing those 2 letters, Yilan exited the game. On the other side, Gu Ying stared blankly at his dimmed phone screen. He had lost. And so miserably. What a humiliation. Don't give up, little Gu Ying. The solo match isn't over yet. His fans encouraged, seeing his low spirits. Gu Ying snapped back to reality. Right? The solo match wasn't finished. The rule was best of 3. Yilan had only won 1 round. If Gu Ying could beat Yilan in the next 2 matches and secure victory, then the champion of this national-level Luna solo match would still be Gu Ying. With this thought, his sorrow gradually transformed into fighting spirit. He had to win. He would prove to the world that he was the strongest Luna, even against the top-ranked player. Gu Ying left the stream without a word and sent a message to Yilan. 1-0. The 1 was Yilan and the 0 was Gu Ying. It was just the score. Don't get any wrong idea. Hurry up and start the second round. Let's finish this early, Yilan urged. Gu Ying then created the room. Same as before, the map was Dihua's corridor. Both chose Luna again. However, when it came to summoner spells, Gu Ying fell into deep thought. In the previous match, he hadn't used his execute even once. He believed his loss was mainly due to picking the wrong summoner spell. If he had chosen a different one, he surely could have beaten Yilan. After much deliberation, Gu Ying finally chose Smite. Smite would speed up his wave clear and help secure neutral resources like the river crab. In other words, with Smite, Gu Ying would have an advantage in levels and items over Yilan. Unless Yilan also took Smite, or his Luna could start the game with an infinity edge. Meanwhile, Yilan opted for a seemingly useless summoner spell, Purify. The moment it appeared, viewers felt their brains short-circuit. Seriously, first Flash, now Purify. Could he pick something a normal person would understand? Bei Mu and Nuan Yang watched the stream, their furrowed brows saying it all. They were equally baffled. Compared to Flash, Purify seemed even more nonsensical, like finding an odd ingredient in a fruit salad. It just didn't fit at all. Though they didn't understand, they respected the choice. Since Yilan had carefully selected Purify, there must be a reason for it. They would just keep watching. On the loading screen, Gu Ying saw Yilan's Purify and mentally began celebrating. He actually brought Purify. It's in the bag. This round is definitely in the bag. Gu Ying had completely forgotten his earlier defeat. He was now immersed in the prospect of an easy victory. Once in the game, Gu Ying was much calmer and more cautious than in the previous round. He warily checked every bush as if Yilan might leap out at any moment. Thankfully, that didn't happen. Yilan played conservatively this round, much like Gu Ying had in the first match, as if he had become a son of the tower. Gu Ying safely cleared the minion wave and then went for the river crab. Because Gu Ying had Smite, Yilan chose to give up on the crab. After securing it, Gu Ying had a slight gold lead. Next was just a steady progression, farming slowly. After taking the second wave, both reached level 4 and unlocked their ultimate abilities. As the third wave clashed, Yilan made the first move. Using the minions, he began his dance of the moon combo. Facing Yilan's fierce assault, Gu Ying didn't back down. After all, he had the gold advantage. He too used the minions to execute his own dance of the moon. Gu Ying's Luna was undoubtedly skilled. Otherwise, he wouldn't have created the famous scene of Luna chasing Neza under the moon. Both went all out, their Lunas darting back and forth. The audience was thrilled by the spectacle. Watching such an impressive match naturally required professional equipment. By the way, what do you do with your old devices? Sorry, wrong channel. As the two masters controlled the moon, their health bars steadily dropped. The first to fall were the minions, serving as their springboards. Once the minions died, neither retreated, they continued to clash. A dazzling array of combos left the audience breathless with excitement. Though they couldn't grasp the exact sequences or some finer points, the hype was undeniable. It was more thrilling than a major tournament. But suddenly, in the midst of their aerial dance, one Luna stopped flying. Damn, why did my ULT go on cooldown? Gu Ying stared at the grayed out ultimate icon, utterly confused. His combo had no mistakes. How could he have missed his ULT? Han said Luna's ULT has a bug where it turns black sometimes. I run into it often. Bei Mu and Nuan Yang exclaimed Purify. Indeed, during the fight, Yilan had secretly activated Purify. Purify removes all negative effects, including Luna's Moonlight Mark. Yilan had used it a split second before Gu Ying cast his ULT, erasing the mark. Without triggering the Moonlight Mark, Luna's ULT couldn't reset, so its icon turned gray. In that moment, everyone realized the purpose of Purify. It was essentially similar to Flash, forcing the opponent to miss their ULT and make a mistake. Without his ultimate, Gu Ying couldn't turn the tide, even with his gold lead. The roles reversed, it was Yilan's turn. With a smooth combo, he took down Gu Ying, securing the first kill. You played well, but I'm just better, Yilan commented on Gu Ying's performance. However, in the game, that phrase took on a different. How well played. Gu Ying stared at the dim phone screen, once again sinking into deep self-doubt. In truth, he knew it all too well. Even if Yilan hadn't used Purify in that wave, he couldn't have killed him. Yilan's hand speed far surpassed his own, their mechanics were simply on different levels. His defeat was only a matter of time, and Yilan's use of Purify gave Gu Ying an excuse. In the eyes of some viewers, Yilan had won by a trick, not by skill. This at least saved Gu Ying's face. But Gu Ying didn't appreciate it. He felt he had to kill Yilan at least once to salvage his pride. Yilan understood, so he planned to give Guing a kill to ease his ego. After killing Guing, Yilan, already low on health, didn't immediately recall to base. Instead, he chose to clear the minion wave. The viewers in the live stream grew anxious, spamming comments, urging, but Yilan seemed to ignore them. After clearing the minions, he turned to take the river crab. By then, Guing had respawned and was under his tower. Seeing Yilan's tempting health bar, Guing, who had been burned multiple times, hesitated to act rashly. What did he mean? Didn't he want the free kill? Yilan had only a quarter of his health left. Guing could easily take him down with a simple combo. Yilan was baffled. Why wasn't Guing chasing him? He could easily close the gap using the minion wave. But Guing did nothing. Even after Yilan took the river crab, he remained still. What's wrong with Guing? Does he have a screw loose? He won't even take a free kill. Yilan cursed under his breath, then started recalling right in front of him, hoping to provoke him into attacking. Guing smirked coldly. Trying that cheap trick again to bait me. I won't fall for it this time. So he watched Yilan recall without lifting a finger. Back at the fountain, Yilan was dumbfounded. Had Guing lost his mind, turning down a free kill? The viewers flooded the chat with question marks, never having seen such a passive solo duel. Yilan lamented, "Stop with the question marks. I want to know why he didn't come too." As the saying goes, the onlooker sees the game best. Bei Mu and Nuan Yang instantly spotted the root of the problem. Simply put, Guing had been outplayed by Yilan so many times that he was overthinking, turning a simple situation into a complex one. Even with Yilan at critical health, Guing suspected a trap. After recalling and healing, Yilan headed back to the lane. He had given Guing a chance, but since he refused it, he wouldn't hold back anymore. During his travel, Guing cleared the minion wave and retreated under his tower. But Yilan showed no mercy, diving the tower with his minions. Using moon control and his ultimate's dashes, he weaved in and out of the tower's range. Under Yilan's control, the tower seemed like a mere decoration, flashing red, but unable to land a single. This display stunned the audience. Is this for real? Guiying's almost dead, and the tower is still look. I've seen players and minions being toyed with, but this is the first time I've seen a tower being mocked. In Yilan's eyes, the tower is as clueless as Guiying. The viewers were left in awe. Until Guiying was nearly dead, the tower hadn't attacked Yilan even once. This result amazed everyone. Guiying was also bewildered, wondering why the tower wasn't hitting him even though he wasn't outside its range. Nuan Yang and Bei Mu were utterly astonished. They had learned something new. Could Luna be played like this? As Yilan unleashed his final moon rush, Guiying's health bar was zeroed out again. The tower finally reacted, firing at Yilan. But just as the energy orb was about to strike, a faint blue aura emanated from Luna. The red orb hit Luna, but dealt no damage. Guiying was stunned. Bro, are you for real? That was not satisfied with just outplaying the tower, he had to use Purify to negate the tower shot. That was absurd. But since he lost the game, he couldn't lose face. Guiying quickly switched to all chat and typed lucky. What? He smirked disdainfully. Wasn't that Purify to block the tower shot, just luck? The technique of using Purify to negate tower damage wasn't extremely hard, but it was far from easy. Most players pulled it off by luck. Even the most skilled professional players could mess it up. So Guiying's claim that Yilan was lucky wasn't entirely unfounded. But Yilan wouldn't let it slide. Final, prove it to you. He'll show you what real Purify to blocker damage looks like. Yilan left the game. He had won the solo duel 20, shutting out Guiying completely. After leaving the room, Yilan opened a practice mode. He chose Luna again with Purify. Bei Mu, can you call Guiying over to watch? Let him see if my technique is really luck. Bei Mu and Dehua enthusiastically rushed into Guiying's stream. Some fans also flocked to his stream, eager to see the drama unfold. Moments later, Guiying entered Yilan. What do you want? Nothing much. I just want to show you that in my hands there's no luck involved. Guiying's lips twitched. He thought, what kind of plastic bag are you to be so full of yourself? Using Purify to block tower damage was inherently a luck-based trick. How could he claim it had nothing to do with luck? Could he really do it 100 of the time? As Guiying grumbled internally, Yilan already had Luna walking toward the enemy tower. During the approach, Yilan set the practice mode to no cooldown. Luna slowly stepped into the tower's range. The tower locked on and fired. The moment the red orb struck Luna, a blue shield emanated from her body. Purify negated the towers, then came a second, third. Over a dozen times. The tower was practically smoking, but Luna remained it. Yilan even started swaying to the rhythm of Purify sound effect. Guiying was dumbstruck. Bro, you can actually do it. A 100 success rate in negating tower damage with Purify. That was insane. Not just him, but Bei Mu and Dehua, who were also watching, were equally shocked. Their eyes widened and jaws dropped in utter disbelief. After doing it over 20 times, Yilan felt he stopped, spread his hands toward the camera, and wore a sincere expression. See, 100 success rate. Isn't it simple? Guiying clutched his chest, nearly fainting from anger. Damn it, he got me again. The system bestowed upon Yilan god-tier hand speed and reflexes. His manual dexterity and reaction time had already reached the pinnacle of human capability. To him, achieving a 100 perfect dodge against tower damage was effortless. Alright, I'll stop rubbing it in. Can you announce the result of this national server solo tournament now? Yilan exited the training camp and called out to Guing from across the virtual space. He hadn't forgotten that the national server solo tournament came with a 1,000 yuan prize. Guing sighed upon hearing this, his heart now filled with complete submission. All remnants of luck and defiance vanished after Yilan demonstrated his perfect tower dodge technique. A player like this could probably crush even current professional players with ease. Losing to Yilan was no disgrace. Perhaps one day it would even become a point of pride. You've won this national Luna solo tournament. Add me as a friend and I'll transfer the 1,000 yuan prize to you. Wait, do you have any other national level jungle heroes? Guing listened to Yilan's words, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. He paused for a moment, then nodded. 2 more national Athena and national Lan. Hearing this, a mischievous smile curled on Yilan's lips. Then let's have a solo match for Lan and Athena too. Guing. The audience in the livestream room was also bewildered. Bro, have you even played these 2 heroes? I've been a fan since brother Yi started streaming, and I've never seen him play Lan or Athena. Bro, Yi, calm down. Challenging a national champion without having played the hero is unwise. But Yilan ignored the viewers' comments and continued speaking to Guing. How about this? We'll duel with Lan and Athena, counting 2 matches as 1. If I win both, you only need to pay me 10,000. What do you think? Hearing this, the audience immediately understood Yilan's intention. It seemed that in Yilan's eyes, Guing was nothing more than a bunch of leeks ripe for the cutting without mercy. But the key point was that they had never seen Yilan play Athena or Lan. Athena had become a bottom-tier jungler in recent years, so it was understandable that he didn't play her. After all, picking her essentially meant losing rank. Li Xian might only bring a disadvantage buff, but the moment a teammate chose Athena, the team's base was already in flames. In high-rank matches, Athena's pick rate was nearly 0. Not playing Athena was understandable. After all, no one's rank came from the wind. But Lan was different. Lan and Jing had always been meta junglers. Whether in high-rank or low-rank matches, they had high pick rates and decent win rates. Many times Yilan could have chosen the more dominant Lan, yet he always opted for the weaker early-game Luna. This led most viewers to believe that Yilan simply couldn't play Lan. But today Yilan was about to use Lan to duel Guing, who held the national champion title. The audience couldn't fathom why he would do this. Could it be that after crushing Guing twice in the Luna solo, he wanted to give him a chance to win back? Guing initially thought these 2 were also Yilan's strong heroes. But after seeing the comments on Yilan's stream, he was utterly shocked. So you've never even played these heroes? The confidence that had been extinguished in Guing began to reignite. He thought, you've never even played these heroes, yet you dare challenge my national champions. Arrogant. I admit defeat in the Luna solo due to lack of skill. But with the other 2 heroes, I won't necessarily lose. With this thought, a determined expression appeared on Guing's face. No need for that. I don't believe I'm destined to lose. Yilan covered his face with a light smile. You know very well you'll lose. Is there any point in boasting? Of course there is. Don't you know that attacking the mind is the best strategy? Guing stopped responding to Yilan's trash talk. He created a room and invited Yilan in. What are we dueling? Let's start with Lan. Okay. After confirming the hero for the solo, Guing clicked the start game button. The 2 quickly entered the Banpick interface. They selected the hero, Lan. After adjusting runes and confirming summoner spells, they entered the game. Just when everyone expected Yilan to be crushed by Guing, an unexpected result occurred. Crushing indeed happened, but the one being crushed wasn't Yilan. It was Guing. Yilan's Lan spun with vibrant energy, never pausing for a moment. In contrast, Guing's Lan moved like an old fan that would frequently stutter and slow down. Yilan won the first round with ease. The second solo match ended with the same result. Guing lost again. Guing was dumbfounded. You're so skilled at this. Why didn't you show it earlier? Was it just to cheat me out of the solo tournament prize? Bro, you're a big streamer now. Do you really need to go through all this trouble for 10,000 yuan? After defeating Guing 40 once more, Yilan pointed at the camera and said to the viewers, bro just has a special fondness for Luna, but don't think that's all I can play. With the system's enhancement, he had already mastered various jungle heroes. The reason he usually didn't play them was that compared to other junglers, Luna was the easiest hero to gain popularity. To become a jungle king, you had to master Luna. If all you knew were simple heroes like Monkey Dianwei or Nakaruru, then you weren't a qualified jungle king. Flashy plays were the highest praise for a jungle king. Guing fell into despair again. The confidence he had just rekindled was once again crushed by Yilan. He felt as if Yilan had been grinding him into the ground. So Guing, how's my lance technique? Not bad, huh? Impressive, impressive. Guing didn't want to say more. He felt like a clown in front of Yilan, being repeatedly toyed with. Why haven't you left the room yet? It's time for the Athena solo. Yilan, who had already left the match room, urged when he saw Guing still inside. He was already eager to get his hands on the money. By now Guing had lost all his earlier swagger. He slumped lifelessly over his desk, his Dao heart shattered, motionless like a corpse. Hey, don't play dead. We still have one more solo match to go. Yilan called out through the voice chat. Guing turned his head wearily. How about we call it quits? I surrender. Consider the Athena solo as your win. What do you mean consider it as my win? How do you know you'll definitely lose without trying? Yilan said with a serious expression. Besides, Athena is a very niche hero. I've hardly played her. Maybe you could actually win. Yilan's words piqued Gu Ying's interest. Right, there weren't many Athena players. Even if Yilan could play Luna and Lan, surely he couldn't play Athena, too, could he? And since he was a national-level Athena, his chances of winning were high. With this thought, Gu Ying decisively accepted the challenge. Fine, let's have the final match. 5 minutes later, Gu Ying was once again slumped in his gaming chair, his Dao heart shattered. What the hell, you tricked me, and you call that never having played? I've never seen such a flashy Athena. After adding Yilan as a friend, Gu Ying immediately transferred the 3,000 yuan prize for the solo match to him. This bonus came entirely out of his own pocket. Some might think Gu Ying took a huge loss, but that's not the case. Compared to the profits from these past few days, this amount was nothing, especially today. Although Gu Ying had lost many female fans to Yilan, his overall viewership had reached 2.5 times the usual number. Trading 30,000 yuan for such a massive surge in traffic was undoubtedly a winning deal. The revenue from gifts and ad splits had already recouped the 30,000 yuan. If he could stabilize the popularity and traffic, he would only earn more in the future. However, after these 3 solo matches, Gu Ying's Dao heart had completely shattered. It was impossible for him to continue streaming. After running a routine advertisement according to procedure, he began reciting his farewell speech. Brothers, I'm not in good form today. I lost all 3 solo matches. So, I'll end the stream early. I'll adjust my state tonight and give it my all again tomorrow. After finishing his closing remarks, Gu Ying shut down the live stream without any lingering attachment. If it were any other time, he would never let such a wave of traffic slip by. He would have extended the stream and played for longer. But today his resilient heart had suffered inhuman torment. He had to go offline and recuperate. On the other side, Yilan's situation was entirely different. Not only was his stream growing bigger, but he also trounced Gu Ying in 3 matches and walked away with 30,000 yuan. A smug grin stretched nearly to his ears. Brothers, hold on a moment. I need to use the restroom. Yilan picked up his phone from the desk and stepped out of the bedroom. The over 300,000 viewers in the live stream room exchanged bewildered glances. Netizens commented, "Dude, are you serious? Where's your manners?" Using the bathroom as a mere pretext, Yilan leaned against the door after leaving the bedroom, opened his phone, and sent a message to Su Jiqiang. I need you to edit all 3 solo matches against Gu Ying tonight. Come up with the caption yourself by searching online. This is our first project, so you need to be serious. The other party replied quickly. Seriously, Godfather. It's almost 9 o'clock. If I edit this, it'll be late into the night, and I have an early class tomorrow. Forget about that early class. Have your roommate sign in for you. If I get caught skipping, I'll lose my scholarship. Damn it, I'm helping you make big money, and you're still hung up on that measly scholarship. Can't you prioritize? Yilan gritted his teeth, wearing a look of utter disappointment. Su Jiqiang was the epitome of someone who loses sight of the bigger picture for a small gain. A scholarship was only 3,000 yuan per semester. But with Yilan's current popularity, even if Su Jiqiang's edits were mediocre, he could easily earn 3,000 to 4,000 a month. Wasn't that far better than a scholarship? Under Yilan's urging, Su Jiqiang finally came to his senses. You're right. I'll work overtime tonight and try to get the edited video to you before midnight. Yilan nodded and typed back, that's more like it. Video editing couldn't be released immediately after completion. Yilan needed to preview it first to ensure there were no issues before posting it on the short video platform. Striving for perfection was the principle. Although Yilan usually appeared laid back and indifferent, when he got serious, few could match his dedication. If you're going to do something, do it the best. After handling Su Jiqiang's matter, Yilan pocketed his phone and prepared to smoke a cigarette before going back inside. As he looked up, he saw Ning Kaikai sitting cross-legged on the sofa in her pajamas, her slender bare feet peeking out from under pink pant legs, turning her head to look at him. The cool moonlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a serene glow upon her, adding a touch of tranquil, gentle beauty. Lighting a cigarette, Yilan asked with some surprise, "Why aren't you asleep yet this late?" "No class tomorrow." Ning Kaikai let out a weary sigh, her eyes reflecting fatigue. "I was thinking of staying up to watch the World Cup." Ning Kaikai held the remote in her hand, pointing it at the TV, which was broadcasting the opening ceremony of the Football World Cup. Yilan stared at the TV, momentarily stunned, then frowned. You know about football. Regardless of whether others understood it, he was a complete novice. His knowledge of football was limited to the skins in honor of Kings Pei, Kinhis, Messi, Marco Polo's passionate green, Lu Shan's genius goalkeeper, and Kai Wenji's dancing green. That was the extent of Yilan's understanding of football. His high school had a football field, but he had never seen As a result, Yilan didn't even know how many players were on each team. I don't. Ning Kaikai shook her head adorably, her expression utterly endearing. Then why are you watching the World Cup? Yilan grew even more curious. I have no choice. The essay assignment I gave was to write a reflection on the World Cup, but I had no idea it aired at night. Ning Kai tugged at her hair in frustration, thumping her head against the soft sofa cushion. Yilan couldn't help but burst out laughing at the irony. This was a classic case of harming both oneself and others. Assigning homework without any clue. Serves you right. By the way, how much do you know about football? Ning Kai turned to ask Yilan. Cigarette dangling from his lips, Yilan tilted his head back at a 45-degree angle, pondered briefly, and said, my understanding of football is just like what the doctor told me. Huh, don't touch it with your hands. Ning Kai furrowed her delicate brows, her exquisite face full of confusion. What illness? Why would the doctor tell you that? Yilan's eyes narrowed into slits, a sly glint flashing within as his lips curled into an exaggerated grin, his entire demeanor suddenly turning lecherous. He stubbed out the remaining half of his cigarette, turned, and walked into his bedroom, leaving Ning Kai with a parting remark. Figure it out yourself. That remark, only men would understand. Women probably couldn't grasp it. Back in his room, Yilan checked the live stream's viewer count. Not bad. Although some had left, the majority of viewers were still waiting for him. Seeing him return, they flooded the chat with comments. Bro, you're finally back. Why did using the bathroom take so long? Were you secretly watching some naughty videos? The longer the time, the stronger I am. You little brat know nothing. Yilan scoffed, casually tossing his cigarette, but into the ashtray. I get it now. Bro, you finished in 3 seconds, but to save face, he deliberately stayed in the bathroom this long. Worried that continuing the conversation might get the stream banned, Yilan ignored the comments. He opened the game to boost his own account's ranking. Ever since awakening the system, he had been playing Lin Xiao's account, rarely touching his own. As a result, he was still stuck at 1,900 points in the peak tournament. But that wasn't a big deal. Yilan had grown accustomed to high-level matches and could climb the ranks very quickly. In the dead of night, the sky was as dark as thick ink, with layers of heavy black clouds obscuring the stars and the moon entirely. Judging by the look of it, there would likely be rain the next day. After 3 hours of relentless effort, Yilan's peak tournament score had nearly reached 2,100 points. Such an astonishing rate of climbing left every spectator in the audience wide-eyed with disbelief. Truly, climbing ranks was as effortless as drinking water. No one could halt Yilan's ascent. Several pages of MVP accolades dazzled the onlookers. However, as midnight struck, the peak tournament channel was completely shut down. Forced to end his stream, Yilan's gaze naturally swept across the top right corner of the broadcast. Live viewers 2,000. Over the past 3 hours, nearly 1,000 viewers had gradually left the stream, yet it still maintained an audience of 2,000. This figure was remarkably impressive. After all, few streamers across the entire internet could boast such numbers at midnight. Clearly, this event had been a resounding success. Yilan's name had been thoroughly established. All that remained was to steadily consolidate the traffic. Brothers, today's stream ends here. From now on, I'll likely stream in the evenings, so you don't have to wait for me in the afternoon. As he spoke, Yilan waved his right hand, bidding farewell to the viewers in the chat room. You should have streamed at night long ago. I have to work in the afternoons. Who isn't? I have classes in the afternoon. Broy, I had 2 phones confiscated by my teacher just to watch your afternoon streams. Streaming at night is perfect. Playing myself is exhausting, but watching you dominate a couple of opponents instantly restores my confidence. After a few more minutes of casual chat with the netizens, Yilan chose to end the stream. Once offline, he eagerly opened the backend data to find out how much he had earned today. Entering the backend data interface, the revenue amount was revealed. Yilan's gift earnings for the day totaled 5,000 yuan, and advertising revenue approached 3,000 yuan. In other words, in just a few hours tonight, he had earned nearly 8,000 yuan. Adding the 3,000 yuan from his solo match, with Guing, his total income for the day exceeded 1,000 yuan. Yilan's face was alight with barely concealed excitement. No wonder so many people desperately vied to become streamers and internet celebrities. The speed at which money flowed in was truly astonishing. Even the phrase earning a fortune daily fell short of describing its extravagance. In less than a day, less than half a day, he had earned what an ordinary worker made in a year. Thinking back to just a week ago when he was a penniless loser struggling with rent, Yilan felt this scene was surreal. He feared it might all be a dream, and waking up would leave him with nothing. Beep, beep, beep. Just then Yilan's QQ icon blinked. Seeing the note labeled Son, he knew it was a message from Su Jiqiang. In the chat window, Su Jiqiang had sent 3 videos, each 2.5 minutes long, along with a line. I've edited your 3 solo matches with Guing. Take a look. If it's fine, you can release them. Alright, let me see. Yilan opened Su Jiqiang's videos and began scrutinizing them frame by frame. Though he knew nothing about editing, he understood short videos. Having surfed the web for so long and watched tens of thousands of short videos, he had a rough grasp of the tricks behind viral content. After watching, he realized his childhood friend's editing skills were truly exceptional. First, he used Gu Ying's National Server Solo Challenge to capture viewers' attention. Then he included their conversation, piquing even casual viewers' curiosity about the outcome. Finally, when Yilan displayed his skills, Su Jiqiang added special effects that evoked an inexplicable surge of excitement. The quality of all 3 videos was outstanding. No wonder Su Jiqiang had taken so long. After watching the videos, Yilan replied enthusiastically, "The quality of these videos is impressive. They have the potential to go viral. Hope they do well. I'm tired. I'm off to shower and sleep. Alright, I'll post the videos on Douyin and see how the traffic goes. If it's good enough, they'll pay you a salary. Thanks in advance for the pittance, benefactor. I'm off to sleep." Yilan certainly wouldn't use his personal Douyin account to post the videos. So he used another SIM card to create a new account. The ID was simple and straightforward: Tiger Shark Yilan. After setting up the account, he tagged the 3 videos and uploaded them to the platform. Now all that remained was to wait until tomorrow morning to check the data. Yilan was quite confident. He expected each video to garner at least 100 likes. After finishing all this, Yilan skillfully lit a cigarette and began to leisurely puff away. He had learned to smoke as soon as he came of age, though back then his addiction was far from what it was now. After graduating and starting work, cigarettes had become almost indispensable to him. It was no exaggeration to say that if Yilan had only 20 yuan left in his pocket one day, he would unhesitatingly choose to buy cigarettes over food. As the tobacco burned out, Yilan stubbed out the cigarette, but preparing to shower and sleep. Carrying his change of clothes out of the bedroom, he immediately spotted Ning Kai lying on the sofa. At that moment, Ning Kai was curled up fast asleep, her breath as soft as a kitten's. Yilan glanced at the still-playing TV and guessed she had been too exhausted to function and had collapsed onto the sofa. "It's lucky you met someone as virtuous as me. If it were anyone else, you'd have no place to cry." Yilan sighed, unsure if it was her nature or if she truly didn't see him as an outsider. A man and a woman alone in the same room, yet she lay on the sofa so defenseless. If Yilan had any bold thoughts. No, that wouldn't work either. After all, the country has a complete penal code. Yilan glanced outside through the floor-to-ceiling window. In November, the night air in Jiangsheng carried a chilling bite. Worried that Ning Kai might catch a cold, he walked back to the bedroom, took out the windbreaker he had bought that afternoon, and gently draped it over her. He also turned off the TV. He wouldn't act like some sycophant giving up his bed for a goddess to sleep in while he took the sofa. In his eyes, such behavior was no different from being brain dead. Helping within his means was enough. After all, he wasn't the cause of her hardships. Helping is a favor, not helping is one's right. Having a kind heart and doing good deeds is commendable. But if your kindness and good deeds come at the cost of your own well-being, then it's better not to do them at all. After doing all this, Yilan picked up his change of clothes and headed into the bathroom. After showering, he lay in bed and scrolled through Douyin for over an hour until drowsiness gradually set in. He slept until noon, then spent another half hour browsing Douyin in bed before slowly getting up. Leaving the bedroom, he immediately spotted the black windbreaker on the sofa. On top of it was a white sticky note. "Thanks for the coat last night. But could you please smoke less? That windbreaker reeks of smoke. It nearly suffocated me. Anyway, thanks again. There's seafood porridge in the rice cooker. Remember to eat when you wake up." Though it was called seafood congee, it was merely boiled with a bit of dried shrimp and some prawns. The flavor was rather bland. It might be palatable for a girl, but for a man like Yilan who was accustomed to barbecue and beer, it left much to be desired. He turned back to his bedroom and retrieved 2 packets of pickled cabbage from instant noodles hidden beneath the wardrobe. Tearing open the packaging, he added the pickled cabbage into the congee. Taking a sip, Yilan couldn't help but smack his lips. Now this hits the spot. With that, he picked up his phone to check the video data from last night. Damn, it blew up this much. Yilan switched to his alternate account, and the moment he saw the view count and like count, he was utterly stunned. The spoon in his right hand slipped and fell into the bowl. The total views for the 3 videos exceeded 500, with total likes reaching 300,000. Keep in mind these videos were only released after midnight yesterday. Only half a day had passed since then. Given more time, the views could easily break 1 million. Across the entire King of Glory short video section, videos that achieved over 1 million views were exceedingly rare. For a new account like Yilan's to garner such traffic was remarkable. The future held great promise. However, this was still the initial phase of account growth, and monetization was not yet feasible. Yilan took the initiative to transfer 100 yuan to Su Jiqiang out of his own pocket as a way to encourage him. The traffic on yesterday's video was fantastic. Keep up the good work. Su Jiqiang, who was having lunch, stared wide-eyed at the 100 yuan transfer. His gaze toward the cafeteria, Auntie, grew resolute. "Auntie, please give me 2 more chicken drumsticks." For an average college student, 100 yuan was equivalent to a month's living expenses. At the very least, it was half a month's allowance. Yet he had earned this much after just 3 hours of work the previous night. A surge of immense pride and confidence welled up within him. As he looked at the other students in the cafeteria, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. He secretly gloated, "While you're all toiling away at exams and studying, I've already set foot on the path to big money." This sense of superiority over his peers was beyond words, only to be felt, not explained. Just then Su Jiqiang spotted Huang Yuding, the girl he had been pining over. She was wearing a yellow bubble skirt with a small black leather bag slung diagonally across her body, brown leather shoes on her feet, and a cute strawberry pattern embroidered on the white socks at her ankles. At that moment, she resembled a chrysanthemum in full splendid bloom during autumn. The moment she stepped into the cafeteria, many male students turned their gazes toward her. Huang Yuting was not tall, barely 155 centimeters with her shoes on, with exceptionally fair skin and not an ounce of excess fat on her body. She fit the online archetype of a petite, fair, and youthful girl. In the past, Su Jiqiang would have scurried over like a simp, helping her carry her tray, fetch dishes, and hold her bag. But now his heart remained utterly unmoved. He had no desire to even budge from his seat. Su Jiqiang finally understood one thing: without the rose-tinted glasses of a crush, Huang Yuting in his eyes didn't seem much different from any other ordinary girl. She was merely fairer skinned, shorter, and a bit cuter. Xiao Yi was right. A man should focus on earning money. Su Jiqiang finished his meal, placed his tray at the designated spot, and headed toward the male dormitory. He planned to gather material and further practice his editing skills. His editing skills were already quite decent, but he was far from efficient. The previous night, Yilan and Gu Ying's 3 solo matches had lasted only a little over half an hour. Yet from that mere half hour of livestream footage, Su Jiqiang had spent 3 hours editing. In the end, it came down to a lack of proficiency. A more skilled editor could probably finish the task in about an hour. Su Jiqiang was well aware that Yilan had asked him to do this mainly out of their years of friendship. Since Yilan trusted him so much, he had to redouble his efforts. He couldn't afford to hold the other back. On the other side, Yilan, having finished his meal, was washing the pots and dishes. Afraid of soiling his clothes, he had put on Ning Kaikai's made apron over his outfit. Admittedly, that macho pink looked rather good on him. "Sai, why is this pot so hard to scrub? The kanji overflowed and got all over my hands." Yilan wore a grim expression, furrowing his brows as he scrubbed the inner wall of the pot with steel wool. Just then his phone rang. Yilan briefly rinsed his right hand under the faucet and picked up the phone. It was a video call from Ning Kaikai. Without a second thought, Yilan answered. On the other end, Ning Kaikai was about to speak, but upon seeing Yilan's outfit and the kanji residue on his hands, her expression instantly became priceless. Horror, shock, disbelief. Her face was like a bowl of mengpa soup filled with a medley of emotions. "Oh, what are you doing wearing my clothes? How can you make a video call while doing something like this?" Yilan blinked blankly. Was it forbidden to make a video call while washing dishes? When did that rule come about? Scrubbing the pot. Since I can't make a video call, I'll hang up. Wait, what did you say? Scrubbing the pot. Look, the pot I made kanji in is a nightmare to clean. As Yilan spoke, he switched to the rear camera, revealing the sorry state of the sink. Only then did Ning Kaikai realize that the white stuff on Yilan's hands was actually just kanji. Having let her imagination run wild, she could only mask her laughter with embarrassment. "But I have to say, you look pretty good in that maid outfit." Ning Kaikai covered her mouth, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Yilan rolled his eyes. "Would I be wearing this if I had any other apron at home? By the way, why did you call? I haven't even finished scrubbing the pot." Ning Kaikai immediately dropped her smile, her expression turning serious. "One of my students has a stomachache and I need to take her to the hospital. Come over and keep an eye on the class for me." Yilan was dumbfounded. What kind of twisted logic was this? "Can't you ask another teacher? I'm so far away. Why did you think of me?" Ning Kaikai said with a woeful expression. "If I ask another teacher to cover for me, the pay goes to them. What, you're okay with giving the money to me?" "Not really, but I still owe you money, don't I?" Ning Kaikai flashed a "The pay for these 2 classes should just about cover the cost of the clothes I bought yesterday. You wouldn't refuse me, would you?" Yilan's face immediately darkened. Fuck had been played. It was one of those situations where he knew it was a trap, but had no choice but to walk into it. "Fine, send me the address. I'll head over once I finish scrubbing the pot." "It's Jiangqing No. 1 middle school. I've already handed out a test paper. All you need to do is sit at the podium and keep them from talking." Ning Kaikai's Chinese class was the next period, so Yilan had nearly an hour to prepare. There was no need to rush. After cleaning the rice cooker, Yilan took off his apron. He cast a glance out the window. Outside, dark clouds gathered and a cold wind howled. The oppressive layers of clouds blotted out the sun, their hue deepening by the moment. It looked as if a storm was imminent. After a moment's thought, Yilan slipped on his trench coat from the table and grabbed an umbrella. Only then did he lock the door and head downstairs. Downstairs, he hailed a taxi on the roadside and set off toward Ning Kaikai's school. In the car, he received a message from Zhou Ting, the manager of Tiger Shark. "Why didn't you tell me you were creating a short video account? Was it necessary?" Yilan asked, puzzled. "Of course. Now that you've signed with our platform, even your short video account must be tied to our Tiger Shark. Don't think this is a bad thing or a restriction on your freedom. By binding with a media organization, you'll get our traffic boosting benefits, which help with promotion and marketing. Later, even if you have any scandals, we'll find ways to limit the spread of negative publicity." Looking at the flurry of messages from Zhou Ting, Yilan roughly understood. In simple terms, binding with a media organization came with many perks, and they would maintain and operate the account. If any negative situations arose, they would help clean up the mess. However, there was no such thing as a free lunch. Yilan didn't believe all this came without a cost. If I sign with the agency, what percentage will you take? Not much, 5. Seeing Zhou Ting's reply, Yilan, a 5 cut was indeed not significant. If a video only earned 100 yuan, the agency would get 5 yuan for a well-structured, experienced operating agency was a sure win. Of course, Yilan's video earnings would never be just 100 renminbi. However, neither he nor Su Jiqiang had experience running accounts. Managing the account themselves would be time-consuming and laborious, and they'd likely fall into countless pitfalls with poor results. Rather than that, it was better to spend some money and leave these matters to professionals. Letting experts handle specialized tasks would surely yield twice the results with half the effort. With that in mind, Yilan hesitated no longer and decisively agreed. So how do I sign this, MCN? He sent a message. After a moment, Zhou Ting replied, just give me your account and password and I'll handle it for you. Okay, my account is 12,138 and the password is ILLL. What's up with this password? Yilan grinned. It's alternating uppercase I and lowercase l. Zhou Ting's face darkened. She was utterly speechless. This password? Brilliant. Suddenly, Zhou Ting covered her face and laughed. So when people were speechless, they really did laugh. On the other side, Yilan had arrived at the main gate of Jiangxingno, one junior high school. Tall stone pillars stood on either side of the gate, painted red, exuding an air of solemn majesty. Beneath the left pillar was a small building housing the school security. After Yilan explained his purpose, the security guard called Ning Kaikai. With her confirmation, the guard readily let him in, and Yilan entered the school smoothly. Osmanthus trees lined both sides of the path, now in full bloom, filling the air with their fragrance. However, due to the strong wind, many blossoms had been blown to the ground, forming a golden path. Ning Kaikai had mentioned earlier that her class was grade 8, class 3, located in the second floor leftmost classroom of the middle building among the 3 teaching blocks. Following his memory, Yilan quickly found the classroom. He stood outside the door, not rushing to enter. Inside the classroom was abuzz with lively chatter, voices rising and falling in an unending stream. Yilan recalled his own school days. It was just the same. As soon as the teacher left the room, everyone would chatter incessantly with their friends. Looking back now, though studying was painful and tedious, it was a bittersweet time of happiness tinged with regret. After a brief moment of nostalgia, Yilan pushed open the classroom door and stepped inside. The noise abruptly ceased, and the youthful faces of the students turned in unison to look at him. Their small eyes were filled with great confusion, clearly sizing up the identity of this unfamiliar man. Although Yilan had just graduated high school, and his appearance might not be imposing, the aura he exuded was in no way inferior to Ning Kaikai's. He ignored the surrounding gazes, walking to the podium with an air of disdain. His cold eyes swept over every student. As their eyes met, many students guiltily lowered their heads and picked up their pens to do homework. My name is Yilan. I'm a friend of your teacher Ning. She asked me to look after class discipline. Do your test papers seriously and don't talk. If you violate this, I'll note down your names according to the seating chart and hand them to teacher Ning. I don't want to make things unpleasant, so I hope you won't make it hard for me either. Yilan repeated verbatim the words had heard substitute teachers say during his own school days. The effect was good. The chattering immediately diminished. However, a few whispers still arose from below. This young guy is so handsome with such fair skin. Even more handsome than the male leads in TV dramas. He says he's teacher Ning's friend. Could he be her boyfriend? Maybe that's possible. Teacher Ning keeps her distance from any male teacher at school. Do you think teacher Ning is married? If not, can we get wedding candy and attend the banquet? We're still minors, we can't drink. Ahem. Yilan cleared his throat, interrupting the students' chatter. If you keep talking, I'll start writing down names. After Yilan deployed his trump card, the classroom fell silent. The rustling sounds of pages turning and pens writing emerged. At first, Yilan managed to hold on, but as time passed, a wave of boredom enveloped him. He habitually reached for his cigarette pack, wanting to light one to ease the tedium. But then he reconsidered. This was a classroom. These students were the flowers of the nation. Smoking would be like harming those blossoms. Suppressing the urge to smoke, Yilan put the pack away. With nothing else to do, he flipped through the composition notebook, and honestly, the essays these kids wrote were absolutely brilliant. Tonight was the World Cup final. It was said that people all over the world were watching, and it was incredibly lively. I saw Messi kick the ball, which shot fiercely toward the goal. But the goalkeeper Lu Shan blocked it. Encouraged by cheerleader Kai Wenji, Messi turned into a tiger, pounced, and started fighting with Lu Shan. Unexpectedly, Marco Polo appeared, killed both of them, and kicked the ball into the goal. Yes, Marco Polo is the champion of this World Cup and my idol. He's my favorite player. Yilan covered his mouth, struggling to suppress his laughter. This essay was absolutely outrageous. Actually, it wasn't entirely the students' fault for writing such essays. Ning Kaikai was partly to blame. Students already lack sleep these days. Asking them to stay up all night watching the World Cup and then write a review is practically a death sentence. Even if the students were willing, their parents would never agree. But such an essay was truly outrageous. At the very least, you could copy one online. Marco Polo and Messi playing in the World Cup together. But that wasn't the only absurd essay. Another World Cup essay featured Yao Ming and Kobe. However, middle school essays are usually short, and Yilan only read the interesting ones. Soon he had finished reading all 40-some essays in the class. Yilan fell into boredom, once again wondering if he should find some amusement to get through the next 2 classes. Just then his phone buzzed. Yilan picked it up and saw a friend request, "Hi handsome, I'm your ex-girlfriend's roommate Ren Yang. We've hung out before." The name wasn't unfamiliar to Yilan. Besides the slight tension between them, Ren Yang being reduced to tears by a game had left a deep impression on him. However, Yilan was puzzled by Ren Yang's friend request. After all, he had completely broken up with Xingxuel. Unlike their previous verbal agreement, this time, both had returned to their own lives. Their couple profile pictures had been changed. They hadn't contacted each other for days. That was why Ren Yang's friend request now left Yilan baffled. Logically, they should have no connection. But after some thought driven by curiosity, Yilan decided to accept. He wanted to know why Ren Yang was adding him. After accepting, Yilan sent a question mark. "Yilan, Ren Yang, am your ex's roommate. We played together before. I was Xiao. Smile, Yilan, I remember you. The one who got bullied to tears by Sun Wukong. Ren Yang. Yilan, what's up? Ren Yang, I need a small favor. Do you have time? Can you? I'm stuck at Star Glory, I can't move up. Sob while asking me to rank up now is quite expensive." Yilan didn't say this to refuse. They had little connection, the only link was Zheng Shuling. But after the breakup, that bond was severed. Besides, he was now a well-known streamer. If he still acted like before, taking on low-level jobs for a few dozen or $100 would be beneath him. If recognized, it would be a scandal. Thus, without sufficient incentive, Yilan wouldn't accept such low-rank orders. After a long pause, Ren Yang, is 1,000 yuan okay? Yilan was stunned. Were college girls that wealthy these days? Going from Star Glory I to King was worth at most 100 yuan. Yet Ren Yang offered 10 times that. Was she unaware of the market rate, or just had no concept of money? If 1,000 isn't enough, how about 2,000? Seeing Yilan's silence, Ren Yang raised the offer. Yilan was dumbfounded again. Even with his daily income of over 100k, he would never spend 2,000 yuan just for a game rank. But recalling that Ren Yang had all the skins for Xiao, he understood. This girl was likely well off, perhaps even a rich heiress. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so lavish. Take Zheng Shuling, for instance. Yilan had only scammed her out of 500 yuan, and it paid her for a week. School brings together people from all over regardless of their backgrounds. Since Ren Yang had raised the price to 2,000, Yilan had no reason to refuse. Besides, having more rich connections never hurt. Yilan put on his Bluetooth earbuds and opened the game. Alright, scan the code to log in. He sent the login QR code. Soon the account was logging in. Yilan checked the ranked mode, Star Glory, 0 stars. He needed 6 wins to reach King. Not too hard. Yilan turned to look at the clock behind him. Since Ning Kaikai had assigned test papers, the 2 classes ran consecutively, without a break. There was still an hour until class ended. That meant Yilan had enough time to help Ren Yang rank up. Since he had nothing better to do, he might as well do it now. With that thought, Yilan quickly started a match. Given the low rank, he chose the hero with the highest win rate for smuffing, Han Xian. Why is Han Xian the best for smuffing? Because with other heroes you have to eliminate all enemies to win. But Han Xian is different. As the original split-pushing tower-stealing prince, he can destroy towers faster alone than the entire enemy team. Coupled with his multiple dashes, while others are recalling, Han Xian can dash from the top lane to mid lane to take towers. Unpredictable, that's Han Xian. A skilled Han Xian snowballs his economy incredibly fast. With economy comes items, with damage you can destroy towers or kill enemies at will. Entering the game, Yilan immediately upgraded Han Xin's first skill. When the barrier ended, he prepared to use the first skill to quickly enter the jungle. But something unexpected happened. As he tapped the first skill icon, Han Xian dashed backward. As a jungle king, Yilan knew this was Han Xin's second skill, last stand. But I clearly tapped the first skill. Yilan stared at the first skill icon, confusion flashing in his eyes. Then he noticed something off. The icon was in the first skill's position, but had the second skill's image. Meanwhile, the second skill's spot held the third skill's icon. That wasn't all. The left side, usually the movement joystick, had become an attack joystick. Earlier, Yilan wondered why his phone was glitching, making Han Xian auto-attack instead of moving. Now he understood. Yilan switched to WeChat. Dude, are you Lung Feng? Why did you scramble all the skill icon? I didn't want anyone who stole my account to play it easily. That's wild. Yilan had been working as a game booster since his first year of high school, and several years had passed since then. He considered himself a seasoned veteran who had seen it all. Yet this time he was genuinely dumbfounded. How could anyone set their controls to such a mess? Now he understood why Ren Yang was so terrible at the game. Even a professional player using these control settings couldn't reach the highest rank. Yilan side-switched screens and entered the game. By then the minion waves had already clashed, and his teammates saw that Han Xian had been idling in the fountain. They all spammed question marks at him. Bro, Han Xian, don't AFK in the fountain. He'll carry this round. It's over, it's over. This hero is useless after a minute of idling. Damn, isn't it Monday today? Why are there still school kids playing? Some typed messages while others turned on their mics. Wei Liang's hands moved at lightning speed. He quickly muted the voice chat and muted all his teammates. Trying to scold me? No way. After doing all that, Wei Liang began adjusting the control settings. Changing them one by one would be too troublesome, so he simply restored them to factory defaults. Back to the original control settings, it felt much more comfortable to play. Wei Liang maneuvered Han Xin toward his own blue buff area. At that moment his gold was behind, but there was no need to panic. Wei Liang had his own ways to catch up. He cleared all the monsters in the blue area, then taking advantage of the mid laner's rotation to support quickly devoured the entire mid lane minion wave. The whole process was incredibly swift. If he had any shred of conscience, he could never move this fast. After quickly gobbling up the mid lane minions, Wei Liang headed to his own red area to start farming. Then it was an endless cycle. Eat the mid lane, eat the bottom lane, eat. He skipped the top lane. Those players guarding the top lane treated their minions more preciously than their own fathers. If he really dared to eat the top lane minions, going AFK would be the least of his worries. He was more afraid of them feeding kills. Of course, besides that, the biggest reason was that the top lane minions didn't offer much profit. The minion spawn rate was slower than mid lane, and the gold from minions was lower than the bottom lane. They only gave a bit more experience. But Wei Liang as a jungler couldn't care less about that experience. Why waste time on top lane minions when he could farm 2 jungle camps instead? Wei Liang didn't even gank. He just farmed relentlessly and his gold skyrocketed. Having left the fountain a full minute into the game, he became the richest player in the match in just 2.5 minutes. The slaughter began, with the gold advantage Han Xin's ganking efficiency sword. A simple combo of 21A took a third of the enemy marksman Ho Yi's health. Combined with his own marksman Galen's slow effect, he killed him with ease. Push the tower. At the 4-minute mark, whenever there was an opportunity, he had to push. He needed to free his teammates from their lanes so he could split push alone. Soon the bottom lane outer tower fell first. Without the tower, Galen naturally dared not overextend. He could only rotate to the mid lane and group up with his teammates. Thus the bottom lane became Wei Liang's domain. His skill alone already far surpassed this rank, and now he had also received the system's true teachings. Playing against ordinary Star Glory rank opponents felt like having X-ray vision. The main problem was that the enemy team had no concept of vision control or feints. They moved in straight lines. As long as he kept an eye on the minimap, he would never get caught. When 4 enemies came to the bottom lane to catch him, Wei Liang used Han Xin's multiple dashes to reach the mid lane and joined his teammates to assault the enemy's mid lane outer tower. All the enemies had gone to the bottom lane to catch him. The mid lane was completely undefended. By the time the enemy team reacted and tried to return, Wei Liang and his team had already destroyed the mid lane outer tower. That was the terror of Han Xin. His incredibly fast rotation speed caught opponents off guard. By the time they reacted, the tower was already gone. Coupled with Wei Liang's top-tier game sense, he easily crushed the enemy through macro play alone. Just then the bell for the end of class rang. Middle school students were at their most restless, and the moment they heard the bell, they immediately became fidgety. "Teacher, I need to go to the bathroom." "Teacher, me too." "Teacher, I can't hold it anymore." Seeing the hands raised one after another, Wei Liang sighed helplessly. He thought to himself that these were the same tricks he had used years ago. Still, he didn't make things difficult for these students. He nodded and said expressionlessly, "Hurry back. The test paper will be collected at the end of the next class. If it's not finished, Teacher Ning won't go easy on you." Those words put immense psychological pressure on them. Their footsteps to the bathroom were vigorous. Of course, only a small portion wanted to go to the bathroom. Most chose to stay in the classroom and continue writing their test papers. Wei Liang picked up his phone and resumed his climb up the ranked ladder. In less than 10 minutes, he easily defeated the enemy team again. "Wow, teacher, you're amazing." A whisper near his ear startled Wei Liang. He turned his head and saw the students who had gone to the bathroom earlier. They had somehow hidden behind him, their eyes shining with excitement as they stared at his phone screen. "What are you all doing squatting here? Get back to your homework," Wei Liang said coldly. But the students acted as if they hadn't heard and stayed put. "Teacher, you're so good at Honor of Kings. What rank are you?" "Just barely a Glory King." Wei Liang made something up on the spot. He didn't want to reveal his true identity. After all, it was meaningless and might invite unnecessary trouble. So concealment was the best approach. But the students' eyes lit up even more after hearing that. "Glory King. That's the rank with 50 stars, right? So impressive. Our class doesn't even have an ordinary king rank player. No choice. We have so little time every day we can never climb. Since you're so good, teacher, why don't you play games with Teacher Ning?" Suddenly a kid with a runny nose asked with a date. Wei Liang was taken aback and quickly asked, "Does Teacher Ning play Honor of Kings too?" Yet Teacher Ning is both bad and loves to play. She's always stuck in Platinum and Diamond. Whenever we don't finish our homework, her punishment is to make us log in and carry her in ranked matches. Wei Liang chuckled wryly, thinking that Ning Kaikai's punishment method was truly unique. But judging by the students' expressions, it seemed Ning Kaikai had caused them quite a bit of suffering. "By the way, teacher, can you carry us in ranked matches?" The The students looked at Yilan with burning eyes. Gazing at these youngsters with fervent eyes, Yilan genuinely did not wish to refuse them. Yet his reason told him that agreeing would undoubtedly bring him nothing but trouble. After pondering for a moment, he slowly spoke. You don't even have phones, how am I supposed to carry you to victory? After all, Yilan was only here to teach 2 classes. He would leave after the next lesson, and then he would have no further connection with these students. Yilan thought his excuse was flawless, but what happened next left him utterly astonished. The students grinned and pulled out Oppo A5 phones from their pockets, startling Yilan so much that he leaped from his chair and stumbled backward. Fearing he might meet a gruesome end right there, a student laughed and said, Don't worry, teacher. This is just a phone case. The phone inside is a Redmi. As he spoke, the student removed the outer case, revealing the Xiaomi logo beneath. Seeing this, the worry gradually faded from Yilan's face. Though he had never witnessed an A5 explosion, the tales of its dangers were so widespread that he had to take them seriously. After all, his new life had just begun, and he couldn't afford to meet an untimely end. Suddenly, a thought struck Yilan, and his expression turned stern. His gaze sharpened as he looked at the students. You sneaked phones into school. Aren't you afraid he'll confiscate them? Yilan believed phones were banned on campus. At least that was the rule during his middle and high school days. Not even an MP3 player for reading novels was allowed. If a teacher caught you, it was confiscated. If they were in a good mood, you might get it back by the weekend. If not, you might not see it until the end of the semester. The students grinned. Our school allows phones. Yilan clearly didn't believe this claim. Who's the class monitor? As his words fell, a girl in ordinary sportswear with disheveled hair and glasses as thick as bottle caps slowly stood up. A born academic prodigy. Someone who could choose Z on a multiple-choice test and still have others follow suit. Judging by her aura, she was likely the class monitor. Is what they said true? Yilan asked. The girl nodded slowly. The school does allow phones mainly for students to contact their parents. Yilan recalled his own school days when the single public phone in the office was always swamped. Now students could bring their own phones. Times had truly changed. Just then the bell rang for the next class. The class monitor added, but the school also rules that phones are not allowed during class, or they'll be confiscated. A few students swiftly pocketed their phones, leaving no evidence. Yilan was speechless. Everyone go back to your seats and do your homework. As the students left, reluctance filled their eyes. Teacher, are you sure you can't carry us to victory? One student bravely asked. Weary from their persistence, Yilan reluctantly agreed. If you finish the test paper this period, you'll play 1 round. After all, the break was only 10 minutes, enough for at most 2 games. Head reluctantly lead them. This way Ren Ying would also benefit, gaining a couple more stars. Yilan sat at the podium, continuing to play games. Below, the sound of frantic writing filled the room. Everyone wanted to finish their homework quickly and join Yilan during the break. Under the focus of both sides, time slipped away. Soon the bell rang again. Many students grabbed their papers and rushed to the study monitor's desk. With a thud, they slammed the papers onto the desk. A few boys eagerly pulled out their phones and approached Yilan with sly grins. Teacher. Yilan sighed. All right, but my account is a regular king rank. So only those at Star Glory or above can play with me. At this, a few students' smiles faded. Clearly, they hadn't reached the required rank. I'm only diamond, so I can't. Diamond is decent. I'm still stuck in platinum. You're all noobs. I'm at glory rank. You're also a glory king. That's strong. Teach me, master. Or could it be that I meant glory gold? Nice. With the rank restriction, the number of eligible students dwindled significantly. In the end, Yilan randomly picked 4 of the most eager students as his teammates. After confirming the lineup, he created a room and invited them all. Teacher, I'm ready to lie back and relax. Teacher, go all out. Take us to the skies. A smile curled at the corner of Yilan's mouth, as if he had returned to his own student days. The atmosphere felt just like huddling with a few friends to play games. No problem. If I can't carry you, we'll treat the whole class to milk tea. Yilan promised with full confidence, patting his chest. Some girls cheered and clapped, joking with his teammates to play badly so they wouldn't win. Yilan just smiled and didn't stop them. With his current skill, crushing opponents at this rank was effortless. Even if all 4 teammates went AFK, he could still turn the tide and secure victory. All right, the break is only 10 minutes. Stop chattering. Let's get to the game. Urged by Yilan, the 4 young teammates immediately focused. They started the game, entered the banpick phase, skipped the loading screen, and began the match. Yilan played as Han Xin again, his exclusive limited skin drawing screams of excitement from the crowd. If he had said type 1 for Infernal Fire, the place would have exploded. As the game progressed, the atmosphere grew even more heated. Yilan's moves were incredibly flashy, elegant sweeps, graceful knockups, and a devastating ULT amidst the enemy team. A team game turned into a solo showcase by Yilan. Even the other 4 teammates shifted their gaze to it. They didn't need to do anything except clear minion waves and defend towers when needed. Under Yilan's lead, the match ended in just 6 minutes with the enemy's base destroyed. Ren Ying's account successfully reached King with 10 stars. Yilan messaged her saying the task was complete and asking her to log in and check. After finishing, Yilan looked up and found the 30-plus students gathered around him, staring in amazement. Their expressions were like those of humans seeing an alien for the first time in a sci-fi movie. Just as Yilan was about to explain, a sharp, caustic voice cut through the air. "Class is about to start. What are you all crowding around for?" The surrounding students seemed all too familiar with this sound. With a loud bang, they quickly scattered and returned. At the front door of the classroom stood a middle-aged woman. She was not tall, with sparse, dry yellow hair and a gaunt face, but her eyes were exceptionally bright, gleaming with a sharp light. Drawing from years of experience in school, Yilan could tell at a glance that this woman was not to be trifled with. She was definitely the kind of teacher with extreme and strict temperament. The middle-aged woman noticed some students stuffing phones into their pockets as they ran. Understanding dawned on her, and her fierce gaze fell upon Yilan. To be honest, Yilan felt a bit intimidated by her stare. However, he had never been particularly afraid of teachers during his school days, let alone now that he had already graduated. He slowly rose from his seat, smiled, and nodded at the middle-aged woman as a greeting. The middle-aged woman's face remained utterly expressionless, her icy voice slipping through her thin lips. "Who are you?" Before Yilan could answer, a student jumped in. "This big brother is Teacher Ning's friend. He was helping us with our homework." Hearing this, the woman's withered face twitched, a true smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Helping you with homework? I think it was letting you play mobile games for the whole class." Another student stood up. "No, we only played during break. We were seriously doing homework in class." But the woman, as if deaf, glared fiercely at Yilan. "Letting students play games. Is this how you teach?" Yilan shrugged, looking indifferent. "First, your school allows phones. Second, it was break time. Third, I'm not a— Then what do you do for a living?" "A game streamer," Yilan answered truthfully. Many students turned to him, their eyes shimmering with envy. Anyone who loves games has likely daydreamed about being a pro player or a streamer, so their admiration for Yilan was understandable. But the woman's lips curled into an exaggerated sneer. Her sharp, caustic voice rang out again. "Streamer? Can you even call that a job?" Yilan sighed, too lazy to argue. "Whatever you say. Too many people hold prejudices against the streaming profession. There's no need to refute them all. Even if he won the argument, what would it gain him? An extra cent? No. And it might just leave him frustrated. Conversely, not arguing wouldn't cost him a single cent. Would it affect his daily income of 100,000? Not at all. That's what they call having perspective. Those who are truly capable and accomplished don't care about such idle gossip because the two sides aren't even on the same level. What the other party wants is the pleasure of belittling you. If you argue, you're playing right into their hands, satisfying their— Seeing Yilan silent, the woman assumed her words had struck a nerve. The smirk on her lips widened. "You look very young, probably still a college student, right? Didn't do well in studies, didn't get into university." Hearing this, the woman grew even more smug. She strode to the podium in 2 or 3 steps and began an impassioned speech. "Students, see this? If you don't study hard and just indulge in pleasure, this is your future. No university, no job, ordering cheap takeout every day, just drifting through life. What's the difference between such social dregs and scum? I've told you many times my son studied hard from a young age, excelled, graduated from a provincial key school, studied abroad for 3 years, and now works as a financial consultant at a listed company in the Magic City, earning 30 to 50,000 a month." Hearing this, Yilan couldn't help but laugh. So she was a braggart about her son. 30 to 50,000 might be an unimaginably high salary in others' eyes, but in Yilan's eyes now it was just so-so, especially in the exorbitantly priced Magic City. Zafubo received 73,000 yuan. At that moment, Yilan's phone rang. The sound was jarringly abrupt, instantly drowning out all other noise. The entire room fell into a deathly silence, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. All eyes were on Yilan. He picked up his phone and saw it was yesterday's streaming earnings. Due to the large amount, it had been delayed until today, but it sure was punctual. He hadn't wanted to embarrass her, but now it seemed unavoidable. "You earn over 70,000 a month." The woman's eyes bulged in shock. "How is that possible?" Yilan only said half the sentence. The other half was, "How could it be so little?" Before the woman could breathe a sigh of relief, Yilan delivered a crushing blow. "That's just yesterday's earnings." The words hit like a boulder plunging into a lake, stirring up a massive wave. The students stared at Yilan with blank expressions. Though they had little concept of money, they knew their parents combined earned just over 10,000 a month. 70,000. That's like 7 parents. And that's just one day's earnings. 30 days a month. A massive holy crap formed in their minds. The woman was so stunned by Yilan's words that her mouth hung open, her dentures nearly falling out. For years, she had prided herself on her son. She had poured countless efforts into raising an outstanding college. 3 years of studying abroad had cost over $1 million. Yet this chosen one, cultivated with such immense reason, now seemed utterly dim and insignificant before Yilan. She suddenly understood the shock of the elders in fantasy novels when a sect's prized disciple raised with vast resources gets killed by a wild cultivator with a single punch. It's utterly irrational. The woman licked her dry, pale lips, feeling deeply humiliated. "Actually, I think salary doesn't matter. What's most important in life is character. Just then Yilan spoke up. Since the first shot had been fired, he might as well go all out. I don't know what you think, but I believe no job is noble or humble. As long as it's legal, every job deserves. We should view everyone striving for life with equal eyes regardless of whether their work seems prestigious. We're all hustling for our own lives. There are too many choices in life. No one has the right to deny others from their own perspective. The classroom was devoid of noise, everyone's expression was solemn. With the clapping of a girl wearing glasses as thick as bottle caps, the others snapped out of it. Then thunderous applause erupted in the classroom, even drowning out the bell for the next class. The middle-aged woman felt a searing pain on her cheek. The son she had always prided herself on was utterly insignificant in Yilan's eyes, and the words Yilan had just spoken were undoubtedly aimed at her. 2 consecutive slaps delivered with full force echoed loudly. Seeing that his point had been made, Yilan cleared his throat and spoke again. Actually, what I want to tell you is that no matter what you do, talent is crucial. I'm the type who can't learn no matter how much I study, but I have a gift for gaming, so I chose the path of a game streamer. Don't envy me, and don't even think about giving up your studies for gaming. This is my path, you can't replicate it. Why? A student asked, gathering his courage. Because you're already in 8th grade and you can't even reach the ordinary king rank. That proves you have no talent. Yilan's words stung, but they were the truth. Take Guing, for example, who became famous early on. He reached the Glory King rank in middle school and started earning money as a booster. In comparison, saying they had no talent wasn't an insult. Then, big brother, what rank were you in King of Glory when you were in middle school? A kid stood up indignantly. Me. If I remember correctly, I reached king rank on my 2nd day of playing. The entire room erupted in shock. Damn it, listen to this. Was that even human? Some people had played for years without ever reaching king. But some people reached king rank on their 2nd day. Was this what they called talent? Alright, don't envy me. Focus on your studies. Life has many choices. It's like flipping a coin, you can't always pick the wrong answer. After saying this, Yilan waved his hand and walked out of the classroom. The bell for class had already rung, staying longer would disturb the lesson. As he reached the school building's entrance, large raindrops pattered down, stirring up ripples in the puddles. It was indeed raining. Yilan skillfully pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and lit one. During class time, and with the rain, there were few people on the streets. If not now, when? Yilan thought back to his words in the classroom, and the more he pondered, the more reasonable they seemed. I feel like I was born to be a teacher. A smile crept across Yilan's face. That was a bit of an overstatement. After all, he still needed to get a teaching certificate. For someone like Yilan, a natural-born academic underachiever, getting certified was a death sentence. Just then his phone, it was a message from Ren Ying. Wow, how did you get to 10 stars in King? Got bored, so I played a few more rounds for you. I envy people who are so good at games. If you set your control layout to default, you'll get better too. Really? Nope. You? At least better than you are now. In truth, the basic control layout of any game is designed based on research and statistics. It may not suit everyone, but it fits the habits of most players. Ren Ying's layout, on the other hand, was completely counterintuitive. It felt like wearing your shoes on the wrong feet. If someone could become a pro with that setup, they'd be a true genius. Alright, you've seen the rank. Time to settle the bill. Yilan got back to business. Alright, I almost forgot. Ren Ying sent a transfer of 3,000 yuan. The note read, "Thanks for the extra 10 stars. Yilan looked at the transfer and understood. This girl was definitely a rich heiress. Otherwise, how could a female college student have so much money? No need to thank me. Call me if you have more jobs like that." Yilan grinned. This kind of boosting work, easy and lucrative, was something he welcomed more of. By the way, there's something I've been meaning to ask. Can you enlighten me? Did you really break up with Zheng Shuling? Yes. Then do I have a chance? No. Yilan replied without a moment's hesitation. Women, they only slow down my money-making speed. Even if you're a rich heiress, it's a no. After all, he was the man who had turned down Lin Shuiyao. Don't be so quick to refuse. Have you even seen my moments? Take a look, maybe you'll change your mind. Following her request, Yilan opened her moments. Ren Ying's feed was filled with selfies. In the photos, Ren Ying looked as cute as a porcelain doll dressed in a pink Lolita dress, with twin tails exuding a sweet and delicate charm. This kind of youthful, slender style could easily drive someone like Su Jiqiang crazy. But for Yilan, it held little. A girl with that figure, if you dated her, would be like raising a daughter. Taking her out shopping would draw everyone's attention. Yilan didn't like being stared at. So after seeing them, do you regret it? Ren Ying messaged. Yilan could almost picture her grinning face through the screen. Yeah, I do regret it. Then I regret not being more decisive in my refusal. Ren Ying was angered by his rude remark. She had a sweet face, but her figure was lacking, young and flat. Yet she embraced the Lolita style, where such a body type was actually a plus. That was why in both high school and college she had countless suitors. But today she had finally mustered the courage for and she lost so thoroughly. Damn it. Why? What's wrong with me compared to Zheng Shuling? It's not about looks. You're just not my type, so save your effort. Feelings can grow over time. Don't you believe in love that develops gradually? I prefer love at first sight. If that were the case, then friends with benefits would have unbreakable bonds. Yilan made his point clear. People say love at first sight is just lust. But that's not true. Lust is a physical reaction. Love at first sight is a psychological feeling. They are fundamentally different. Ren Yingying was left speechless. That's not what love that develops over time means at all. She knelt on her bed at school, pouting her pink lips, her flawless cheeks puffed up in anger. With that kind of literary skill, no wonder you couldn't get into college. On the other end, after chatting with Ren Yingying, Yilan received a message from Ning Kai Kai. Are you still at school? Downstairs, about to leave. Did you bring an umbrella? Yes. Great, I didn't. Walk me home. Yilan. Since Ning Kai Kai said so, Yilan had no choice but to comply. After all, they were roommates living under the... Where are you now? Yilan asked. I'm on the bus, almost at the school gate. Come pick me up at the school gate. Yilan sighed, flicked away the cigarette, but in his hand, and slowly walked towards the security room at the school gate. Upon arriving at the security room, Yilan first explained his purpose, then casually took out a pack of Lan Lu. He shook out 3 cigarettes from the pack and handed them to the 3 security guards in front of him. Although Lan Lu was only a pack of cigarettes worth about 20 yuan, in the eyes of these guards who only smoked Hong Jin Long and Hong Tashan, it was still a rare good smoke. Watching the 3 guards puffing out clouds of smoke, Yilan felt a twinge of desire and lit one for himself as well. With their combined efforts, the entire security room was filled with swirling smoke. It felt like a celestial paradise. Yilan smiled, feeling that he had found a circle of like-minded individuals. One of the guards blew a smoke ring and said to Yilan, "Young man, are you Ning Lao's boyfriend?" Yilan shook his head. "No, we're just ordinary friends living together." The guards were taken aback upon hearing this. Living together, how can they still be just ordinary friends? They must be kidding. Just as everyone was chatting, a bus stopped at the bus station next to the school gate. Ning Kai Kai, dressed in casual clothes, got off the bus, shielding her head with her hands, and quickly jogged to the security room. Wow, such thick smoke. Are you trying to burn this place down? The 4 old smokers were indeed too powerful to, despite Ning Kai Kai constantly waving her hands to fan away the smoke, it did not dissipate. Her brows furrowed, clearly displeased with the environment. The 3 guards hurriedly extinguished their cigarette, but grinning widely to reveal their yellowed teeth. Only Yilan continued to puff away, looking completely unconcerned. Then Ning Kai Kai's gaze landed on Yilan, but instead of scolding him, she extended her right hand. "Lend me your umbrella. I need to grab something from the office." Yilan handed over the umbrella. Ning Kai Kai ran towards the teaching building with the umbrella. "You lent her your umbrella and still say you're not dating," one of the guards lying on a chair remarked with a knowing smile. Yilan was taken aback. Is there necessarily a connection between the two? The guard chuckled. Of course. Everyone in the school knows that Ning Kai Kai has never used anything belonging to... Why? Because she has a cleanliness obsession. During class, she never uses chalk, she always uses a learning tablet. Yilan's eyes widened in surprise. She has a cleanliness obsession. Is that true? The guard, seeing the confusion on Yilan's face, curiously asked, "How long have you 2 been together that you don't even know about her cleanliness obsession?" "I only moved into the same dorm as her last week. She never mentioned having a cleanliness obsession." The 3 guards exchanged glances, and suddenly one of them confidently declared, "That's it, true love." Another guard chimed in, "That's right. My wife used to dislike drinkers and smokers, yet she still chose me. I suspect Ning Laosher is in the same situation with you." Yilan felt speechless, wondering why he couldn't believe it. If Ning Kai Kai had a cleanliness obsession, she definitely wouldn't cook. After all, the grease and smoke from cooking are much dirtier than other things. Just then Ning Kai Kai returned with a light pink backpack. She bounced over to Yilan with the energy of a child, her smile radiant. "Let's go home together." The other 3 guards looked on with smiles resembling those of doting ants. No wonder she says she isn't his girlfriend, they are practically a couple. Yilan sighed and took the umbrella from Ning. Ning Kai Kai naturally wrapped her arm around Yilan's, and the 2 slowly disappeared into the rain. The 3 guards leaned over the door frame like stacked dolls. Smiles on their faces. What a perfect couple. Due to the rain, the lights that were supposed to turn on at night, the colorful lights reflected in the puddles on the street, and as raindrops fell, the lights spread out in circles like dazzling fireworks. Because the umbrella was too small, Ning Kai Kai's head was pressed tightly against Yilan's chest. Their distance was so close that they could almost hear each other's heartbeat. Ning Kai Kai's heart raced, chaotic and disordered, pounding like a deer in distress. Suddenly she lifted her face and asked with a hint of displeasure, "I'm hugging you like this, why isn't your heartbeat speeding up?" Yilan remained silent, but that was the best answer. "Can you stop smoking? You smell entirely of smoke, it's so unpleasant to hug you." Ning Kai Kai buried her head once again into Yilan's windbreaker, resembling a little kitten. Yilan did not stop her actions and continued to walk steadily. "I heard from the guards in the security room that you have a cleanliness obsession." No, I was lying to them. Why lie? Because those men are too annoying, always fawning over me. I don't like it, so I came up with this excuse to keep them at it. Ning Kai Kai frowned slightly as she spoke, a flicker of displeasure flashing in her bright eyes. This group of pursuers had no sense of boundaries. They had repeatedly disrupted her normal life. Not disturbing others' normal lives was the least guarantee. Even celebrities dislike fans interfering in their private lives, let alone an ordinary person like her. Yilan, do you have a girlfriend? Suddenly Ning Kai said softly. No. Then would you mind having another girl? I would mind. Why, oi? Because if that's the case, I would have to pay the rent all by myself. Ning Kai burst into laughter, her eyes shimmering with tears. How can you be so clever? You still couldn't fool me. You've seen through all my little thoughts. The two walked together to the subway and took the train home. That night, as if nothing had happened, Ning Kai cooked while Yilan washed the dishes. After dinner, Yilan streamed until midnight. After shutting down the stream, Yilan went to the balcony. The rain from the day had stopped, and the night breeze brought a chill, making him feel cold inside. His heart was slightly cold, but his lungs were burning hot. Yilan smoked, gazing at the distant tall buildings while recalling his conversations with Ning Kai and Rin Ying. In just one day, he had received confessions from 2 girls. His heart was calm, but his mind was a bit chaotic. Emotions are intangible, invisible to the eye, and beyond the touch. Yilan refused to let himself be ensnared by love's grasp. Thus, the only path he could take was rejection. During high school, he had read an extracurricular book, and one line from it had struck a profound chord. Even now it remained etched in his memory. If you can evade the torrent of joy, then sorrow will never come to find you. As for the author, he had long forgotten. After all, any quote of unknown origin was simply attributed to Lu Sun, and that sufficed. Yilan could clearly sense Ning Kai's affection. Yet precisely because of this, he was determined never to be with her. He knew all too well that his feelings for her were not the romantic love shared between a man and a woman. His feelings toward Ning Kai were more akin to those of an elder brother for a younger sister. He had already made that mistake once before when he chose to be with Xing Shuling. He refused to repeat that error. Besides, the current way of living suited him just fine. They had each woven themselves into the other's life without encroaching upon it. Once a relationship was defined, that delicate equilibrium would shatter. At this thought, Yilan exhaled a plume of white smoke in relief, waited for the ember to die, and casually tossed the cigarette, but out the window. He bathed and went to sleep. The next day, Yilan slept until noon. After washing up, he wandered into the kitchen in search of food, and as expected, Ning Kai had left him breakfast. The two of them slipped back into their old routine, as if the events of yesterday had never occurred. After finishing his breakfast and washing the dishes, Yilan opened his phone and entered the Douyin platform. Su Jiqiang's edited videos were of decent quality, and with the backing of Tiger Shark MCN and Yilan's own fame, the Douyin account had already surpassed one's of his 0 followers. Gaining 100,000 followers in just 2 days was an almost miraculous growth rate. At this point, the follower count had already unlocked the potential for monetization. Since Yilan streamed at night, Su Jiqiang had to stay up late to edit the videos. Yet having tasted the sweet rewards, he had no complaints. After all, earning several hundred a day had already placed him far ahead of his peers. Under the management of Tiger Shark MCN, Yilan's video views had been exceptionally high these past few days. He was making around 1,000 a day. He would transfer 500 or 600 to Su Jiqiang and keep the rest for food expenses. Even though Ning Kai was the one doing all the cooking now. But she was truly broke. The amount of meat in their meals was visibly dwindling. Today, for instance, their fare had been reduced to cabbage and tofu. For the sake of his own health, it was time to give Ning Kai some money for groceries. With that in mind, Yilan transferred 300 yuan to her. She didn't accept it immediately, but instead replied with a question mark. Eating cabbage and tofu every day has me full of gas. Buy some meat to cook. Ning Kai pouted, her face a mask of displeasure as she replied, I only made cabbage and tofu today, okay? How does that turn into every day in your mouth? So what do you want to eat tonight? They'll go to the market after work and cook it for you when I get back. Despite her scolding, Ning Kai always obliged Yilan's requests. Yilan thought for a moment. I'm craving your sweet and sour spare ribs. Then I'll buy some ribs on the way back and make them for you tonight. With that, Ning Kai accepted the transfer. She set her phone down gently, the scene from yesterday flooding her mind, and a blush crept across her egg-white cheeks. His rejection had been within her expectations, but she wasn't one to give up so easily. On the other end, Yilan discussed the future style of their short videos with Su Jiqiang. His own account would adopt an entertainment style, the usual livestream comedy highlights and kill compilations found online. Then he planned to have Su Jiqiang create a separate account with an instructional style. Su Jiqiang, however, was reluctant. Bro, I've seen those tutorial videos on the platform. They're a complete, thankless task, hard to edit, and with lower traffic than entertainment content. Su Jiqiang's words were clearly meant to dissuade Yilan, hoping they would stick with the entertainment style. But once Yilan set his mind on something, he was not easily swayed. It's precisely because it's challenging that I'm asking you to do it. Your current editing skills are at a level that any editor with 6 months of training could replicate. But tutorial videos require so much more. They'll not only sharpen your editing skills, but also elevate your gameplay, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Under Yilan's earnest persuasion, Su Jiqiang began to see the logic. But tutorial videos are too complex. I can't mass-produce them in a short time. They'll aim for 2 videos a week. Su Jiqiang laid out his current predicament. Between classes and editing videos, he was already stretched thin. Taking on another task would leave him feeling like he needed Nez has 3 heads and 6 arms to manage. Yilan fully agreed with Su Jiqiang's suggestion. Creating the tutorial account was not just about teaching something genuine, it was also a way to find his own amusement. He had shifted his livestream schedule to the evening, leaving him with nearly 6 hours of free time in the afternoon. Yilan was at heart a gaming enthusiast with no other hobbies besides playing games, so he wanted to find something to keep himself occupied to stave off boredom. Twice a week seemed about right, with occasional days off for himself. After their discussion, Yilan reviewed his previous day's livestream recording and selected a particularly exciting match to use for the tutorial video. Creating a tutorial video posed a challenge for both Yilan and Su Jiqiang. After all, one was responsible for explaining and the other for editing. Yilan had to extract all the key moments from the video and pair them with his own game insights, explaining the pros and cons of each decision. All of this needed to be conveyed in text. However, it wasn't meant for the audience, but to facilitate since Su Jiqiang's game comprehension was average, leaving it entirely to him risk embarrassing blunders. So Yilan had to mark everything clearly for him. After an hour of work, Yilan sent the video and document to Su Jiqiang, who was in the middle of his homework. Su Jiqiang accepted them immediately. After reviewing Yilan's document and video, he was ecstatic. Bro, this is way too simple. It's just segmenting and dubbing. I think it's even easier than the entertainment style. Nonsense. I've laid out everything for you. Of course it's simple. Yilan slumped into his chair, replying with a hint of exasperation. He had paved the entire path for Su Jiqiang. All his partner had to do was follow the road Yilan had laid out and walk steadily to the finish. For a perfectly capable Su Jiqiang, this was almost too easy. After finishing the discussion about the instructional video with Su Jiqiang, Yilan glanced at the time. It was only 3 in the afternoon. He lay back in his chair, lost in thought, feeling an overwhelming boredom with this kind of life. Back when he wasn't under contract, he could start his live stream whenever he wanted. But after signing, Zhou Ting advised him to stream after 7 in the evening. According to Zhou Ting, that time slot had the highest traffic. Whether for advertising or receiving gifts, it was the optimal period. This restriction had been driving Yilan crazy. Ever since becoming a streamer, he had developed a strange affliction. He didn't even feel like playing games unless he was live. After zoning out in his chair for 5 minutes, Yilan ultimately decided to start the stream. Zhou Ting's suggestion was just that. A suggestion. Compliance was still his choice. With that thought, he set up his streaming equipment without any hesitation. He was now a major streamer with hundreds of thousands of followers, even if his streaming time didn't align with the norm. The moment he went live, several hundred people flooded into the channel. Immediately, the screen was filled with question marks. Bro, didn't you say you'd stream tonight? Am I still asleep? Why is Bro streaming in the afternoon? I seriously suspect Bro is just bluffing and will go offline in less than a minute. I think so too. Bro probably hit the button by accident. Watching the viewers' wild guesses, Yilan he told them the truth. Actually, my original plan was to stream tonight, but I couldn't sit still this afternoon. So I thought I'd start a bit early. Hearing this, the audience was moved to tears, saying, "We never thought Bro would think of us, even during his break. So touching." Amid the touching moment, Yilan grinned slyly. Actually, I had a little selfish motive too. The longer I stream, the more gifts and revenue I get, right? Yilan's raised eyebrows and sly smile made the viewers call him shameless. Oh no, Bro, your image in my heart is completely shattered. I thought it was love, but it's all about money. Damn. Bro, Yilan, can you not be so mercenary? It ruins my image of you as an esports idol. Seeing the last comment, Yilan immediately turned serious. His expression grew stern as he adjusted the camera angle, instantly adopting a cold and aloof demeanor. From this angle, he was the perfect esports idol. He remembered that his solo match against Guiying had attracted a large wave of female fans. He figured he'd have to maintain this esports idol image occasionally. But such an image couldn't last long. After a few minutes, Yilan slipped back into his usual carefree and nonchalant attitude. Alright brothers, let's continue with the peak match today. Unable to keep up the act, Yilan quickly changed the subject. Then he opened the game and logged into his account. Yilan's account was currently at 2,100 points in the peak tournament. To ordinary players, this was an incredibly high rank. But in Yilan's eyes, it was still a rank where he could easily dominate. Without wasting any words, he directly queued for a peak match. With a buzz from his phone, the match was found. At this rank, using voice chat was common. But as he listened to his teammates, Yilan froze. Brothers pick a Ming and he'll carry. The familiar line and voice made Yilan pause. He looked up at the camera and asked, "Am I hearing things? That voice sounds like someone I know." The viewers it sounds familiar too, but I can't place it. Familiar lines, familiar voice. Could it be Ming Lei? Ming Lei, really? If it's really Bro Ming Lei, I'm going to sing a song. Ming Lei's handsome face. Ming Lei reigns in the... You're all just joking, but I actually sang that at my middle school Christmas party. The video is still on my friend's phone. This secret will feed him for life. Haha, bro, are you trying to kill me with laughter so you can inherit my Huabei credit? Yeah, that voice really sounds like me. With the collective brainstorming of the viewers, Yilan finally realized. The voice and the phrasing were exactly like Minglai's. Bro, can you stop bragging? Yeah, this is a 2100-point peak match. Saying pick Ming and he'll carry, don't you think that's childish? Believe it or not, I don't. I've seen too many people say that, and they're all garbage. The teammates berated the player on the 4th floor, who was Minglai. As if Minglai were the most heinous villain. Minglai was bewildered by the scene. Had he been away from the game so long that no one recognized him anymore? And when had the gaming environment become so toxic? As a professional player, asking for a Ming to carry in a 2100-point peak match was completely reasonable. Why did everyone think he was bragging? Just then Yilan opened his mouth and asked hesitantly, Bro, on the 4th floor, are you Minglai? Minglai, hearing that someone recognized him, broke into a smile on his gaunt face. That's right, I'm Minglai from Chengdu AG Superplay. Hearing this, the teammates were stunned. Minglai, the pro player. Really? The voice does sound like him. Damn, I just checked his stream, and it really is Minglai. The 3 teammates were completely dumbfounded. Minglai was a legend in Honor of Kings. His dialogue with Han Xin had moved 1.3 billion people to tears. Just kidding. Minglai, as a veteran of Chengdu AG, was famous for stealing towers with Han Xin. Becoming a professional player itself was proof of his skill. If it's bro Minglai, they'll play Ming. Don't fight over it, they'll play Ming. They'll send a 5 yuan red envelope to everyone, don't steal my role. After identifying their teammate, their attitude did a complete 180-degree turn. But Minglai paid them no attention. His gaze fell on Yilan, who was on the 2nd floor, his eyes sharp. 2nd floor, do you want to play jungle? Yilan's most played heroes were all junglers. In other words, whether Minglai could play jungle depended on Yilan. The teammates immediately urged, Bro Minglai is asking for the position, you should give it up. Yeah, just lie back and let Bro Minglai carry this round. Faced with his teammates' betrayal, Yilan remained, give up his position. Not a chance. His Adam's apple bobbed as his magnetic voice rang out. Bro Minglai, you go play Ming. He'll carry this round. Yilan's words in the eyes of his fans were utterly beyond reproach. For the impression he had given them was this: as long as he secured the jungle position, victory was assured. He would carry the game to a win. Even professional players would have to step aside before Yilan. Yet this belief was confined to his own followers. Yilan had skyrocketed to fame only in the past few days. His teammates, unable to identify him by his voice, unanimously dismissed his claims as arrogant boasting. Although Minglai had vanished from the professional stage for some time, and his skills might have waned, a starved camel is still larger than a horse. Even if Minglai's mechanics had declined, he remained a professional player. He was not someone an ordinary player could challenge. Faced with his teammates' distrust, Yilan saw no need to rush into proving himself. It was ultimately meaningless. Even if he lost this round with his current prowess, he could easily win it back. Brother Minglai, pick Ming, and he'll absolutely carry. Hearing this, Minglai's interest was piqued. Few, upon recognizing his identity, would still dare to utter such words. Interesting. I'm curious to see what ability this person has to back up such a claim. Minglai spoke, alright, I'll take Ming. You play the jungle. If you don't carry, don't blame my fans for flaming you. The latter half of Minglai's words was of course a jest, yet it carried a hint of veiled threat. Minglai's reputation in the game Honor of Kings was simply colossal. Honor of Kings could not lose Minglai, just as the West could not lose Jerusalem. Seeing that Minglai was truly going to relinquish the jungle position, the 3 teammates immediately panicked. Brother Minglai, you can't give it up. This guy clearly wants to use you to show off. Player 2, are you out of your mind? Letting Brother Minglai jungle is a guaranteed win. Why are you snatching it? I was planning to use my main hero for an easy win. Now don't blame me for throwing the game. The 3 teammates promptly changed their pre-selected heroes. This behavior amused Yilan. How quickly these guys changed their tune. Initially, before knowing he was Minglai, they had mocked him relentlessly. Then their attitude did a complete 180-degree turn. Now they were practically groveling. These guys sure know how to flip-flop, don't they? However, since Minglai had agreed, their resentment was futile. Minglai requested a swap, locking in Ming first, and then chose Sun Shangxiang for the gold lane. The purpose of choosing Sun Shangxiang was clear distrust in Yilan. If Yilan's jungler failed to carry, Sun Shangxiang could step up to take control of the battlefield. After all, the combination of Ming and Sun Shangxiang boasted formidable landing strength. At this moment, a netizen suddenly asked, Brother Yi, you don't need Ming when playing Luna, do you? Right, Luna dashes all over the place. What use is Ming? My boyfriend plays Luna, and I play Ming. The chain never connects. It drives me crazy. Unfortunately, these 2 heroes just aren't compatible. Yilan glanced at the barrage of comments and chuckled, I'm not planning to play Luna. Then what will you play? The viewers were intensely curious about the hero Yilan would choose next. Ever since he reached the top of the leaderboard with Luna, Yilan had become the Luna of legend in the hearts of many fans. But after participating in Gaiyang's national tournament solo match, the audience realized something. Yilan was by no means a one-trick Luna player. Luna was merely a hero he played with higher frequency. The players on both sides proceeded to select their heroes. Soon it was Yilan's turn. The opposing jungler had not yet been revealed. Seeing this, Yilan felt a hint of helplessness. Among all the heroes compatible with Ming, he chose the most fitting one, Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang was originally a mid-lane mage. However, due to reduced gold income in the mid lane and frequent lane sharing by teammates he and Sima Yi had faded from the mid lane meta. Unfortunately, both Sima Yi and Zhuge Liang are gold-reliant mages. Their early wave clear speed is slow, damage output is low, and rotational ability is weak. Compared to other mid-lane mages, they held no advantage whatsoever. They were forced into the jungle. However, both Sima Yi and Zhuge Liang experienced a resurgence after transitioning to the jungle. Zhuge Liang in particular, paired with Ming's item, his damage was formidable even in the early game. Duo jungling sped up their clear, and combined with his ultimate's execute effect, he could snowball rapidly. Seeing Yilan pick Zhuge Liang, Meng Lei frowned slightly. He couldn't help but remark, "Isn't our team composition a bit too squishy?" Yang Jian, Wang Zhaoju, and Zhuge Liang, Sun Shangxiang, and Ming Shirin. There wasn't a single frontline tank among the five. It had that awkward feel of whoever runs slowest is the tank. Meng Lei, after all, was a professional player. Even though he didn't frequently play competitively, now his mindset was ingrained. Even in casual matches, he sought team composition balance. An ideal team composition required a tank, mage, assassin, marksman, and support. Their lineup clearly didn't meet these criteria. Faced with Meng Lei's concern, Yilan's expression remained utterly calm. A team composition could only lower the team's floor. He, however, could raise the team's ceiling. In a 2100-point match, team composition balance was never considered, much like in gold and silver ranks where positions were ignored. Seeing Yilan's team was all squishy, the opposing fifth pick chose Lan, a hero with immense early game burst damage. Both sides' heroes were blue side clash lane, Yang Jian jungle, Yilan's Zhuge Liang mid lane, Wang Zhaoju in gold lane, Sun Shangxiang support, Meng Lei's Ming Shirin. Red side clash lane, Mo jungle, Lan mid lane, Shishir gold lane, AD Renjia support, Zhang Fei. With heroes confirmed, everyone entered the loading screen. Judging by the team compositions, Meng Lei felt certain his side would lose. The enemy's lineup was far superior. Moreover, as a support, he lacked the ability to turn the tide. The game's outcome depended solely on his teammates. Meng Lei sighed, "I can only hope this Zhuge Liang wasn't," but for someone of Meng Lei's status and experience, winning or losing a single match held little meaning. He didn't, yet the blood of a professional player still ran through his veins. He wanted to win. He craved victory. Regardless of the rank, he desired to triumph. It was precisely this unyielding belief in victory that drove him years ago to resolutely choose to split push and backdoor, ultimately leading his team to victory. Victory is what every professional player craves. It is the ultimate goal that sustains them on this path. Meng Lei snapped back to reality as the match began. Gazing at the figure of Zhuge Liang, a smile touched his lips. "Don't let me down." As the barrier dissipated, everyone controlled their respective heroes to dash out. Yilan was no exception. He maneuvered Zhuge Liang toward his team's blue buff area. Seeing this, Meng Lei immediately controlled Ming Shirin to follow. He unleashed his first skill, attaching a tether to Zhuge Liang, who was walking ahead. The two arrived at the blue buff area. Zhuge Liang hid in the bushes. Just as he was about to instruct Meng Lei on positioning, he saw Meng Lei's Ming Shirin standing directly at the spot where the lizard would spawn. This was a detail for Ming Shirin when following the jungler at the start. Ming Shirin's tether didn't need to hit an opponent to deal damage. Any enemy unit that touched the line would take damage. Thus, this mechanism could be used to execute the double camp technique. Yilan only then realized that this Ming Shirin was none other than Meng Lei. His attempt to teach Meng Lei how to play was indeed superfluous. First of all, being a professional player meant his skill and game sense were top tier. Secondly, having played so many games with Ming Shirin, how could he not know how to play him? In the game Honor of Kings, if you know how to play support, you know how to play marksman, because you understand what the marksman needs. Conversely, if you know how to play marksman, you also know how to play support, because you understand what the support should do. This was the game's closed loop. The opposing jungler was Lan, who lacked the ability to invade at level 1. Moreover, he would likely start his jungle from the blue buff area. Thus, this game was destined to be a mirrored jungle start. While waiting for the monster to spawn, Yilan opened his mic to remind Yang Jian. "Yang Jian, be careful at level 4. The enemy Lan might gank you." Yang Jian, upon hearing this, was indifferent. For a top lane player, this was nothing new. It was a daily occurrence. He was long accustomed to it. With Ming Shirin's help, Yilan quickly cleared the blue buff area monsters. Then he rotated to the mid lane to contest the 1-minute river crab. At the same time, Lan also arrived at the mid lane. In an instant, 6 heroes had gathered in the mid lane. A major battle was about to erupt. Seeing Wang Zhaojun standing under the turret afraid to advance, Meng Lei was about to remind her, but Yilan beat him to it. "Zhaojun, your positioning is not good. Move forward a bit." However, Zhaojun clearly didn't want to. "If I move forward, won't I be dead if she sure The enemy mid laner was she sure, which made her hesitant to advance. Yilan was speechless upon hearing this. "What's your passive for? Even if she sure pulls you, she can't one-shot you." Wang Zhaojun was taken aback. "Is that so?" This questioning remark was clearly directed at Meng Lei. After all, Meng Lei was a professional player, and in the eyes of these casual players, he was a godlike being. His words were like an imperial edict to them, something to be obeyed without question. Meng Lei swallowed his saliva and nodded. Zhuge Liang is right. Your positioning is too far back. Once a fight breaks out, your damage output will be significantly lower. Alright, I'll move forward a bit. With Meng Lei's confirmation, Wang Zhaojun had no more doubts. She moved her position forward. Just then, the river crab spawned in the lower river. Yilan immediately stepped out of the bush, and right in front of Shishir used his second skill, space-time travel. While moving, he commanded Wang Zhaojun, when Lan uses his second skill on the river crab, first use your first skill to slow him, then cast your second skill toward the river crab's position. Wang Zhaojun was puzzled. Why? Yilan was almost furious. Why did everyone always ask why? Couldn't they just follow instructions? Meng Lei was also getting a bit annoyed and spoke up to support Yilan. Just do as he says. Under Meng Lei's authoritative tone, Wang Zhaojun could only comply. Meng Lei fully understood Yilan's intention and was inwardly shocked. This little trick, without exaggeration, 90 of players wouldn't understand the reason behind it. No, rather than a trick, it was more of a prediction. Wang Zhaojun executed the skills as Yilan instructed. As Lan approached the river crab, she used her first skill to slow him. After Lan's second skill hit the river crab, he gave a fake movement path downward, hoping to make Wang Zhaojun misjudge and cast her second skill's freeze in that direction. However, to his surprise, Wang Zhaojun did cast her second skill, but not toward his feint. Instead, she aimed it directly at the river crab's location. Lan's original plan was to dodge Wang Zhaojun's second skill using his enhanced basic attack. But Wang Zhaojun seemed to have completely seen through his intentions. The seamless connection of her two skills froze him solid on the spot. Zhang Fei immediately leaped forward and cast a shield on him. This shield was crucial. Although the enemy couldn't kill Lan, losing too much health early on as a jungler was detrimental. This shield ensured Lan's early game health pool. Everyone thought that after casting the shield on Lan, the enemy would back off. But what no one expected was that Zhuge Liang charged straight in. He used 2 dashes of his second skill to break free from Ming Xian's tether and rush toward Lan. Meng Lei panicked. Bro, what are you doing? At this point, once Zhuge Liang was disconnected from Ming Xian's tether, he became both fragile and lacking in damage. But Yilan had no time to heed Meng Lei's words. He had already reached Lan and unleashed his first skill. All 3 orbs hit their mark. Simultaneously, orbs materialized around him, striking Lan. Meng Lei couldn't fathom Yilan's move. This was too reckless. The enemy had Zhang Fei, and Lan was near full health. Even if Lan was stunned, even if Zhuge Liang was tethered to Ming Xian, he couldn't secure the kill. Moreover, Zhuge Liang had now broken the tether, rendering him completely powerless. Meng Lei couldn't understand how someone who had been so composed moments ago could make such an absurd decision. Furthermore, Yilan had used his second skill 3 times. In other words, Zhuge Liang had no dash skills left. That enemy Zhuge Liang has no second skill left, we can kill him. In the enemy team's voice chat, Shishir's voice was loud. Lan frowned slightly. Really? Would he charge in like that without his skill? Really, he used his second skill when he left the bush, and then 2 more when he got close to you. He has no dash skills left. Upon hearing this, Lan said, then crowd control him. Shishir nodded and decisively cast her first skill at Zhuge Liang's feet. But to everyone's astonishment, Zhuge Liang used his second skill once more. What the hell? Didn't you say he had no dash skills left? Lan cursed Shishir, believing she had given false. Shishir protested innocently. I clearly saw him use the skill 3 times. Recalling the timing of Zhuge Liang's second skill cast, Shishir suddenly realized. Damn, I was tricked. Lan. Zhuge Liang used his first dash very early, and I misjudged. Shishir only realized this now, but it was too late. Just moments ago, everyone's attention was on Zhuge Liang, unaware that the river crab was already low on health. The smite fell, securing the river crab. Then, without any lingering attachment, Zhuge Liang turned and walked away. As Yilan not only secured the river crab, but also managed to retreat from the enemy's ranks, at that moment Meng Lei felt a flicker of bewilderment. Yilan wielded Zhuge Liang's cooldowns with such masterful precision that even Meng Lei, a professional player, failed to react in time, let alone anyone else. This skirmish over the river crab was undoubtedly their victory. Bro, your Zhuge Liang is pretty damn impressive. Meng Lei exclaimed with heartfelt admiration. As a jungler himself, Meng Lei had naturally studied Zhuge Liang, who was now a popular pick in the jungle. Yet whether in strategy or judgment, he was far inferior to Yilan. For instance, in that previous clash, if it had been Meng Lei, he would have definitely chosen to abandon the river crab. After all, in a small-scale team fight, the enemy's mid laner, jungler, and support trio possessed far greater combat strength. But what did Yilan do? Not only did he refuse to give up, but he charged forward instead. And crucially, he didn't. This daring yet meticulous temperament was practically a born professional prodigy. A wave of appreciation for talent surged within Meng Lei's heart. He immediately heightened his focus to the fullest, ready to closely observe Yilan's gameplay. If possible, Meng Lei truly wished to recruit him into his own AG team. After smoothly securing the river crab, Zhuge Liang effortlessly slipped out of the 3-man encirclement. Once Shishir's skill missed, the enemy lost their ability to hold him in place. They could only watch helplessly as Zhuge Liang departed. Damn, this Zhuge Liang just waltzes in so smoothly, and then waltzes out just as smoothly. Lan's expression was one of disbelief. In his eyes, Zhuge Liang's behavior of showing off and then fleeing was no different from flashing in to slap you across the face before escaping. When the river crab spawned on their side, Lan had thought the victory was assured. But he never expected Zhuge Liang to be so audacious in his maneuvers. No matter how displeased he felt, charging in for a life-or-death struggle was out of the question. Suppressing his fury, Lan turned and headed toward his own red buff area. On the other side, Yilan also arrived at his own red buff zone. Meng Lei followed to assist, but Yilan stopped him. Bro, Meng Lei, go help Sun Shangxiang in the gold lane. Perplexed by Yilan's command, Meng Lei was at a loss. Seeing Ming Shirin standing still, Yilan explained, go help Sun Shangxiang pressure their health, and after I finish the red buff, well, dive the tower. Meng Lei finally caught on, asking with a dazed look, you don't need me to stick with you. This time it was Yilan's. How could Meng Lei, a professional player, ask such a foolish question? Yilan tossed the question back like a hot potato. What's the point of you following me around? To give you the tether for bonus damage and speed up your jungle clears. Meng Lei answered honestly. That was Ming Xian's role. For heroes weak in the early game, having Ming Shirin accelerated their item powers. With items, these heroes' strong phases could manifest quickly. So when playing such heroes, Meng Lei always had Ming Shirin tethered to him at all times. Ming Shirin was his exclusive gear. Unless he died, Ming Shirin was forbidden from tethering anyone else. But Yilan found this behavior unnecessary. Heroes like Zhuge Liang are pretty similar to Han Xin. They won't even glance at a lane unless there's a low health enemy to kill. If you go now to help Sun Shangxiang pressure the enemy marksman's health after I finish the red buff and have my ultimate, can't we attempt a tower dive? After Yilan's explanation, Meng Lei felt as if awakened from a dream. So that's how it's played. Learned. He controlled Ming Shirin to leave Yilan and head toward the gold lane. In the gold lane, both Sun Shangxiang and Di Renjie were marksmen with strong lane dominance. Sun Shangxiang, leveraging her range advantage, relentlessly chipped away at Di Renjie's health. But Di Renjie, having purchased a vampiric blade, boasted incredible sustain in the lane. Even after losing some health, he could quickly recover it by attacking minions and jungle creeps. However, this balance shifted dramatically with Ming Xian's arrival. With the damage boost from the tether, Sun Shangxiang's damage output instantly rose to a new level. Unleashing a combo of 1A2, A1A on Di Renjie, the latter's health bar plummeted significantly. In the past, Di Renjie wouldn't have been phased. He could simply stack his passive and stand his ground against Sun Shangxiang. After all, Sun Shangxiang's landing phase in the early game felt like a three-trick pony. After rolling in and landing her 21A combo, she had little follow-up. In the early game, Sun Shangxiang's dueling capability among all marksmen was nearly the lowest. Her attack damage was low and her attack speed was slow. She essentially relied on her first skill's bonus damage to roll and take a shot and retreat. But with Ming Xian's damage boost, the situation was entirely different. Each of Sun Shangxiang's basic attacks dealt considerable damage. Even Di Renjie dared not stand his ground. After using his second skill to cleanse the slow, he turned and retreated toward his tower without looking back. He began calling for his teammate. Zhang Fei, come help me quickly. But at that moment, Zhang Fei was heading toward the solo lane with Shi and Lan. Hearing the marksman's plea, Zhang Fei replied helplessly, buddy, you're on your own. Clearly their plan was to launch an assault on Yang Jian. As for Di Renjie in the gold lane, he was abandoned. Trading a marksman for a solo laner. Seemingly a loss, but not really. Yang Jian, if put at a disadvantage, becomes utterly useless. But Di Renjie was different. His ultimate's stun and resistance reduction ensured he could always contribute. In other words, Di Renjie was like a cockroach, impossible to completely defeat. Despite having no teammates to support him, Di Renjie didn't give up resistance. Yilan's Zhuge Liang arrived at the tower, and Ming Shirin immediately activated the Disruption Summoner spell. With the disruption activated, the battle commenced. Sun Shangxiang unleashed her skill combo at Di Renjie. Quick-witted Di Renjie used Flash to reposition himself swiftly. He dodged Sun Shangxiang's burst damage, hoping to trade at least one kill using the tower's damage reduction. But the disrupted tower offered no real assistance. Yilan's Zhuge Liang used 2 dashes to close the distance, unleashing his first skill point blank for explosive damage. Di Renjie was already at half health. After eating Zhuge Liang's skill set, he was reduced to critical health. With Sun Shangxiang also dealing damage from the side, his health bar hit rock bottom. Seeing this, Yilan didn't hesitate and decisively activated Zhuge Liang's ultimate to lock on. A sphere of blue energy swelled in Zhuge Liang's hands, growing increasingly intense. Simultaneously, Zhuge Liang used his second skill to escape from under the tower. Meng Lei couldn't help but exclaim, holy shit, he's this meticulous. Why did Zhuge Liang leave the defense tower? Because he considered the tower's damage reduction mechanism. Staying under the tower would weaken his Mystic Orb's damage. Even though it seemed that staying under the tower, Zhuge Liang's ultimate could still kill Di Renjie, this was the mark of a true expert's attention to detail. What if Di Renjie with lightning speed sold all his items and bought 2 magic resistance pieces? By leaving the tower, Zhuge Liang completely cut off Di Renjia's escape route. At that moment, Di Renjia had no chance of survival. The Azure Mystic Orb struck the wounded Di Renjia, draining the last sliver of his health. First blood. Yilan secured the kill, claiming the first blood. Simultaneously, their own top lane was being swarmed by 4 enemies. It was even worse than Di Renjia's plight. Yang Jian cursed, "Damn it, you only told me to watch out for the jungler, not that the mid laner and support would come too." Yilan shrugged helplessly, "I'm not a mind reader in their heads, how was I supposed to know they'd gank you?" "Then, not at all. You, the illustrious true Lord Erlang, are the king of tenacity. None of those 4 have a tower dive item. You can duo queue with the defense tower and outplay them all." Inspired by Yilan's words, Yang Jian's numb top laner heart began to blaze with fierce fire. Indeed, this was the era of the desperate top laner. For enemies coming for me. Isn't that the very definition of desperation? And every top laner harbors a dream of turning the tide and saving their teammates from the abyss. As for why the situation was dire and why teammates were in peril, don't ask, don't worry. That's adult business, kids shouldn't pry. With renewed confidence, Yang Jian's mind began to fantasize about his counterkill. He would take a combo from De Mo, then rely on his tenacity. He would counter with his second skill, stunning De Mo under the tower. Then he'd unleash his first skill, Reversal of Destiny, to land a hit. After clearing the minion wave to reach level 4, he'd activate his ultimate, the Ping Laser, locking on with a sliver of health. With the tower's damage, he'd slay all 4. The thought of this impending sequence of events filled Yang Jian with burning excitement. But this was merely a fantasy born from poison takeout. In reality, De Mo flashed into the tower and kicked Yang Jian into the wall. Then Shishir followed up with her. Lan emerged from behind using his combo to push Yang Jian out of the tower. Throughout the ordeal, Yang Jian, hailed as the king of tenacity, remained utterly immobile. Despite frantically tapping his second skill icon, the ability never activated. With De Mo's finishing kick landing, Yang Jian's health bar was completely emptied. The kill went to De Mo. Damn it. Yang Jian slammed his phone onto the desk in fury. "Designer, look at what you've created. The so-called king of tenacity chained by crowd control until death. Does this look right?" Yang Jian's passive for each nearby enemy reduced control duration by 20 up to 60. Just now 4 enemies had surrounded him. That meant Yang Jian's passive was at its peak, reducing control duration, yet even so he was controlled until death. Yilan's face tightened, struggling to suppress a laugh, like a turtle trying to attend school. The king of tenacity being controlled to death was an utter joke. Fortunately, Wang Xiaojun from the mid lane arrived at the top lane in time. She quickly cleared the minion wave, saving the defense tower from the enemy's grasp. But now wasn't the time to mock a teammate. Yilan cleared his throat and said to Yang Jian, "Don't worry, Yang Jian. Your death wasn't meaningless." Yang Jian felt a warmth in his heart. "My death had meaning. Tell me, what was it?" Yilan was momentarily speechless. After a few seconds, he passed the question to Meng Lei. "I don't see it yet, but as a pro player, brother Meng Lei must have a unique perspective." Meng Lei, who was just enjoying the drama, was baffled. How did this land on him? But Yang Jian didn't care. He desperately wanted to know his worth. After hemming and hawing for a long time, Meng Lei's voice came out strained, like he was constipated. "Sorry, I don't see it either. While brother Meng Lei did, my last death really have no value. It's not your fault. Even the king of tenacity was controlled to death. If you'd picked another top laner, the outcome would have been the same." Meng Lei's words weren't just consolation, they were the truth. If even Yang Jian could be controlled to death, picking Lu Bu, Yuan Gu, or Sun Tzu would only result in a worse death. Yang Jian sighed. As a top laner, he knew the reality of those words better than anyone. Meng Lei continued to comfort him. "Don't dwell on it too much. Given that control chain from the enemy, anyone, you were ganked, not solo killed." With Meng Lei's reassurance, Yang Jian's mood improved, and he marched back to the top lane with renewed morale. After briefly calming the top laner's nerves, Meng Lei had Ming Shirin follow Zhuge Liang. The first blood gold had given Yilan a very strong early game. They arrived in the mid lane ready to clear the minions. Wang Xiaojun dared not complain, quickly heading to mid in hopes of grabbing some scraps. But Zhuge Liang's wave clear was too fast. Before Wang Xiaojun could reach mid, Yilan had already taken all the minions. Just then, the enemy mid laner, Shishir, emerged from the river with support Zhang Fei. The moment he saw them, Yilan's Zhuge Liang lunged forward like a starved wolf. He used 2 dashes to close in on Shishir and unleashed his first skill. With Ming Xian's buff, Zhuge Liang's damage was formidable. Shishir's health plummeted. Zhang Fei quickly cast his shield to block the damage, but against Zhuge Liang's onslaught, the shield was as fragile as a cicada's wing. The shield shattered instantly. Zhuge Liang chipped away at Shishir's health with basic attacks. Shishir tried to throw her first skill at his position, but Yilan saw it coming. The moment Shishir raised her hand, Zhuge Liang teleported away. Using the red buff, he relentlessly poked Shishir with basic attacks. Meng Lei didn't idle, either stepping forward to contribute damage. Under their continuous poking, Shishir's health steadily dropped. Zhuge Liang's development was simply too good. Shishir's frail frame couldn't withstand it. Seeing her health low, Yilan decisively activated his ultimate, locking the mystic orb onto Shi. Zhang Fei tried to block, but it was futile. Using his final dash, Zhuge Liang angled the orb with extreme precision. It struck Shi, securing the kill. With 2 kills under his belt, Yilan had completely seized the early. After successfully eliminating Shi, multiple orbs of light hovered around Zhuge Liang, orbiting as if guided by an autopilot system, and consecutively surged toward Zhang Fei. Before reaching level 4, Zhang Fei remained relatively fragile. After several passive orbs struck him, his health plummeted to half. However, executing a tower dive to finish him off was still far from feasible. Yilan promptly headed to the topside river pit to intercept the opposing jungler Lan. The match time had reached 2 minutes, and the tyrant and the lord had already spawned. Lan had been farming upward, so he was likely in the process of slaying the lord. Lan's speed at clearing single monsters was relatively slow. Coupled with the absence of any system announcement, Yilan could almost be certain that Lan had not yet slain the lord. His arrival now would allow him to reap the benefits without effort. Yilan remained silent. Yet Menglai, merely by observing the opponent's movements, had already deduced everything. Astonishment surged within him. This kid is no ordinary player. His thinking is clear, his actions decisive. Even many professional players fall short. Normally, executing an action involves steps like deliberation, judgment, and implementation. This process resembles driving from spotting an accident ahead to hitting the brakes. There is a reaction time. Yet to Menglai, Yilan seemed to completely bypass this step. His responses were almost instinctive, like a born predator. Decisive, swift, and utterly devoid of head. Such composure surpassed even that of professional players. Menglai followed the Zhuge Liang toward the river, while Zhang Fei immediately relayed this information to his own jungler. Lan, be careful. The enemy mid laner and support might be coming to gank you in the river. Lan's heart tightened at the warning. At that moment, the lord's health had dropped below half. If he abandoned it, he could only head to the bottom river to take the tyrant. But would the opposing Zhuge Liang give him that chance? One step behind, and every step follows. For now, the only option was to gamble everything. Lan did not retreat. Instead, he called for his top laner and support. Mo, Zhang Fei, come over. Let's try a small skirmish. Both Mo and Lan excelled in small scale, but Lan seemed to have forgotten one thing: Zhang Fei had not yet reached level 4 and had been reduced to half health by Zhuge Liang's damage in mid lane. As for Mo, he had used both his ultimate and flash during the previous tower dive. Without his abilities, he was reluctant to engage in this fight. His lack of skills was one factor, but the more significant issue was the numerical disadvantage. Their mid laner had it would be a 3v4 in terms of numbers. Add to that his lack of abilities and Zhang Fei's missing ultimate, and this team fight looked utterly hopeless. Sometimes making a choice only requires a momentary impulse, but afterward one may spend a long time regretting it. To avoid such regret, Mo firmly refused. This fight is not worth taking. I don't have my ultimate, Zhang Fei doesn't have his, and our mid laner is dead. Engaging now would just be feeding kills. Mo tried to reason with Lan by laying out the facts. Fine. Since none of you want this dragon, well, just give it up. Lan's tone was clearly resentful. He had worked hard to secure neutral resources for his team, yet his teammates not only failed to appreciate his efforts, but also blamed him. It felt like the helplessness of studying all day only to be questioned by parents about where had been upon returning home. In response to Lan's displeasure, Mo chose to remain silent. Anyone who has been in a relationship knows that arguing with someone who is already furious is pointless. At such moments, there are only two approaches. One is to comfort the other party, letting them calm down before reasoning. The other is to ignore them, waiting for their anger to subside on its own before discussing the matter. The first approach is recommended. As for why the second is not advisable, see the following. With Lan's departure, the lord, now with less than half health, naturally fell into Yilan's hands. After swiftly slaying it, Yilan maneuvered Zhuge Liang toward the bottom lane. Menglai nodded appreciatively. Not bad. He still wants to harass the enemy while they take the tyrant. This kid is truly a once-in-a-century gaming prodigy. But Yilan's next move left Menglai utterly astonished. Zhuge Liang appeared in mid lane, casually cleared the wave, and then, upon reaching the river bush, he suddenly made a sharp turn, heading from his own red buff area toward the blue buff zone. Menglai frowned deeply, his mind twisted with confusion. Yilan's series of maneuvers left him completely baffled. In other words, even as a professional player, he couldn't fathom what Yilan was trying to do. The viewers watching Yilan's stream were equally puzzled. Bro, are you laying tiles on the canyon floor with all? Don't be harsh. Maybe he's just racking up WeChat steps. Anyway, I can't make sense of this move. Yilan offered no explanation. Instead, he took a detour through the gap between the first and second towers in mid lane, heading toward the blue buff area. Witnessing this, Menglai could only follow with Ming Shirin, but he couldn't help asking, Bro, what are you planning to do? Aren't we heading to the tyrant pit? Yilan shook his head and asserted firmly, Lan won't be taking the tyrant. Going there would be a waste of time. Menglai was incredulous, thinking to himself, dude, you're overdoing the arrogance. You took the Lord topside, you of course Lan will go for the tyrant in the bottom river. It was something so obvious even a fool could see. This guy is too proud. Maybe I misjudged him. Meng Lei sighed inwardly. He had initially believed this Zhuge Liang player to be a once-in-a-century gaming genius. Now it seemed his earlier clever moves might have been mere coincidences. Moreover, Meng Lei could clearly sense an air of arrogance in Yi Lan. Every word he spoke carried an undeniable authority. Such a person can only be a leader. In other words, he would only take orders from himself, never from others. In a team game, someone like this either becomes a god or a madman. Meng Lei sighed, having thought he had discovered a gem. Yet after some polishing it turned out to be just an ordinary stone. This sense of disappointment was hard for him to bear. But what followed was even harder to accept. In their own blue buff area, the blue buff was missing from its pit. Yet the icon for the blue buff's respawn clearly appeared on the mini-map. There was only one possibility: someone had invaded the blue buff area. As they ventured deeper, Lan's figure suddenly came into view. He was farming by pulling two camps simultaneously. Meng Lei stood frozen, dumbfounded. Holy shit, how is this possible? Was everything within his plan? At this moment, Meng Lei lost the calmness of a professional player, for he realized that the consciousness he prided himself on was ineffective at this moment. He racked his brain, but could not imagine that Lan would actually appear here. Equally perplexed was Lan. He never expected that Zhuge Liang, who had already gone to the lower jungle, would show up. He suddenly appeared right in front of him. Lan thought he must have seen it wrong, rubbing his eyes. After Zhuge Liang approached him, Lan could see more clearly. What the hell, this isn't a dream. Zhuge Liang really came to the blue area. With Lan's exclamation, Zhuge Liang immediately initiated his skills. He quickly unleashed his passive. Zhuge Liang from Yi Lan had already secured 2 kills. He also farmed a few waves in the mid lane along with Ming Xian's damage buff. The damage was truly exaggerated. His skills directly took away half of Lan's health. Then his passive attack hit the opponent again, further reducing their health. Lan wanted to fight back, but Yi Lan gave no chance to the enemy. Seeing that the opponent's health was already low, he unleashed 2 segments of his second skill. One was used to deal damage. The other was to create distance. Then he decisively activated his ultimate to lock onto Lan, whose health was below 1/3. Although this shot did not take him down, Lan's health was reduced to a sliver. Zhuge Liang's passive activated again, and without surprise he eliminated Lan. The entire process flowed seamlessly without a hint of pause. How did you know Lan would invade the jungle? Meng Lei's tone was filled with skepticism. He couldn't really blame himself for being overly cautious. Rather, Yi Lan's awareness was simply too exaggerated, almost to the point of being absurd. As a professional player, Meng Lei was completely unaware of what had been seen through by Yi Lan. Such a large gap made it hard not to raise doubts. Could this guy be using hacks? Yi Lan, upon hearing this, was not angry. Instead, a smug smile appeared on his face. To evaluate a player, the greatest recognition is to ask, dude, are you hacking? If the opponent was indeed hacking, they would be furious and lash out. But if they weren't hacking, they would simply smile calmly. Yi Lan belonged to the latter. Of course, one could say he was hacking since the system's abilities were evident. However, the system is something ingrained in one's bones and mind. It cannot be detected by external forces. Even if Yi Lan admitted it, no one would probably believe him. Others would simply regard him as a lunatic. Meng Lei, if you knew my identity, you probably wouldn't say this. Who are you? Meng Lei felt even more puzzled upon hearing this. He himself was a broadcaster and a professional player. Even if he didn't recognize the voices of high-ranked broadcasters and professional players, he wouldn't feel completely lost. He could be certain that this was the first time he had heard Zhuge Liang's voice. Yi Lan stopped pretending and straightforwardly revealed, my name is Yi Lan. You might not have heard of this name. The current #1 on the peak leaderboard is me. Upon hearing this, the other teammates immediately exploded. Oh wow, you're Yi Lan, the one standing behind the rich woman Lin Shuiyao. No wonder Zhuge Liang plays so impressively. Turns out he's the top boss of the peak leaderboard. My apologies. Mom, I've made it. In one match, I not only encountered Meng Lei, but also met Yi Lan. The family tree is torn, and it starts recording for me. The teammates showed Yi Lan what it meant to change their faces quickly. This group of people seemed to have completely forgotten how they had mocked Yi Lan during the BP phase. Even though Yi Lan had introduced himself, the confusion on Meng Lei's face did not diminish at all. He indeed found this name unfamiliar. However, this was not surprising. Yi Lan had only recently gained some fame. If one didn't surf the internet daily, it was easy to overlook. As for the #1 on the peak leaderboard mentioned by Yi Lan, it might carry weight in the eyes of the average player. But in Meng Lei's eyes, it seemed somewhat lacking. After all, those who can become professional players do not tend to place too much importance on the title of peak #1. I still want to know how you determined that Lan would enter your jungle. While continuing to farm, Yi Lan explained to Meng Lei. It's actually quite simple. You put yourself in Lan's perspective. In doing the main objective, what would you do? Definitely go down to hit the tyrant. Meng Lei answered without hesitation. Trading economy is very common in professional matches. That's not wrong, but it's also not right, because all of this is based on the premise that after I finish the main objective, I will farm the blue buff. But after I finished the main objective, I went to the mid lane and created a fake vision for going down. At this time, if you were Lan, would you still dare to continue hitting the tyrant? Listening to Yi Lan's explanation, Meng Lei shook his head. Even though I don't have smite and can't secure the tyrant, but I can use my mobility and damage to really annoy Lan. Lan must have considered this point, which is why he wanted to invade my jungle to fill the economy and plan for the tyrant. Yi Lan's analysis not only involved game understanding, but also skillfully grasped human nature. Meng Lei's eyes widened, his mind buzzing. It was brilliant, simply too brilliant. This analysis was a perfect answer. The other three random teammates were frowning, scratching their heads, complaining about their heads, itching, feeling like they needed to grow some brains. Yi Lan's top-notch prediction completely disrupted Lan's rhythm. It also accelerated the deterioration of the opponent's relationships. It's over, this is utterly finished, we lost the dragon and the team. A bunch of idiots, all they know is to let the jungler help, but no one said to help the jungler. In a fit of anger, Lan naturally directed all his resentment towards the other teammates. The teammates who were inexplicably blamed felt a sense of grievance. Losing the dragon was no big deal. After all, the opponent couldn't possibly secure both dragons. They could just find a time to take the dragon later. Yet they had to run into the enemy jungle to counter jungle and died. Who could they blame? Bei Mu sighed upon hearing this. He originally wanted to wait until Lan calmed down before discussing reason. Now it seemed that at least in this game, he couldn't calm down. So let's skip the calming phase and directly discuss reason. Why can't you just honestly farm your own jungle? Why must you counter jungle? Isn't it because he's shitting on my head? Do you understand the principle of enduring hardship? Damn it, I understand your wouldn't. The teammates, damn it, were completely... This is the downside of letting someone cool down alone. They hardly ever calm down, only getting angrier. In the end, when the conflict erupts, it can escalate to an uncontrollable level over a trivial matter. Due to a difference of opinion, Lan and Mo got into an argument. However, despite the quarrel and the exchange of harsh words, neither of them let it affect their gameplay negatively. Both Mo and Lan chose their main heroes, each ranked within the top 50 of their province. Their skills were extraordinary. Even if only for the sake of their heroes' ranking points, they had no choice but to set aside their differences and work together. They planned to defeat their opponents first, then open a private chat room to have a proper discussion, just as they were ready to bury the hatchet and focus on winning this match. Yi Lan, however, showed no intention of giving his opponents any chance. After clearing the blue buff jungle monsters, he casually took the health pack beneath the mid lane outer tower. Then he headed towards the enemy's blue buff area. Meng Lei couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement, thinking this guy was truly ruthless. He showed no mercy whatsoever. It had the momentum of exploiting an enemy's weakness to finish them off. Meng Lei exclaimed on the sidelines, too brutal. Zhuge Liang, accompanied by Ming Shi'in, entered the enemy's blue buff area. The enemy jungler Lan had just arrived at the jungle from the fountain. Seeing the two players eyeing him menacingly, a growing sense of unease filled his heart. He quickly sought help from his teammates. Zhang Fei and Shi Shi hurried towards the blue buff area. Di Renjia, after clearing the bottom lane minion wave, also wanted to assist. However, he was ambushed by Sun Shangxiang, who was lying in wait in the river, and took her entire combo. The A21-A3 combo dealt significant damage, reducing Di Renjia's health by 1/3. Di Renjia paid it no mind. After all, the most urgent matter was to help Lan defend his jungle. Lan's failed invade in the previous wave had already severely disrupted his tempo. If they failed to defend the jungle this time, Lan's hero would be essentially useless. More importantly, Zhuge Liang's development would be incredibly strong. Coupled with Ming Shi'in's tether, Zhuge Liang's damage in the mid-game would be unimaginable. Perhaps even the damage from one of Zhuge Liang's passive orbs would be comparable to his ultimate for squishy targets like them. What Di Renjia didn't know was that this very mistake would deal a devastating blow to the upcoming team fight. The mid laners, junglers, and supports from both sides arrived one after another. Within this small blue buff area, 8 summoners had gathered. Yi Lan was positioned the deepest, standing right inside the blue buff pit. His arrogance knew no bounds. Coupled with his bounty, he naturally became the primary target for the enemy team. However, deciding who would strike first became a dilemma. Although Zhang Fei and Shi Shi on their team possessed strong crowd control abilities, Zhuge Liang was equally agile. His second skill could store 3 charges of Chrono Shift, essentially giving him 3 flash spells. If they blatantly used their crowd control skills, he would likely dodge them. The key problem was that they couldn't stir up chaos in the current situation. With Ming Shi'in's buff, Zhuge Liang's damage at this stage was too high. Even Zhang Fei dared not recklessly advance. But if no one stepped forward, they could only watch helplessly as Zhuge Liang secured the blue buff. Just as everyone was feeling extremely conflicted, the marksman Di Renjia stepped up. He'll try to use my ultimate with flash to see if I can hit him. For them at that moment, Di Renjia's idea was undoubtedly the best. He would use flash to close the distance instantly while releasing the gold card. Few would be able to react in time. His teammates nodded in succession. I think it's feasible. Let's do it. Bei Mu from the top lane also spoke up. Once you start fighting ill, use the teleport flower to come down and help. Everyone was in agreement. They then proceeded to execute the plan they had discussed. Di Renjia placed his finger on his ultimate icon. After adjusting the direction, he decisively released the icon. Simultaneously, he used flash in the direction the gold card was heading. The ultimate flash combo. Di Renjia's ultimate flash combo significantly reduced the flight distance and time of the gold card. It was very fast, ordinary players couldn't react at all. It often led to surprising victories. For ordinary players, the speed of Di Renjia's ultimate flash combo was indeed very fast. Without relying on prediction, relying purely on reaction speed, even professional players could easily fall for it. However, this maneuver seemed rather elementary to Wei Liang. Possessing godlike reaction time and hand speed, he reacted the moment Di Renjia released his ultimate. He used his second skill to dash backward. He dodged the attack while triggering his passive. Damn, he dodged that. This guy's reaction is insane. Di Renjia was stunned. He couldn't believe that his long-prepared strike had been dodged so easily by someone else. However, disbelief aside, Wei Liang had indeed dodged it. Then Zhuge Liang used his first skill towards Di Renjia. Without any mobility skills, Di Renjia was hit squarely. The orbs from Zhuge Liang's passive also flew towards Di Renjia. Earlier on his way over, Di Renjia had already taken a full combo from Sun Xiangxiang. His health was already low. Taking another full combo from Zhuge Liang brought his health dangerously close to zero. More critically, Di Renjia had used flash to dash forward. Now he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. Wei Liang didn't hesitate activating Zhuge Liang's ultimate orb of supremacy to lock onto Di Renjia. The reversal of offense and defense was incredibly fast. By the time everyone reacted, Di Renjia was already at critical health. Seeing this, Zhang Fei quickly used his second skill to leap forward. He put a shield on Di Renjia, but he knew in his heart that even so Di Renjia wouldn't survive. He had to block this orb of supremacy. Quite brotherly, but thinking you can block it like this is underestimating me. At the moment of releasing the orb of supremacy, Zhuge Liang used his second skill again. He performed a short dash. The orb of supremacy thus deviated from its original trajectory. Zhang Fei tried to block it, but it was too late. The azure orb of supremacy brushed past him, hitting Di Renjia behind him. Boom. The orb exploded violently. Di Renjia's shield along with his health bar vanished. Zhuge Liang secured the kill, and several orbs materialized around him. He immediately used his second skill to charge towards Shi Shi's position. The orb struck Shi Shi one by one. The latter's health bar dropped rapidly. Zhuge Liang decisively activated his ultimate. Seeing this, Lan's hand speed skyrocketed, and he used his third skill as a mobility tool. He blocked the fatal blow for Shi Shi. Was it love? No, it was a promotion match for the top 10,000 on the peak leaderboard. Lan's mechanics were precise, but Wei Liang's were even finer. With a clever microstep, he once again made the orb of supremacy deviate from its original path, finishing off the critically wounded Shi Shi. Double kill. Next was Lan. There wasn't much flashy play, it was simply a matter of using passive attacks, throwing out the first skill, and then locking on with the ultimate. Lan also fell to the orb of supremacy's bombardment. Finally, Zhang Fei, even after activating his ultimate, was powerless. He too fell to Zhuge Liang's orb of supremacy. Quadra kill. Just as Wei Liang secured the quadra kill, Wang Zhejian's voice rang out. Pentakill. Pentakill. There's one more. It turned out that De Mo had used the teleport flower to reach the bottom river. Unfortunately, he was frozen in place by Wang Zhejian's skill. That's why he hadn't made it to the battlefield in time. With the final orb of supremacy striking De Mo. A flawless pentakill.